When Christ was accused of casting out devils by the power of Beelzebub, he denied it, and sharply retorted by asking, "By whom do your sons or disciples cast them out?" Again, spiritualists affirm that Jesus was a medium, that he was controlled by one or many spirits, but when the charge was made to him direct he said that he was nothing of the kind. Say we not well, that thou art a Samaritan, and hast a devil? Daimonion, an obia, or familiar spirit in the Hebrew text. Jesus answered, I have not a devil. The writer from whom we have above quoted, attempts also a parallel between the aerial flights of Philip and Ezekiel and of Mrs. Guppy and other modern mediums. He is ignorant or oblivious of the fact that while levitation occurred as an effect in both classes of cases, the producing causes were totally dissimilar. The nature of this difference we have adverted to already. Levitation may be produced consciously or unconsciously to the subject. The juggler determines beforehand that he will be levitated, for how long a time, and to what height. He regulates the occult forces accordingly. The fakir produces the same effect by the power of his aspiration and will, and, except when in the ecstatic state, keeps control over his movements. So does the priest of Siam, when, in the sacred pagoda, he mounts 50 feet in the air with taper in hand, and flits from idol to idol, lighting up the niches, self-supported, and stepping as confidently as though he were upon solid ground. This, persons have seen and testify to. The officers of the Russian squadron which recently circumnavigated the globe, and was stationed for a long time in Japanese waters, relate the fact that, besides many other marvels, they saw jugglers walk in mid-air from treetop to treetop, without the slightest support. They also saw the pole and tape climbing feats, described by Colonel Olcott in his People from the Other World, and which have been so much called in question by certain spiritualists and mediums whose zeal is greater than their learning. The quotations from Col. Yule and other writers, elsewhere given in this work, seem to place the matter beyond doubt that these effects are produced. Such phenomena, when occurring apart from religious rites in India, Japan, Tibet, Siam, and other heathen countries, phenomena 100 times more various and astounding than ever seen in civilized Europe or America, are never attributed to the spirits of the departed. The Patris have naught to do with such public exhibitions. And we have but to consult the list of the principal demons or elemental spirits to find that their very names indicate their professions, or, to express it clearly, the tricks to which each variety is best adapted. So we have the Mudun, a generic name indicating wicked elemental spirits, half brutes, half monsters, for Mudun signifies one that looks like a cow. He is the friend of the malicious sorcerers and helps them to effect their evil purposes of revenge by striking men and cattle with sudden illness and death. The Shuddhalamudun, or graveyard fiend, answers to our ghouls. He delights where crime and murder were committed, near burial spots and places of execution. He helps the juggler in all the fire phenomena as well as Kudi Shatan, the little juggling imps. Shuddhala, they say, is a half-fire, half-water demon, for he received from Shiva permission to assume any shape he chose, transform one thing into another, and when he is not in fire, he is in water. It is he who blinds people to see that which they do not see. Shulamudun, is another mischievous spook. He is the furnace demon, skilled in pottery and baking. If you keep friends with him, he will not injure you, but woe to him who incurs his wrath. Shula likes compliments and flattery, and as he generally keeps underground, it is to him that a juggler must look to help him raise a tree from a seed in a quarter of an hour and ripen its fruit. Kumalmudun, is the Undine proper. He is an elemental spirit of the water, and his name means blowing like a bubble. He is a very merry imp, and will help a friend in anything relative to his department. He will shower rain and show the future and the present to those who will resort to hydromancy or divination by water. Puruthumudun, is the wrestling demon. He is the strongest of all, and whenever there are feats shown in which physical force is required, such as levitations, or taming of wild animals, he will help the performer by keeping him above the soil or will overpower a wild beast before the tamer has time to utter his incantation. So, every physical manifestation has its own class of elemental spirits to superintend them. Returning now to levitations of human bodies and inanimate bodies, in modern circle rooms, we must refer the reader to the introductory chapter of this work. Ca Ethrobasy. In connection with the story of Simon the Magician, we have shown the explanation of the ancients as to how the levitation and transport of heavy bodies could be produced. We will now try and suggest a hypothesis for the same in relation to mediums, i.e., persons supposed to be unconscious at the moment of the phenomena, which the believers claim to be produced by disembodied spirits. We need not repeat that which has been sufficiently explained before. Conscious ethrobasy under magneto-electrical conditions is possible only to adepts who can never be overpowered by an influence foreign to themselves, but remain sole masters of their will. Thus levitation, we will say, must always occur in obedience to law, a law as inexorable as that which makes a body unaffected by it remain upon the ground. And where should we seek for that law outside of the theory of molecular attraction? It is a scientific hypothesis that the form of force which first brings nebulous or star matter together into a whirling vortex is electricity, and modern chemistry is being totally reconstructed upon the theory of electric polarities of atoms. The waterspout, the tornado, the whirlwind, the cyclone, and the hurricane, are all doubtless the result of electrical action. This phenomenon has been studied from above as well as from below, observations having been made both upon the ground and from a balloon floating above the vortex of a thunderstorm. Observe now, that this force, under the conditions of a dry and warm atmosphere at the Earth's surface, can accumulate a dynamic energy capable of lifting enormous bodies of water, of compressing the particles of atmosphere, and of sweeping across a country, tearing up forests, lifting rocks, and scattering buildings in fragments over the ground. Wild's electric machine causes induced currents of magneto-electricity so enormously powerful as to produce light by which small print may be read, on a dark night, at a distance of 2 miles from the place where it is operating. As long ago as the year 1600, Gilbert, in his De Magnet, enunciated the principle that the globe itself is one vast magnet, and some of our advanced electricians are now beginning to realize that man, too, possesses this property, and that the mutual attractions and repulsions of individuals toward each other may at least in part find their explanation in this fact. The experience of attendance upon spiritualistic circles corroborates this opinion. Says Professor Nicholas Wagner, of the University of St. Petersburg, heat, or perhaps the electricity of the investigators sitting in the circle, must concentrate itself in the table and gradually develop into motions. At the same time, or a little afterward, the psychical force unites to assist the two other powers. By psychical force, I mean that which evolves itself out of all the other forces of our organism. The combination into one general something of several separate forces, and capable, when combined, of manifesting itself in degree, according to the individuality. The progress of the phenomena he considers to be affected by the cold or the dryness of the atmosphere. Now, remembering what has been said as to the subtler forms of energy which the Hermetists have proved to exist in nature, and accepting the hypothesis enunciated by Mr. Wagner that the power which calls out these manifestations is centered in the mediums, may not the medium, by furnishing in himself a nucleus as perfect in its way as the system of permanent steel magnets in Wild's battery, produce astral currents sufficiently strong to lift in their vortex a body even as ponderable as a human form. It is not necessary that the object lifted should assume a gyratory motion, for the phenomenon we are observing, unlike the whirlwind, is directed by an intelligence, which is capable of keeping the body to be raised within the ascending current and preventing its rotation. Levitation in this case would be a purely mechanical phenomenon. The inert body of the passive medium is lifted by a vortex created either by the elemental spirits, possibly, in some cases, by human ones, and sometimes through purely morbific causes, as in the cases of Professor Purdy's 6 somnambules. The levitation of the adept is, on the contrary, a magneto-electric effect, as we have just stated. He has made the polarity of his body opposite to that of the atmosphere, and identical with that of the earth, hence, attractable by the former, retaining his consciousness the while. A like phenomenal levitation is possible, also, when disease has changed the corporeal polarity of a patient, as disease always does in a greater or lesser degree. But, in such case, the lifted person would not be likely to remain conscious. In one series of observations upon whirlwinds, made in 1859, in the basin of the Rocky Mountains, a newspaper was caught up to a height of some 200 feet, and there it oscillated to and fro across the track for some considerable time, whilst accompanying the onward motion. Of course scientists will say that a parallel cannot be instituted between this case and that of human levitation, that no vortex can be formed in a room by which a medium could be raised, but this is a question of astral light and spirit, which have their own peculiar dynamical laws. Those who understand the latter, affirm that a concourse of people laboring under mental excitement, which reacts upon the physical system, throw off electromagnetic emanations, which, when sufficiently intense, can throw the whole circumambient atmosphere into perturbation. Force enough may actually be generated to create an electrical vortex, sufficiently powerful to produce many a strange phenomenon. With this hint, the whirling of the dervishes, and the wild dances, swayings, gesticulations, music, and shouts of devotees will be understood as all having a common object in view, namely, the creation of such astral conditions as favor psychological and physical phenomena. The rationale of religious revivals will also be better understood if this principle is borne in mind. But there is still another point to be considered. If the medium is a nucleus of magnetism and a conductor of that force, he would be subject to the same laws as a metallic conductor, and be attracted to his magnet. If, therefore, a magnetic center of the requisite power was formed directly over him by the unseen powers presiding over the manifestations, why should not his body be lifted toward it, despite terrestrial gravity? We know that, in the case of a medium who is unconscious of the progress of the operation, it is necessary to first admit the fact of such an intelligence, and next, the possibility of the experiment being conducted as described, but, in view of the multifarious evidences offered, not only in our own researches, which claim no authority, but also in those of Mr. Crookes, and a great number of others, in many lands and at different epochs, we shall not turn aside from the main object of offering this hypothesis in the profitless endeavor to strengthen a case which scientific men will not consider with patience, even when sanctioned by the most distinguished of their own body. As early as 1836, the public was apprised of certain phenomena which were as extraordinary, if not more so than all the manifestations which are produced in our days. The famous correspondence between two well-known mesmerizers, Deleuze and Billet, was published in France, and the wonders discussed for a time in every society. Billet firmly believed in the apparition of spirits, for, as he says, he has both seen, heard, and felt them. Deleuze was as much convinced of this truth as Billet, and declared that man's immortality and the return of the dead, or rather of their shadows, was the best demonstrated fact in his opinion. Material objects were brought to him from distant places by invisible hands, and he communicated on most important subjects with the invisible intelligences. In regard to this, he remarks, I cannot conceive how spiritual beings are able to carry material objects. More skeptical, less intuitional than Billet, nevertheless, he agreed with the latter that the question of spiritualism is not one of opinions, but of facts. Such is precisely the conclusion to which Professor Wagner, of St. Petersburg, was finally driven. In the second pamphlet on mediumistic phenomena, issued by him in December, 1875, he administers the following rebuke to Mr. Shklyerevsky, one of his materialistic critics: so long as the spiritual manifestations were weak and sporadic, we men of science could afford to deceive ourselves with theories of unconscious muscular action, or unconscious cerebrations of our brains, and tumble the rest into one heap as juggle rise. But now these wonders have grown too striking, the spirits show themselves in the shape of tangible, materialized forms, which can be touched and handled at will by any learned skeptic like yourself, and even be weighed and measured. We can struggle no longer, for every resistance becomes absurd, it threatens lunacy. Try then to realize this, and to humble yourself before the possibility of impossible facts. Iron is only magnetized temporarily, but steel permanently, by contact with the lodestone. Now steel is but iron which has passed through a carbonizing process, and yet that process has quite changed the nature of the metal, so far as its relations to the lodestone are concerned. In like manner, it may be said that the medium is but an ordinary person who is magnetized by influx from the astral light, and as the permanence of the magnetic property in the metal is measured by its more or less steel-like character, so may we not say that the intensity and permanency of mediumistic power is in proportion to the saturation of the medium with the magnetic or astral force. This condition of saturation may be congenital, or brought about in any one of these ways by the mesmeric process, by spirit agency, or by self-will. Moreover, the condition seems here dictable, like any other physical or mental peculiarity, many, and we may even say most great mediums having had mediumship exhibited in some form by one or more progenitors. Mesmeric subjects easily pass into the higher forms of clairvoyance and mediumship, now so called, as Gregory, Deleuze, Puisségur, Dupotet, and other authorities inform us. As to the process of self-saturation, we have only to turn to the account of the priestly devotees of Japan, Siam, China, India, Tibet, and Egypt, as well as of European countries, to be satisfied of its reality. Long persistence in a fixed determination to subjugate matter, brings about a condition in which not only is one insensible to external impressions, but even death itself may be simulated, as we have already seen. The ecstatic so enormously reinforces his will power, as to draw into himself, as into a vortex, the potencies resident in the astral light to supplement his own natural store. The phenomena of mesmerism are explicable upon no other hypothesis than the projection of a current of force from the operator into the subject. If a man can project this force by an exercise of the will, what prevents his attracting it toward himself by reversing the current? Unless, indeed, it be urged that the force is generated within his body and cannot be attracted from any supply without. But even under such an hypothesis, if he can generate a superabundant supply to saturate another person, or even an inanimate object by his will, why cannot he generate it in excess for self-saturation? In his work on anthropology, Professor J.R. Buchanan notes the tendency of the natural gestures to follow the direction of the phrenological organs, the attitude of combativeness being downward and backward, that of hope and spirituality upward and forward, that of firmness upward and backward, and so on. The adepts of Hermetic science know this principle so well that they explain the levitation of their own bodies, whenever it happens unawares, by saying that the thought is so intently fixed upon a point above them, that when the body is thoroughly imbued with the astral influence, it follows the mental aspiration and rises into the air as easily as a cork held beneath the water rises to the surface when its buoyancy is allowed to assert itself. The giddiness felt by certain persons when standing upon the brink of a chasm is explained upon the same principle. Young children, who have little or no active imagination, and in whom experience has not had sufficient time to develop fear, are seldom, if ever, giddy, but the adult of a certain mental temperament, seeing the chasm and picturing in his imaginative fancy the consequences of a fall, allows himself to be drawn by the attraction of the earth, and unless the spell of fascination be broken, his body will follow his thought to the foot of the precipice. That this giddiness is purely a temperamental affair, is shown in the fact that some persons never experience the sensation, and inquiry will probably reveal the fact that such are deficient in the imaginative faculty. We have a case in view: a gentleman who, in 1858, had so firm a nerve that he horrified the witnesses by standing upon the coping of the Arc de Triomphe, in Paris, with folded arms, and his feet half over the edge, but, having since become short-sighted, was taken with a panic upon attempting to cross a plank walk over the courtyard of a hotel, where the footway was more than 2 feet and a half wide, and there was no danger. He looked at the flagging below, gave his fancy free play, and would have fallen had he not quickly sat down. It is a dogma of science that perpetual motion is impossible. It is another dogma, that the allegation that the Hermetists discovered the elixir of life, and that certain of them, by partaking of it, prolonged their existence far beyond the usual term, is a superstitious absurdity. And the claim that the baser metals have been transmuted into gold, and that the universal solvent was discovered, excites only contemptuous derision in a century which has crowned the edifice of philosophy with the copestone of protoplasm. The first is declared a physical impossibility, as much so, according to Bobbinet, the astronomer, as the levitation of an object without contact; the second, a physiological vagary begotten of a disordered mind; the third, a chemical absurdity. Balfour Stewart says that while the man of science cannot assert that he is intimately acquainted with all the forces of nature, and cannot prove that perpetual motion is impossible, for, in truth, he knows very little of these forces. He does think that he has entered into the spirit and design of nature, and therefore he denies at once the possibility of such a machine. If he has discovered the design of nature, he certainly has not the spirit, for he denies its existence in one sense, and denying spirit he prevents that perfect understanding of universal law which would redeem modern philosophy from its thousand mortifying dilemmas and mistakes. If Professor B. Stewart's negation is founded upon no better analogy than that of his French contemporary, Bobbinet, he is in danger of a like humiliating catastrophe. The universe itself illustrates the actuality of perpetual motion, and the atomic theory, which has proved such a balm to the exhausted minds of our cosmic explorers, is based upon it. The telescope searching through space, and the microscope probing the mysteries of the little world in a drop of water, reveal the same law in operation, and, as everything below is like everything above, who would presume to say that when the conservation of energy is better understood, and the two additional forces of the Kabbalists are added to the catalogue of orthodox science, it may not be discovered how to construct a machine which shall run without friction and supply itself with energy in proportion to its wastes? 50 years ago, says the Venerable Mr. de Lara, a Hamburg paper, quoting from an English one an account of the opening of the Manchester and Liverpool Railway, pronounced it a gross fabrication, capping the climax by saying, "Even so far extends the credulity of the English, the moral is apparent." The recent discovery of the compound called metalline, by an American chemist, makes it appear probable that friction can, in a large degree, be overcome. One thing is certain: when a man shall have discovered the perpetual motion he will be able to understand by analogy all the secrets of nature, progress in direct ratio with resistance. We may say the same of the elixir of life, by which is understood physical life, the soul being of course deathless only by reason of its divine immortal union with spirit. But continual or perpetual does not mean endless. The Kabbalists have never claimed that either an endless physical life or unending motion is possible. The Hermetic axiom maintains that only the first cause and its direct emanations, are spirits, scintillas from the eternal central sun which will be reabsorbed by it at the end of time, are incorruptible and eternal. But, in possession of a knowledge of occult natural forces, yet undiscovered by the materialists, they asserted that both physical life and mechanical motion could be prolonged indefinitely. The philosopher's stone had more than one meaning attached to its mysterious origin. Says Professor Wilder, the study of alchemy was even more universal than the several writers upon it appear to have known, and was always the auxiliary of, if not identical with, the occult sciences of magic, necromancy, and astrology, probably from the same fact that they were originally but forms of a spiritualism which was generally extant in all ages of human history. Our greatest wonder is, that the very men who view the human body simply as a digesting machine, should object to the idea that if some equivalent for metal line could be applied between its molecules, it should run without friction. Man's body is taken from the earth, or dust, according to Genesis, which allegory bars the claims of modern analysts to original discovery of the nature of the inorganic constituents of human body. If the author of Genesis knew this, and Aristotle taught the identity between the life principle of plants, animals, and men, our affiliation with Mother Earth seems to have been settled long ago. Elie de Beaumont has recently reasserted the old doctrine of Hermes that there is a terrestrial circulation comparable to that of the blood of man. Now, since it is a doctrine as old as time, that nature is continually renewing her wasted energies by absorption from the source of energy, why should the child differ from the parent? Why may not man, by discovering the source and nature of this recuperative energy, extract from the earth herself the juice or quintessence with which to replenish his own forces? This may have been the great secret of the alchemists. Stop the circulation of the terrestrial fluids and we have stagnation, putrefaction, death. Stop the circulation of the fluids in man, and stagnation, absorption, calcification from old age, and death ensue. If the alchemists had simply discovered some chemical compound capable of keeping the channels of our circulation unclogged, would not all the rest easily follow? And why, we ask, if the surface waters of certain mineral springs have such virtue in the cure of disease and the restoration of physical vigor, is it illogical to say that if we could get the first runnings from the alembic of nature in the bowels of the earth, we might, perhaps, find that the fountain of youth was no myth after all? Jennings asserts that the elixir was produced out of the secret chemical laboratories of nature by some adepts, and Robert Boyle, the chemist, mentions a medicated wine or cordial which Dr. Lefebvre tried with wonderful effect upon an old woman. Alchemy is as old as tradition itself. The first authentic record on this subject, says William Godwin, is an edict of Diocletian, about 300 years after Christ, ordering a diligent search to be made in Egypt for all the ancient books which treated of the art of making gold and silver, that they might be consigned to the flames. This edict necessarily presumes a certain antiquity to the pursuit, and fabulous history has recorded Solomon, Pythagoras, and Hermes among its distinguished votaries. And this question of transmutation, this alkahest or universal solvent, which comes next after the elixir vitae in the order of the three alchemical agents. Is the idea so absurd as to be totally unworthy of consideration in this age of chemical discovery? How shall we dispose of the historical anecdotes of men who actually made gold and gave it away, and of those who testify to having seen them do it? Libavius, Gabarus, Arnoldus, Thomas Aquinas, Bernardus Comes, Jonas, Panotus, Corsitangus Geber, the Arabian father of European alchemy, Eugenius Philolaethes, Baptista Porta, Rubius, Dornesius, Vogelius, Irenaeus Philolitha Cosmopolita, and many medieval alchemists and hermetic philosophers assert the fact. Must we believe them all visionaries and lunatics, these otherwise great and learned scholars? Francesco Picus, in his work De Oro, gives 18 instances of gold being produced in his presence by artificial means, and Thomas Vaughan, going to a goldsmith to sell 1,200 marks worth of gold, when the man suspiciously remarked that the gold was too pure to have ever come out of a mine, ran away, leaving the money behind him. In a preceding chapter we have brought forward the testimony of a number of authors to this effect. Marco Polo tells us that in some mountains of Thibet, which he calls Chingintalas, there are veins of the substance from which salamander is made, for the real truth is, that the salamander is no beast, as they allege in our parts of the world, but is a substance found in the earth. Then he adds that a Turk of the name of Zulfikar, told him that he had been procuring salamanders for the Great Khan, in those regions, for the space of 3 years. He said that the way they got them was by digging in that mountain till they found a certain vein. The substance of this vein was then taken and crushed, and, when so treated, it divides, as it were, into fibers of wool, which they set forth to dry. When dry, these fibers were pounded and washed, so as to leave only the fibers, like fibers of wool. These were then spun. When first made, these napkins are not very white, but, by putting them into the fire for a while, they come out as white as snow. Therefore, as several authorities testify, this mineral substance is the famous asbestos, which the Reverend A. Williamson says is found in Shantung. But, it is not only incombustible thread which is made from it. An oil, having several most extraordinary properties, is extracted from it, and the secret of its virtues remains with certain lamas and Hindu adepts. When rubbed into the body, it leaves no external stain or mark, but, nevertheless, after having been so rubbed, the part can be scrubbed with soap and hot or cold water, without the virtue of the ointment being affected in the least. The person so rubbed may boldly step into the hottest fire, unless suffocated, he will remain uninjured. Another property of the oil is that, when combined with another substance, that we are not at liberty to name, and left stagnant under the rays of the moon, on certain nights indicated by native astrologers, it will breed strange creatures. Infusoria we may call them in one sense, but then these grow and develop. Speaking of Kashmir, Marco Polo observes that they have an astonishing acquaintance with the devilries of enchantment, insomuch that they make their idols to speak. To this day, the greatest Magian mystics of these regions may be found in Kashmir. The various religious sects of this country were always credited with preternatural powers, and were the resort of adepts and sages. As Colonel Yule remarks, Vambari tells us that even in our day, the Kashmiri dervishes are preeminent among their Mahometan brethren for cunning, secret arts, skill in exorcisms and magic. Asterisk. But, all modern chemists are not equally dogmatic in their negation of the possibility of such a transmutation. Dr. Pais, Desprez, and even the all-denying Louis Figuier, of Paris, seem to be far from rejecting the idea. Dr. Wilder says, the possibility of reducing the elements to their primal form, as they are supposed to have existed in the igneous mass from which the earth crust is believed to have been formed, is not considered by physicists to be so absurd an idea as has been intimated. There is a relationship between metals, often so close as to indicate an original identity. Persons called alchemists may, therefore, have devoted their energies to investigations into these matters, as Lavoisier, Davy, Faraday, and others of our day have explained the mysteries of chemistry. A learned theosophist, a practicing physician of this country, one who has studied the occult sciences and alchemy for over 30 years, has succeeded in reducing the elements to their primal form, and made what is termed the pre-Adamite earth. It appears in the form of an earthy precipitate from pure water, which, on being disturbed, presents the most opalescent and vivid colors. The secret, say the alchemists, as if enjoying the ignorance of the uninitiated, is an amalgamation of the salt, sulfur, and mercury combined 3 times in azoth, by a triple sublimation and a triple fixation. How ridiculously absurd! Will exclaim a learned modern chemist. Well, the disciples of the great Hermes understand the above as well as a graduate of Harvard University comprehends the meaning of his professor of chemistry, when the latter says, with one hydroxyl group we can only produce monatomic compounds, use 2 hydroxyl groups, and we can form around the same skeleton a number of diatomic compounds. Attach to the nucleus 3 hydroxyl groups, and there result triatomic compounds, among which is a very familiar substance. Glycerin. Attach thyself, says the alchemist, to the 4 letters of the tetragram disposed in the following manner. The letters of the ineffable name are there, although thou mayest not discern them at first. The incommunicable axiom is Kabbalistically contained therein, and this is what is called the magic arcanum by the masters. The arcanum, the 4th emanation of the Akasa, the principle of life, which is represented in its 3rd transmutation by the fiery sun, the eye of the world, or of Osiris, as the Egyptians termed it. And I tenderly watching its youngest daughter, wife, and sister Isis, our Mother Earth. See what Hermes, the thrice great master, says of her: her father is the sun, her mother is the moon. It attracts and caresses, and then repulses her by a projectile power. It is for the Hermetic student to watch its motions, to catch its subtle currents, to guide and direct them with the help of the Athanur, the Archimedean lever of the alchemist. What is this mysterious Athanur? Can the physicist tell us, he who sees and examines it daily? He sees, but does he comprehend the secret ciphered characters traced by the divine finger on every seashell in the ocean's deep, on every leaf that trembles in the breeze, in the bright star, whose stellar lines are in his sight but so many more or less luminous lines of hydrogen. God geometrizes, said Plato. The laws of nature are the thoughts repeated the solitary student of Hermetic lore, therefore it is in the perfect harmony and equilibrium of all things that we must seek the truth. And thus, proceeding from the indivisible unity, he found emanating from it two contrary forces, each acting through the other and producing equilibrium, and the three were but one, the Pythagorean eternal monad. The primordial point is a circle, the circle squaring itself from the four cardinal points becomes a quaternary, the perfect square, having at each of its four angles a letter of the mirific name, the sacred tetragram. It is the four Buddhas who came and have passed away, the Pythagorean tetracties absorbed and resolved by the one eternal no-being. Tradition declares that on the dead body of Hermes, at Hebron, was found by an Isarim, an initiate, the tablet known as the Smaragdin. It contains, in a few sentences, the essence of the Hermetic wisdom. To those who read but with their bodily eyes, the precepts will suggest nothing new or extraordinary, for it merely begins by saying that it speaks not fictitious things, but that which is true and most certain. What is below is like that which is above, and what is above is similar to that which is below to accomplish the wonders of one thing. As all things were produced by the mediation of one being, so all things were produced from this one by adaptation. Its father is the sun, its mother is the moon. It is the cause of all perfection throughout the whole earth. Its power is perfect if it is changed into earth. Separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, acting prudently and with judgment. Ascend with the greatest sagacity from the earth to heaven, and then descend again to earth, and unite together the power of things inferior and superior, thus you will possess the light of the whole world, and all obscurity will fly away from you. This thing has more fortitude than fortitude itself, because it will overcome every subtle thing and penetrate every solid thing. By it the world was formed. This mysterious thing is the universal, magical agent, the astral light, which in the correlations of its forces furnishes the Alkahest, the philosopher's stone, and the elixir of life. Hermetic philosophy names it Azoth, the soul of the world, the celestial virgin, the great Magnus, etc., etc. Physical science knows it as heat, light, electricity, and magnetism, but ignoring its spiritual properties and the occult potency contained in ether, rejects everything it ignores. It explains and depicts the crystalline forms of the snowflakes, their modifications of an hexagonal prism which shoot out an infinity of delicate needles. It has studied them so perfectly that it has even calculated, with the most wondrous mathematical precision, that all these needles diverge from each other at an angle of 60 degrees. Can it tell us as well the cause of this endless variety of the most exquisite forms, each of which is a most perfect geometrical figure in itself? These frozen, star-like and flower-like blossoms, may be, for all materialistic science knows, a shower of messages snowed by spiritual hands from the worlds above for spiritual eyes below to read. The philosophical cross, the two lines running in opposite directions, the horizontal and the perpendicular, the height and breadth, which the geometrizing deity divides at the intersecting point, and which forms the magical as well as the scientific quaternary, when it is inscribed within the perfect square, is the basis of the occultist. Within its mystical precinct lies the master key which opens the door of every science, physical as well as spiritual. It symbolizes our human existence, for the circle of life circumscribes the 4 points of the cross, which represent in succession birth, life, death, and immortality. Everything in this world is a trinity completed by the quaternary, and every element is divisible on this same principle. Physiology can divide man ad infinitum, as physical science has divided the 4 primal and principal elements in several dozens of others, she will not succeed in changing either. Birth, life, and death will ever be a trinity completed only at the cyclic end. Even were science to change the longed-for immortality into annihilation, it still will ever be a quaternary, for God geometrizes. Therefore, perhaps alchemy will one day be allowed to talk of her salt, mercury, sulfur, and azoth, her symbols and mirific letters, and repeat, with the exponent of the synthesis of organic compounds, that it must be remembered that the grouping is no play of fancy, and that a good reason can be given for the position of every letter. Dr. Peiss, of Paris, wrote in 1863, the following. One word, apropos, of alchemy. What must we think of the hermetic art? Is it lawful to believe that we can transmute metals, make gold? Well, positive men, esprits forts of the 19th century, know that Mr. Figuier, Doctor of Science and Medicine, chemical analyst in the School of Pharmacy, of Paris, does not wish to express himself upon the subject. He doubts, he hesitates. He knows several alchemists, for there are such, who, basing themselves upon modern chemical discoveries, and especially on the singular circumstance of the equivalence demonstrated by M. Dumas, pretend that metals are not simple bodies, true elements in the absolute sense, and that in consequence they may be produced by the process of decomposition. This encourages me to take a step further, and candidly avow that I would be only moderately surprised to see someone make gold. I have only one reason to give, but sufficient it seems, which is, that gold has not always existed, it has been made by some chemical travail or other in the bosom of the fused matter of our globe, perhaps some of it may be even now in process of formation. The pretended simple bodies of our chemistry are very probably secondary products, in the formation of the terrestrial mass. It has been proved so with water, one of the most respectable elements of ancient physics. Today, we create water. Why should we not make gold? An eminent experimentalist, Mr. Desprez, has made the diamond. True, this diamond is only a scientific diamond, a philosophical diamond, which would be worth nothing, but, no matter, my position holds good. Besides, we are not left to simple conjectures. There is a man living, who, in a paper addressed to the scientific bodies, in 1853, has underscored these words: I have discovered the method of producing artificial gold, I have made gold. This adept is Mr. Theodore Tifferot, ex-preparator of chemistry in the École Professionnelle et Supérieure of Nantes. Cardinal de Rohan, the famous victim of the diamond necklace conspiracy, testified that he had seen the Count Cagliostro make both gold and diamonds. We presume that those who agree with Professor T. Sterry Hunt, FRS, will have no patience with the theory of Dr. Peiss, for they believe that all of our metalliferous deposits are due to the action of organic life. And so, until they do come to some composition of their differences, so as to let us know for a certainty the nature of gold, and whether it is the product of interior volcanic alchemy or surface segregation and filtration, we will leave them to settle their quarrel between themselves, and give credit meanwhile to the old philosophers. Professor Balfour Stewart, whom no one would think of classing among illiberal minds, who, with far more fairness and more frequently than any of his colleagues admits the failings of modern science, shows himself, nevertheless, as biased as other scientists on this question. Perpetual light being only another name for perpetual motion, he tells us, and the latter being impossible because we have no means of equilibrating the waste of combustible material, a hermetic light is, therefore, an impossibility. Noting the fact that a perpetual light was supposed to result from magical powers, and remarking further that such a light is certainly not of this earth, where light and all other forms of superior energy are essentially evanescent, this gentleman argues as though the Hermetic philosophers had always claimed that the flame under discussion was an ordinary earthly flame, resulting from the combustion of luminiferous material. In this the philosophers have been constantly misunderstood and misrepresented. How many great minds, unbelievers from the start after having studied the secret doctrine, have changed their opinions and found out how mistaken they were. And how contradictory it seems to find one moment Balfour Stewart quoting some philosophical morals of Bacon, whom he terms the father of experimental science, and saying, "Surely we ought to learn a lesson from these remarks, and be very cautious before we dismiss any branch of knowledge or train of thought as essentially unprofitable, and then dismissing the next moment, as utterly impossible, the claims of the alchemists." He shows Aristotle as entertaining the idea that light is not any body, or the emanation of any body, and that therefore light is an energy or act, and yet, although the ancients were the first to show, through Democritus, to John Dalton the doctrine of atoms, and through Pythagoras and even the oldest of the Chaldean oracles, that of ether as a universal agent, their ideas, says Stewart, were not prolific. He admits that they possessed great genius and intellectual power, but adds that they were deficient in physical conceptions, and, in consequence, their ideas were not prolific. The whole of the present work is a protest against such a loose way of judging the ancients. To be thoroughly competent to criticize their ideas, and assure oneself whether their ideas were distinct and appropriate to the facts, one must have sifted these ideas to the very bottom. It is idle to repeat that which we have frequently said, and that which every scholar ought to know, namely, that the quintessence of their knowledge was in the hands of the priests, who never wrote them, and in those of the initiates who, like Plato, did not dare write them. Therefore, those few speculations on the material and spiritual universes, which they did put in writing, could not enable posterity to judge them rightly, even had not the early Christian Vandals, the later Crusaders, and the fanatics of the Middle Ages destroyed 3 parts of that which remained of the Alexandrian library and its later schools. Professor Draper shows that the Cardinal Ximenes alone delivered to the flames in the squares of Granada, 80,000 Arabic manuscripts, many of them translations of classical authors. In the Vatican libraries, whole passages in the most rare and precious treatises of the ancients were found erased and blotted out, for the sake of interlining them with absurd psalmodies. Who then, of those who turn away from the secret doctrine as being unphilosophical and, therefore, unworthy of a scientific thought, has a right to say that he studied the ancients, that he is aware of all that they knew, and knowing now far more, knows also that they knew little, if anything. This secret doctrine contains the alpha and the omega of universal science, therein lies the corner and the keystone of all the ancient and modern knowledge, and alone in this unphilosophical doctrine remains buried the absolute in the philosophy of the dark problems of life and death. The great energies of nature are known to us only by their effects, said Paley. Paraphrasing the sentence, we will say that the great achievements of the days of old are known to posterity only by their effects. If one takes a book on alchemy, and sees in it the speculations on gold and light by the Brothers of the Rosy Cross, he will find himself certainly startled, for the simple reason that he will not understand them at all. The hermetic gold, he may read, is the outflow of the sunbeam, or of light suffused invisibly and magically into the body of the world. Light is sublimated gold, rescued magically by invisible stellar attraction, out of material depths. Gold is thus the deposit of light, which of itself generates. Light in the celestial world is subtle, vaporous, magically exalted gold, or spirit of flame. Gold draws inferior natures in the metals, and intensifying and multiplying, converts into itself. Asterisk. Nevertheless, facts are facts, and, as Billet says of spiritualism, we will remark of occultism generally and of alchemy in particular, it is not a matter of opinion but of facts. Men of science call an inextinguishable lamp an impossibility, but nevertheless persons in our own age as well as in the days of ignorance and superstition have found them burning bright in old vaults shut up for centuries, and other persons there are who possess the secret of keeping such fires for several ages. Men of science say that ancient and modern spiritualism, magic, and mesmerism, are charlatanry or delusion, but there are 800 millions on the face of the globe, of perfectly sane men and women, who believe in all these. Whom are we to credit? Democritus, says Lucian, believed in no miracles. He applied himself to discover the method by which the theurgists could produce them. In a word, his philosophy brought him to the conclusion that magic was entirely confined to the application and the imitation of the laws and the works of nature. Now, the opinion of the laughing philosopher is of the greatest importance to us, since the Magi left by Xerxes, at Abdera, were his instructors, and he had studied magic, moreover, for a considerably long time with the Egyptian priests. For nearly 90 years of the 109 of his life, this great philosopher had made experiments, and noted them down in a book, which, according to Petronius, treated of nature facts that he had verified himself. And we find him not only disbelieving in and utterly rejecting miracles, but asserting that every one of those that were authenticated by eyewitnesses, had, and could have taken place, for all, even the most incredible, was produced according to the hidden laws of nature. The day will never come, when any one of the propositions of Euclid will be denied, says Professor Draper, exalting the Aristotelians at the expense of the Pythagoreans and Platonists. Shall we, in such a case, disbelieve a number of well-informed authorities, Lempriere among others, who assert that the 15 books of the elements are not to be wholly attributed to Euclid, and that many of the most valuable truths and demonstrations contained in them owe their existence to Pythagoras, Thales, and Eudoxus? That Euclid, notwithstanding his genius, was the first who reduced them to order, and only interwove theories of his own to render the whole a complete and connected system of geometry? And if these authorities are right, then it is again to that central son of metaphysical science Pythagoras and his school, that the moderns are indebted directly for such men as Eratosthenes, the world-famous geometer and cosmographer Archimedes, and even Ptolemy, notwithstanding his obstinate errors. Were it not for the exact science of such men, and for fragments of their works that they left us to base Galilean speculations upon, the great priests of the 19th century might find themselves, perhaps, still in the bondage of the Church, and philosophizing, in 1876, on the Augustine and Bedian cosmogony, the rotation of the canopy of heaven round the earth, and the majestic flatness of the latter. The 19th century seems positively doomed to humiliating confessions. Felder, Italy, erects a public statue to Panfilo Castaldi, the illustrious inventor of movable printing types, and adds in its inscription the generous confession that Italy renders to him this tribute of honor too long deferred. But no sooner is the statue placed, than the Feltrians are advised by Colonel Yule to burn it in honest lime. He proves that many a traveler besides Marco Polo had brought home from China movable wooden types and specimens of Chinese books, the entire text of which was printed with such wooden blocks. We have seen in several Tibetan Lama series, where they have printing offices, such blocks preserved as curiosities. They are known to be of the greatest antiquity, inasmuch as types were perfected, and the old ones abandoned contemporaneously with the earliest records of Buddhistic Lamaism. Therefore, they must have existed in China before the Christian era. Let every one ponder over the wise words of Professor Roscoe, in his lecture on spectrum analysis. The infant truths must be made useful. Neither you nor I, perhaps, can see the how or the when, but that the time may come at any moment, when the most obscure of nature's secrets shall at once be employed for the benefit of mankind. No one who knows anything of science, can for one instant doubt. Who could have foretold that the discovery that a dead frog's legs jump when they are touched by two different metals, should have led in a few short years to the discovery of the electric telegraph? Professor Roscoe, visiting Kirchhoff and Bunsen when they were making their great discoveries of the nature of the Fraunhofer lines, says that it flashed upon his mind at once that there is iron in the sun, therein presenting one more evidence to add to a million predecessors, that great discoveries usually come with a flash, and not by induction. There are many more flashes in store for us. It may be found, perhaps, that one of the last sparkles of modern science, the beautiful green spectrum of silver, is nothing new, but was, notwithstanding the paucity and great inferiority of their optical instruments, well known to the ancient chemists and physicists. Silver and green were associated together as far back as the days of Hermes. Luna, or Astarte, the Hermetic silver, is one of the two chief symbols of the Rosicrucians. It is a Hermetic axiom, that the cause of the splendor and variety of colors lies deep in the affinities of nature, and that there is a singular and mysterious alliance between color and sound. The Kabbalists place their middle nature in direct relation with the moon, and the green ray occupies the center point between the others, being placed in the middle of the spectrum. The Egyptian priests chanted the 7 vowels as a hymn addressed to Serapis, and at the sound of the seventh vowel, as at the seventh ray of the rising sun, the statue of Memnon responded. Recent discoveries have proved the wonderful properties of the blue-violet light, the seventh ray of the prismatic spectrum, the most powerfully chemical of all, which corresponds with the highest note in the musical scale. The Rosicrucian theory, that the whole universe is a musical instrument, is the Pythagorean doctrine of the music of the spheres. Sounds and colors are all spiritual numerals, as the seven prismatic rays proceed from one spot in heaven, so the seven powers of nature, each of them a number, are the seven radiations of the unity, the central, spiritual sun. Happy is he who comprehends the spiritual numerals, and perceives their mighty influence. Exclaims Plato. And happy, we may add, is he who, treading the maze of force correlations, does not neglect to trace them to this invisible sun. Future experimenters will reap the honor of demonstrating that musical tones have a wonderful effect upon the growth of vegetation. And with the enunciation of this unscientific fallacy, we will close the chapter, and proceed to remind the patient reader of certain things that the ancients knew, and the moderns think they know. Chapter 14. The transactions of this our city of Sais, are recorded in our sacred writings during a period of 8,000 years. Plato. Timaeus. The Egyptians assert that from the reign of Heracles to that of Amasis, 17,000 years elapsed. Herodotus, Lib 2, c. 43. Can the theologian derive no light from the pure, primeval faith that glimmers from Egyptian hieroglyphics, to illustrate the immortality of the soul? Will not the historian deign to notice the prior origin of every art and science in Egypt, 1,000 years before the Pelasgians studded the isles and capes of the archipelago with their forts and temples? Gliddon. How came Egypt by her knowledge? When broke the dawn of that civilization whose wondrous perfection is suggested by the bits and fragments supplied to us by the archaeologists? Alas! The lips of Memnon are silent, and no longer utter oracles. The Sphinx has become a greater riddle in her speechlessness than was the enigma propounded to Oedipus. What Egypt taught to others she certainly did not acquire by the international exchange of ideas and discoveries with her Semitic neighbors, nor from them did she receive her stimulus. The more we learn of the Egyptians, observes the writer of a recent article, the more marvelous they seem. From whom could she have learned her wondrous arts, the secrets of which died with her? She sent no agents throughout the world to learn what others knew, but to her the wise men of neighboring nations resorted for knowledge. Proudly secluding herself within her enchanted domain, the fair queen of the desert created wonders as if by the sway of a magic staff. Nothing, remarks the same writer, whom we have elsewhere quoted, proves that civilization and knowledge then rise and progress with her as in the case of other peoples, but everything seems to be referable, in the same perfection, to the earliest dates. That no nation knew as much as herself, is a fact demonstrated by history. May we not assign as a reason for this remark the fact that until very recently nothing was known of old India? That these two nations, India and Egypt, were akin? That they were the oldest in the group of nations, and that the eastern Ethiopians, the mighty builders, had come from India as a matured people, bringing their civilization with them, and colonizing the perhaps unoccupied Egyptian territory? But we defer a more complete elaboration of this theme for our second volume. Asterisk. Mechanism, says Eusb Salvert, was carried by the ancients to a point of perfection that has never been attained in modern times. We would inquire if their inventions have been surpassed in our age? Certainly not, and at the present day, with all the means that the progress of science and modern discovery have placed in the hands of the mechanic, have we not been assailed by numerous difficulties in striving to place on a pedestal one of those monoliths that the Egyptians 40 centuries ago erected in such numbers before their sacred edifices? As far back as we can glance into history, to the reign of Menes, the most ancient of the kings that we know anything about, we find proofs that the Egyptians were far better acquainted with hydrostatics and hydraulic engineering than ourselves. The gigantic work of turning the course of the Nile, or rather of its three principal branches, and bringing it to Memphis, was accomplished during the reign of that monarch, who appears to us as distant in the abyss of time as a far glimmering star in the heavenly vault. Says Wilkinson, Menes took accurately the measure of the power which he had to oppose, and he constructed a dike whose lofty mounds and enormous embankments turned the water eastward, and since that time the river is contained in its new bed. Herodotus has left us a poetical, but still accurate description of the Lake Moeris, so called after the pharaoh who caused this artificial sheet of water to be formed. The historian has described this lake as measuring 450 miles in circumference, and 300 feet in depth. It was fed through artificial channels by the Nile, and made to store a portion of the annual overflow for the irrigation of the country, for many miles round. Its numerous floodgates, dams, locks, and convenient engines were constructed with the greatest skill. The Romans, at a far later period, got their notions on hydraulic constructions from the Egyptians, but our latest progress in the science of hydrostatics has demonstrated the fact of a great deficiency on their part in some branches of that knowledge. Thus, for instance, if they were acquainted with that which is called in hydrostatics the great law, they seem to have been less familiar with what our modern engineers know as watertight joints. Their ignorance is sufficiently proved by their conveying the water through large level aqueducts, instead of doing it at a less expense by iron pipes beneath the surface. But the Egyptians evidently employed a far superior method in their channels and artificial waterworks. Notwithstanding this, the modern engineers employed by Lesseps for the Suez Canal, who had learned from the ancient Romans all their art could teach them, deriving, in their turn, their knowledge from Egypt, scoffed at the suggestion that they should seek a remedy for some imperfections in their work by studying the contents of the various Egyptian museums. Nevertheless, the engineers succeeded in giving to the banks of that long and ugly ditch, as Professor Carpenter calls the Suez Canal, sufficient strength to make it a navigable waterway, instead of a mud trap for vessels as it was at first. The alluvial deposits of the Nile, during the past 30 centuries, have completely altered the area of the delta, so that it is continually growing seaward, and adding to the territory of the Khedive. In ancient times, the principal mouth of the river was called Pelusian, and the canal cut by one of the kings, the Canal of Nico, led from Suez to this branch. After the defeat of Antony and Cleopatra, at Actium, it was proposed that a portion of the fleet should pass through the canal to the Red Sea, which shows the depth of water that those early engineers had secured. Settlers in Colorado and Arizona have recently reclaimed large tracts of barren land by a system of irrigation, receiving from the journals of the day no little praise for their ingenuity. But, for a distance of 500 miles above Cairo, there stretches a strip of land reclaimed from the desert, and made, according to Professor Carpenter, the most fertile on the face of the earth. He says, for thousands of years these branch canals have conveyed fresh water from the Nile, to fertilize the land of this long narrow strip, as well as of the delta. He describes the network of canals over the delta, which dates from an early period of the Egyptian monarchs. The French province of Artois has given its name to the artesian well, as though that form of engineering had been first applied in that district, but, if we consult the Chinese records, we find such wells to have been in common use ages before the Christian era. If we now turn to architecture, we find displayed before our eyes, wonders which baffle all description. Referring to the temples of Philae, Abu Simbel, Dendera, Edfu, and Karnak, Professor Carpenter remarks that these stupendous and beautiful erections, these gigantic pyramids and temples, have a vastness and beauty which are still impressive after the lapse of thousands of years. He is amazed at the admirable character of the workmanship, the stones in most cases being fitted together with astonishing nicety, so that a knife could hardly be thrust between the joints. He noticed in his amateur archaeological pilgrimage, another of those curious coincidences which His Holiness, the Pope, may feel some interest in learning. He is speaking of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, sculptured on the old monuments, and the ancient belief in the immortality of the soul. Now, it is most remarkable, says the professor, to see that not only this belief, but the language in which it was expressed in the ancient Egyptian times, anticipated that of the Christian revelation. For, in this Book of the Dead, there are used the very phrases we find in the New Testament, in connection with the Day of Judgment, and he admits that this hierogram was engraved, probably, 2,000 years before the time of Christ. According to Bunsen, who is considered to have made the most exact calculations, the mass of masonry in the Great Pyramid of Cheops measures 82,111,000 feet, and would weigh 6,316,000 tons. The immense numbers of squared stones show us the unparalleled skill of the Egyptian quarrymen. Speaking of the Great Pyramid, Kenrick says, the joints are scarcely perceptible, not wider than the thickness of silver paper, and the cement is so tenacious, that fragments of the casing stones still remain in their original position, notwithstanding the lapse of many centuries, and the violence by which they were detached. Who, of our modern architects and chemists, will rediscover the indestructible cement of the oldest Egyptian buildings? The skill of the ancients in quarrying, says Bunsen, is displayed the most in the extracting of the huge blocks, out of which obelisks and colossal statues were hewn, obelisks 90 feet high, and statues 40 feet high, made out of one stone. There are many such. They did not blast out the blocks for these monuments, but adopted the following scientific method: instead of using huge iron wedges, which would have split the stone, they cut a small groove for the whole length of, perhaps, 100 feet, and inserted in it, close to each other, a great number of dry wooden wedges, after which they poured water into the groove, and the wedges, swelling and bursting simultaneously, with a tremendous force, broke out the huge stone, as neatly as a diamond cuts a pane of glass. Modern geographers and geologists have demonstrated that these monoliths were brought from a prodigious distance, and have been at a loss to conjecture how the transport was effected. Old manuscripts say that it was done by the help of portable rails. These rested upon inflated bags of hide, rendered indestructible by the same process as that used for preserving the mummies. These ingenious air cushions prevented the rails from sinking in the deep sand. Manetho mentions them, and remarks that they were so well prepared that they would endure wear and tear for centuries. The date of the hundreds of pyramids in the valley of the Nile is impossible to fix by any of the rules of modern science, but Herodotus informs us that each successive king erected one to commemorate his reign, and serve as his sepulchre. But, Herodotus did not tell all, although he knew that the real purpose of the pyramid was very different from that which he assigns to it. Were it not for his religious scruples, he might have added that, externally, it symbolized the creative principle of nature, and illustrated also the principles of geometry, mathematics, astrology, and astronomy. Internally, it was a majestic fane, in whose somber recesses were performed the mysteries, and whose walls had often witnessed the initiation scenes of members of the royal family. The porphyry sarcophagus, which Professor Piazzi Smith, Astronomer Royal of Scotland, degrades into a corn bin, was the baptismal font, upon emerging from which, the neophyte was born again, and became an adept. Herodotus gives us, however, a just idea of the enormous labor expended in transporting one of these gigantic blocks of granite. It measured 32 feet in length, 21 feet in width, and 12 feet in height. Its weight he estimates to be rising 300 tons, and it occupied 2,000 men for 3 years to move it from Syene to the delta, down the Nile. Gliddon, in his Ancient Egypt, quotes from Pliny a description of the arrangements for moving the obelisk erected at Alexandria by Ptolemaeus Philadelphus. A canal was dug from the Nile to the place where the obelisk lay. 2 boats were floated under it, they were weighted with stones containing 1 cubic foot each, and the weight of the obelisk having been calculated by the engineers, the cargo of the boats was exactly proportioned to it, so that they should be sufficiently submerged to pass under the monolith as it lay across the canal. Then, the stones were gradually removed, the boats rose, lifted the obelisk, and it was floated down the river. In the Egyptian section of the Dresden, or Berlin Museum, we forget which, is a drawing which represents a workman ascending an unfinished pyramid, with a basket of sand upon his back. This has suggested to certain Egyptologists the idea that the blocks of the pyramids were chemically manufactured in loco. Some modern engineers believe that Portland cement, a double silicate of lime and alumina, is the imperishable cement of the ancients. But, on the other hand, Professor Carpenter asserts that the pyramids, with the exception of their granite casing, is formed of what geologists call nummulitic limestone. This is newer than the old chalk, and is made of the shells of animals called nummulites, like little pieces of money about the size of a shilling. However, this moot question may be decided. No one, from Herodotus and Pliny down to the last wandering engineer who has gazed upon these imperial monuments of long crumbled dynasties, has been able to tell us how the gigantic masses were transported and set up in place. Bunsen concedes to Egypt an antiquity of 20,000 years. But even in this matter we would be left to conjecture if we depended upon modern authorities. They can neither tell us for what the pyramids were constructed, under what dynasty the first was raised, nor the material of which they are built. All is conjecture with them. Professor Smith has given us by far the most accurate mathematical description of the Great Pyramid to be found in literature. But after showing the astronomical bearings of the structure, he so little appreciates ancient Egyptian thought that he actually maintains that the porphyry sarcophagus of the King's Chamber is the unit of measure for the two most enlightened nations of the earth, England and America. One of the books of Hermes describes certain of the pyramids as standing upon the seashore, the waves of which dashed in powerless fury against its base. This implies that the geographical features of the country have been changed, and may indicate that we must accord to these ancient granaries, magico-astrological observatories, and royal sepulchres, an origin antedating the upheaval of the Sahara and other deserts. This would imply rather more of an antiquity than the poor few thousands of years, so generously accorded to them by Egyptologists. Dr. Ribald, a French archaeologist of some renown, gives his readers a glimpse of the culture which prevailed 5,000 years BC, by saying that there were at that time no less than 30 or 40 colleges of the priests who studied occult sciences and practical magic. A writer in the National Quarterly Review, Volume XXXII, Knowles 8th, December, 1875, says that, the recent excavations made among the ruins of Carthage have brought to light traces of a civilization, a refinement of art and luxury, which must even have outshone that of ancient Rome. And when the fiat went forth, delenda est Carthago, the mistress of the world well knew that she was about to destroy a greater than herself, for, while one empire swayed the world by force of arms alone, the other was the last and most perfect representative of a race who had, 4 centuries before Rome was dreamed of, directed the civilization, the learning, and the intelligence of mankind. This Carthage is the one which, according to Appian, was standing as early as BC 1234, or 50 years before the taking of Troy, and not the one popularly supposed to have been built by Dido, Elissa or Astarte, 4 centuries later. Here we have still another illustration of the truth of the doctrine of cycles. Draper's admissions as to the astronomical erudition of the ancient Egyptians are singularly supported by an interesting fact quoted by Mr. J. M. Peebles, from a lecture delivered in Philadelphia, by the late Professor O. M. Mitchell, the astronomer. Upon the coffin of a mummy, now in the British Museum, was delineated the zodiac with the exact positions of the planets at the time of the autumnal equinox, in the year 1722 BC. Professor Mitchell calculated the exact position of the heavenly bodies belonging to our solar system at the time indicated. The result, says Mr. Peebles, I give in his own words, to my astonishment. It was found that on the 7th of October, 1722 BC, the moon and planets had occupied the exact points in the heavens marked upon the coffin in the British Museum. Asterisk. Professor John Fiske, in his onslaught on Dr. Draper's History of the Intellectual Development of Europe, sets his pen against the doctrine of cyclical progression, remarking that we have never known the beginning or the end of an historic cycle, and have no inductive warrant for believing that we are now traversing one. He chides the author of that eloquent and thoughtful work for the odd disposition exhibited throughout his work, not only to refer the best part of Greek culture to an Egyptian source, but uniformly to exalt the non-European civilization at the expense of the European. We believe that this odd disposition might be directly sanctioned by the confessions of great Grecian historians themselves. Professor Fisk might, with profit, read Herodotus over again. The father of history confesses more than once that Greece owes everything to Egypt. As to his assertion that the world has never known the beginning or the end of an historical cycle, we have but to cast a retrospective glance on the many glorious nations which have passed away, i.e., reached the end of their great national cycle. Compare the Egypt of that day, with its perfection of art, science, and religion, its glorious cities and monuments, and its swarming population, with the Egypt of today, peopled with strangers, its ruins the abode of bats and snakes, and a few Copts the sole surviving heirs to all this grandeur, and see whether the cyclical theory does not reassert itself. Says Gliddon, who is now contradicted by Mr. Fisk, philologists, astronomers, chemists, painters, architects, physicians, must return to Egypt to learn the origin of language and writing, of the calendar and solar motion, of the art of cutting granite with a copper chisel, and of giving elasticity to a copper sword, of making glass with the variegated hues of the rainbow, of moving single blocks of polished cyanide, 900 tons in weight, for any distance, by land and water, of building arches, rounded and pointed, with Masonic precision unsurpassed at the present day, and antecedent by 2,000 years to the Cloaca Magna of Rome, of sculpturing a Doric column 1,000 years before the Dorians are known in history, of fresco painting in imperishable colors, of practical knowledge in anatomy, and of time-defying pyramid building. Every craftsman can behold, in Egyptian monuments, the progress of his art 4,000 years ago, and whether it be a wheelwright building a chariot, a shoemaker drawing his twine, a leather cutter using the self-same form of knife of old as is considered the best form now, a weaver throwing the same hand shuttle, a whitesmith using that identical form of blowpipe but lately recognized to be the most efficient, the seal engraver cutting, in hieroglyphics, such names as Skuhos, above 4,300 years ago. All these, and many more astounding evidences of Egyptian priority, now require but a glance at the plates of Rossellini. Truly, exclaims Mr. Peebles, these Ramseyan temples and tombs were as much a marvel to the Grecian Herodotus as they are to us. Asterisk. But, even then, the merciless hand of time had left its traces upon their structures, and some of them, whose very memory would be lost were it not for the books of Hermes, had been swept away into the oblivion of the ages. King after king, and dynasty after dynasty had passed in a glittering pageant before the eyes of succeeding generations, and their renown had filled the habitable globe. The same pall of forgetfulness had fallen upon them and their monuments alike, before the first of our historical authorities, Herodotus, preserved for posterity the remembrance of that wonder of the world, the great labyrinth. The long-accepted biblical chronology has so cramped the minds of not only the clergy, but even our scarce unfettered scientists, that in treating of prehistoric remains in different parts of the world, a constant fear is manifested on their part to trespass beyond the period of 6,000 years, hitherto allowed by theology as the age of the world. Herodotus found the labyrinth already in ruins, but nevertheless his admiration for the genius of its builders knew no bounds. He regarded it as far more marvelous than the pyramids themselves, and, as an eyewitness, minutely describes it. The French and Prussian savants, as well as other Egyptologists, agree as to the emplacement, and identified its noble ruins. Moreover, they confirm the account given of it by the old historian. Herodotus says that he found therein 3,000 chambers, half subterranean and the other half above ground. The upper chambers, he says, I myself passed through and examined in detail. In the underground ones, which may exist till now, for all the archaeologists know, the keepers of the building would not let me in, for they contain the sepulchres of the kings who built the labyrinth, and also those of the sacred crocodiles. The upper chambers I saw and examined with my own eyes, and found them to excel all other human productions. In Rawlinson's translation, Herodotus is made to say, the passages through the houses and the varied windings of the paths across the courts, excited in me infinite admiration as I passed from the courts into the chambers, and from thence into colonnades, and from colonnades into other houses, and again into courts unseen before. The roof was throughout of stone like the walls, and both were exquisitely carved all over with figures. Every court was surrounded with a colonnade, which was built of white stones, sculptured most exquisitely. At the corner of the labyrinth stands a pyramid 40 fathoms high, with large figures engraved on it, and it is entered by a vast subterranean passage. If such was the labyrinth, when viewed by Herodotus, what, in such a case, was ancient Thebes, the city destroyed far earlier than the period of Psammetichus, who himself reigned 530 years after the destruction of Troy? We find that in his time Memphis was the capital, while of the glorious Thebes there remained but ruins. Now, if we, who are enabled to form our estimate only by the ruins of what was already ruined so many ages before our era, are stupefied in their contemplation, what must have been the general aspect of Thebes in the days of its glory? Karnak temple, palace, ruins, or whatsoever the archaeologists may term it, is now its only representative. But solitary and alone as it stands, fit emblem of majestic empire, as if forgotten by time in the onward march of the centuries, it testifies to the art and skill of the ancients. He must be indeed devoid of the spiritual perception of genius, who fails to feel as well as to see the intellectual grandeur of the race that planned and built it. Champollion, who passed almost his entire life in the exploration of archaeological remains, gives vent to his emotions in the following descriptions of Karnak. The ground covered by the mass of remaining buildings is square, and each side measures 1,800 feet. One is astounded and overcome by the grandeur of the sublime remnants, the prodigality and magnificence of workmanship to be seen everywhere. No people of ancient or modern times has conceived the art of architecture upon a scale so sublime, so grandiose as it existed among the ancient Egyptians, and the imagination, which in Europe soars far above our porticos, arrests itself and falls powerless at the foot of the 140 columns of the hypostyle of Karnak. In one of its halls, the Cathedral of Notre Dame might stand and not touch the ceiling, but be considered as a small ornament in the center of the hall. A writer in a number of an English periodical, of 1870, evidently speaking with the authority of a traveler who describes what he has seen, expresses himself as follows: courts, halls, gateways, pillars, obelisks, monolithic figures, sculptures, long rows of sphinxes, are found in such profusion at Karnak, that the sight is too much for modern comprehension. Says Denon, the French traveler, it is hardly possible to believe, after seeing it, in the reality of the existence of so many buildings collected together on a single point, in their dimensions, in the resolute perseverance which their construction required, and in the incalculable expenses of so much magnificence. It is necessary that the reader should fancy what is before him to be a dream, as he who views the objects themselves occasionally yields to the doubt whether he be perfectly awake. There are lakes and mountains within the periphery of the sanctuary. These two edifices are selected as examples from a list next to inexhaustible. The whole valley and delta of the Nile, from the cataracts to the sea, was covered with temples, palaces, tombs, pyramids, obelisks, and pillars. The execution of the sculptures is beyond praise. The mechanical perfection with which artists wrought in granite, serpentine, breccia, and basalt, is wonderful, according to all the experts. Animals and plants look as good as natural, and artificial objects are beautifully sculptured. Battles by sea and land, and scenes of domestic life are to be found in all their bas-reliefs. The monuments, says an English author, which there strike the traveler, fill his mind with great ideas. At the sight of the colossuses and superb obelisks, which seem to surpass the limits of human nature, he cannot help exclaiming, "This was the work of man," and this sentiment seems to ennoble his existence. Asterisk. In his turn, Dr. Richardson, speaking of the Temple of Denderah, says, "The female figures are so extremely well executed, that they do all but speak, they have a mildness of feature and expression that never was surpassed. Every one of these stones is covered with hieroglyphics, and the more ancient they are, the more beautifully we find them chiseled. Does not this furnish a new proof that history got its first glimpse of the ancients when the arts were already fast degenerating among them? The obelisks have their inscriptions cut 2 inches, and sometimes more, in depth, and they are cut with the highest degree of perfection. Some idea may be formed of their depth, from the fact that the Arabs, for a small fee, will climb sometimes to the very top of an obelisk, by inserting their toes and fingers in the excavations of the hieroglyphics. That all of these works, in which solidity rivals the beauty of their execution, were done before the days of the Exodus, there remains no historical doubt whatever. All the archaeologists now agree in saying that, the further back we go in history, the better and finer become these arts. These views clash again with the individual opinion of Mr. Fiske, who would have us believe that the sculptures upon these monuments, of Egypt, Hindustan, and Assyria, moreover, betoken a very undeveloped condition of the artistic faculties. Nay, the learned gentleman goes farther. Joining his voice in the opposition against the claims of learning which belongs by right to the sacerdotal castes of antiquity to that of Lewis, he contemptuously remarks that the extravagant theory of a profound science possessed by the Egyptian priesthood from a remote antiquity, and imparted to itinerant Greek philosophers, has been utterly destroyed. By Sir G.C. Lewis. While, with regard to Egypt and Hindustan, as well as Assyria, it may be said that the colossal monuments which have adorned these countries since prehistoric times, bear witness to the former prevalence of a barbaric despotism, totally incompatible with social nobility, and, therefore, with well-sustained progress. A curious argument, indeed. If the size and grandeur of public monuments are to serve to our posterity as a standard by which to approximately estimate the progress of civilization attained by their builders, it may be prudent, perhaps, for America, so proud of her alleged progress and freedom, to dwarf her buildings at once to 1 story. Otherwise, according to Professor Fiske's theory, the archaeologists of AD 3877 will be applying to the ancient America of 1877, the rule of Lewis, and say the ancient United States may be considered as a great latifundium, or plantation, cultivated by the entire population, as the kings, presidents, slaves. Is it because the white-skinned Aryan races were never born builders, like the Eastern Ethiopians, or dark-skinned Caucasians, and, therefore, never able to compete with the latter in such colossal structures, that we must jump at the conclusion that these grandiose temples and pyramids could only have been erected under the whip of a merciless despot? Strange logic! It would really seem more prudent to hold to the rigorous canons of criticism laid down by Lewis and Grote, and honestly confess at once, that we really know little about these ancient nations, and that, except so far as purely hypothetical speculations go, unless we study in the same direction as the ancient priests did, we have as little chance in the future. We only know what they allowed the uninitiated to know, but the little we do learn of them by deduction, ought to be sufficient to assure us that, even in the 19th century, with all our claims to supremacy in arts and sciences, we are totally unable, we will not say to build anything like the monuments of Egypt, Hindustan, or Assyria, but even to rediscover the least of the ancient lost arts. Besides, Sir Gardner Wilkinson gives forcible expression to this view of the exhumed treasures of old, by adding that, he can trace no primitive mode of life, no barbarous customs, but a sort of stationary civilization from the most remote periods. Thus far, archaeology disagrees with geology, which affirms that the further they trace the remains of men, the more barbarous they find them. It is doubtful if geology has even yet exhausted the field of research afforded her in the caves, and the views of geologists, which are based upon present experience, may be radically modified, when they come to discover the remains of the ancestors of the people whom they now style the cave dwellers. What better illustrates the theory of cycles than the following fact? Nearly 700 years BC, in the schools of Thales and Pythagoras was taught the doctrine of the true motion of the earth, its form, and the whole heliocentric system. and in 317 AD, we find Lactantius, the preceptor of Crispus Caesar, son of Constantine the Great, teaching his pupil that the earth was a plane surrounded by the sky, which is composed of fire and water, and warning him against the heretical doctrine of the earth's globular form. Whenever, in the pride of some new discovery, we throw a look into the past, we find, to our dismay, certain vestiges which indicate the possibility, if not certainty, that the alleged discovery was not totally unknown to the ancients. It is generally asserted that neither the early inhabitants of the Mosaic times, nor even the more civilized nations of the Ptolemaic period were acquainted with electricity. If we remain undisturbed in this opinion, it is not for lack of proofs to the contrary. We may disdain to search for a profounder meaning in some characteristic sentences of Servius, and other writers, we cannot so obliterate them but that, at some future day, that meaning will appear to us in all its significant truths. The first inhabitants of the earth, says he, never carried fire to their altars, but by their prayers they brought down the heavenly fire. Prometheus discovered and revealed to man the art of bringing down lightning, and by the method which he taught to them, they brought down fire from the region above. If, after pondering these words, we are still willing to attribute them to the phraseology of mythological fables, we may turn to the days of Numa, the king philosopher, so renowned for his esoteric learning, and find ourselves more embarrassed to deal with his case. We can neither accuse him of ignorance, superstition, nor credulity, for, if history can be believed at all, he was intently bent on destroying polytheism and idol worship. He had so well dissuaded the Romans from idolatry that for nearly 2 centuries neither statues nor images appeared in their temples. On the other hand, old historians tell us that the knowledge which Numa possessed in natural physics was remarkable. Tradition says that he was initiated by the priests of the Etruscan divinities, and instructed by them in the secret of forcing Jupiter, the thunderer, to descend upon earth. Ovid shows that Jupiter Elysius began to be worshipped by the Romans from that time. Salvert is of the opinion that before Franklin discovered his refined electricity, Numa had experimented with it most successfully, and that Tullus Hostilius was the first victim of the dangerous heavenly guest recorded in history. Titus Livy and Pliny narrate that this prince, having found in the books of Numa, instructions on the secret sacrifices offered to Jupiter Elysius, made a mistake, and, in consequence of it, he was struck by lightning and consumed in his own palace. Salvert remarks that Pliny, in the exposition of Numa's scientific secrets, makes use of expressions which seem to indicate 2 distinct processes, the one obtained thunder, impetur, the other forced it to lightning, coterie. Guided by Numa's book, says Lucius, quoted by Pliny, Tullus undertook to invoke the aid of Jupiter. But having performed the rite imperfectly, he perished, struck by thunder. Tracing back the knowledge of thunder and lightning possessed by the Etruscan priests, we find that Tarchon, the founder of the theurgism of the former, desiring to preserve his house from lightning, surrounded it by a hedge of the white bryony, a climbing plant which has the property of averting thunderbolts. Tarchon the theurgist was much anterior to the siege of Troy. The pointed metallic lightning rod, for which we are seemingly indebted to Franklin, is probably a rediscovery after all. There are many metals which seem to strongly indicate that the principle was anciently known. The temple of Juno had its roof covered with a quantity of pointed blades of swords. If we possess but little proof of the ancients having had any clear notions as to all the effects of electricity, there is very strong evidence, at all events, of their having been perfectly acquainted with electricity itself. Ben David, says the author of the Occult Sciences, has asserted that Moses possessed some knowledge of the phenomena of electricity. Professor Hurd, of Berlin, is of this opinion. Michaelis remarks firstly, that there is no indication that lightning ever struck the Temple of Jerusalem, during 1,000 years. Secondly, that according to Josephus, a forest of points of gold, and very sharp, covered the roof of the temple. Thirdly, that this roof communicated with the caverns in the hill upon which the temple was situated, by means of pipes in connection with the gilding which covered all the exterior of the building, in consequence of which the points would act as conductors. Ammianus Marcellinus, a famous historian of the 4th century, a writer generally esteemed for the fairness and correctness of his statements, tells that the Magi preserved perpetually in their furnaces fire that they miraculously got from heaven. There is a sentence in the Hindu Upanishad, which runs thus: to know fire, the sun, the moon, and lightning, is 3/4 of the science of God. Finally, Salvert shows that in the days of Ctesias, India was acquainted with the use of conductors of lightning. This historian plainly states that iron placed at the bottom of a fountain, and made in the form of a sword, with the point upward, possessed, as soon as it was thus fixed in the ground, the property of averting storms and lightnings. What can be plainer? Some modern writers deny the fact that a great mirror was placed in the lighthouse of the Alexandrian port, for the purpose of discovering vessels at a distance at sea. But the renowned Buffon believed in it, for he honestly confesses that if the mirror really existed, as I firmly believe it did, to the ancients belonged the honor of the invention of the telescope. Stephens, in his work on the East, asserts that he found railroads in Upper Egypt whose grooves were coated with iron. Canova, Powers, and other celebrated sculptors of our modern age deem it an honor to be compared with Phidias of old, and strict truth would, perhaps, hesitate at such a flattery. Professor Jowett discredits the story of the Atlantis, in the Timaeus, and the records of 8,000 and 9,000 years appear to him an ancient swindle. But Bunsen remarks, there is nothing improbable in itself in reminiscences and records of great events in Egypt 9,000 years BC, 4. The origins of Egypt go back to the 9th millennium before Christ. Then how about the primitive Cyclopean fortresses of ancient Greece? Can the walls of Tiryns, about which, according to archaeological accounts, even among the ancients it was reported to have been the work of the Cyclops, be deemed posterior to the pyramids? Masses of rock, some equal to a cube of 6 feet, and the smallest of which, Pausanias says, could never be moved by a yoke of oxen, laid up in walls of solid masonry 25 feet thick and over 40 feet high, still believed to be the work of men of the races known to our history. Wilkinson's researches have brought to light the fact that many inventions of what we term modern, and upon which we plume ourselves, were perfected by the ancient Egyptians. The newly discovered papyrus of Ebers, the German archaeologist, proves that neither our modern chignons, skin-beautifying pearl powders, nor os dentifrices were secrets to them. More than one modern physician, even among those who advertise themselves as having made a speciality of nervous disorders, may find his advantage in consulting the medical books of Hermes, which contain prescriptions of real therapeutic value. The Egyptians, as we have seen, excelled in all arts. They made paper so excellent in quality as to be time-proof. They took out the pith of the papyrus, says our anonymous writer, previously mentioned, dissected and opened the fiber, and flattening it by a process known to them, made it as thin as our foolscap paper, but far more durable. They sometimes cut it into strips and glued it together. Many of such written documents are yet in existence. The papyrus found in the tomb of the Queen's mummy, and another one found in the sarcophagus of the Chamber de la Reine, at Giza, present the appearance of the finest glossy white muslin, while it possesses the durability of the best calf parchment. For a long time the savants believed the papyrus to have been introduced by Alexander the Great, as they erroneously imagined a good many more things, but Lepsius found rolls of papyri in tombs and monuments of the 12th dynasty. Sculptured pictures of papyri were found later, on monuments of the 4th dynasty, and now it is proved that the art of writing was known and used as early as the days of Menes, the protomonarch, and thus it was finally discovered that the art and their system of writing were perfect and complete from the very first. It is to Champollion that we owe the first interpretation of their weird writing, and, but for his lifelong labor, we would till now remain uninformed as to the meaning of all these pictured letters, and the ancients would still be considered ignorant by the moderns whom they so greatly excelled in some arts and sciences. He was the first to find out what wondrous tale the Egyptians had to tell, for one who could read their endless manuscripts and records. They left them on every spot and object capable of receiving characters. They engraved, and chiseled, and sculptured them on monuments, they traced them on furniture, rocks, stones, walls, coffins, and tombs, as on the papyrus. The pictures of their daily lives, in their smallest details, are being now unraveled before our dazzled eyes in the most wondrous way. Nothing, of what we know, seems to have been overlooked by the ancient Egyptians. The history of Sesostris shows us how well he and his people were versed in the art and practice of war. The pictures show how formidable they were when encountered in battle. They constructed war engines. Horner says that through each of the 100 gates of Thebes issued 200 men with horses and chariots, the latter were magnificently constructed, and very light in comparison with our modern heavy, clumsy, and uncomfortable artillery wagons. Kenrick describes them in the following terms: in short, as all the essential principles which regulate the construction and draft of carriages are exemplified in the war chariots of the pharaohs, so there is nothing which modern taste and luxury have devised for their decoration to which we do not find a prototype in the monuments of the 18th dynasty. Metallic springs have been found in them, and, notwithstanding Wilkinson's superficial investigation in that direction, and description of these in his studies, we find proofs that such were used to prevent the jolting in the chariots in their too rapid course. The bas-reliefs show us certain melees and battles in which we can find and trace their uses and customs to the smallest details. The heavily armed men fought in coats of mail, the infantry had quilted tunics and felt helmets, with metallic coverings to protect them the better. Muratori, the modern Italian inventor who, some 10 years ago, introduced his impenetrable cuirass, has but followed in his invention what he could make out of the ancient method which suggested to him the idea. The process of rendering such objects as cardboard, felt, and other tissues, impenetrable to the cuts and thrusts of any sharp weapon, is now numbered among the lost arts. Muratori succeeded but imperfectly in preparing such felt cuirasses, and, notwithstanding the boasted achievements of modern chemistry, he could derive from it no preparation adequate to effect his object, and failed. To what perfection chemistry had reached in ancient times, may be inferred from a fact mentioned by Viry. In his dissertations, he shows that Asclepiodotus, a general of Mithridates, reproduced chemically the deleterious exhalations of the sacred grotto. These vapors, like those of Kearney, threw the Pythoness into the mantic frenzy. Egyptians used bows, double-edged swords, and daggers, javelins, spears, and pikes. The light troops were armed with darts and slings, charioteers wielded maces and battle-axes, in siege operations they were perfect. The assailants, says the anonymous writer, advanced, forming a narrow and long line, the point being protected by a triple-sided, impenetrable engine pushed before them on a kind of roller, by an invisible squad of men. They had covered underground passages with trapdoors, scaling ladders, and the art of escalade and military strategy was carried by them to perfection. The battering ram was familiar to them as other things, being such experts in quarrying they knew how to set a mine to a wall and bring it down. The same writer remarks, that it is a great deal safer for us to mention what the Egyptians did than what they did not know, for every day brings some new discovery of their wonderful knowledge, and if, he adds, we were to find out that they used Armstrong guns, this fact would not be much more astonishing than many of the facts brought out to light already. The proof that they were proficient in mathematical sciences, lies in the fact that those ancient mathematicians whom we honor as the fathers of geometry went to Egypt to be instructed. Says Professor Smith, as quoted by Mr. Peebles, the geometrical knowledge of the pyramid builders began where Euclid's ended. Before Greece came into existence, the arts, with the Egyptians, were ripe and old. Land measuring, an art resting on geometry, the Egyptians certainly knew well, as, according to the Bible, Joshua, after conquering the Holy Land, had skill enough to divide it. And how could a people so skilled in natural philosophy as the Egyptians were, not be proportionately skilled in psychology and spiritual philosophy? The temple was the nursery of the highest civilization, and it alone possessed that higher knowledge of magic which was in itself the quintessence of natural philosophy. The occult powers of nature were taught in the greatest secrecy, and the most wonderful cures were performed during the performing of the mysteries. Herodotus acknowledges that the Greeks learned all they knew, including the sacred services of the temple, from the Egyptians, and because of that, their principal temples were consecrated to Egyptian divinities. Melampus, the famous healer and soothsayer of Argos, had to use his medicines after the manner of the Egyptians, from whom he had gained his knowledge, whenever he desired his cure to be thoroughly effective. He healed Iphiclus of his impotency and Debility by the rust of iron, according to the directions of Mantus, his magnetic sleeper, or oracle. Sprengel gives many wonderful instances of such magical cures in his History of Medicine, cp 119. Diodorus, in his work on the Egyptians, Libai, says that Isis has deserved immortality, for all nations of the earth bear witness to the power of this goddess to cure diseases by her influence. This is proved, he says, not by fable as among the Greeks, but by authentic facts. Galen records several remedial means which were preserved in the healing wards of the temples. He mentions also a universal medicine which in his time was called Isis. Asterisk. The doctrines of several Greek philosophers, who had been instructed in Egypt, demonstrates their profound learning. Orpheus, who, according to Artapanus, was a disciple of Moses, Pythagoras, Herodotus, and Plato owe their philosophy to the same temples in which the wise Solon was instructed by the priests. Anticlides relates, says Pliny, that the letters were invented in Egypt by a person whose name was Menon, 15 years before Pheronius, the most ancient king of Greece. Jablonski proves that the heliocentric system, as well as the earth's sphericity, were known by the priests of Egypt from immemorial ages. This theory, he adds, Pythagoras took from the Egyptians, who had it from the Brahmans of India. Fenelon, the illustrious Archbishop of Cambrai, in his Lives of the Ancient Philosophers, credits Pythagoras with this knowledge, and says that besides teaching his disciples that as the earth was round there were antipodes, since it was inhabited everywhere, the great mathematician was the first to discover that the morning and evening star was the same. If we now consider that Pythagoras lived in about the 16th Olympiad, over 700 years BC, and taught this fact at such an early period, we must believe that it was known by others before him. The works of Aristotle, Laertius, and several others in which Pythagoras is mentioned, demonstrate that he had learned from the Egyptians about the obliquity of the ecliptic, the starry composition of the Milky Way, and the borrowed light of the moon. Wilkinson, corroborated later by others, says that the Egyptians divided time, knew the true length of the year, and the precession of the equinoxes. By recording the rising and setting of the stars, they understood the particular influences which proceed from the positions and conjunctions of all heavenly bodies, and therefore their priests, prophesying as accurately as our modern astronomers, meteorological changes, could, and plus, astrologize through astral motions. Though the sober and eloquent Cicero may be partially right in his indignation against the exaggerations of the Babylonian priests, who assert that they have preserved upon monuments observations extending back during an interval of 470,000 years, still, the period at which astronomy had arrived at its perfection with the ancients is beyond the reach of modern calculation. A writer in one of our scientific journals observes that every science in its growth passes through 3 stages. First, we have the stage of observation, when facts are collected and registered by many minds in many places. Next, we have the stage of generalization, when these carefully verified facts are arranged methodically, generalized systematically, and classified logically, so as to deduce and elucidate from them the laws that regulate their rule and order. Lastly, we have the stage of prophecy, when these laws are so applied that events can be predicted to occur with unerring accuracy. If several thousand years BC, Chinese and Chaldean astronomers predicted eclipses, the latter, whether by the cycle of sorrows, or other means, matters not, the fact remains the same. They had reached the last and highest stage of astronomical science they prophesied. If they could, in the year 1722 BC, delineate the zodiac with the exact positions of the planets at the time of the autumnal equinox, and so unerringly as Professor Mitchell, the astronomer, proved, then they knew the laws that regulate carefully verified facts to perfection, and applied them with as much certainty as our modern astronomers. Moreover, astronomy is said to be in our century the only science which has thoroughly reached the last stage. Other sciences are yet in various stages of growth. Electricity, in some branches, has reached the third stage, but in many branches is still in its infantine period. This we know, on the exasperating confessions of men of science themselves, and we can entertain no doubt as to this sad reality in the 19th century, as we belong ourselves to it. Not so in relation to the men who lived in the days of the glory of Chaldea, Assyria, and Babylon. Of the stages they reached in other sciences we know nothing, except that in astronomy they stood equal with us, for they had also reached the third and last stage. In his lecture on the lost arts, Wendell Phillips very artistically describes the situation. "We seem to imagine," says he, "that whether knowledge will die with us or not, it certainly began with us. We have a pitying estimate, a tender pity for the narrowness, ignorance, and darkness of the bygone ages." To illustrate our own idea with the closing sentence of the favorite lecturer, we may as well confess that we undertook this chapter, which in one sense interrupts our narrative, to inquire of our men of science, whether they are sure that they are boasting on the right line. Thus we read of a people, who, according to some learned writers, had just emerged from the Bronze Age into the succeeding Age of Iron. If Chaldea, Assyria, and Babylon presented stupendous and venerable antiquities reaching far back into the night of time, Persia was not without her wonders of a later date. The pillared halls of Persepolis were filled with miracles of art carvings, sculptures, enamels, alabaster libraries, obelisks, sphinxes, colossal bulls. Ecbatana, in Media, the cool summer retreat of the Persian kings, was defended by 7 encircling walls of hewn and polished blocks, the interior ones in succession of increasing height, and of different colors, in astrological accordance with the 7 planets. The palace was roofed with silver tiles, its beams were plated with gold. At midnight, in its halls, the sun was rivaled by many a row of naphtha cressets. A paradise, that luxury of the monarchs of the East, was planted in the midst of the city. The Persian Empire was truly the garden of the world. In Babylon there still remained its walls, once more than 60 miles in compass and, after the ravages of 3 centuries and 3 conquerors, still more than 80 feet in height. There were still the ruins of the temple of the cloud-encompassed Bel. On its top was planted the observatory wherein the weird Chaldean astronomers had held nocturnal communion with the stars. Still there were vestiges of the 2 palaces with their hanging gardens, in which were trees growing in mid-air, and the wreck of the hydraulic machinery that had supplied them from the river. Into the artificial lake, with its vast apparatus of aqueducts and sluices, the melted snows of the Armenian mountains found their way and were confined in their course through the city by the embankments of the Euphrates. Most wonderful of all, perhaps, was the tunnel under the riverbed. In his first Traces of Man in Europe, Albrecht Müller proposes a name descriptive of the age in which we live, and suggests that the age of paper is perhaps as good as any that can be discussed. We do not agree with the learned professor. Our firm opinion is, that succeeding generations will term ours, at best, the age of brass, at worst, that of Albada or of Orawide. The thought of the present-day commentator and critic as to the ancient learning, is limited to and runs round the exoterism of the temples. His insight is either unwilling or unable to penetrate into the solemn Adida of old, where the Hierophant instructed the neophyte to regard the public worship in its true light. No ancient sage would have taught that man is the king of creation, and that the starry heaven and our mother earth were created for his sake. He, who doubts the assertion, may turn to the magical and philosophical precepts of Zoroaster, and find its corroboration in the following, **: Direct not thy mind to the vast measures of the earth. For the plant of truth is not upon ground. Nor measure the measures of the sun, collecting rules. For he is carried by the eternal will of the Father, not for your sake. Dismiss the impetuous course of the moon. For she runs always by work of necessity. The progression of the stars was not generated for your sake. A rather strange teaching to come from those who are universally believed to have worshipped the sun and moon and the starry host, as gods. The sublime profundity of the Magian precepts being beyond the reach of modern materialistic thought, the Chaldean philosophers are accused, together with the ignorant masses, of Sabianism and sun worship. There was a vast difference between the true worship taught to those who showed themselves worthy, and the state religions. The Magians are accused of all kinds of superstition, but this is what a Chaldean oracle says. The wide aerial flight of birds is not true. Nor the dissections of the entrails of victims, they are all mere toys. The basis of mercenary fraud, flee from these. If you would open the sacred paradise of piety, where virtue, wisdom, and equity are assembled. Surely, it is not those who warn people against mercenary fraud who can be accused of it, and if they accomplished acts which seem miraculous, who can with fairness presume to deny that it was done merely because they possessed a knowledge of natural philosophy and psychological science to a degree unknown to our schools. What did they not know? It is a well-demonstrated fact that the true meridian was correctly ascertained before the first pyramid was built. They had clocks and dials to measure time. Their cubit was the established unit of linear measure, being 1,707 feet of English measure. According to Herodotus, the unit of weight was also known as money. They had gold and silver rings valued by weight. They had the decimal and duodecimal modes of calculation from the earliest times, and were proficient in algebra. How could they otherwise, says an unknown author, bring into operation such immense mechanical powers, if they had not thoroughly understood the philosophy of what we term the mechanical powers? The art of making linen and fine fabrics is also proved to have been one of their branches of knowledge, for the Bible speaks of it. Joseph was presented by Pharaoh with a vesture of fine linen, a golden chain, and many more things. The linen of Egypt was famous throughout the world. The mummies are all wrapped in it and the linen is beautifully preserved. Pliny speaks of a certain garment sent 600 years BC, by King Amasis to Lindus, every single thread of which was composed of 360 minor threads twisted together. Herodotus gives us, Book I, in his account of Isis and the mysteries performed in her honor, an idea of the beauty and admirable softness of the linen worn by the priests. The latter wore shoes made of papyrus and garments of fine linen, because this goddess first taught the use of it, and thus, besides being called Isiaci, or priests of Isis, they were also known as linigera, or the linen wearing. This linen was spun and dyed in those brilliant and gorgeous colors, the secret of which is likewise now among the lost arts. On the mummies we often find the most beautiful embroidery and beadwork ornamenting their shirts. Several of such can be seen in the Museum of Bulak, Cairo, and are unsurpassable in beauty. The designs are exquisite, and the labor seems immense. The elaborate and so much vaunted Gobelins tapestry is but a gross production when compared with some of the embroidery of the ancient Egyptians. We have but to refer to Exodus to discover how skillful was the workmanship of the Israelitish pupils of the Egyptians upon their tabernacle and sacred ark. The sacerdotal vestments, with their decorations of pomegranates and golden bells, and the thummim, or jeweled breastplate of the high priest, are described by Josephus as being of unparalleled beauty and of wonderful workmanship, and yet we find beyond doubt that the Jews adopted their rites and ceremonies, and even the special dress of their Levites, from the Egyptians. Clemens Alexandrinus acknowledges it very reluctantly, and so does Origen and other fathers of the Church, some of whom, as a matter of course, attribute the coincidence to a clever trick of Satan in anticipation of events. Proctor, the astronomer, says in one of his books, the remarkable breastplate worn by the Jewish high priest was derived directly from the Egyptians. The word thummim itself is evidently of Egyptian origin, borrowed by Moses, like the rest, for further on the same page, Mr. Proctor says that, in the often repeated picture of judgment the deceased Egyptian is seen conducted by the god Horus, while Anubis places on one of the balances a vase supposed to contain his good actions, and in the other is the emblem of truth, a representation of Thme, the goddess of truth, which was also worn on the judicial breastplate. Wilkinson, in his Manners and Customs of the Ancient Egyptians, shows that the Hebrew thummim is a plural form of the word Thme. Asterisk. All the ornamental arts seem to have been known to the Egyptians. Their jewelry of gold, silver, and precious stones are beautifully wrought, so was the cutting, polishing, and setting of them executed by their lapidaries in the finest style. The finger ring of an Egyptian mummy, if we remember aright, was pronounced the most artistic piece of jewelry in the London exhibition of 1851. Their imitation of precious stones in glass is far above anything done at the present day, and the emerald may be said to have been imitated to perfection. In Pompeii, says Wendell Phillips, they discovered a room full of glass. There was ground glass, window glass, cut glass, and colored glass of every variety. Catholic priests who broke into China 200 years ago, were shown a glass, transparent and colorless, which was filled with liquor made by the Chinese, and which appeared to be colorless like water. This liquor was poured into the glass, and then looking through, it seemed to be filled with fishes. They turned it out and repeated the experiment, and again it was filled with fishes. In Rome they show a bit of glass, a transparent glass, which they light up so as to show you that there is nothing concealed, but in the center of the glass is a drop of colored glass, perhaps as large as a pea, modeled like a duck, and which even a miniature pencil could not do more perfectly. It is manifest that this drop of liquid glass must have been poured, because there is no joint. This must have been done by a greater heat than the annealing process, because that process shows breaks. In relation to their wonderful art of imitating precious stones, the lecturer speaks of the celebrated vase of the Genoa Cathedral, which was considered for long centuries a solid emerald. The Roman Catholic legend of it was that it was one of the treasures that the Queen of Sheba gave to Solomon, and that it was the identical cup out of which the Savior drank at the Last Supper. Subsequently it was found not to be an emerald, but an imitation, and when Napoleon brought it to Paris and gave it to the Institute, the scientists were obliged to confess that it was not a stone, and that they could not tell what it was. Further, speaking of the skill of the ancients in metal works, the same lecturer narrates that when the English plundered the summer palace of the Emperor of China, the European artists were surprised at seeing the curiously wrought metal vessels of every kind, far exceeding all the boasted skill of the workmen of Europe. African tribes in the interior of the country gave travelers better razors than they had. George Thompson told me, he adds, he saw a man in Calcutta throw a handful of floss silk into the air, and a Hindu sever it into pieces with his saber of native steel. He concludes by the apt remark that the steel is the greatest triumph of metallurgy, and metallurgy is the glory of chemistry. So with the ancient Egyptians and Semitic races. They dug gold and separated it with the utmost skill. Copper, lead, and iron were found in abundance near the Red Sea. In a lecture delivered in 1873, on the cavemen of Devonshire, Mr. W. Pengelly, F.R.S., stated on the authority of some Egyptologists that the first iron used in Egypt was meteoric iron, as the earliest mention of this metal is found in an Egyptian document, in which it is called the stone from heaven. This would imply the idea that the only iron which was in use in days of old was meteorite. This may have been the case at the commencement of the period embraced in our present geological explorations, but till we can compute with at least approximate accuracy the age of our excavated relics, who can tell but that we are making a blunder of possibly several 100,000 years? The injudiciousness of dogmatizing upon what the ancient Chaldeans and Egyptians did not know about mining and metallurgy is at least partially shown by the discoveries of Colonel Howard Vyse. Moreover, many of such precious stones as are only found at a great depth in mines are mentioned in Homer and the Hebrew Scriptures. Have scientists ascertained the precise time when mining shafts were first sunk by mankind? According to Dr. A. C. Hamlin, in India, the arts of the goldsmith and lapidary have been practiced from an unknown antiquity. That the Egyptians either knew from the remotest ages how to temper steel, or possessed something still better and more perfect than the implement necessary in our days for chiseling, is an alternative from which the archaeologists cannot escape. How else could they have produced such artistic chiseling, or wrought such sculpture as they did? The critics may take their choice of either, according to them, steel tools of the most exquisite temper, or some other means of cutting sienite, granite, and basalt, which, in the latter case, must be added to the long catalogue of lost arts. Professor Albrecht Müller says, we may ascribe the introduction of bronze manufacture into Europe to a great race immigrant from Asia some 6,000 years ago, called Aryas or Aryans. Civilization of the East preceded that of the West by many centuries. There are many proofs that a considerable degree of culture existed at its very beginning. Bronze was yet in use, but iron as well. Pottery was not only shaped on the lathe, but burned a good red. Manufactures in glass, gold, and silver, are found for the first time. In lonely mountain places are yet found dross, and the remains of iron furnaces. To be sure, this dross is sometimes ascribed to volcanic action, but it is met with where volcanoes never could have existed. But it is in the process of preparing mummies that the skill of this wonderful people is exemplified in the highest degree. None but those who have made special study of the subject, can estimate the amount of skill, patience, and knowledge exacted for the accomplishment of this indestructible work, which occupied several months. Both chemistry and surgery were called into requisition. The mummies, if left in the dry climate of Egypt, seemed to be practicably imperishable, and even when removed after a repose of several thousand years, show no signs of change. The body, says the anonymous writer, was filled with myrrh, cassia, and other gums, and after that, saturated with natron. Then followed the marvelous swatting of the embalmed body, so artistically executed, that professional modern bandagists are lost in admiration at its excellency. Says Dr. Granville, there is not a single form of bandage known to modern surgery, of which far better and cleverer examples are not seen in the swattings of the Egyptian mummies. The strips of linen are found without one single joint, extending to 1,000 yards in length. Rossellini, in Kenrick's Ancient Egypt, gives a similar testimony to the wonderful variety and skill with which the bandages have been applied and interlaced. There was not a fracture in the human body that could not be repaired successfully by the sacerdotal physician of those remote days. Who but well remembers the excitement produced some 25 years ago by the discovery of anesthesia? The nitrous oxide gas, sulfuric and chloric ether, chloroform, laughing gas, besides various other combinations of these, were welcomed as so many heavenly blessings to the suffering portion of humanity. Poor Dr. Horace Wells, of Hartford, in 1844, was the discoverer, and Drs. Morton and Jackson reaped the honors and benefits in 1846, as is usual in such cases. The anesthetics were proclaimed the greatest discovery ever made. And, though the famous Lethean of Morton and Jackson, a compound of sulfuric ether, the chloroform of Sir James Y. Simpson, and the nitrous oxide gas, introduced by Colton, in 1843, and by Dunham and Smith, were occasionally checked by fatal cases, it still did not prevent these gentlemen from being considered public benefactors. The patients successfully put to sleep sometimes awoke no more, what matters that, so long as others were relieved? Physicians assure us that accidents are now but rarely apprehended. Perhaps it is because the beneficent anesthetic agents are so parsimoniously applied as to fail in their effects 1/2 of the time, leaving the sufferer paralyzed for a few seconds in his external movements, but feeling the pain as acutely as ever. On the whole, however, chloroform and laughing gas are beneficent discoveries. But, are they the first anesthetics ever discovered, strictly speaking? Dioscorides speaks of the stone of Memphis, lapis memphiticus, and describes it as a small pebble round, polished, and very sparkling. When ground into powder, and applied as an ointment to that part of the body on which the surgeon was about to operate, either with his scalpel or fire, it preserved that part, and only that part from any pain of the operation. In the meantime, it was perfectly harmless to the constitution of the patient, who retained his consciousness throughout, in no way dangerous from its effects, and acted so long as it was kept on the affected part. When taken in a mixture of wine or water, all feeling of suffering was perfectly deadened. Pliny gives also a full description of it. From time immemorial, the Brahmans have had in their possession secrets quite as valuable. The widow, bent on the self-sacrifice of concremation, called sahamaranya, has no dread of suffering the least pain, for the fiercest flames will consume her, without one pang of agony being experienced by her. The holy plants which crown her brow, as she is conducted in ceremony to the funeral pile, the sacred root culled at the midnight hour on the spot where the Ganges and the Yamuna mingle their waters, and the process of anointing the body of the self-appointed victim with ghee and sacred oils, after she has bathed in all her clothes and finery, are so many magical anesthetics. Supported by those she is going to part with in body, she walks thrice around her fiery couch, and, after bidding them farewell, is cast on the dead body of her husband, and leaves this world without a single moment of suffering. The semi-fluid, says a missionary writer, an eyewitness of several such ceremonies, the ghee, is poured upon the pile, it is instantly inflamed, and the drugged widow dies quickly of suffocation before the fire reaches her body. No such thing, if the sacred ceremony is only conducted strictly after the prescribed rites. The widows are never drugged in the sense we are accustomed to understand the word. Only precautionary measures are taken against a useless physical martyrdom, the atrocious agony of burning. Her mind is as free and clear as ever, and even more so. Firmly believing in the promises of a future life, her whole mind is absorbed in the contemplation of the approaching bliss, the beatitude of freedom, which she is about to attain. She generally dies with the smile of heavenly rapture on her countenance, and if someone is to suffer at the hour of retribution, it is not the earnest devotee of her faith, but the crafty Brahmans who know well enough that no such ferocious rite was ever prescribed. As to the victim, after having been consumed, she becomes a Siddhi, transcendent purity, and is canonized after death. Egypt is the birthplace and the cradle of chemistry. Kenrick shows the root of the word to be chemi or chem, which was the name of the country, Psalm CV 27. The chemistry of colors seems to have been thoroughly well known in that country. Facts are facts. Where among our painters are we to search for the artist who can decorate our walls with imperishable colors? Ages after our pygmy buildings will have crumbled into dust, and the cities enclosing them will themselves have become shapeless heaps of brick and mortar, with forgotten names. Long after that will the halls of Karnak and Luxor, be still standing, and the gorgeous mural paintings of the latter will doubtless be as bright and vivid 4,000 years hence, as they were 4,000 years ago, and are today. Embalming and fresco painting, says our author, was not a chance discovery with the Egyptians, but brought out from definitions and maxims like any induction of Faraday. Our modern Italians boast of their Etruscan vases and paintings. The decorative borders found on Greek vases provoke the admiration of the lovers of antiquity, and are ascribed to the Greeks, while in fact they were but copies from the Egyptian vases. Their figures can be found any day on the walls of a tomb of the age of Amunophi, a period at which Greece was not even in existence. Where, in our age, can we point to anything comparable to the rock temples of Ipsambul in Lower Nubia? There may be seen sitting figures 70 feet high, carved out of the living rock. The torso of the statue of Ramses II, at Thebes, measures 60 feet around the shoulders, and elsewhere in proportion. Besides such titanic sculpture, our own seems that of pygmies. Iron was known to the Egyptians at least long before the construction of the first pyramid, which is over 20,000 years ago, according to Bunsen. The proof of this had remained hidden for many thousands of years in the pyramid of Cheops, until Colonel Howard Vyse found it in the shape of a piece of iron, in one of the joints, where it had evidently been placed at the time this pyramid was first built. Egyptologists adduce many indications that the ancients were perfectly well acquainted with metallurgy in prehistoric times. To this day we can find at Sinai large heaps of scoriae, produced by smelting. Metallurgy and chemistry, as practiced in those days, were known as alchemy, and were at the bottom of prehistoric magic. Moreover, Moses proved his knowledge of alchemical chemistry by pulverizing the golden calf, and strewing the powder upon the water. If now we turn to navigation, we will find ourselves able to prove, on good authorities, that Necho II fitted out a fleet on the Red Sea and dispatched it for exploration. The fleet was absent above 2 years, and instead of returning through the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, as was wont, sailed back through the Straits of Gibraltar. Herodotus was not at all swift to concede to the Egyptians a maritime achievement so vast as this. They had, he says, been spreading the report that returning homewards, they had the sunrise on their right hands, a thing which to me is incredible. And yet, remarks the author of the heretofore mentioned article, this incredible assertion is now proved incontestable, as may well be understood by anyone who has doubled the Cape of Good Hope. Thus it is proved that the most ancient of these people performed a feat which was attributed to Columbus many ages later. They say they anchored twice on their way, sowed corn, reaped it, and, sailing away, steered in triumph through the Pillars of Hercules and eastward along the Mediterranean. There was a people, he adds, much more deserving of the term veteries than the Romans and Greeks. The Greeks, young in their knowledge, sounded a trumpet before these and called upon all the world to admire their ability. Old Egypt, grown grey in her wisdom, was so secure of her acquirements that she did not invite admiration and cared no more for the opinion of the flippant Greek than we do today for that of a Fiji islander. "O Solon, Solon," said the oldest Egyptian priest to that sage, "you Greeks are ever childish, having no ancient opinion, no discipline of any long standing." And very much surprised, indeed, was the great Solon, when he was told by the priests of Egypt that so many gods and goddesses of the Grecian pantheon were but the disguised gods of Egypt. Truly spoke Zonaras, all these things came to us from Chaldea to Egypt, and from thence were derived to the Greeks. Sir David Brewster gives a glowing description of several automata, and the 18th century takes pride in that masterpiece of mechanical art, the flute player of Vaucanson. The little we can glean of positive information on that subject, from ancient writers, warrants the belief that the learned mechanicians in the days of Archimedes, and some of them much anterior to the great Syracusan, were in no wise more ignorant or less ingenious than our modern inventors. Archytas, a native of Tarentum, in Italy, the instructor of Plato, a philosopher distinguished for his mathematical achievements and wonderful discoveries in practical mechanics, constructed a wooden dove. It must have been an extraordinarily ingenious mechanism, as it flew, fluttered its wings, and sustained itself for a considerable time in the air. This skillful man, who lived 400 years BC, invented besides the wooden dove, the screw, the crane, and various hydraulic machines. Asterisk. Egypt pressed her own grapes and made wine. Nothing remarkable in that, so far, but she brewed her own beer, and in great quantity, our Egyptologist goes on to say. The Ebers manuscript proves now, beyond doubt, that the Egyptians used beer 2000 years BC. Their beer must have been strong and excellent like everything they did. Glass was manufactured in all its varieties. In many of the Egyptian sculptures we find scenes of glass blowing and bottles. Occasionally, during archaeological researches, glasses and glassware are found, and very beautiful they seem to have been. Sir Gardner Wilkinson says that the Egyptians cut, ground, and engraved glass, and possessed the art of introducing gold between the two surfaces of the substance. They imitated with glass, pearls, emeralds, and all the precious stones to a great perfection. Likewise, the most ancient Egyptians cultivated the musical arts, and understood well the effect of musical harmony and its influence on the human spirit. We can find on the oldest sculptures and carvings scenes in which musicians play on various instruments. Music was used in the healing department of the temples for the cure of nervous disorders. We discover on many monuments men playing in bands in concert, the leader beating time by clapping his hands. Thus far we can prove that they understood the laws of harmony. They had their sacred music, domestic and military. The lyre, harp, and flute were used for the sacred concerts. For festive occasions they had the guitar, the single and double pipes, and castanets. For troops, and during military service, they had trumpets, tambourines, drums, and cymbals. Various kinds of harps were invented by them, such as the lyre, sambuk, ashur. Some of these had upward of 20 strings. The superiority of the Egyptian lyre over the Grecian is an admitted fact. The material out of which were made such instruments was often of very costly and rare wood, and they were beautifully carved. They imported it sometimes from very distant countries. Some were painted, inlaid with mother of pearl, and ornamented with colored leather. They used catgut for strings as we do. Pythagoras learned music in Egypt and made a regular science of it in Italy. But the Egyptians were generally considered in antiquity as the best music teachers in Greece. They understood thoroughly well how to extract harmonious sounds out of an instrument by adding strings to it, as well as the multiplication of notes by shortening the strings upon its neck, which knowledge shows a great progress in the musical art. Speaking of harps, in a tomb at Thebes, Bruce remarks that, they overturn all the accounts hitherto given of the earliest state of music and musical instruments in the East, and are altogether, in their form, ornaments, and compass, an incontestable proof, stronger than 1,000 Greek quotations, that geometry, drawing, mechanics, and music were at the greatest perfection when these instruments were made, and that the period from which we date the invention of these arts was only the beginning of the era of their restoration. On the walls of the palace of Amenoptah at Thebes, the king is represented as playing chess with the queen. This monarch reigned long before the Trojan War. In India the game is known to have been played at least 5,000 years ago. As to their knowledge in medicine, now that one of the lost books of Hermes has been found and translated by Ebers, the Egyptians can speak for themselves. That they understood about the circulation of the blood, appears certain from the healing manipulations of the priests, who knew how to draw blood downward, stop its circulation for a while, etc. A more careful study of their bas-reliefs representing scenes taking place in the healing hall of various temples will easily demonstrate it. They had their dentists and oculists, and no doctor was allowed to practice more than one specialty, which certainly warrants the belief that they lost fewer patients in those days than our physicians do now. It is also asserted by some authorities that the Egyptians were the first people in the world who introduced trial by jury, although we doubt this ourselves. But the Egyptians were not the only people of remote epochs whose achievements place them in so commanding a position before the view of posterity. Besides others whose history is at present shut in behind the mists of antiquity, such as the prehistoric races of the two Americas, of Crete, of the Troad, of the Lacustrians, of the submerged continent of the fabled Atlantis, now classed with myths, the deeds of the Phoenicians stamp them with almost the character of demigods. The writer in the National Quarterly Review, previously quoted, says that the Phoenicians were the earliest navigators of the world, founded most of the colonies of the Mediterranean, and voyaged to whatever other regions were inhabited. They visited the Arctic regions, whence they brought accounts of eternal days without a night, which Homer has preserved for us in the Odyssey. From the British Isles they imported tin into Africa, and Spain was a favorite site for their colonies. The description of Charybdis so completely answers to the maelstrom that, as this writer says, it is difficult to imagine it to have had any other prototype. Their explorations, it seems, extended in every direction, their sails whitening the Indian Ocean, as well as the Norwegian fjords. Different writers have accorded to them the settlement of remote localities, while the entire southern coast of the Mediterranean was occupied by their cities. A large portion of the African territory is asserted to have been peopled by the races expelled by Joshua and the children of Israel. At the time when Procopius wrote, columns stood in Mauritania Tingitana, which bore the inscription, in Phoenician characters, "We are those who fled before the brigand Joshua, the son of Nun or knave." Some suppose these hardy navigators of Arctic and Antarctic waters have been the progenitors of the races which built the temples and palaces of Palenque and Uxmal, of Copan and Arica. Brasser de Bourbourg gives us much information about the manners and customs, architecture and arts, and especially of the magic and magicians of the ancient Mexicans. He tells us that Wotan, their fabulous hero and the greatest of their magicians, returning from a long voyage, visited King Solomon at the time of the building of the temple. This Wotan appears to be identical with the dreaded Quetzalcoatl who appears in all the Mexican legends, and curiously enough these legends bear a striking resemblance, insomuch as they relate to the voyages and exploits of the Hittim, with the Hebrew Bible accounts of the Hivites, the descendants of Hate, son of Chanaan. The record tells us that Wotan furnished to Solomon the most valuable particulars as to the men, animals, and plants, the gold and precious woods of the Occident, but refused point-blank to afford any clue to the route he sailed, or the manner of reaching the mysterious continent. Solomon himself gives an account of this interview in his History of the Wonders of the Universe, the chief Wotan figuring under the allegory of the navigating serpent. Stevens, indulging in the anticipation that a key surer than that of the Rosetta Stone will be discovered, by which the American hieroglyphs may be read, says that the descendants of the Caciques and the Aztec subjects are believed to survive still in the inaccessible fastnesses of the Cordilleras wildernesses, which have never yet been penetrated by a white man. Living as their fathers did, erecting the same buildings, with ornaments of sculpture and plastered, large courts, and lofty towers with high ranges of steps, and still carving on tablets of stone the same mysterious hieroglyphics. He adds, I turn to that vast and unknown region, untraversed by a single road, wherein fancy pictures that mysterious city seen from the topmost range of the Cordilleras of unconquered, unvisited, and unsought aboriginal inhabitants. Apart from the fact that this mysterious city has been seen from a great distance by daring travelers, there is no intrinsic improbability of its existence, for who can tell what became of the primitive people who fled before the rapacious brigands of Cortés and Pizarro? Dr. Tschudi, in his work on Peru, tells us of an Indian legend that a train of 10,000 llamas, laden with gold to complete the unfortunate Inca's ransom, was arrested in the Andes by the tidings of his death, and the enormous treasure was so effectually concealed that not a trace of it has ever been found. He, as well as Prescott and other writers, informs us that the Indians to this day preserve their ancient traditions and sacerdotal caste, and obey implicitly the orders of rulers chosen among themselves, while at the same time nominally Catholics and actually subject to the Peruvian authorities. Magical ceremonies practiced by their forefathers still prevail among them, and magical phenomena occur. So persistent are they in their loyalty to the past, that it seems impossible but that they should be in relations with some central source of authority which constantly supports and strengthens their faith, keeping it alive. May it not be that the sources of this undying faith lie in this mysterious city, with which they are in secret communication? Or must we think that all of the above is again but a curious coincidence? The story of this mysterious city was told to Stevens by a Spanish padre, in 1838-9. The priest swore to him that he had seen it with his own eyes, and gave Stevens the following details, which the traveler firmly believed to be true. The padre of the little village near the ruins of Santa Cruz del Quiche, had heard of the unknown city at the village of Chajul. He was then young, and climbed with much labor to the naked summit of the topmost ridge of the Sierra of the Cordillera. When arrived at a height of 10 or 12,000 feet, he looked over an immense plain extending to Yucatan and the Gulf of Mexico, and saw, at a great distance, a large city spread over a great space, and with turrets white and glittering in the sun. Tradition says that no white man has ever reached the city, that the inhabitants speak the Maya language, know that strangers have conquered their whole land, and murder any white man who attempts to enter their territory. They have no coin, no horses, cattle, mules, or other domestic animals except fowls, and the cocks they keep underground to prevent their crowing being heard. Nearly the same was given us personally about 20 years ago, by an old native priest, whom we met in Peru, and with whom we happened to have business relations. He had passed all his life vainly trying to conceal his hatred toward the conqueror's brigands, he termed them, and, as he confessed, kept friends with them and the Catholic religion for the sake of his people, but he was as truly a sun worshipper in his heart as ever he was. He had traveled in his capacity of a converted native missionary, and had been at Santa Cruz, and, as he solemnly affirmed, had been also to see some of his people by a subterranean passage leading into the mysterious city. We believe his account, for a man who is about to die, will rarely stop to invent idle stories, and this one we have found corroborated in Stephen's travels. Besides, we know of 2 other cities utterly unknown to European travelers, not that the inhabitants particularly desire to hide themselves, for people from Buddhistic countries come occasionally to visit them. But their towns are not set down on the European or Asiatic maps, and, on account of the 2 zealous and enterprising Christian missionaries, and perhaps for more mysterious reasons of their own, the few natives of other countries who are aware of the existence of these 2 cities never mention them. Nature has provided strange nooks and hiding places for her favorites, and unfortunately it is but far away from so-called civilized countries that man is free to worship the deity in the way that his fathers did. Even the erudite and sober Max Muller is somehow unable to get rid of coincidences. To him they come in the shape of the most unexpected discoveries. These Mexicans, for instance, whose obscure origin, according to the laws of probability, has no connection with the Aryans of India, nevertheless, like the Hindus, represent an eclipse of the moon as the moon being devoured by a dragon. And though Professor Muller admits that an historical intercourse between the 2 people was suspected by Alexander von Humboldt, and he himself considers it possible, still the occurrence of such a fact, he adds, need not be the result of any historical intercourse. As we have stated above, the origin of the Aborigines of America is a very vexed question for those interested in tracing out the affiliation and migrations of peoples. Notwithstanding the labor of Brasseur de Bourbourg, and his elaborate translation of the famous Popol Vuh, alleged to be written by Islilxochitl, after weighing its contents, the antiquarian remains as much in the dark as ever. We have read the Popol Vuh in its original translation, and the review of the same by Max Muller, and out of the former find shining a light of such brightness, that it is no wonder that the matter-of-fact, skeptical scientists should be blinded by it. But so far as an author can be judged by his writings, Professor Max Muller is no unfair skeptic, and, moreover, very little of importance escapes his attention. How is it then that a man of such immense and rare erudition, accustomed as he is to embrace at one eagle glance the traditions, religious customs, and superstitions of a people, detecting the slightest similarity, and taking in the smallest details, failed to give any importance or perhaps even suspect what the humble author of the present volume, who has neither scientific training nor erudition, to any extent, apprehended at first view? Fallacious and unwarranted as to many may seem this remark, it appears to us that science loses more than she gains by neglecting the ancient and even medieval esoteric literature, or rather what remains of it. To one who devotes himself to such study many a coincidence is transformed into a natural result of demonstrable antecedent causes. We think we can see how it is that Professor Muller confesses that now and then one imagines one sees certain periods and landmarks, but in the next page all is chaos again. May it not be barely possible that this chaos is intensified by the fact that most of the scientists, directing the whole of their attention to history, skip that which they treat as vague, contradictory, miraculous, absurd. Notwithstanding the feeling that there was a groundwork of noble conceptions which has been covered and distorted by an aftergrowth of fantastic nonsense, Professor Muller cannot help comparing this nonsense to the tales of the Arabian Nights. Far be from us the ridiculous pretension of criticizing a scientist so worthy of admiration for his learning as Max Muller. But we cannot help saying that even among the fantastic nonsense of the Arabian Nights entertainments anything would be worthy of attention, if it should help toward the evolving of some historical truth. Homer's Odyssey surpasses in fantastic nonsense all the tales of the Arabian Nights combined, and notwithstanding that, many of his myths are now proved to be something else besides the creation of the old poet's fancy. The Laestrygonians, who devoured the companions of Ulysses, are traced to the huge cannibal ** race, said in primitive days to inhabit the caves of Norway. Geology verified through her discoveries some of the assertions of Homer, supposed for so many ages to have been but poetical hallucinations. The perpetual daylight enjoyed by this race of Laestrygonians indicates that they were inhabitants of the North Cape, where, during the whole summer, there is perpetual daylight. The Norwegian fjords are perfectly described by Homer in his Odyssey, X 110, and the gigantic stature of the Laestrygonians is demonstrated by human bones of unusual size found in caves situated near this region, and which the geologists suppose to have belonged to a race extinct long before the Aryan immigration. Charybdis, as we have seen, has been recognized in the Maelstrom, and the wandering rocks in the enormous icebergs of the Arctic seas. If the consecutive attempts at the creation of man described in the Quiche Cosmogony suggests no comparison with some Apocrypha, with the Jewish sacred books, and the Kabbalistic theories of creation, it is indeed strange. Even the Book of Jasher, condemned as a gross forgery of the 12th century, may furnish more than one clue to trace a relation between the population of Ur of the Chaldeans, where Magism flourished before the days of Abraham, and those of Central and North America. The divine beings, brought down to the level of human nature, performed no feats or tricks more strange or incredible than the miraculous performances of Moses and of Pharaoh's magicians, while many of these are exactly similar in their nature. And when, moreover, in addition to this latter fact, we find so great a resemblance between certain Kabbalistic terms common to both hemispheres, there must be something else than mere accident to account for the circumstance. Many of such feats have clearly a common parentage. The story of the two brothers of Central America, who, before starting on their journey to Xibalba, plant each a cane in the middle of their grandmother's house, that she may know by its flourishing or withering whether they are alive or dead, finds its analogy in the beliefs of many other countries. In the popular tales and traditions, by Sacharov, Russia, one can find a similar narrative, and trace this belief in various other legends. And yet these fairy tales were current in Russia many centuries before America was discovered. In recognizing in the gods of Stonehenge the divinities of Delphos and Babylon, one need feel little surprised. Bel and the dragon, Apollo and Python, Osiris and Typhon, are all one under many names, and have traveled far and wide. The Bothel of Ireland points directly to its first parent, the Betelos of the Greeks and the Bethel of Chanaan. History, says H. de la Villemarque, which took no notes at those distant ages, can plead ignorance, but the science of languages affirms. Philology, with a daily increasing probability, has again linked together the chain hardly broken between the Orient and the Occident. No more remarkable is the discovery of a like resemblance between the Oriental myths and ancient Russian tales and traditions, for it is entirely natural to look for a similarity between the beliefs of the Semitic and Aryan families. But when we discover an almost perfect identity between the character of Tsarevna Militrisa, with the moon in her forehead, who is in constant danger of being devoured by Zmei Goranech, the serpent or dragon, who plays such a prominent part in all popular Russian tales, and similar characters in the Mexican legends extending to the minutest details, we may well pause and ask ourselves whether there be not here more than a simple coincidence. This tradition of the dragon and the sun occasionally replaced by the moon has awakened echoes in the remotest parts of the world. It may be accounted for with perfect readiness by the once universal heliolatrous religion. There was a time when Asia, Europe, Africa, and America were covered with the temples sacred to the sun and the dragons. The priests assumed the names of their deities, and thus the tradition of these spread like a network all over the globe, Bel and the dragon being uniformly coupled together, and the priest of the Ophite religion as uniformly assuming the name of his god. But still, if the original conception is natural and intelligible, and its occurrence need not be the result of any historical intercourse, as Professor Muller tells us, the details are so strikingly similar that we cannot feel satisfied that the riddle is entirely solved. The origin of this universal symbolical worship being concealed in the night of time, we would have far more chance to arrive at the truth by tracing these traditions to their very source. And where is this source? Kircher places the origin of the Ophite and heliolatrous worship, the shape of conical monuments and the obelisks, with the Egyptian Hermes Trismegistus. Where, then, except in Hermetic books, are we to seek for the desired information? Is it likely that modern authors can know more, or as much, of ancient myths and cults as the men who taught them to their contemporaries? Clearly two things are necessary: first, to find the missing books of Hermes, and second, the key by which to understand them, for reading is not sufficient. Failing in this, our savants are abandoned to unfruitful speculations, as for a like reason geographers waste their energies in a vain quest of the sources of the Nile. Truly the land of Egypt is another abode of mystery. Without stopping to discuss whether Hermes was the prince of post-diluvian magic, as de Musset calls him, or the antediluvian, which is much more likely, one thing is certain: the authenticity, reliability, and usefulness of the books of Hermes, or rather of what remains of the 36 works attributed to the Egyptian magician, are fully recognized by Champollion, Jr., and corroborated by Champollion Figeac, who mentions it. Now, if by carefully looking over the Kabbalistical works, which are all derived from that universal storehouse of esoteric knowledge, we find the facsimiles of many so-called miracles wrought by magical art, equally reproduced by the Quiches, and if even in the fragments left of the original Popolvuh, there is sufficient evidence that the religious customs of the Mexicans, Peruvians, and other American races are nearly identical with those of the ancient Phoenicians, Babylonians, and Egyptians, and if, moreover, we discover that many of their religious terms have etymologically the same origin, how are we to avoid believing that they are the descendants of those whose forefathers fled before the brigand, Joshua, the son of Nun? Núñez de la Vega says that Nin, or Imas, of the Tsendales, was the Ninus of the Babylonians. It is possible that, so far, it may be a coincidence, as the identification of one with the other rests but upon a poor argument. But it is known, adds de Bourbourg, that this prince, and according to others, his father, Bel, or Baal, received, like the Nin of the Tsendales, the homages of his subjects under the shape of a serpent. The latter assertion, besides being fantastic, is nowhere corroborated in the Babylonian records. It is very true that the Phoenicians represented the sun under the image of a dragon, but so did all the other people who symbolized their sun gods. Belus, the first king of the Assyrian dynasty, was, according to Castor, and Eusebius who quotes him, deified, i.e., he was ranked among the gods after his death only. Thus, neither himself nor his son, Ninus, or Nin, could have received their subjects under the shape of a serpent, whatever the Tsendales did. Bel, according to Christians, is Baal, and Baal is the devil, since the Bible prophets began so designating every deity of their neighbors. Therefore Belus, Ninus, and the Mexican Nin are serpents and devils, and, as the devil, or father of evil, is one under many forms, therefore, under whatever name the serpent appears, it is the devil. Strange logic. Why not say that Ninus the Assyrian, represented as husband and victim of the ambitious Semiramis, was high priest as well as king of his country? That as such he wore on his tiara the sacred emblems of the dragon and the sun? Moreover, as the priest generally assumed the name of his god, Ninus was said to receive his subject as the representative of the serpent god. The idea is preeminently Roman Catholic and amounts to very little, as all their inventions do. If Núñez de la Vega was so anxious to establish an affiliation between the Mexicans and the biblical sun and serpent worshippers, why did he not show another and a better similarity between them without tracing in the Ninevites and the Tsendales the hoof and horn of the Christian devil? And to begin with, he might have pointed to the Chronicles of Fuentes, of the Kingdom of Guatemala, and to the manuscript of Don Juan Torres, the grandson of the last king of the Quiches. This document, which is said to have been in the possession of the lieutenant general appointed by Pedro de Alvarado, states that the Toltecas themselves descended from the house of Israel, who were released by Moses, and who, after crossing the Red Sea, fell into idolatry. After that, having separated themselves from their companions, and under the guidance of a chief named Tanub, they set out wandering, and from one continent to another they came to a place named the Seven Caverns, in the Kingdom of Mexico, where they founded the famous town of Tula, etc. Asterisk. If this statement has never obtained more credit than it has, it is simply due to the fact that it passed through the hands of Father Francis Vasquez, historian of the Order of San Francis, and this circumstance, to use the expression employed by de Musso in connection with the work of the poor, unfrocked Abbé Huck, is not calculated to strengthen our confidence. But there is another point as important, if not more so, as it seems to have escaped falsification by the zealous Catholic padres, and rests chiefly on Indian tradition. A famous Toltecan king, whose name is mixed up in the weird legends of Yucatán, the ruined capital of the great Indian kingdom, bore the biblical appellation of Balamacan, the first name being preeminently Chaldean, and reminding one immediately of Balaam and his human-voiced ass. Besides the statement of Lord Kingsborough, who found such a striking similarity between the language of the Aztecs, the mother tongue, and the Hebrew, many of the figures on the bas-reliefs of Palenque and idols in terracotta, exhumed in Santa Cruz del Quiche, have on their heads bandlets with a square protuberance on them, in front of the forehead, very similar to the phylacteries worn by the Hebrew Pharisees of old, while at prayers, and even by devotees of the present day, particularly the Jews of Poland and Russia. But as this may be but a fancy of ours, after all, we will not insist on the details. Upon the testimony of the ancients, corroborated by modern discoveries, we know that there were numerous catacombs in Egypt and Chaldea, some of them of a very vast extent. The most renowned of them were the subterranean crypts of Thebes and Memphis. The former, beginning on the western side of the Nile, extended toward the Libyan desert, and were known as the Serpent's Catacombs, or passages. It was there that were performed the sacred mysteries of the Kyklós Anags, the unavoidable cycle, more generally known as the circle of necessity, the inexorable doom imposed upon every soul after the bodily death, and when it had been judged in the Amanthian region. In de Bourberg's book, Wotan, the Mexican demigod, in narrating his expedition, describes a subterranean passage, which ran underground, and terminated at the root of the heavens, adding that this passage was a snake's hole, un agujero de culebra, and that he was admitted to it because he was himself a son of the snakes, or a serpent. Asterisk. This is, indeed, very suggestive, for his description of the snake's hole is that of the ancient Egyptian crypt, as above mentioned. The Hierophants, moreover, of Egypt, as of Babylon, generally styled themselves the sons of the serpent god, or sons of the dragon, not because as de Musso would have his readers believe they were the progeny of Satan Incubus, the old serpent of Eden, but because, in the mysteries, the serpent was the symbol of wisdom and immortality. The Assyrian priest bore always the name of his god, says Movers. The Druids of the Celto-Britannic regions also called themselves snakes. "I am a serpent, I am a Druid," they exclaimed. The Egyptian Karnak is twin brother to the Karnak of Britannia, the latter Karnak meaning the serpent's mount. The Draconcha once covered the surface of the globe, and these temples were sacred to the dragon, only because it was the symbol of the sun, which, in its turn, was the symbol of the highest god, the Phoenician Elon or Elion, whom Abraham recognized as El Elyon. Besides the surname of serpents, they were called the builders, the architects, for the immense grandeur of their temples and monuments was such, that even now the pulverized remains of them frighten the mathematical calculations of our modern engineers, says Taliesin. De Bourberg hints that the chiefs of the name of Wotan, the Quetzalcoatl or serpent deity of the Mexicans, are the descendants of Ham and Canaan. "I am Hivim," they say. "Being a Hivim, I am of the great race of the dragon, snake. I am a snake myself, for I am a Hivim." And de Musso, rejoicing because he believes himself fairly on the serpent's, or rather, devil's trail, hurries to explain, according to the most learned commentators of our sacred books, the Chivim, or Hivim, or Hevites, descend from Hate, son of Canaan, son of Ham. The accursed. But modern research has demonstrated, on unimpeachable evidence, that the whole genealogical table of the 10th chapter of Genesis refers to imaginary heroes, and that the closing verses of the 9th are little better than a bit of Chaldean allegory of Sisuthros and the mythical flood, compiled and arranged to fit the Noachian frame. But, suppose the descendants of these Canaanites, the accursed, were to resent for once the Unmerite outrage. It would be an easy matter for them to reverse the tables, and answer to this fling, based on a fable, by a fact proved by archaeologists and symbologists, namely, that Seth, Adam's third son, and the forefather of all Israel, the ancestor of Noah, and the progenitor of the chosen people, is but Hermes, the god of wisdom, called also Thoth, Tat, Seth, Set, and Saturn, and that he was, furthermore, when viewed under his bad aspect, Typhon, the Egyptian Satan, who was also Set. For the Jewish people, whose well-educated men, no more than Philo, or Josephus, the historian, regard their Mosaic books as otherwise than an allegory, such a discovery amounts to but little. But for Christians, who, like de Musso, very unwisely accept the Bible narratives as literal history, the case stands very different. As far as affiliation goes, we agree with this pious writer, and we feel every day as certain that some of the peoples of Central America will be traced back to the Phoenicians and the Mosaic Israelites, as we do that the latter will be proved to have as persistently stuck to the same idolatry, if idolatry there is, of the sun and serpent worship, as the Mexicans. There is evidence, biblical evidence, that two of Jacob's sons, Levi and Dan, as well as Judah, married Canaanite women, and followed the worship of their wives. Of course, every Christian will protest, but the proof may be found even in the translated Bible, pruned as it now stands. The dying Jacob thus describes his sons. Dan, says he, shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. I have waited for thy salvation, 0 Lord. Of Simeon and Levi, the patriarch, or Israel, remarks that they are brethren, instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not thou into their secret, unto their assembly. Now, in the original, the words their secret, read their sod. And Sod was the name for the great mysteries of Baal, Adonis, and Bacchus, who were all sun gods and had serpents for symbols. The Kabbalists explain the allegory of the fiery serpents by saying, that this was the name given to the tribe of Levi, to all the Levites in short, and that Moses was the chief of the Sodoles. And here is the moment to prove our statements. Moses is mentioned by several old historians as an Egyptian priest. Manetho says he was a hierophant of Hieropolis, and a priest of the sun god Osiris, and that his name was Osir-Siph. Those moderns, who accept it as a fact that he was learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, must also submit to the right interpretation of the word wisdom, which was throughout the world known as a synonym of initiation into the secret mysteries of the Magi. Did the idea never strike the reader of the Bible, that an alien born and brought up in a foreign country could not and would not possibly have been admitted, we will not say to the final initiation, the grandest mystery of all, but even to share the knowledge of the minor priesthood, those who belong to the lesser mysteries? In Genesis 32, we read, that no Egyptian could seat himself to eat bread with the brothers of Joseph, for that is an abomination unto the Egyptians. But that the Egyptians ate with him, Joseph, by themselves. The above proves two things: 1, that Joseph, whatever he was in his heart, had, in appearance at least, changed his religion, married the daughter of a priest of the idolatrous nation, and become himself an Egyptian, otherwise, the natives would not have eaten bread with him. And 2, that subsequently Moses, if not an Egyptian by birth, became one through being admitted into the priesthood, and thus was a Sodal. As an induction, the narrative of the brazen serpent, the caduceus of Mercury or Asclepios, the son of the sun god Apollo Python, becomes logical and natural. We must bear in mind that Pharaoh's daughter, who saved Moses and adopted him, is called by Josephus Thermothes, and the latter, according to Wilkinson, is the name of the asp sacred to Isis, *. Moreover, Moses is said to descend from the tribe of Levi. We will explain the Kabbalistic ideas as to the books of Moses and the great prophet himself more fully in Volume 2. If Brasseur de Bourbourg and the Chevalier de Musso had so much at heart to trace the identity of the Mexicans with the Canaanites, they might have found far better and weightier proofs than by showing both the accursed descendants of Ham. For instance, they might have pointed to the Nargal, the Chaldean and Assyrian chief of the Magi, Rab Mag, and the Nagal, the chief sorcerer of the Mexican Indians. Both derive their names from Nergal-Sarezer, the Assyrian god, and both have the same faculties, or powers to have an attendant daemon with whom they identify themselves completely. The Chaldean and Assyrian Nargal kept his daemon, in the shape of some animal considered sacred, inside the temple. The Indian Nagal keeps his wherever he can in the neighboring lake or wood or in the house, under the shape of a household animal. We find the Catholic World newspaper, in a recent number, bitterly complaining that the old pagan element of the aboriginal inhabitants of America does not seem to be utterly dead in the United States. Even where tribes have been for long years under the care of Christian teachers, heathen rites are practiced in secret, and crypto-paganism, or Nagualism, flourishes now, as in the days of Montezuma. It says, Nagualism and voodoo worship as it calls these two strange sects are direct devil worship. A report addressed to the Cortes in 1812, by Don Pedro Baptista Pino, says, all the pueblos have their artificio the natives call subterranean rooms with only a single door, where they assemble to perform their feasts, and hold meetings. These are impenetrable temples. And the doors are always closed on the Spaniards. All these pueblos, in spite of the sway which religion has had over them, cannot forget a part of the beliefs which have been transmitted to them, and which they are careful to transmit to their descendants. Hence come the adoration they render the sun and moon, and other heavenly bodies, the respect they entertain for fire, etc. The Pueblo chiefs seem to be at the same time priests. They perform various simple rites, by which the power of the sun and of Montezuma is recognized, as well as the power, according to some accounts, of the great snake, to whom, by order of Montezuma, they are to look for life. They also officiate in certain ceremonies with which they pray for rain. There are painted representations of the great snake, together with that of a misshapen, red-haired man, declared to stand for Montezuma. Of this last there was also, in the year 1845, in the pueblo of Laguna, a rude effigy or idol, intended, apparently, to represent only the head of the deity. Asterisk. The perfect identity of the rites, ceremonies, traditions, and even the names of the deities, among the Mexicans and ancient Babylonians and Egyptians, are a sufficient proof of South America being peopled by a colony which mysteriously found its way across the Atlantic. When? At what period? History is silent on that point, but those who consider that there is no tradition, sanctified by ages, without a certain sediment of truth at the bottom of it, believe in the Atlantis legend. There are, scattered throughout the world, a handful of thoughtful and solitary students, who pass their lives in obscurity, far from the rumors of the world, studying the great problems of the physical and spiritual universes. They have their secret records in which are preserved the fruits of the scholastic labors of the long line of recluses whose successors they are. The knowledge of their early ancestors, the sages of India, Babylonia, Nineveh, and the imperial Thebes, the legends and traditions commented upon by the masters of Solon, Pythagoras, and Plato, in the marble halls of Heliopolis and Sais, traditions which, in their days, already seemed to hardly glimmer from behind the foggy curtain of the past. All this, and much more, is recorded on indestructible parchment, and passed with jealous care from one adept to another. These men believe the story of the Atlantis to be no fable, but maintain that at different epochs of the past huge islands, and even continents, existed where now there is but a wild waste of waters. In those submerged temples and libraries the archaeologist would find, could he but explore them, the materials for filling all the gaps that now exist in what we imagine is history. They say that at a remote epoch a traveler could traverse what is now the Atlantic Ocean, almost the entire distance by land, crossing in boats from one island to another, where narrow straits then existed. Our suspicion as to the relationship of the cisatlantic and transatlantic races is strengthened upon reading about the wonders wrought by Quetzalcoatl, the Mexican magician. His wand must be closely related to the traditional sapphire stick of Moses, the stick which bloomed in the garden of Raguel Jethro, his father-in-law, and upon which was engraved the ineffable name. The four men described as the real four ancestors of the human race, who were neither begotten by the gods, nor born of woman, but whose creation was a wonder wrought by the Creator, and who were made after 3 attempts at manufacturing men had failed, equally present some striking points of similarity with the esoteric explanations of the Hermetists. They also undeniably recall the 4 sons of God of the Egyptian theogony. Moreover, as anyone may infer, the resemblance of this myth to the narrative related in Genesis, will be apparent to even a superficial observer. These 4 ancestors could reason and speak, their sight was unlimited, and they knew all things at once. When they had rendered thanks to their Creator for their existence, the gods were frightened, and they breathed a cloud over the eyes of men that they might see a certain distance only, and not be like the gods themselves. This bears directly upon the sentence in Genesis, "Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil, and now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life," etc. Then, again, while they were asleep God gave them wives, etc. We disclaim the least intention to disrespectfully suggest ideas to those who are so wise as to need no hint. But we must bear in mind that authentic treatises upon ancient magic of the Chaldean and Egyptian lore are not scattered about in public libraries, and at auction sales. That such exist is nevertheless a fact for many students of the arcane philosophy. Is it not of the greatest importance for every antiquarian to be acquainted at least superficially with their contents? The 4 ancestors of the race, adds Max Muller, seem to have had a long life, and when at last they came to die, they disappeared in a mysterious manner, and left to their sons what is called the hidden majesty, which was never to be opened by human hands. What it was we do not know. If there is no relationship between this hidden majesty and the hidden glory of the Chaldean Kabbalah, which we are told was left behind him by Enoch when he was translated in such a mysterious way, then we must discredit all circumstantial evidence. But is it not barely possible that these 4 ancestors of the Kish race typify in their esoteric sense the 4 successive progenitors of men, mentioned in Genesis I, 2, and 6? In the first chapter, the first man is bisexual, male and female created he them and answers to the hermaphrodite deities of the subsequent mythologies. The second, Adam, made out of the dust of the ground and unisexual and answering to the sons of God of chapter 6, the third, the giants, or Nephilim, who are only hinted at in the Bible, but fully explained elsewhere, the fourth, the parents of men whose daughters were fair. Taking the admitted facts that the Mexicans had their magicians from the remote periods, that the same remark applies to all the ancient religions of the world, that a strong resemblance prevails not only in the forms of their ceremonial worship, but also in the very names used to designate certain magical implements, and finally that all other clues, in accordance with scientific deductions, have failed, some because swallowed up in the bottomless pit of coincidences. Why should we not turn to the great authorities upon magic, and see whether, under this aftergrowth of fantastic nonsense, there may not be a deep substratum of truth? Here we are not willing to be misunderstood. We do not send the scientists to the Kabbalah and the Hermetic books to study magic, but to the authorities on magic to discover materials for history and science. We have no idea of incurring the wrathful denunciations of the academicians, by an indiscretion like that of poor de Musso, when he tried to force them to read his demonological memoir and investigate the devil. The history of Bernal Diaz de Castillo, a follower of Cortés, gives us some idea of the extraordinary refinement and intelligence of the people whom they conquered, but the descriptions are too long to be inserted here. Suffice it to say, that the Aztecs appeared in more than one way to have resembled the ancient Egyptians in civilization and refinement. Among both peoples, magic or the arcane natural philosophy was cultivated to the highest degree. Add to this that Greece, the later cradle of the arts and sciences, and India, cradle of religions, were and are still devoted to its study and practice, and who shall venture to discredit its dignity as a study, and its profundity as a science? There never was, nor can there be more than one universal religion, for there can be but one truth concerning God. Like an immense chain whose upper end, the Alpha, remains invisibly emanating from a deity in statu abscondido, with every primitive theology it encircles our globe in every direction, it leaves not even the darkest corner unvisited, before the other end, the Omega, turns back on its way to be again received where it first emanated. On this divine chain was strung the exoteric symbology of every people. Their variety of form is powerless to affect their substance, and under their diverse ideal types of the universe of matter, symbolizing its vivifying principles, the uncorrupted immaterial image of the spirit of being guiding them is the same. So far as human intellect can go in the ideal interpretation of the spiritual universe, its laws and powers, the last word was pronounced ages since, and, if the ideas of Plato can be simplified for the sake of easier comprehension, the spirit of their substance can neither be altered, nor removed without material damage to the truth. Let human brains submit themselves to torture for thousands of years to come, let theology perplex faith and mime it with the enforcing of incomprehensible dogmas in metaphysics, and science strengthen skepticism, by pulling down the tottering remains of spiritual intuition in mankind, with her demonstrations of its fallibility, eternal truth can never be destroyed. We find its last possible expression in our human language in the Persian logos, the anavar, or the living manifested word of God. The Zoroastrian Enoch Varahi is identical with the Jewish I am, and the great spirit of the poor, untutored Indian, is the manifested Brahma of the Hindu philosopher. One of the latter, Charaka, a Hindu physician, who is said to have lived 5,000 years BC, in his treatise on the origin of things, called USA, thus beautifully expresses himself: our earth is, like all the luminous bodies that surround us, one of the atoms of the immense whole of which we show a slight conception by terming it the infinite. There is but one light, and there is but one darkness, says a Siamese proverb. Daemon est Deus inversus, the devil is the shadow of God, states the universal Kabbalistic axiom. Could light exist but for primeval darkness? And did not the brilliant, sunny universe first stretch its infant arms from the swaddling bands of dark and dreary chaos? If the Christian fullness of Him that filleth all in all is a revelation, then we must admit that, if there is a devil, he must be included in this fullness, and be a part of that which filleth all in all. From time immemorial the justification of the deity, and his separation from the existing evil was attempted, and the object was reached by the old Oriental philosophy in the foundation of the Theodike, but their metaphysical views on the fallen spirit, have never been disfigured by the creation of an anthropomorphic personality of the devil, as was done subsequently by the leading lights of Christian theology. A personal fiend, who opposes the deity, and impedes progress on its way to perfection, is to be sought only on earth amid humanity, not in heaven. Thus is it that all the religious monuments of old, in whatever land or under whatever climate, are the expression of the same identical thoughts, the key to which is in the esoteric doctrine. It would be vain, without studying the latter, to seek to unriddle the mysteries enshrouded for centuries in the temples and ruins of Egypt and Assyria, or those of Central America, British Columbia, and the Naganwat of Cambodia. If each of these was built by a different nation, and neither nation had had intercourse with the others for ages, it is also certain that all were planned and built under the direct supervision of the priests. And the clergy of every nation, though practicing rites and ceremonies which may have differed externally, had evidently been initiated into the same traditional mysteries which were taught all over the world. In order to institute a better comparison between the specimens of prehistoric architecture to be found at the most opposite points of the globe, we have but to point to the grandiose Hindu ruins of Ellora in the Deccan, the Mexican Chichen Itza in Yucatan, and the still grander ruins of Copan, in Guatemala. They present such features of resemblance that it seems impossible to escape the conviction that they were built by peoples moved by the same religious ideas, and that had reached an equal level of highest civilization in arts and sciences. There is not, perhaps, on the face of the whole globe, a more imposing mass of ruins than Nagan Wat, the wonder and puzzle of European archaeologists who venture into Siam. And when we say ruins, the expression is hardly correct, for nowhere are there buildings of such tremendous antiquity to be found in a better state of preservation than Nagan Wat, and the ruins of Angkor Thom, the great temple. Hidden far away in the province of Siam Rap, eastern Siam, in the midst of a most luxuriant tropical vegetation, surrounded by almost impenetrable forests of palms, cocoa trees, and betel nut, the general appearance of the wonderful temple is beautiful and romantic, as well as impressive and grand, says Mr. Vincent, a recent traveler. We whose good fortune it is to live in the 19th century, are accustomed to boast of the perfection and preeminence of our modern civilization, of the grandeur of our attainments in science, art, literature, and what not, as compared with those whom we call ancients, but still we are compelled to admit that they have far excelled our recent endeavors in many things, and notably in the fine arts of painting, architecture, and sculpture. We were but just looking upon a most wonderful example of the two latter, for in style and beauty of architecture, solidity of construction, and magnificent and elaborate carving and sculpture, the great Nagan Wat has no superior, certainly no rival standing at the present day. The first view of the ruins is overwhelming. Thus the opinion of another traveler is added to that of many preceding ones, including archaeologists and other competent critics, who have believed that the ruins of the past Egyptian splendor deserve no higher eulogium than Nagan Wat. According to our plan, we will allow more impartial critics than ourselves to describe the place, since, in a work professedly devoted to a vindication of the ancients, the testimony of so enthusiastic an advocate as the present writer may be questioned. We have, nevertheless, seen Nagan Wat under exceptionally favorable circumstances, and can, therefore, certify to the general correctness of Mr. Vincent's description. He says, "We entered upon an immense causeway, the stairs of which were flanked with 6 huge griffins, each carved from a single block of stone. The causeway is 725 feet in length, and is paved with stones, each of which measures 4 feet in length by 2 in breadth. On either side of it are artificial lakes fed by springs, and each covering about 5 acres of ground. The outer wall of Nagan Wat, the city of monasteries, is half a mile square, with gateways, which are handsomely carved with figures of gods and dragons. The foundations are 10 feet in height. The entire edifice, including the roof, is of stone, but without cement, and so closely fitting are the joints as even now to be scarcely discernible. The shape of the building is oblong, being 796 feet in length, and 588 in width, while the highest central pagoda rises some 250-odd feet above the ground, and 4 others, at the angles of the court, are each about 150 feet in height. The above underscored lines are suggestive to travelers who have remarked and admired the same wonderful mason work in the Egyptian remains. If the same workmen did not lay the courses in both countries, we must at least think that the secret of this matchless wall building was equally known to the architects of every land. Passing, we ascend a platform, and enter the temple itself through a columned portico, the facade of which is beautifully carved in basso-relievo with ancient mythological subjects. From this doorway, on either side, runs a corridor with a double row of columns, cut base and capital from single blocks, with a double, oval-shaped roof, covered with carving and consecutive sculptures upon the outer wall. This gallery of sculptures, which forms the exterior of the temple, consists of over half a mile of continuous pictures, cut in basso-relievo upon sandstone slabs 6 feet in width, and represents subjects taken from Hindu mythology, from the Ramayana, the Sanskrit epic poem of India, with its 25,000 verses describing the exploits of the god Rama, and the son of the king of Audid. The contests of the king of Ceylon, and Hanuman, the monkey god, are graphically represented. There is no keystone used in the arch of this corridor. On the walls are sculptured the immense number of 100,000 separate figures. One picture from the Ramayana occupies 240 feet of the wall. In the Naganwat as many as 1,532 solid columns have been counted, and among the entire ruins of Angkor, the immense number of 6,000, almost all of them hewn from single blocks and artistically carved. But who built Naganwat? And when was it built? Learned men have attempted to form opinions from studies of its construction, and especially ornamentation, and have failed. Native Cambodian historians, adds Vincent, reckon 2,400 from the building of the temple. I asked one of them how long Naganwat had been built. None can tell when. I do not know, it must have either sprung up from the ground or been built by giants, or perhaps by the angels, was the answer. When Stevens asked the native Indians who built Köpen, what nation traced the hieroglyphic designs, sculptured these elegant figures and carvings, these emblematical designs, the dull answer he received was Quien sabe. Who knows? All is mystery, dark, impenetrable mystery, writes Stevens. In Egypt, the colossal skeletons of gigantic temples stand in all the nakedness of desolation. Here, an immense forest shrouded the ruins, hiding them from sight. Asterisk. But there are perhaps many circumstances, trifling for archaeologists unacquainted with the idle and fanciful legends of old, hence overlooked, otherwise the discovery might have sent them on a new train of thought. One is the invariable presence in the Egyptian, Mexican, and Siamese ruined temples, of the monkey. The Egyptian cynocephalus assumes the same postures as the Hindu and Siamese Hanuma, and among the sculptured fragments of Köpen, Stevens found the remains of colossal apes or baboons, strongly resembling in outline and appearance the four monstrous animals which once stood in front, attached to the base of the obelisk of Luxor, now in Paris, and which, under the name of the cynocephali, were worshipped at Thebes. In almost every Buddhist temple there are idols of huge monkeys kept, and some people have in their houses white monkeys on purpose to keep bad spirits away. Was civilization, writes Louis de Carne, in the complex meaning we give that word, in keeping among the ancient Cambodians with what such prodigies of architecture seem to indicate? The age of Phidias was that of Sophocles, Socrates, and Plato. Michelangelo and Raphael succeeded Dante. There are luminous epochs during which the human mind, developing itself in every direction, triumphs in all, and creates masterpieces which spring from the same inspiration. Naganwat, concludes Vincent, must be ascribed to other than ancient Cambodians. But to whom? There exist no credible traditions, all is absurd fable or legend. The latter sentence has become of late a sort of cant phrase in the mouths of travelers and archaeologists. When they have found that no clue is attainable unless it can be found in popular legends, they turn away discouraged, and a final verdict is withheld. At the same time Vincent quotes a writer who remarks that these ruins are as imposing as the ruins of Thebes, or Memphis, but more mysterious. Muhat thinks they were erected by some ancient Michelangelo, and adds that Naganwat is grander than anything left to us by Greece or Rome. Furthermore Muhat ascribes the building again to some of the lost tribes of Israel, and is corroborated in that opinion by Michi, the French bishop of Cambodia, who confesses that he is struck by the Hebrew character of the faces of many of the savage Steens. Henry Muhat believes that, without exaggeration, the oldest parts of Angkor may be fixed at more than 2,000 years ago. This, then, in comparison with the pyramids, would make them quite modern. The date is the more incredible, because the pictures on the walls may be proved to belong to those archaic ages when Poseidon and the Kabari were worshipped throughout the continent. Had Naganwat been built, as Dr. Adolf Bastian * will have it, for the reception of the learned patriarch, Buddhaghosa, who brought the holy books of the Trapidak from Ceylon, or, as Bishop Palagoya, who refers the erection of this edifice to the reign of Phirpatham Suriving, when the sacred books of the Buddhists were brought from Ceylon, and Buddhism became the religion of the Cambodians, How is it possible to account for the following? We see in this same temple carved images of Buddha, 4, and even 32 armed, and 2 and 16-headed gods, the Indian Vishnu, gods with wings, Burmese heads, Hindu figures, and Ceylon mythology. You see warriors riding upon elephants and in chariots, foot soldiers with shield and spear, boats, tigers, griffins, serpents, fishes, crocodiles, bullocks. Soldiers of immense physical development with helmets and some people with beards, probably Moors. The figures, adds Mr. Vincent, stand somewhat like those on the great Egyptian monuments, the side partly turned toward the front. And I noticed, besides, 5 horsemen, armed with spear and sword, riding abreast, like those seen upon the Assyrian tablets in the British Museum. For our part, we may add, that there are on the walls several repetitions of Dagon, the man-fish of the Babylonians, and of the Capyrian gods of Samothrace. This may have escaped the notice of the few archaeologists who examined the place, but upon stricter inspection they will be found there, as well as the reputed father of the Kabari Vulcan, with his bolts and implements, having near him a king with a scepter in his hand, which is the counterpart of that of Kyrenia, or the scepter of Agamemnon, so called, said to have been presented to him by the lame god of Lemnos. In another place we find Vulcan, recognizable by his hammer and pincers, but under the shape of a monkey, as usually represented by the Egyptians. Now, if Naganwat is essentially a Buddhist temple, how comes it to have on its walls bas-relievos of completely an Assyrian character, and Capyrian gods which, though universally worshipped as the most ancient of the Asiatic mystery gods, had already been abandoned 200 years BC, and the Samothracian mysteries themselves completely altered? Whence the popular tradition concerning the Prince of Roma among the Cambodians, a personage mentioned by all the native historians, who attribute to him the foundation of the temple? Is it not barely possible that even the Ramayana, itself, the famous epic poem, is but the original of Homer's Iliad, as it was suggested some years ago? The beautiful Paris, carrying off Helen, looks very much like Ravana, king of the giants, eloping with Sita, Rama's wife. The Trojan War is a counterpart of the Ramayana War. Moreover, Herodotus assures us that the Trojan heroes and gods date in Greece only from the days of the Iliad. In such a case even Hanuman, the monkey god, would be but Vulcan in disguise, the more so that the Cambodian tradition makes the founder of Angkor come from Roma, which they place at the western end of the world, and that the Hindu Roma also apportions the west to the descendants of Hanuman. Hypothetical as the suggestion may now seem, it is worthy of consideration, if even for the sake of being refuted. The Abbé Jaconet, a Catholic missionary in Cochin, China, ever ready to connect the least glimmer of historical light with that of Christian revelation, writes, whether we consider the commercial relations of the Jews. When, in the height of their power, the combined fleets of Hiram and Solomon went to seek the treasures of Ophir, or whether we come lower down, to the dispersion of the 10 tribes who, instead of returning from captivity, set out from the banks of the Euphrates, and reached the shores of the ocean. The shining of the light of revelation in the Far East is not the less incontestable. It looks certainly incontestable enough if we reverse the position and admit that all the light that ever shone on the Israelites came to them from this Far East, passing first through the Chaldeans and Egyptians. The first thing to settle, is to find out who were the Israelites themselves, and that is the most vital question. Many historians seem to claim, with good reason, that the Jews were similar or identical with the ancient Phoenicians, but the Phoenicians were beyond any doubt an Ethiopian race. Moreover, the present race of Punjab are hybridized with the Asiatic Ethiopians. Herodotus traces the Hebrews to the Persian Gulf, and south of that place were the Himyarites, the Arabians, beyond, the early Chaldeans and Susanians, the great builders. This seems to establish pretty well their Ethiopian affinity. Megas then says that the Jews were an Indian sect called Kalani, and their theology resembled that of the Indians. Other authors also suspect that the colonized Jews or the Judeans were the Yadus from Afghanistan, the old India. Eusebius tells us that the Ethiopians came from the river Indus and settled near Egypt. More research may show that the Tamil Hindus, who are accused by the missionaries of worshipping the devil Kuti Satan only honor, after all, Seth or Satan, worshipped by the biblical Hittites. But if the Jews were in the twilight of history the Phoenicians, the latter may be traced themselves to the nations who used the old Sanskrit language. Carthage was a Phoenician city, hence its name, for Tyre was equally Cartha. In the Bible the words Kir, Kirjath are frequently found. Their tutelar god was styled Melkartha, Mel, Baal, or tutelar lord of the city. In Sanskrit a city or communal was a kul and its lord was Hiri. Herculeus is therefore the translation of Melkarth and Sanskrit in origin. Moreover all the Cyclopean races were Phoenicians. In the Odyssey the Cyclopes, Cyclops, are the Libyan shepherds, and Herodotus describes them as miners and great builders. They are the ancient Titans or giants, who in Hesiod forge bolts for Zeus. They are the biblical Zamzumim from the land of the giants, the Anakim. Now it is easy to see that the excavators of Ellora, the builders of the old pagodas, the architects of Copan and of the ruins of Central America, those of Naganwad, and those of the Egyptian remains were, if not of the same race, at least of the same religion, the one taught in the oldest mysteries. Besides, the figures on the walls of Angkor are purely archaic, and have nothing to do with the images and idols of Buddha, who may be of a far later origin. What gives a peculiar interest to this section, says Dr. Bastian, is the fact that the artist has represented the different nationalities in all their distinctive characteristic features, from the flat-nosed savage in the tasseled garb of the Pnam and the short-haired Lao, to the straight-nosed Rajaput with sword and shield, and the bearded Moor, giving a catalogue of nationalities, like another column of Trajan, in the predominant physical conformation of each race. On the whole, there is such a prevalence of Hellenic cast in features and profiles, as well as in the elegant attitude of the horseman, that one might suppose Xenocrates of old, after finishing his labors in Bombay, had made an excursion to the east. Therefore, if we allow the tribes of Israel to have had a hand in the building of Naganwad, it cannot be as the tribes numbered and sent from the wilderness of Paran in search of the land of Canaan, but as their earlier ancestors, which amounts to the rejection of such tribes, as the casting of a reflection of the Mosaic revelation. And where is the outside historical evidence that such tribes were ever heard of at all, before the compilation of the Old Testament by Ezra? There are archaeologists who strongly regard the 12 tribes as utterly mythical, for there never was a tribe of Simeon, and that of Levi was a caste. There still remains the same problem to solve, whether the Judaeans had ever been in Palestine before Cyrus. From the sons of Jacob, who had all married Canaanites, except Joseph, whose wife was the daughter of an Egyptian priest of the sun, down to the legendary book of Judges, there was an acknowledged general intermarrying between the said tribes and the idolatrous races, and the children of Israel dwelt among the Canaanites, Hittites, and Amorites, and Perizzites, and Hivites, and Jebusites, and they took their daughters to be their wives, and gave their daughters to their sons, and served their gods, says the 3rd chapter of Judges. And the children of Israel forgat their God and served Baalim, and the groves. This Baal was Moloch, Mlch Carta, or Hercules. He was worshipped wherever the Phoenicians went. How could the Israelites possibly keep together as tribes, while, on the authority of the Bible itself, whole populations were from year to year uprooted violently by Assyrian and other conquerors? So was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day. And the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon, and from Cutha, and from Ava, and from Hamath, and from Sepharvaim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel. 2 Kings, 17:23-24. If the language of Palestine became in time Semitic, it is because of Assyrian influence, for Phoenicia had become a dependency as early as the days of Hiram, and the Phoenicians evidently changed their language from Hamitic to Semitic. Assyria was the land of Nimrod, from Nimr, spotted, and Nimrod was Bacchus, with his spotted leopard skin. This leopard skin is a sacred appendage of the mysteries. It was used in the Eleusinian as well as in the Egyptian mysteries. It is found sculptured on the basso-relievos of Central American ruins, covering the backs of the sacrificers. It is mentioned in the earliest speculations of the Brahmans on the meaning of their sacrificial prayers, the Iterata Brahmanam. It is used in the Agnishtoma, the initiation rites of the Soma mystery. When the neophyte is to be born again, he is covered with a leopard skin, out of which he emerges as from his mother's womb. The Kebari were also Assyrian gods. They had different names. In the common language they were known as Jupiter and Bacchus, and sometimes as Achioshirsus, Askioros, Achioshirsa, and Cadmilus, and even the true number of these deities was uncertain with the people. They had other names in the sacred language, known but to the hierophants and priests, and it was not lawful to mention them. How is it then that we find them reproduced in their Samothracian postures on the walls of Naganwut? How is it again that we find them pronounced albeit slightly disfigured as known in that same sacred language, by the populations of Siam, Thibet, and India? The name Kebari may be a derivation from Abir, great, Ebir, an astrologer, or, Chabur, an associate, and they were worshipped at Hebron, the city of the Anax the giants. The name Abraham, according to Dr. Wilder, has a very Kebarian look. The word Heber, or Geber may be the etymological root of the Hebrews, as applied to Nimrod and the Bible giants of the 6th chapter of Genesis, but we must seek for their origin far earlier than the days of Moses. The name Phoenician affords its own proof. They are called Phi-omicron iota nu iota kappa epsilon by Manetho, or Ph Anax, which shows that the Anax or Anakim of Canaan, with whom the people of Israel, if not identical in race, had, by intermarriage, become entirely absorbed, were the Phoenicians, or the problematical Hyksos, as Manetho has it, and whom Josephus once declared were the direct ancestors of the Israelites. Therefore, it is in this jumble of contradictory opinions, authorities, and historical alyapatrita that we must look for a solution of the mystery. So long as the origin of the Hyksos is not positively settled, we can know nothing certain of the Israelitish people who, either wittingly or otherwise, have mixed up their chronology and origin in such an inextricable tangle. But if the Hyksos can be proved to have been the Pali shepherds of the Indus, who partially removed to the east, and came over from the nomadic Aryan tribes of India, then, perhaps, it would account for the biblical myths being so mixed up with the Aryan and Asiatic mystery gods. As Dunlap says, the Hebrews came out of Egypt among the Canaanites, they need not be traced beyond the Exodus. That is their historical beginning. It was very easy to cover up this remote event by the recital of mythical traditions, and to prefix to it an account of their origin in which the gods, patriarchs, should figure as their ancestors. But it is not their historical beginning which is the most vital question for the world of science and theology. It is their religious beginning. And if we can trace it through the Hyksos Phoenicians, the Ethiopian builders and the Chaldeans, whether it is to the Hindus that the latter owe their learning, or the Brahmans who owe it to the Chaldeans, we have the means in hand to trace every so-called revealed dogmatical assertion in the Bible to its origin, which we have to search for in the twilight of history, and before the separation of the Aryan and Semitic families. And how can we do it better or more surely than through means afforded us by archaeology? Picture writing can be destroyed, but if it survives it cannot lie, and, if we find the same myths, ideas, and secret symbols on monuments all over the world, and if, moreover, these monuments can be shown to antedate the 12 chosen tribes, then we can unerringly show that instead of being a direct divine revelation, it was but an incomplete recollection or tradition among a tribe which had been identified and mixed up for centuries before the apparition of Abraham, with all the three great world families, namely, the Aryan, Semitic, and Turanian nations, if so they must be called. The teraphim of Abram's father, Terah, the maker of images, were the Kebari gods, and we see them worshipped by Micah, by the Danites, and others. Teraphim were identical with the seraphim, and these were serpent images, the origin of which is in the Sanskrit sarpa, the serpent, a symbol sacred to all the deities as a symbol of immortality. Kiun, or the god Kivan, worshipped by the Hebrews in the wilderness, is Shiva, the Hindu, as well as Saturn. The Greek story shows that Dardanus, the Arcadian, having received them as a dowry, carried them to Samothrace, and from thence to Troy, and they were worshipped far before the days of glory of Tyre or Sidon, though the former had been built 2760 BC. From where did Dardanus derive them? It is an easy matter to assign an age to ruins on merely the external evidence of probabilities, it is more difficult to prove it. Meanwhile the rock works of Ruad, Paradis, Marathas, resemble those of Petra, Baalbek and other Ethiopian works, even externally. On the other hand, the assertions of certain archaeologists who find no resemblance between the temples of Central America and those of Egypt and Siam, leave the symbologist, acquainted with the secret language of picture writing, perfectly unconcerned. He sees the landmarks of one and the same doctrine on all of these monuments, and reads their history and affiliation in signs imperceptible to the uninitiated scientist. There are traditions also, and one of these speaks of the last of the king initiates, who were but rarely admitted to the higher orders of the Eastern Brotherhoods, who reigned in 1670. This king of Siam was the one so ridiculed by the French ambassador, de la Louverie, as a lunatic who had been searching all his life for the philosopher's stone. One of such mysterious landmarks is found in the peculiar structure of certain arches in the temples. The author of The Land of the White Elephant remarks as curious, the absence of the keystone in the arches of the building, and the undecipherable inscriptions. In the ruins of Santa Cruz del Quiche an arched corridor was found by Stevens, equally without a keystone. Describing the desolate ruins of Palenque, and remarking that the arches of the corridors were all built on this model, and the ceilings in this form, he supposes that the builders were evidently ignorant of the principles of the arch, and the support was made by stones lapping over as they rose, as at Ocosingo, and among Cyclopean remains in Greece and Italy. In other buildings, though they belong to the same group, the traveler found the missing keystone, which is a sufficient proof that its omission elsewhere was premeditated. May we not look for the solution of the mystery in the Masonic Manual? The keystone has an esoteric meaning which ought to be, if it is not, well appreciated by high Masons. The most important subterranean building mentioned in the description of the origin of Freemasonry, is the one built by Enoch. The patriarch is led by the deity, whom he sees in a vision, into the 9 vaults. After that, with the assistance of his son, Methuselah, he constructs in the land of Canaan, in the bowels of the mountain, 9 apartments on the models that were shown to him in the vision. Each was roofed with an arch, and the apex of each formed a keystone, having inscribed on it the mirific characters. Each of the latter, furthermore, represented one of the 9 names, traced in characters emblematical of the attributes by which the deity was, according to ancient Freemasonry, known to the antediluvian brethren. Then Enoch constructed 2 deltas of the purest gold, and tracing 2 of the mysterious characters on each, he placed one of them in the deepest arch, and the other entrusted to Methuselah, communicating to him, at the same time, other important secrets now lost to Freemasonry. And so, among these arcane secrets, now lost to their modern successors, may be found also the fact that the keystones were used in the arches only in certain portions of the temples devoted to special purposes. Another similarity presented by the architectural remains of the religious monuments of every country can be found in the identity of parts, courses, and measurements. All these buildings belong to the age of Hermes Trismegistus, and however comparatively modern or ancient the temple may seem, their mathematical proportions are found to correspond with the Egyptian religious edifices. There is a similar disposition of courtyards, addita, passages, and steps, hence, despite any dissimilarity in architectural style, it is a warrantable inference that like religious rites were celebrated in all. Says Dr. Stukely, concerning Stonehenge, this structure was not erected upon any Roman measure, and this is demonstrated by the great number of fractions which the measurement of each part, according to European scales, gives. On the contrary, the figures become even, as soon as we apply to it the measurement of the ancient cubit, which was common to the Hebrew children of Shem, as well as to the Phoenicians and Egyptians, children of Ham, and imitators of the monuments of unhewn and oracular stones. The presence of the artificial lakes, and their peculiar disposition on the consecrated grounds, is also a fact of great importance. The lakes inside the precincts of Karnak, and those enclosed in the grounds of Naganwad, and around the temples in the Mexican Copan and Santa Cruz del Quiche, will be found to present the same peculiarities. Besides possessing other significances, the whole area was laid out with reference to cyclic calculations. In the Druidical structures the same sacred and mysterious numbers will be found. The circle of stones generally consists of either 12, or 21, or 36. In these circles the center place belongs to Asur, Azan, or the god in the circle, by whatever other name he might have been known. The 13 Mexican serpent gods bear a distant relationship to the 13 stones of the Druidical ruins. The Tau, and the astronomical cross of Egypt are conspicuous in several apertures of the remains of Palenque. In one of the basso-relievos of the Palace of Palenque, on the west side, sculptured on a hieroglyphic, right under the seated figure, is a Tau. The standing figure, which leans over the first one, is in the act of covering its head with the left hand with the veil of initiation, while it extends its right with the index and middle finger pointing to heaven. The position is precisely that of a Christian bishop giving his blessing, or the one in which Jesus is often represented while at the Last Supper. Even the Hindu elephant-headed god of wisdom, or magic learning, Ganesha, may be found among the stucco figures of the Mexican ruins. What explanation can the archaeologists, philologists in short, the chosen host of academicians give us? None whatever. At best they have but hypotheses, every one of which is likely to be pulled down by its successor a pseudo-truth, perhaps, like the first. The keys to the biblical miracles of old, and to the phenomena of modern days, the problems of psychology, physiology, and the many missing links which have so perplexed scientists of late, are all in the hands of secret fraternities. This mystery must be unveiled someday. But till then dark skepticism will constantly interpose its threatening, ugly shadow between God's truths and the spiritual vision of mankind, and many are those who, infected by the mortal epidemic of our century hopeless materialism, will remain in doubt and mortal agony as to whether, when man dies, he will live again, although the question has been solved by long bygone generations of sages. The answers are there. They may be found on the time-worn granite pages of cave temples, on sphinxes, propylons, and obelisks. They have stood there for untold ages, and neither the rude assault of time, nor the still ruder assault of Christian hands, have succeeded in obliterating their records. All covered with the problems which were solved, who can tell? Perhaps by the archaic forefathers of their builders the solution follows each question, and this the Christian could not appropriate, for, except the initiates, no one has understood the mystic writing. The key was in the keeping of those who knew how to commune with the invisible presence, and who had received, from the lips of Mother Nature herself, her grand truths. And so stand these monuments like mute forgotten sentinels on the threshold of that unseen world, whose gates are thrown open but to a few elect. Defying the hand of time, the vain inquiry of profane science, the insults of the revealed religions, they will disclose their riddles to none but the legatees of those by whom they were entrusted with the mystery. The cold, stony lips of the once vocal Memnon, and of these hardy sphinxes, keep their secrets well. Who will unseal them? Who of our modern, materialistic dwarfs and unbelieving Sadducees will dare to lift the veil of Isis? Chapter 15. Have we devils here? Do you put tricks upon us with savages, and men of Ind? The Tempest, Act 2, Sc 2. We have now, so far forth as it is requisite for our design, considered the nature and functions of the soul, and have plainly demonstrated that she is a substance distinct from the body. Dr. Henry Moore, Immortality of the Soul. 1659. Knowledge is power, ignorance is imbecility. Author of Art Magic, Ghostland. The secret doctrine has for many centuries been like the symbolical man of sorrows of the prophet Isaiah. Who hath believed our report? Its martyrs have repeated from one generation to another. The doctrine has grown up before its persecutors as a tender plant and as a root out of a dry ground. It hath no form, nor comeliness. It is despised and rejected of men, and they hid their faces from it. They esteemed him not. There need be no controversy as to whether this doctrine agrees or not with the iconoclastic tendency of the skeptics of our times. It agrees with truth, and that is enough. It would be idle to expect that it would be believed by its detractors and slanderers. But the tenacious vitality it exhibits all over the globe, wherever there are a group of men to quarrel over it, is the best proof that the seed planted by our fathers on the other side of the flood was that of a mighty oak, not the spore of a mushroom theology. No lightning of human ridicule can fell to the ground, and no thunderbolts ever forged by the Vulcans of science are powerful enough to blast the trunk, or even scar the branches of this world tree of knowledge. We have but to leave unnoticed their letter that killeth, and catch the subtle spirit of their hidden wisdom, to find concealed in the books of Hermes, be they the model or the copy of all others, the evidences of a truth and philosophy which we feel must be based on the eternal laws. We instinctively comprehend that, however finite the powers of man, while he is yet embodied, they must be in close kinship with the attributes of an infinite deity, and we become capable of better appreciating the hidden sense of the gift lavished by the Elohim on Adam. Behold, I have given you everything which is upon the face of all the earth. Subdue it, and have dominion over all. Had the allegories contained in the first chapters of Genesis been better understood, even in their geographical and historical sense, which involve nothing at all esoteric, the claims of its true interpreters, the Kabbalists, could hardly have been rejected for so long a time. Every student of the Bible must be aware that the first and second chapters of Genesis could not have proceeded from the same pen. They are evidently allegories and parables, for the two narratives of the creation and peopling of our earth diametrically contradict each other in nearly every particular of order, time, place, and methods employed in the so-called creation. In accepting the narratives literally, and as a whole, we lower the dignity of the unknown deity. We drag him down to the level of humanity, and endow him with the peculiar personality of man, who needs the cool of the day to refresh him, who rests from his labors, and is capable of anger, revenge, and even of using precautions against man, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life. A tacit admission, by the way, on the part of the deity, that man could do it, if not prevented by sheer force. But, in recognizing the allegorical coloring of the description of what may be termed historical facts, we find our feet instantly on firm ground. To begin with, the Garden of Eden as a locality is no myth at all, it belongs to those landmarks of history which occasionally disclose to the student that the Bible is not all mere allegory. Eden, or the Hebrew Gan Eden, meaning the park or the Garden of Eden, is an archaic name of the country watered by the Euphrates and its many branches, from Asia and Armenia to the Erythraean Sea. In the Chaldean Book of Numbers, its location is designated in numerals, and in the cipher Rosicrucian manuscript, left by Count Saint-Germain, it is fully described. In the Assyrian tablets, it is rendered Gandunyas. Behold, say the Elohim of Genesis, the man is become as one of us. The Elohim may be accepted in one sense for gods or powers, and taken in another one for the Elim, or priests, the hierophants initiated into the good and the evil of this world, for there was a college of priests called the Elim, while the head of their caste, or the chief of the hierophants, was known as Java Elim. Instead of becoming a neophyte, and gradually obtaining his esoteric knowledge through a regular initiation, an Adam, or man, uses his intuitional faculties, and, prompted by the serpent woman and matter tastes of the tree of knowledge the esoteric or secret doctrine unlawfully. The priests of Hercules, or Melkarth, the lord of the Eden, all wore coats of skin. The text says, and Java Elim, made for Adam and his wife, Chethon-Uthar. The first Hebrew word, chiton, is the Greek chiton. It became a Slavonic word by adoption from the Bible, and means a coat, an upper garment. Though containing the same substratum of esoteric truth as every early cosmogony, the Hebrew scripture wears on its face the marks of its double origin. Its genesis is purely a reminiscence of the Babylonian captivity. The names of places, men, and even objects, can be traced from the original text to the Chaldeans and the Akkadians, the progenitors and Aryan instructors of the former. It is strongly contested that the Akkad tribes of Chaldea, Babylonia, and Assyria were in any way cognate with the Brahmans of Hindustan, but there are more proofs in favor of this opinion than otherwise. The Shemite, or Assyrian, ought, perchance, to have been called the Turanian, and the Mongolians have been denominated Scyths. But if the Akkadians ever existed otherwise than in the imagination of some philologists and ethnologists, they certainly would never have been a Turanian tribe, as some Assyriologists have striven to make us believe. They were simply emigrants on their way to Asia Minor from India, the cradle of humanity, and their sacerdotal adepts tarried to civilize and initiate a barbarian people. Halavi proved the fallacy of the Turanian mania in regard to the Akkadian people, whose very name has been changed a dozen times already, and other scientists have proved that the Babylonian civilization was neither born nor developed in that country. It was imported from India, and the importers were Brahmanical Hindus. It is the opinion of Professor A. Wilder, that if the Assyrians had been called Turanians and the Mongolians Scyths, then, in such a case the wars of Iran and Turan, Zohak and Jemshid, or Yuma, would have been fairly comprehended as the struggle of the old Persians against the endeavors of the Assyrian satraps to conquer them, which ended in the overthrow of Nineveh, the spider weaving her web in the palace of Afrasiab. The Turanian of Professor Muller and his school, adds our correspondent, was evidently the savage and nomadic Caucasian, out of whom the Hamite or Ethiopian builders come, then the Shemites perhaps a hybrid of Hamite and Aryan, and lastly the Aryan Median, Persian, Hindu, and later, the Gothic and Slavic peoples of Europe. He supposes the Celt to have been a hybrid, analogous to the Assyrians between the Aryan invaders of Europe and the Iberic, probably Ethiopic, population of Europe. In such a case he must admit the possibility of our assertion that the Akkadians were a tribe of the earliest Hindus. Now, whether they were Brahmans, from the Brahmanic planisphere proper, 40 degrees north latitude, or from India, Hindustan, or, again, from the India of Central Asia, we will leave to philologists of future ages to decide. An opinion which with us amounts to certitude, demonstrated by an inductive method of our own, which we are afraid will be but little appreciated by the orthodox methods of modern science, is based on what will appear to the latter merely circumstantial evidence. For years we have repeatedly noticed that the same esoteric truths were expressed in identical symbols and allegories in countries between which there had never been traced any historical affiliation. We have found the Jewish Kabbalah and the Bible repeating the Babylonian myths, and the Oriental and Chaldean allegories, given in form and substance in the oldest manuscripts of the Siamese Talapoin, monks, and in the popular but oldest traditions of Ceylon. In the latter place we have an old and valued acquaintance whom we have also met in other parts of the globe, a Pali scholar, and a native Sinhalese, who has in his possession a curious palm leaf, to which, by chemical processes, a time-proof durability has been given, and an enormous conch, or rather one half of a conch, for it has been split in two. On the leaf we saw the representation of a giant of Cylonian antiquity and fame, blind, and pulling down with his outstretched arms, which are embracing the four central pillars of a pagoda, the whole temple, on a crowd of armed enemies. His hair is long and reaches nearly to the ground. We were informed by the possessor of this curious relic, that the blind giant was Somata, the little, so called in contradistinction with Somata Kadam, the Siamese savior. Moreover, the Pali legend, in as important particulars, corresponds with that of the biblical Samson. The shell bore upon its pearly surface a pictorial engraving, divided in two compartments, and the workmanship was far more artistic, as to conception and execution, than the crucifixes and other religious trinkets carved out of the same material in our days at Jaffa and Jerusalem. In the first panel is represented Shiva, with all his Hindu attributes, sacrificing his son, whether the only begotten, or one of many, we never stop to inquire. The victim is laid on a funeral pile, and the father is hovering in the air over him, with an uplifted weapon ready to strike, but the god's face is turned toward a jungle in which a rhinoceros has deeply buried its horn in a huge tree and is unable to extricate it. The adjoining panel, or division, represents the same rhinoceros on the pile with the weapon plunged in its side, and the intended victim Shiva's son free, and helping the god to kindle the fire upon the sacrificial altar. Now, we have but to remember that Shiva and the Palestinian Baal, or Moloch, and Saturn are identical, that Abraham is held until the present day by the Mahometan Arabs as Saturn in the Kaaba, that Abraham and Israel were names of Saturn, and that Sankoniathon tells us that Saturn offered his only begotten son as a sacrifice to his father Ouranos, and even circumcised himself and forced all his household and allies to do the same, to trace unerringly the biblical myth to its source. But this source is neither Phoenician, nor Chaldean, it is purely Indian, and the original of it may be found in the Mahabharata. But, whether Brahmanical or Buddhistical, it must certainly be much older than the Jewish Pentateuch, as compiled by Ezra after the Babylonian captivity, and revised by the rabbis of the Great Synagogue. Therefore, we are bold enough to maintain our assertion against the opinion of many men of learning, whom, nevertheless, we consider far more learned than ourselves. Scientific induction is one thing, and knowledge of facts, however unscientific they may seem at first, is another. But science has discovered enough to inform us that Sanskrit originals, of Nepal, were translated by Buddhistic missionaries into nearly every Asiatic language. Likewise Pali manuscripts were translated into Siamese, and carried to Burma and Siam. It is easy, therefore, to account for the same religious legends and myths circulating in all these countries. But Manetho tells us also of Pali shepherds who emigrated westward, and when we find some of the oldest Solonic traditions in the Chaldean Kabbalah and Jewish Bible, we must think that either Chaldeans or Babylonians had been in Ceylon or India, or the ancient Pali had the same traditions as the Akkadians, whose origin is so uncertain. Suppose even Rawlinson to be right, and that the Akkadians did come from Armenia, he did not trace them farther back. As the field is now opened for any kind of hypothesis, we submit that this tribe might as well have come to Armenia from beyond the Indus, following their way in the direction of the Caspian Sea, a part which was also India, once upon a time, and from thence to the Euxine. Or they might have come originally from Ceylon by the same way. It has been found impossible to follow, with any degree of certitude, the wanderings of these nomadic Aryan tribes, hence we are left to judge from inference, and by comparing their esoteric myths. Abraham himself, for all our scientists can know, might have been one of these Pali shepherds who emigrated west. He is shown to have gone with his father, Terah, from Ur of the Chaldees, and Sir H. Rawlinson found the Phoenician city of Martu or Marathas mentioned in an inscription at Ur, and shows it to signify the west. If their language seems in one sense to oppose their identity with the Brahmans of Hindustan, yet there are other reasons which make good our claims that the biblical allegories of Genesis are entirely due to these nomadic tribes. Their name Akkad, is of the same class as Adam, Havia, or Ed-En perhaps, says Dr. Wilder, meaning son of Ad, like the sons of Ad in ancient Arabia. In Assyrian, Ak is creator and Ad is Ad, the father. In Aramean Ad also means one, and Ad the only one, and in the Kabbalah Ad-Ant is the only begotten, the first emanation of the unseen creator. Adon was the Lord God of Syria and the consort of Adargat, or Astarte, the Syrian goddess, who was Venus, Isis, Istar, or Mylitta, etc., and each of these was mother of all living. The Magna Mater. Thus, while the first, second, and third chapters of Genesis are but disfigured imitations of other cosmogonies, the fourth chapter, beginning at the 16th verse, and the 5th chapter to the end give purely historical facts, though the latter were never correctly interpreted. They are taken, word for word, from the secret book of Numbers, of the great Oriental Kabbalah. From the birth of Enoch, the appropriated first parent of modern Freemasonry, begins the genealogy of the so-called Turanian, Aryan, and Semitic families, if such they be correctly. Every woman is a numerized land or city, every man and patriarch a race, a branch, or a subdivision of a race. The wives of Lamech give the key to the riddle which some good scholar might easily master, even without studying the esoteric sciences. And Adab Jabal, he was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle, nomadic Aryan race. And his brother was Jubal, he was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Zillah bare Tubal Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron, etc. Every word has a significance, but it is no revelation. It is simply a compilation of the most historical facts, although history is too perplexed upon this point to know how to claim them. It is from the Euxine to Kashmir, and beyond that we must search for the cradle of mankind and the sons of Adda, and leave the particular garden of Eden on the Euphrates to the college of the weird astrologers and magi, the Elim. No wonder that the northern seer, Swedenborg, advises people to search for the lost word among the hierophants of Tartary, China, and Thibet, for it is there, and only there now, although we find it inscribed on the monuments of the oldest Egyptian dynasties. The grandiose poetry of the four Vedas, the books of Hermes, the Chaldean Book of Numbers, the Nazarene Codex, the Kabbalah of the Tannim, the Sefer Jezira, the Book of Wisdom, of Skuloma, Solomon, the secret treatise on Metta and Badha attributed by the Buddhist Kabbalists to Kapila, the founder of the Sankhya system, the Brahmanas, the Stangyur, of the Tibetans, all these volumes have the same groundwork. Varying but in allegories they teach the same secret doctrine which, when once thoroughly eliminated, will prove to be the ultima thule of true philosophy, and disclose what is this lost word. It is useless to expect scientists to find in these works anything of interest except that which is in direct relation to either philology or comparative mythology. Even Max Muller, as soon as he refers to the mysticism and metaphysical philosophy scattered through the old Sanskrit literature, sees in it naught but theological absurdities and fantastic nonsense. Speaking of the Brahmanas, all full of mysterious, therefore, as a matter of course, absurd, meanings, we find him saying, the greater portion of them is simply twaddle, and what is worse, theological twaddle. No person who is not acquainted beforehand with the place which the Brahmanas fill in the history of the Indian mind, could read more than 10 pages without being disgusted. We do not wonder at the severe criticism of this erudite scientist. Without a clue to the real meaning of this twaddle of religious conceptions, how can they judge of the esoteric by the exoteric? We find an answer in another of the highly interesting lectures of the German savant. No Jew, no Roman, no Brahmin ever thought of converting people to his own national form of worship. Religion was looked upon as private or national property. It was to be guarded against strangers. The most sacred names of the gods, the prayers by which their favor could be gained, were kept secret. No religion was more exclusive than that of the Brahmans. Therefore, when we find scholars who imagine, because they have learned the meaning of a few exoteric rites from a Sritraya, a Brahmin priest initiated in the sacrificial mysteries, that they are capable of interpreting all the symbols, and have sifted the Hindu religions, we cannot help admiring the completeness of their scientific delusions. The more so, since we find Max Muller himself asserting that since a Brahmin was born, nay, twice born, and could not be made, not even the lowest caste, that of the Sudras, would open its ranks to a stranger. How much less likely that he would allow that stranger to unveil to the world his most sacred religious mysteries, the secret of which has been guarded so jealously from profanation throughout untold ages. No, our scientists do not, nay, cannot understand correctly the old Hindu literature, any more than an atheist or materialist is able to appreciate at their just value the feelings of a seer, a mystic, whose whole life is given to contemplation. They have a perfect right to soothe themselves with the sweet lullaby of their self-admiration, and the just consciousness of their great learning, but none at all to lead the world into their own error, by making it believe that they have solved the last problem of ancient thought in literature, whether Sanskrit or any other, that there lies not behind the external twaddle far more than was ever dreamed of by our modern exact philosophy, or that above and beyond the correct rendering of Sanskrit words and sentences there is no deeper thought, intelligible to some of the descendants of those who veiled it in the morning hours of Earth's day, if they are not to the profane reader. We do not feel in the least astonished that a materialist, and even an orthodox Christian, is unable to read either the old Brahmanical works or their progeny, the Kabbalah, the Codex of Bartsanesh, or the Jewish scripture without disgust at their immodesty and apparent lack of what the uninitiated reader is pleased to call common sense. But if we can hardly blame them for such a feeling, especially in the case of the Hebrew, and even the Greek and Latin literature, and are quite ready to agree with Professor Fiske that it is a mark of wisdom to be dissatisfied with imperfect evidence, on the other hand we have a right to expect that they should recognize that it is no less a mark of honesty to confess one's ignorance in cases where there are two sides to the question, and in the solution of which the scientist may as easily blunder as any ignoramus. When we find Professor Draper, in his definition of periods in the intellectual development of Europe, classifying the time from the days of Socrates, the precursor and teacher of Plato, to Carneades, as the age of faith, and that from Philo to the destruction of the Neoplatonic schools by Justinian the age of decrepitude, we may be allowed to infer that the learned professor knows as little about the real tendency of Greek philosophy and the Attic schools as he understood the true character of Giordano Bruno. So when we see one of the best of Sanskrit scholars stating on his own unsupported authority that the greater portion of the Brahmanas is simply theological twaddle, we deeply regret to think that Professor Muller must be far better acquainted with the old Sanskrit verbs and nouns than with Sanskrit thought, and that a scholar so uniformly disposed to do justice to the religions and the men of old should so effectually play into the hands of Christian theologians. What is the use of Sanskrit? Exclaims Jacques Mont, who alone has made more false statements about the East than all the Orientalists put together. At such a rate there would be none indeed. If we are to exchange one corpse for another, then we may as well dissect the dead letter of the Jewish Bible as that of the Vedas. He who is not intuitionally vivified by the religious spirit of old, will never see beyond the exoteric twaddle. When first we read that in the cavity of the cranium of Macroprosopus the long face lies hidden the aerial wisdom which nowhere is opened, and it is not discovered, and not opened, or again, that the nose of the Ancient of Days is life in every part, we are inclined to regard it as the incoherent ravings of a lunatic. And when, moreover, we are apprized by the Codex Nazareus that she, the Spiritus, invites her son Karaptanos, who is frantic and without judgment, to an unnatural crime with his own mother, we are pretty well disposed to throw the book aside in disgust. But is this only meaningless trash, expressed in rude and even obscene language? No more can it be judged by external appearance than the sexual symbols of the Egyptian and Hindu religions, or the coarse frankness of expression of the Holy Bible itself. No more than the allegory of Eve and the tempting serpent of Eden. The ever-insinuating, restless spirit, when once it falls into matter, tempts Eve, or Hava, which bodily represent chaotic matter frantic and without judgment. For matter, Karaptanos, is the son of spirit, or the spiritus of the Nazarenes, the Sophia Kamoth, and the latter is the daughter of the pure, intellectual spirit, the divine breath. When science shall have effectually demonstrated to us the origin of matter, and proved the fallacy of the occultists and old philosophers who held, as their descendants now hold, that matter is but one of the correlations of spirit, then will the world of skeptics have a right to reject the old wisdom, or throw the charge of obscenity in the teeth of the old religions. From time immemorial, says Mrs. Lydia Maria Child, an emblem has been worshipped in Hindustan as the type of creation, or the origin of life. It is the most common symbol of Shiva Bala or Mahadeva and is universally connected with his worship. Shiva was not merely the reproducer of human forms, he represented the fructifying principle, the generative power that pervades the universe. Small images of this emblem carved in ivory, gold, or crystal, are worn as ornaments about the neck. The maternal emblem is likewise a religious type, and worshippers of Vishnu represent it on their forehead by a horizontal mark. Is it strange that they regarded with reverence the great mystery of human birth? Were they impure thus to regard it? Or are we impure that we do not so regard it? We have traveled far, and unclean have been the paths, since those old anchorites first spoke of God and the soul in the solemn depths of their first sanctuaries. Let us not smile at their mode of tracing the infinite and incomprehensible cause throughout all the mysteries of nature, lest by so doing we cast the shadow of our own grossness on their patriarchal simplicity. Many are the scholars who have tried, to the best of their ability, to do justice to old India. Colebrooke, Sir William Jones, Barthélemy St. Hilaire, Lasson, Weber, Strange, Burnouf, Hardy, and finally Jack Elliott, have all brought forward their testimony to her achievements in legislation, ethics, philosophy, and religion. No people in the world have ever attained to such a grandeur of thought in ideal conceptions of the deity and its offspring, man, as the Sanskrit metaphysicians and theologians. My complaint against many translators and Orientalists, says Jack Elliott, while admiring their profound knowledge is, that not having lived in India, they fail in exactness of expression and in comprehension of the symbolical sense of poetic chants, prayers, and ceremonies, and thus too often fall into material errors, whether of translation or appreciation. Further, this author who, from a long residence in India, and the study of its literature, is better qualified to testify than those who have never been there, tells us that the life of several generations would scarce suffice merely to read the works that ancient India has left us on history, ethics, morale, poetry, philosophy, religion, different sciences, and medicine. And yet Louis Jack Elliott is able to judge but by the few fragments, access to which had ever depended on the complaisance and friendship of a few Brahmans with whom he succeeded in becoming intimate. Did they show him all their treasures? Did they explain to him all he desired to learn? We doubt it, otherwise he would not himself have judged their religious ceremonies so hastily as he has upon several occasions merely upon circumstantial evidence. Still, no traveller has shown himself fairer in the main or more impartial to India than Jack Elliott. If he is severe as to her present degradation, he is still severer to those who were the cause of it, the sacerdotal caste of the last few centuries, and his rebuke is proportionate to the intensity of his appreciation of her past grandeur. He shows the sources whence proceeded the revelations of all the ancient creeds, including the inspired books of Moses, and points at India directly as the cradle of humanity, the parent of all other nations, and the hotbed of all the lost arts and sciences of antiquity, for which old India, herself, was lost already in the Cimmerian darkness of the archaic ages. To study India, he says, is to trace humanity to its sources. In the same way as modern society jostles antiquity at each step, he adds, as our poets have copied Homer and Virgil, Sophocles and Euripides, Plautus and Terence, as our philosophers have drawn inspiration from Socrates, Pythagoras, Plato and Aristotle, as our historians take Titus Livius, Sallust, or Tacitus, as models, our orators, Demosthenes or Cicero, our physicians study Hippocrates, and our codes transcribe Justinian. So had antiquity's self also an antiquity to study, to imitate, and to copy. What more simple and more logical? Do not peoples precede and succeed each other? Does the knowledge, painfully acquired by one nation, confine itself to its own territory, and die with the generation that produced it? Can there be any absurdity in the suggestion that the India of 6,000 years ago, brilliant, civilized, overflowing with population, impressed upon Egypt, Persia, Judea, Greece, and Rome, a stamp as ineffaceable, impressions as profound, as these last have impressed upon us? It is time to disabuse ourselves of those prejudices which represent the ancients as having almost spontaneously elaborated ideas, philosophic, religious, and moral, the most lofty those prejudices that in their naive admiration explain all in the domain of science, arts, and letters, by the intuition of some few great men, and in the realm of religion by revelation. Asterisk. We believe that the day is not far off when the opponents of this fine and erudite writer will be silenced by the force of irrefutable evidence. And when facts shall once have corroborated his theories and assertions, what will the world find? That it is to India, the country less explored, and less known than any other, that all the other great nations of the world are indebted for their languages, arts, legislature, and civilization. Its progress, impeded for a few centuries before our era for, as this writer shows, at the epoch of the great Macedonian conqueror, India had already passed the period of her splendor. Was completely stifled in the subsequent ages. But the evidence of her past glories lies in her literature. What people in all the world can boast of such a literature, which, were the Sanskrit less difficult, would be more studied than now? Hitherto the general public has had to rely for information on a few scholars who, notwithstanding their great learning and trustworthiness, are unequal to the task of translating and commenting upon more than a few books out of the almost countless number that, notwithstanding the vandalism of the missionaries, are still left to swell the mighty volume of Sanskrit literature. And to do even so much is the labor of a European's lifetime. Hence, people judge hastily, and often make the most ridiculous blunders. Quite recently a certain Reverend Dunlop Moore, of New Brighton, PA, determined to show his cleverness and piety at a single stroke, attacked the statement made by a theosophist in a discourse delivered at the cremation of Baron de Palm, that the Code of Manu existed 1,000 years before Moses. All Orientalists of any note, he says, are now agreed that the Institutes of Manu were written at different times. The oldest part of the collection probably dates from the 6th century before the Christian era. Whatever other Orientalists, encountered by this Pennsylvania pundit, may think, Sir William Jones is of a different opinion. It is clear, he says, that the laws of Manu, such as we possess them, and which comprise but 680 slokas, cannot be the work attributed to Sumati, which is probably that described under the name of Vritta Manava, or ancient Code of Manu, which has not yet been entirely reconstructed, although many passages of the book have been preserved by tradition, and are often cited by commentators. We read in the preface to a treatise on legislation by Narada, says Jacolayat, written by one of his adepts, a client of Brahmanical power, Manu having written the laws of Brahma, in 100,000 slokas, or distihs, which form 24 books and 1,000 chapters, gave the work to Narada, the sage of sages, who abridged it for the use of mankind to 12,000 verses, which he gave to a son of Brahma, named Sumati, who, for the greater convenience of man, reduced them to 4,000. Here we have the opinion of Sir William Jones, who, in 1794, affirmed that the fragments in possession of the Europeans could not be the ancient Code of Manu, and that of Louis Jacolayat, who, in 1868, after consulting all the authorities, and adding to them the result of his own long and patient research, writes the following: the Hindu laws were codified by Manu more than 3,000 years before the Christian era, copied by the whole of antiquity, and notably by Rome, which alone has left us a written law, the Code of Justinian, which has been adopted as the basis of all modern legislations. Asterisk. In another volume, entitled Christna etle Christ, in a scientific arraignment of a pious, albeit very learned Catholic antagonist, M. Textor de Ravizzi, who seeks to prove that the orthography of the name Christna is not warranted by its Sanskrit spelling and has the worst of it, Jacolayat remarks, we know that the legislator Manu is lost in the night of the anti-historical period of India, and that no Indianist has dared to refuse him the title of the most ancient lawgiver in the world, p. 350. But Jacolayat had not heard of the Rev. Dunlop Moore. This is why, perhaps, he and several other Indiologists are preparing to prove that many of the Vedic texts, as well as those of Manu, sent to Europe by the Asiatic Society of Calcutta, are not genuine texts at all, but mostly due to the cunning tentative efforts of certain Jesuit missionaries to mislead science, by the help of apocryphal works calculated at once to throw upon the history of ancient India a cloud of uncertainty and darkness, and on the modern Brahmans and pundits a suspicion of systematical interpolation. These facts, he adds, which are so well established in India that they are not even brought in question, must be revealed to Europe. Christ na etle Christ, p. 347. Moreover, the Code of Manu, known to European Orientalists as that one which is commented upon by Bryah, does not even form a part of the ancient Manu called the Vridamanava. Although but small fragments of it have been discovered by our scientists, it does exist as a whole in certain temples, and Jacoliot proves that the texts sent to Europe disagree entirely with the same texts as found in the pagodas of southern India. We can also cite for our purpose Sir William Jones, who, complaining of Kalauka, remarks that the latter seems in his commentaries to have never considered that the laws of Manu are restricted to the first 3 ages, translation of Manu and commentaries. According to computation we are now in the age of Kali Yuga, the third, reckoning from that of Satya or Krita Yuga, first age in which Hindu tradition establishes the laws of Manu, and the authenticity of which Sir William Jones implicitly accepted. Admitting all that may be said as to the enormous exaggerations of Hindu chronology which, by the by, dovetails far better with modern geology and anthropology than the 6,000 years caricature chronology of the Jewish scripture, still as about 4,500 years have elapsed since the fourth age of the world, or Kali Yuga, began, we have here a proof that one of the greatest Orientalists that ever lived and a Christian in the bargain, not a theosophist, believed that Manu is many thousand years older than Moses. Clearly one of two things should happen: either Indian history should be remodeled for the Presbyterian banner, or the writers for that sheet should study Hindu literature before trying their hand again at criticism of theosophists. But apart from the private opinions of these reverend gentlemen whose views very little concern us, we find even in the New American Cyclopedia a decided tendency to dispute the antiquity and importance of the Hindu literature. The laws of Manu, says one of the writers, do not date earlier than the 3rd century BC. This term is a very elastic one. If by the laws of Manu the writer means the abridgment of these laws, compiled and arranged by later Brahmans to serve as an authority for their ambitious projects, and with an idea of creating for themselves a rule of domination, then, in such a sense, they may be right, though we are prepared to dispute even that. At all events it is as little proper to pass off this abridgment for the genuine old laws codified by Manu, as to assert that the Hebrew Bible does not date earlier than the 10th century of our era, because we have no Hebrew manuscript older than that, or that the poems of Homer's Iliad were neither known nor written before its first authenticated manuscript was found. There is no Sanskrit manuscript in the possession of European scholars much older than 4 or 5 centuries, a fact which did not in the least restrain them from assigning to the Vedas an antiquity of between 4 or 5,000 years. There are the strongest possible arguments in favor of the great antiquity of the books of Manu, and without going to the trouble of quoting the opinions of various scholars, no two of whom agree, we will bring forward our own, at least as regards this most unwarranted assertion of the Cyclopedia. If, as Jacoliot proves, text in hand, the Code of Justinian was copied from the laws of Manu, we have first of all to ascertain the age of the former, not as a written and perfect code, but its origin. To answer, is not difficult, we believe. According to Varro, Rome was built in 3961 of the Julian period, 754 BC. The Roman law, as embodied by order of Justinian, and known as the Corpus Juris Civilis, was not a code, we are told, but a digest of the customs of legislation of many centuries. Though nothing is actually known of the original authorities, the chief source from which the Jews' scriptum, or written law, was derived, was the Jews' non-scriptum, or the law of custom. Now it is just on this law of custom that we are prepared to base our arguments. The law of the 12 tables, moreover, was compiled about AUC 300, and even this as respects private law was compiled from still earlier sources. Therefore, If these earlier sources are found to agree so well with the laws of Manu, which the Brahmans claim to have been codified in the Krita Yuga, an age anterior to the actual Kali Yuga, then we must suppose that the source of the 12 tables, as laws of custom and tradition, are at least, by several hundred years, older than their copyists. This, alone, carries us right back to more than 1000 years BC. The Manavadharma Sastra, embodying the Hindu system of cosmogony, is recognized as next to the Vedas in antiquity, and even Colebrooke assigns the latter to the 15th century BC. And, now, what is the etymology of the name of Manavadharma Sastra? It is a word compounded of Manu, Dharma, institute, and Sastra, command or law. How then can Manu's laws date only since the 3rd century before our Christian era? The Hindu code had never laid any claims to be divinely revealed. The distinction made by the Brahmans themselves between the Vedas and every other sacred book of however respectable an antiquity, is a proof of it. While every sect holds the Vedas as the direct word of God Smriti, revelation, the code of Manu is designated by them simply as the Smriti, a collection of oral traditions. Still these traditions, or recollections, are among the oldest as well as the most revered in the land. But, perhaps, the strongest argument in favor of its antiquity, and the general esteem in which it is held, lies in the following fact. The Brahmans have undeniably remodeled these traditions at some distant period, and made many of the actual laws, as they now stand in the Code of Manu, to answer their ambitious views. Therefore, they must have done it at a time when the burning of widows, sati, was neither practiced nor intended to be, which it has been for nearly 2,500 years. No more than in the Vedas is there any such atrocious law mentioned in the Code of Manu. Who, unless he is completely unacquainted with the history of India, but knows that this country was once on the verge of a religious rebellion occasioned by the prohibition of sati by the English government. The Brahmans appealed to a verse from the Rig Veda which commanded it. But this verse has been recently proved to have been falsified. Had the Brahmans been the sole authors of the Code of Manu, or had they codified it entirely instead of simply filling it with interpolations to answer their object not earlier than the time of Alexander, how is it possible that they would have neglected this most important point, and so imperiled its authority? This fact alone proves that the Code must be counted one of their most ancient books. It is on the strength of such circumstantial evidence that of reason and logic that we affirm that, if Egypt furnished Greece with her civilization, and the latter bequeathed hers to Rome, Egypt herself had, in those unknown ages when Menes reigned, received her laws, her social institutions, her arts and her sciences, from pre-Vedic India, and that therefore, it is in that old initiation of the priests adepts of all the other countries we must seek for the key to the great mysteries of humanity. And when we say, indiscriminately, India, we do not mean the India of our modern days, but that of the archaic period. In those ancient times countries which are now known to us by other names were all called India. There was an upper, a lower, and a western India, the latter of which is now Persia Iran. The countries now named Tibet, Mongolia, and Great Tartary, were also considered by the ancient writers as India. We will now give a legend in relation to those places which science now fully concedes to have been the cradle of humanity. Tradition says, and the records of the great book explain, that long before the days of Adam, and his inquisitive wife, Heva, where now are found but salt lakes and desolate barren deserts, there was a vast inland sea, which extended over Middle Asia, north of the proud Himalayan range, and its western prolongation. An island, which for its unparalleled beauty had no rival in the world, was inhabited by the last remnant of the race which preceded ours. This race could live with equal ease in water, air, or fire, for it had an unlimited control over the elements. These were the sons of God, not those who saw the daughters of men, but the real Elohim, though in the Oriental Kabbalah they have another name. It was they who imparted nature's most weird secrets to men, and revealed to them the ineffable, and now lost word. This word, which is no word, has traveled once around the globe, and still lingers as a far-off dying echo in the hearts of some privileged men. The hierophants of all the sacerdotal colleges were aware of the existence of this island, but the word was known only to the Java Alim, or chief lord of every college, and was passed to his successor only at the moment of death. There were many such colleges, and the old classic authors speak of them. We have already seen that it is one of the universal traditions accepted by all the ancient peoples that there were many races of men anterior to our present races. Each of these was distinct from the one which preceded it, and each disappeared as the following appeared. In Manu, 6 such races are plainly mentioned as having succeeded each other. From this Manu Swayambhuva, the minor, and answering to Adam Kadmon, issued from Swayambhuva, or the being existing through himself, descended 6 other Manus, men typifying progenitors, each of whom gave birth to a race of men. These Manus, all-powerful, of whom Swayambhuva is the first, have each, in his period Anthara produced and directed this world composed of movable and unmovable beings, Manu, Book I. In the Shivapurana, it runs thus. O Shiva, thou god of fire, mayest thou destroy my sins, as the bleaching grass of the jungle is destroyed by fire. It is through thy mighty breath that Adhima, the first man, and Heva, completion of life, in Sanskrit, the ancestors of this race of men have received life and covered the world with their descendants. There was no communication with the fair island by sea, but subterranean passages known only to the chiefs, communicated with it in all directions. Tradition points to many of the majestic ruins of India, Ellora, Elephanta, and the caverns of Ahunta, Shandar range, which belonged once to those colleges, and with which were connected such subterranean ways. Who can tell but the lost Atlantis, which is also mentioned in the secret book, but, again, under another name, pronounced in the sacred language, did not exist yet in those days. The great lost continent might have, perhaps, been situated south of Asia, extending from India to Tasmania? If the hypothesis now so much doubted, and positively denied by some learned authors who regard it as a joke of Plato's, is ever verified, then, perhaps, will the scientists believe that the description of the god-inhabited continent was not altogether fable. And they may then perceive that Plato's guarded hints and the fact of his attributing the narrative to Solon and the Egyptian priests, were but a prudent way of imparting the fact to the world, and by cleverly combining truth and fiction, to disconnect himself from a story which the obligations imposed at initiation forbade him to divulge. And how could the name of Atlanta itself originate with Plato at all? Atlanti is not a Greek name, and its construction has nothing of the Grecian element in it. Brasseur de Bourbourg tried to demonstrate it years ago, and Baldwin, in his Prehistoric Nations and Ancient America, cites the former, who declares that the words Atlas and Atlantic have no satisfactory etymology in any language known in Europe. They are not Greek, and cannot be referred to any known language of the Old World. But in the Nahuatl, or Toltec, language we find immediately the radical atl, which signifies water, war, and the top of the head. From this comes a series of words, such as Atlan, or the border of or amid the water, from which we have the adjective Atlantic. We have also Atlasa, to combat. A city named Atlan existed when the continent was discovered by Columbus, at the entrance of the Gulf of Uriha, in Darien, with a good harbor. It is now reduced to an unimportant pueblo, village, named Aclo. Is it not, to say the least, very extraordinary to find in America a city called by a name which contains a purely local element, foreign moreover to every other country, in the alleged fiction of a philosopher of 400 years BC? The same may be said of the name of America, which may one day be found more closely related to Meru, the sacred mount in the center of the 7 continents, according to the Hindu tradition, than to Americus Vespucius, whose name by the by, was never Americus at all, but Albiricus, a trifling difference not deemed worth mentioning till very lately by exact history. We adduce the following reasons in favor of our argument. First, Americi, or Americ is the name in Nicaragua for the highland or mountain range that lies between Juigalpa and Libertad, in the province of Chontales, and which reaches on the one side into the country of the Kharkaz Indians, and on the other side into the country of the Ramas Indians. Ic or ik, as a terminal, means great, as Kazikh, etc. Columbus mentions, in his fourth voyage, the village Carrier, probably Kayake. The people abounded with sorcerers, or medicine men, and this was the region of the Americ Range, 3,000 feet high. Yet he omits to mention this word. The name America Provincia, first appeared on a map published at Basel, in 1522. Till that time, the region was believed to be part of India. That year Nicaragua was conquered by Gil González de Avida. 2d. The Northmen who visited the continent in the 10th century, a low-level coast thickly covered with wood, called it Markland, from mark, a wood. The R had a rolling sound as in Marek. A similar word is found in the country of the Himalayas, and the name of the world mountain, Meru, is pronounced in some dialects as Miruah, the letter H being strongly aspirated. The main idea is, however, to show how two peoples could possibly accept a word of similar sound, each having used it in their own sense, and finding it applied to the same territory. It is most plausible, says Professor Wilder, that the state of Central America, where we find the name Americ signifying, like the Hindu Meru we may add, Great Mountain, gave the continent its name. Vespucius would have used his surname if he had designed to give a title to a continent. If the Abbé de Bourbourg's theory of Atlan as the source of Atlas and Atlantic is verified, the two hypotheses could agree most charmingly. As Plato was not the only writer that treated of a world beyond the Pillars of Hercules, and as the ocean is still shallow and grows seaweed all through the tropical part of the Atlantic, it is not wild to imagine that this continent projected, or that there was an island world on that coast. The Pacific also shows signs of having been a populous island empire of Malays or Javanese if not a continent amid the north and south. We know that Lemuria in the Indian Ocean is a dream of scientists, and that the Sahara and the middle belt of Asia were perhaps once seabeds. To continue the tradition, we have to add that the class of Hierophants was divided into two distinct categories, those who were instructed by the sons of God, of the island, and who were initiated in the divine doctrine of pure revelation, and others who inhabited the lost Atlantis if such must be its name and who, being of another race, were born with a sight which embraced all hidden things, and was independent of both distance and material obstacle. In short, they were the fourth race of men mentioned in the Popolvuh, whose sight was unlimited and who knew all things at once. They were, perhaps, what we would now term natural-born mediums, who neither struggled nor suffered to obtain their knowledge, nor did they acquire it at the price of any sacrifice. Therefore, while the former walked in the path of their divine instructors, and acquiring their knowledge by degrees, learned at the same time to discern the evil from the good, the born adepts of the Atlantis blindly followed the insinuations of the great and invisible dragon, the king Thevetat, the serpent of Genesis. Thevetat had neither learned nor acquired knowledge, but, to borrow an expression of Dr. Wilder in relation to the tempting serpent, he was a sort of Socrates who knew without being initiated. Thus, under the evil insinuations of their demon, Thevetat, the Atlantis race became a nation of wicked magicians. In consequence of this, war was declared, the story of which would be too long to narrate. Its substance may be found in the disfigured allegories of the race of Cain, the giants, and that of Noah and his righteous family. The conflict came to an end by the submersion of the Atlantis, which finds its imitation in the stories of the Babylonian and Mosaic flood, the giants and magicians. And all flesh died. And every man. All except Xisuthros and Noah, who are substantially identical with the great father of the Thlinkithians in the Popolvuh, or the sacred book of the Guatemalans, which also tells of his escaping in a large boat, like the Hindu Noavaiswasvita. If we believe the tradition at all, we have to credit the further story that from the intermarrying of the progeny of the Hierophants of the island and the descendants of the Atlantean Noah, sprang up a mixed race of righteous and wicked. On the one side the world had its Enochs, Moseses, Gautama Buddhas, its numerous saviors, and great Hierophants. on the other hand, its natural magicians who, through lack of the restraining power of proper spiritual enlightenment, and because of weakness of physical and mental organizations, unintentionally perverted their gifts to evil purposes. Moses had no word of rebuke for those adepts in prophecy and other powers who had been instructed in the colleges of esoteric wisdom mentioned in the Bible. His denunciations were reserved for such as either wittingly or otherwise debased the powers inherited from their Atlantean ancestors to the service of evil spirits, to the injury of humanity. His wrath was kindled against the spirit of Ob, not that of Od. The ruins which cover both Americas, and are found on many West Indian islands, are all attributed to the submerged Atlanteans. As well as the hierophants of the Old World, which in the days of Atlantis was almost connected with the new one by land, the magicians of the now submerged country had a network of subterranean passages running in all directions. In connection with those mysterious catacombs we will now give a curious story told to us by a Peruvian, long since dead, as we were traveling together in the interior of his country. There must be truth in it, as it was afterward confirmed to us by an Italian gentleman who had seen the place and who, but for lack of means and time, would have verified the tale himself, at least partially. The informant of the Italian was an old priest, who had had the secret divulged to him, at confession, by a Peruvian Indian. We may add, moreover, that the priest was compelled to make the revelation, being at the time completely under the mesmeric influence of the traveler. The story concerns the famous treasures of the last of the Incas. The Peruvian asserted that since the well-known and miserable murder of the latter by Pizarro, the secret had been known to all the Indians, except the mestizos who could not be trusted. It runs thus: the Inca was made prisoner, and his wife offered for his liberation a room full of gold, from the floor up to the ceiling, as high up as his conqueror could reach before the sun would set on the third day. She kept her promise, but Pizarro broke his word, according to Spanish practice. Marveling at the exhibition of such treasures, the conqueror declared that he would not release the prisoner, but would murder him, unless the queen revealed the place whence the treasure came. He had heard that the Incas had somewhere an inexhaustible mine, a subterranean road or tunnel running many miles underground, where were kept the accumulated riches of the country. The unfortunate queen begged for delay, and went to consult the oracles. During the sacrifice, the chief priest showed her in the consecrated black mirror * the unavoidable murder of her husband, whether she delivered the treasures of the crown to Pizarro or not. Then the queen gave the order to close the entrance, which was a door cut in the rocky wall of a chasm. Under the direction of the priest and magicians, the chasm was accordingly filled to the top with huge masses of rock, and the surface covered over so as to conceal the work. The Inca was murdered by the Spaniards and his unhappy queen committed suicide. Spanish greed overreached itself and the secret of the buried treasures was locked in the breasts of a few faithful Peruvians. Our Peruvian informant added that in consequence of certain indiscretions at various times, persons had been sent by different governments to search for the treasure under the pretext of scientific exploration. They had rummaged the country through, but without realizing their object. So far this tradition is corroborated by the reports of Dr. Tschudi and other historians of Peru. But there are certain additional details which we are not aware have been made public before now. Several years after hearing the story, and its corroboration by the Italian gentleman, we again visited Peru. Going southward from Lima, by water, we reached a point near Arica at sunset, and were struck by the appearance of an enormous rock, nearly perpendicular, which stood in mournful solitude on the shore, apart from the range of the Andes. It was the tomb of the Incas. As the last rays of the setting sun strike the face of the rock, one can make out, with an ordinary opera glass, some curious hieroglyphics inscribed on the volcanic surface. When Cusco was the capital of Peru, it contained a temple of the sun, famed far and near for its magnificence. It was roofed with thick plates of gold, and the walls were covered with the same precious metal. The eave troughs were also of solid gold. In the west wall the architects had contrived an aperture in such a way that when the sunbeams reached it, it focused them inside the building. Stretching like a golden chain from one sparkling point to another, they encircled the walls, illuminating the grim idols, and disclosing certain mystic signs at other times invisible. It was only by understanding these hieroglyphics identical with those which may be seen to this day on the tomb of the Incas that one could learn the secret of the tunnel and its approaches. Among the latter was one in the neighborhood of Cusco, now masked beyond discovery. This leads directly into an immense tunnel which runs from Cusco to Lima, and then, turning southward, extends into Bolivia. At a certain point it is intersected by a royal tomb. Inside this sepulchral chamber are cunningly arranged two doors, or, rather, two enormous slabs which turn upon pivots, and close so tightly as to be only distinguishable from the other portions of the sculptured walls by the secret signs, whose key is in the possession of the faithful custodians. One of these turning slabs covers the southern mouth of the Liman Tunnel, the other, the northern one of the Bolivian corridor. The latter, running southward, passes through Tripica and Cobijo, for Arica is not far away from the little river called Pequina, which is the boundary between Peru and Bolivia. Not far from this spot stand three separate peaks which form a curious triangle. They are included in the chain of the Andes. According to tradition, the only practicable entrance to the corridor leading northward is in one of these peaks, but without the secret of its landmarks, a regiment of Titans might rend the rocks in vain in the attempt to find it. But even were someone to gain an entrance and find his way as far as the turning slab in the wall of the sepulchre, and attempt to blast it out, the superincumbent rocks are so disposed as to bury the tomb, its treasures, and as the mysterious Peruvian expressed it to us, 1,000 warriors in one common ruin. There is no other access to the Arica chamber but through the door in the mountain near Pequina. Along the entire length of the corridor, from Bolivia to Lima and Cusco, are smaller hiding places filled with treasures of gold and precious stone, the accumulations of many generations of Incas, the aggregate value of which is incalculable. We have in our possession an accurate plan of the tunnel, the sepulchre, and the doors, given to us at the time by the old Peruvian. If we had ever thought of profiting by the secret, it would have required the cooperation of the Peruvian and Bolivian governments on an extensive scale. To say nothing of physical obstacles, no one individual or small party could undertake such an exploration without encountering the army of smugglers and brigands with which the coast is infested, and which, in fact, includes nearly the whole population. The mere task of purifying the mephitic air of the tunnel, which had not been entered for centuries, would also be a serious one. There, however, the treasure lies, and there the tradition says it will lie till the last vestige of Spanish rule disappears from the whole of North and South America. The treasures exhumed by Dr. Schliemann at Mycenae have awakened popular cupidity, and the eyes of adventurous speculators are being turned toward the localities where the wealth of ancient peoples is supposed to be buried, in crypt or cave, or beneath sand or alluvial deposit. Around no other locality, not even Peru, hang so many traditions as around the Gobi Desert. In independent Tartary this howling waste of shifting sand was once, if report speaks correctly, the seat of one of the richest empires the world ever saw. Beneath the surface are said to lie such wealth in gold, jewels, statuary, arms, utensils, and all that indicates civilization, luxury, and fine arts, as no existing capital of Christendom can show today. The Gobi sand moves regularly from east to west before terrific gales that blow continually. Occasionally some of the hidden treasures are uncovered, but not a native dare touch them, for the whole district is under the ban of a mighty spell. Death would be the penalty. Body hideous, but faithful gnomes guard the hidden treasures of this prehistoric people, awaiting the day when the revolution of cyclic periods shall again cause their story to be known for the instruction of mankind. According to local tradition, the tomb of Genghis Khan still exists near Lake Tabajan Nor. Within lies the Mongolian Alexander, as though asleep. After 3 more centuries he will awake and lead his people to new victories and another harvest of glory. Though this prophetic tradition be received with ever so many grains of salt, we can affirm as a fact that the tomb itself is no fiction, nor has its amazing richness been exaggerated. The district of the Gobi Wilderness and, in fact, the whole area of independent Tartary and Thibet is jealously guarded against foreign intrusion. Those who are permitted to traverse it are under the particular care and pilotage of certain agents of the chief authority, and are in duty bound to convey no intelligence respecting places and persons to the outside world. But for this restriction, even we might contribute to these pages accounts of exploration, adventure, and discovery that would be read with interest. The time will come, sooner or later, when the dreadful sand of the desert will yield up its long-buried secrets, and then there will indeed be unlooked-for mortifications for our modern vanity. The people of Pasai, says Marco Polo, the daring traveler of the 13th century, are great adepts in sorceries and the diabolic arts. And his learned editor adds, this Pasai, or Udayana, was the native country of Padmasambhava, one of the chief apostles of Lamaism, i.e., of Tibetan Buddhism, and a great master of enchantments. The doctrines of Sakya, as they prevailed in Udayana in old times, were probably strongly tinged with Sivatic magic, and the Tibetans still regard the locality as the classic ground of sorcery and witchcraft. The old times are just like the modern times, nothing is changed as to magical practices except that they have become still more esoteric and arcane, and that the caution of the adepts increases in proportion to the traveler's curiosity. Haiyuan Shang says of the inhabitants, the men are fond of study, but pursue it with no ardor. The science of magical formulae has become a regular professional business with them. We will not contradict the venerable Chinese pilgrim on this point, and are willing to admit that in the 7th century some people made a professional business of magic, so, also, do some people now, but certainly not the true adepts. It is not Haiyuan Shang, the pious, courageous man, who risked his life 100 times to have the bliss of perceiving Buddha's shadow in the cave of Peshawar, who would have accused the holy lamas and monkeyish thaumaturgists of making a professional business of showing it to travelers. The injunction of Gautama, contained in his answer to King Prasenajit, his protector, who called on him to perform miracles, must have been ever present to the mind of Haiyuan Shang. Great King, said Gautama, I do not teach the law to my pupils, telling them go, yes saints, and before the eyes of the Brahmans and householders perform, by means of your supernatural powers, miracles greater than any man can perform. I tell them, when I teach them the law, live, yes saints, hiding your good works, and showing your sins. Struck with the accounts of magical exhibitions witnessed and recorded by travelers of every age who had visited Tartary and Thibet, Colonel Yule comes to the conclusion that the natives must have had at their command the whole encyclopedia of modern spiritualists. Du Halde mentions among their sorceries the art of producing by their invocations the figures of Lutsen and their divinities in the air, and of making a pencil write answers to questions without anybody touching it. The former invocations pertain to religious mysteries of their sanctuaries. If done otherwise, or for the sake of gain, they are considered sorcery, necromancy, and strictly forbidden. The latter art, that of making a pencil write without contact, was known and practiced in China and other countries centuries before the Christian era. It is the ABC of magic in those countries. When Haiyuan Shang desired to adore the shadow of Buddha, it was not to professional magicians that he resorted, but to the power of his own soul invocation, the power of prayer, faith, and contemplation. All was dark and dreary near the cavern in which the miracle was alleged to take place sometimes. Haiyuan Shang entered and began his devotions. He made 100 salutations, but neither saw nor heard anything. Then, thinking himself too sinful, he cried bitterly, and despaired. But as he was going to give up all hope, he perceived on the eastern wall a feeble light, but it disappeared. He renewed his prayers, full of hope this time, and again he saw the light, which flashed and disappeared again. After this he made a solemn vow, he would not leave the cave till he had the rapture to see at last the shadow of the venerable of the age. He had to wait longer after this, for only after 200 prayers was the dark cave suddenly bathed in light, and the shadow of Buddha, of a brilliant white color, rose majestically on the wall, as when the clouds suddenly open, and, all at once, display the marvelous image of the mountain of light. A dazzling splendor lighted up the features of the divine countenance. Haiyuan Shang was lost in contemplation and wonder, and would not turn his eyes away from the sublime and incomparable object. Haiyuan Shang adds in his own diary, Siyuki, that it is only when man prays with sincere faith, and if he has received from above a hidden impression, that he sees the shadow clearly, but he cannot enjoy the sight for any length of time. Asterisk. Those who are so ready to accuse the Chinese of irreligion will do well to read Schott's essays on Buddhism in China and Upper Asia. In the years UNU of the Sung, AD 1086 to 1093, a pious matron with her 2 servants lived entirely to the land of enlightenment. One of the maids said one day to her companion, "Tonight I shall pass over to the realm of Amitabha, Buddha." The same night a balsamic odor filled the house, and the maid died without any preceding illness. On the following day the surviving maid said to her lady, "Yesterday my deceased companion appeared to me in a dream, and said, 'Thanks to the persevering supplications of our dear mistress, I am become an inhabitant of paradise, and my blessedness is past all expression in words.'" The matron replied, "If she will appear to me also, then will I believe all you say." The next night the deceased really appeared to her. The lady asked, "May I, for once, visit the land of enlightenment?" "Yeah," answered the blessed soul, "thou hast but to follow thine handmaiden." The lady followed her, in her dream, and soon perceived a lake of immeasurable expanse, overspread with innumerable red and white lotus flowers, of various sizes, some blooming, some fading. She asked what those flowers might signify. The maiden replied, "These are all human beings on the earth whose thoughts are turned to the land of enlightenment." The very first longing after the paradise of Amitabha produces a flower in the celestial lake, and this becomes daily larger and more glorious as the self-improvement of the person whom it represents advances. In the contrary case, it loses in glory and fades away. The matron desired to know the name of an enlightened one who reposed on one of the flowers, clad in a waving and wondrously glistening raiment. Her whilom maiden answered, "That is Yankee." Then asked she the name of another, and was answered, "That is Mahu." The lady then said, "At what place shall I hereafter come into existence?" Then the blessed soul led her a space further, and showed her a hill that gleamed with gold and azure. "Here," said she, "is your future abode. You will belong to the first order of the blessed." When the matron awoke, she sent to inquire for Yankee and Mahu. The first was already departed, the other still alive and well. And thus the lady learned that the soul of one who advances in holiness and never turns back, may be already a dweller in the land of enlightenment, even though the body still sojourn in this transitory world. In the same essay, another Chinese story is translated, and to the same effect. "I knew a man," says the author, "who during his life had killed many living beings, and was at last struck with an apoplexy. The sorrows in store for his sin-laden soul pained me to the heart. I visited him, and exhorted him to call on the Amitabha, but he obstinately refused. His illness clouded his understanding, in consequence of his misdeeds he had become hardened. What was before such a man when once his eyes were closed? In this life the night followeth the day, and the winter followeth the summer, that, all men are aware of. But that life is followed by death, no man will consider. Oh, what blindness and obduracy is this!" p. 93. These two instances of Chinese literature hardly strengthen the usual charge of irreligion and total materialism brought against the nation. The first little mystical story is full of spiritual charm, and would grace any Christian religious book. The second is as worthy of praise, and we have but to replace Amitabha with Jesus to have a highly orthodox tale, as regards religious sentiments and code of philosophical morality. The following instance is still more striking, and we quote it for the benefit of Christian revivalists. Huang Tatai, of Tianquan, who lived under the Sung, followed the craft of a blacksmith. Whenever he was at his work he used to call, without intermission, on the name of Amitabha Buddha. One day he handed to his neighbors the following verses of his own composition to be spread about. Ding dong. The hammer strokes fall long and fast. until the iron turns to steel at last. Now shall the long, long day of rest begin. The land of bliss eternal calls me in. Thereupon he died. But his verses spread all over Honan, and many learned to call upon Buddha. Asterisk. To deny to the Chinese or any people of Asia, whether central, upper, or lower, the possession of any knowledge, or even perception of spiritual things, is perfectly ridiculous. From one end to the other the country is full of mystics, religious philosophers, Buddhist saints, and magicians. Belief in a spiritual world, full of invisible beings who, on certain occasions, appear to mortals objectively, is universal. According to the belief of the nations of Central Asia, remarks I. J. Schmidt, the earth and its interior, as well as the encompassing atmosphere, are filled with spiritual beings, which exercise an influence, partly beneficent, partly malignant, on the whole of organic and inorganic nature. Especially are deserts and other wild or uninhabited tracts, or regions in which the influences of nature are displayed on a gigantic and terrible scale, regarded as the chief abode or rendezvous of evil spirits. And hence the steppes of Turin, and in particular the great sandy desert of Gobi have been looked on as the dwelling place of malignant beings, from days of hoary antiquity. Marco Polo as a matter of course mentions more than once in his curious book of travels, these tricky nature spirits of the deserts. For centuries, and especially in the last one, had his strange stories been completely rejected. No one would believe him when he said he had witnessed, time and again, with his own eyes, the most wonderful feats of magic performed by the subjects of Kublai Khan and adepts of other countries. On his deathbed Marco was strongly urged to retract his alleged falsehoods, but he solemnly swore to the truth of what he said, adding that he had not told one half of what he had really seen. There is now no doubt that he spoke the truth, since Marsden's edition, and that of Colonel Yule have appeared. The public is especially beholden to the latter for bringing forward so many authorities corroborative of Marco's testimony, and explaining some of the phenomena in the usual way, for he makes it plain beyond question that the great traveler was not only a veracious but an exceedingly observant writer. Warmly defending his author, the conscientious editor, after enumerating more than one hitherto overt and even rejected point in the Venetian's travels, concludes by saying, "Nay, the last 2 years have thrown a promise of light even on what seemed the wildest of Marco's stories, and the bones of a veritable RUC from New Zealand lie on the table of Professor Owen's cabinet." Asterisk. The monstrous bird of the Arabian Nights, or Arabian mythology, as Webster calls the rook, or roc, having been identified, the next thing in order is to discover and recognize that Aladdin's magical lamp has also certain claims to reality. Describing his passage through the great desert of Lop, Marco Polo speaks of a marvelous thing, which is that, when travelers are on the move by night, they will hear spirits talking. Sometimes the spirits will call him by name. Even in the daytime one hears these spirits talking. And sometimes you shall hear the sound of a variety of musical instruments, and still more commonly the sound of drums. Asterisk. In his notes, the translator quotes the Chinese historian, Mat Wunlin, who corroborates the same. During the passage of this wilderness you hear sounds, says Mat Wunlin, sometimes of singing, sometimes of wailing, and it has often happened that travelers going aside to see what those sounds might be, have strayed from their course and been entirely lost, for they were voices of spirits and goblins. These goblins are not peculiar to the Gobi, adds the editor, though that appears to have been their most favored haunt. The awe of the vast and solitary desert raises them in all similar localities. Colonel Yule would have done well to consider the possibility of serious consequences arising from the acceptance of his theory. If we admit that the weird cries of the Gobi are due to the awe inspired by the vast and solitary desert, why should the goblins of the Gadarenes, Luke 8:29, be entitled to any better consideration? And why may not Jesus have been self-deceived as to his objective tempter during the 40 days' trial in the wilderness? We are quite ready to receive or reject the theory enunciated by Colonel Yule, but shall insist upon its impartial application to all cases. Pliny speaks of the phantoms that appear and vanish in the deserts of Africa. Aethicus, the early Christian cosmographer, mentions, though incredulous, the stories that were told of the voices of singers and revelers in the desert, and Masuti tells of the ghouls, which in the deserts appear to travelers by night and in lonely hours, and also of Apollonius of Tyana and his companions, who, in a desert near the Indus by moonlight, saw an empusa or ghoul taking many forms. They revile it, and it goes off uttering shrill cries. And Ibn Battuta relates a like legend of the Western Sahara. If the messenger be solitary, the demons sport with him and fascinate him, so that he strays from his course and perishes. Now if all these matters are capable of a rational explanation, and we do not doubt it as regards most of these cases, then, the Bible devils of the wilderness deserve no more consideration, but should have the same rule applied to them. They, too, are creatures of terror, imagination, and superstition, hence, the narratives of the Bible must be false, and if one single verse is false, then a cloud is thrown upon the title of all the rest to be considered divine revelation. Once admit this, and this collection of canonical documents is at least as amenable to criticism as any other book of stories. Asterisk. There are many spots in the world where the strangest phenomena have resulted from what was later ascertained to be natural physical causes. In Southern California there are certain places on the seashore where the sand when disturbed produces a loud musical ring. It is known as the musical sand, and the phenomenon is supposed to be of an electrical nature. The sound of musical instruments, chiefly of drums, is a phenomenon of another class, and is really produced in certain situations among sandhills when the sand is disturbed, says the editor of Marco Polo. A very striking account of a phenomenon of this kind, regarded as supernatural, is given by Friar Odoric, whose experience I have traced to the Regruin or flowing sand north of Kabul. Besides this celebrated example, I have noted that equally well-known one of the Hebelnikiks, or Hill of the Bell in the Sinai Desert. Gibalul Thabul, or Hill of the Drums. A Chinese narrative of the 10th century mentions the phenomenon as known near Quacha, on the eastern border of the Lop Desert, under the name of the Singing Sands. That all these are natural phenomena, no one can doubt. But what of the questions and answers, plainly and audibly given and received? What of conversations held between certain travelers and the invisible spirits, or unknown beings, that sometimes appear to whole caravans in tangible form? If so many millions believe in the possibility that spirits may clothe themselves with material bodies, behind the curtain of a medium, and appear to the circle, why should they reject the same possibility for the elemental spirits of the deserts? This is the to be, or not to be of Hamlet. If spirits can do all that spiritualists claim for them, why can they not appear equally to the traveler in the wildernesses and solitudes? A recent scientific article in a Russian journal attributes such spirit voices, in the Great Gobi Desert, to the echo. A very reasonable explanation, if it can only be demonstrated that these voices simply repeat what has been previously uttered by a living person. But when the superstitious traveler gets intelligent answers to his questions, this Gobi echo at once shows a very near relationship with the famous echo of the theatre Porte Saint-Martin at Paris. "How do you do, sir?" shouts one of the actors in the play. "Very poorly, my son, thank you. I am getting old, very, very old," politely answers the echo. What incredulous merriment must the superstitious and absurd narratives of Marco Polo, concerning the supernatural gifts of certain shark and wild beast charmers of India, whom he terms Abrahaman, have excited for long centuries. Describing the pearl fishery of Ceylon, as it was in his time, he says that the merchants are obliged also to pay those men who charm the great fishes to prevent them from injuring the divers whilst engaged in seeking pearls under water 1/20th part of all that they take. These fish charmers are termed Abrahaman, Brahman, and their charm holds good for that day only, for at night they dissolve the charm, so that the fishes can work mischief at their will. These Abrahaman know also how to charm beasts and birds, and every living thing. And this is what we find in the explanatory notes of Colonel Yule, in relation to this degrading Asiatic superstition, Marco's account of the pearl fishery is still substantially correct. At the diamond mines of the northern Sarkars, Brahmans are employed in the analogous office of propitiating the tutelary genii. The shark charmers are called in Tamil, Kadalkutti, sea binders, and in Hindustani, Haibunda, or shark binders. At Arapo they belong to one family, supposed to have the monopoly of the charm. The chief operator is, or was, not many years ago, paid by the government, and he also received 10 oysters from each boat daily during the fishery. Tenant, on his visit, found the incumbent of the office to be a Roman Catholic Christian, but that did not seem to affect the exercise of the validity of his functions. It is remarkable that not more than one authenticated accident from sharks had taken place during the whole period of the British occupation. 2 items of fact in the above paragraph are worthy of being placed in juxtaposition. 1. The British authorities pay professional shark charmers a stipend to exercise their art, and, 2, only one life has been lost since the execution of the contract. We have yet to learn whether the loss of this one life did not occur under the Roman Catholic sorcerer. Is it pretended that the salary is paid as a concession to a degrading native superstition? Very well, but how about the sharks? Are they receiving salaries, also, from the British authorities out of the Secret Service Fund? Every person who has visited Ceylon must know that the waters of the Pearl Coast swarm with sharks of the most voracious kind, and that it is even dangerous to bathe, let alone to dive for oysters. We might go further, if we chose, and give the names of British officials of the highest rank in the Indian service, who, after resorting to native magicians and sorcerers, to assist them in recovering things lost, or in unraveling vexatious mysteries of one kind or another, and being successful, and at the time secretly expressing their gratitude, have gone away, and shown their innate cowardice before the world's Areopagus, by publicly denying the truth of magic, and leading the jest against Hindu superstition. Not many years ago, one of the worst of superstition scientists held to be that of believing that the murderer's portrait remained impressed on the eye of the murdered person, and that the former could be easily recognized by examining carefully the retina. The superstition asserted that the likeness could be made still more striking by subjecting the murdered man to certain old women's fumigations, and the like gossip. And now an American newspaper, of March 26, 1877, says, a number of years ago attention was attracted to a theory which insisted that the last effort of vision materialized itself and remained as an object imprinted on the retina of the eye after death. This has been proved a fact by an experiment tried in the presence of Dr. Gamgee, FRS, of Birmingham, England, and Professor Bunsen, the subject being a living rabbit. The means taken to prove the merits of the question were most simple, the eyes being placed near an opening in a shutter, and retaining the shape of the same after the animal had been deprived of life. If, from the regions of idolatry, ignorance, and superstition, as India is termed by some missionaries, we turn to the so-called center of civilization Paris, we find the same principles of magic exemplified there under the name of occult spiritualism. The Honorable John L. O'Sullivan, ex-minister plenipotentiary of the United States to Portugal, has kindly furnished us with the strange particulars of a semi-magical séance which he recently attended with several other eminent men, at Paris. Having his permission to that effect, we print his letter in full. New York, February 7, 1877. I cheerfully obey your request for a written statement of what I related to you orally, as having been witnessed by me in Paris, last summer, at the house of a highly respectable physician, whose name I have no authority to use, but whom, after the usual French fashion of anonymizing, I will call Dr. X. I was introduced there by an English friend, well known in the spiritualist circles in London. Mr. Gledstans. Some 8 or 10 other visitors were present, of both sexes. We were seated in fauteuils, occupying half of a long drawing room, flush with a spacious garden. In the other half of the room was a grand piano, a considerable open space between it and us, and a couple of fauteuils in that space, evidently placed there to be occupied by other sitters. A door near them opened into the private apartments. Dr. X came in, and discoursed to us for about 20 minutes with rapid and vehement French eloquence, which I could not undertake to report. He had, for over 25 years, investigated occult mysteries, of which he was about to exhibit some phenomena. His object was to attract his brethren of the scientific world, but few or none of them came to see for themselves. He intended before long to publish a book. He presently led in two ladies, the younger one his wife, the other, whom I will call Madame Y, a medium or sensitive, with whom he had worked through all that period in the prosecution of these studies, and who had devoted and sacrificed her whole life to this work with him. Both these ladies had their eyes closed, apparently in trance. He stood them at the opposite ends of the long grand piano, which was shut, and directed them to put their hands upon it. Sounds soon began to issue from its chords, marching, galloping, drums, trumpets, rolling musketry, cannon, cries, and groans, in one word, a battle. This lasted, I should say, some 5 to 10 minutes. I should have mentioned that before the two mediums were brought in I had written in pencil, on a small bit of paper, by direction of Mr. Gledstans, who had been there before, the names of 3 objects, to be known to myself alone, viz., some musical composer, deceased, a flower, and a cake. I chose Beethoven, a marguerite, daisy, and a kind of French cake called plombières, and rolled the paper into a pellet, which I kept in my hand, without letting even my friend know its contents. When the battle was over, he placed Madame Y in one of the 2 fauteuils, Madame X being seated apart at one side of the room, and I was asked to hand my folded, or rolled, paper to Madame Y. She held it, unopened, between her fingers, on her lap. She was dressed in white merino, flowing from her neck and gathered in at the waist, under a blaze of light from chandeliers on the right and left. After a while she dropped the little roll of paper to the floor, and I picked it up. Dr. X then raised her to her feet and told her to make the evocation of the dead. He withdrew the fauteuils and placed in her hand a steel rod of about 4½ or 5 feet in length, the top of which was surmounted with a short crosspiece, the Egyptian tau. With this she traced a circle round herself, as she stood, of about 6 feet in diameter. She did not hold the crosspiece as a handle, but, on the contrary, she held the rod at the opposite end. She presently handed it back to Dr. X. There she stood for some time, her hands hanging down and folded together in front of her, motionless, and with her eyes directed slightly upward toward one of the opposite corners of the long salon. Her lips presently began to move, with muttered sounds, which after a while became distinct in articulation, in short broken sentences or phrases, very much like the recitation of a litany. Certain words, seeming to be names, would recur from time to time. It sounded to me somewhat as I have heard Oriental languages sound. Her face was very earnest and mobile with expression, with sometimes a slight frown on the brow. I suppose it lasted about 15 or 20 minutes, amidst the motionless silence of all the company, as we gazed on the weird scene. Her utterance finally seemed to increase in vehemence and rapidity. At last she stretched forth one arm toward the space on which her eyes had been fixed, and, with a loud cry, almost a scream, she exclaimed, "Beethoven!" and fell backward, prostrate on the floor. Dr. X hastened to her, made eager magnetic passes about her face and neck, and propped up her head and shoulders on cushions. And there she lay like a person sick and suffering, occasionally moaning, turning restlessly, etc. I suppose a full half-hour then elapsed, during which she seemed to pass through all the phases of gradual death. This I was told was a reenacting of the death of Beethoven. It would be long to describe in detail, even if I could recall all. We watched as though assisting at a scene of real death. I will only say that her pulse ceased, no beating of the heart could be perceived, her hands first, then her arms became cold, while warmth was still to be felt under her armpits, even they at last became entirely cold, her feet and legs became cold in the same manner, and they swelled astonishingly. The doctor invited us all to come and recognize these phenomena. The gasping breaths came at longer and longer intervals, and feebler and feebler. At last came the end, her head fell sidewise, her hands, which had been picking with the fingers about her dress, collapsed also. The doctor said, "She is now dead," and so it indeed seemed. In vehement haste he produced, I did not see from where, 2 small snakes, which he seemed to huddle about her neck and down into her bosom, making also eager transverse passes about her head and neck. After a while she appeared to revive slowly, and finally the doctor and a couple of men servants lifted her up and carried her off into the private apartments, from which he soon returned. He told us that this was all very critical, but perfectly safe, but that no time was to be lost, for otherwise the death, which he said was real, would be permanent. I need not say how ghastly the effect of this whole scene had been on all the spectators. Nor need I remind you that this was no trickery of a performer paid to astonish. The scene passed in the elegant drawing room of a respectable physician, to which access without introduction is impossible, while, outside of the phenomenal facts, 1,000 indescribable details of language, manner, expression, and action presented those minute guarantees of sincerity and earnestness which carry conviction to those who witness, though it may be transmitted to those who only hear or read of them. After a time Madame Y returned and was seated in one of the 2 fauteuils before mentioned, and I was invited to the other by her side. I had still in my hand the unopened pellet of paper containing the 3 words privately written by me, of which, Beethoven, had been the first. She sat for a few minutes with her open hands resting on her lap. They presently began to move restlessly about. "Ah, it burns," she said, and her features contracted with an expression of pain. In a few moments she raised one of them, and it contained a marguerite, the flower I had written as my second word. I received it from her, and after it had been examined by the rest of the company, I preserved it. Dr. X said it was of a species not known in that part of the country, an opinion in which he was certainly mistaken, as a few days afterwards I saw the same in the flower market of the Madeleine. Whether this flower was produced under her hands, or was simply an apport, as in the phenomenon we are familiar with in the experiences of spiritualism, I do not know. It was the one or the other, for she certainly did not have it as she sat there by my side, under a strong light, before it made its appearance. The flower was perfectly fresh in every one of its delicate petals. The 3rd word I had written on my bit of paper was the name of a cake Plombières. She presently began to go through the motions of eating, though no cake was visible, and asked me if I would not go with her to Plombières the name of the cake I had written. This might have been simply a case of mind reading. After this followed a scene in which Madame X, the doctor's wife, was said, and seemed to be, possessed by the spirit of Beethoven. The doctor addressed her as Monsieur Beethoven. She took no notice until he called the name aloud in her ear. She then responded with polite bows, etc. You may remember that Beethoven was extremely deaf. After some conversation he begged her to play, and she seated herself at the piano and performed magnificently both some of his known music and some improvisations which were generally recognized by the company as in his style. I was told afterwards, by a lady friend of Madame X, that in her normal state she was a very ordinary amateur performer. After about half an hour spent in music and in dialogue in the character of Beethoven, to whom her face in expression, and her tumbled hair, seemed to acquire a strange resemblance, the doctor placed in her hands a sheet of paper and a crayon, and asked her to sketch the face of the person she saw before her. She produced very rapidly a profile sketch of a head and face resembling Beethoven's busts, though as a younger man, and she dashed off a rapid name under it, as though a signature, Beethoven. I have preserved the sketch, though how the handwriting may correspond with Beethoven's signature I cannot say. The hour was now late, and the company broke up, nor had I any time to interrogate Dr. X upon what we had thus witnessed. But I called on him with Mr. Gledstans a few evenings afterwards. I found that he admitted the action of spirits, and was a spiritualist, but also a great deal more, having studied long and deeply into the occult mysteries of the Orient. So I understood him to convey, while he seemed to prefer to refer me to his book, which he would probably publish in the course of the present year. I observed a number of loose sheets on a table all covered with Oriental characters unknown to me, the work of Madame Y in trance, as he said, in answer to an inquiry. He told us that in the scene I had witnessed, she became, i.e., as I presumed, was possessed by, a priestess of one of the ancient Egyptian temples, and that the origin of it was this: a scientific friend of his had acquired in Egypt possession of the mummy of a priestess, and had given him some of the linen swaddlings with which the body was enveloped, and from the contact with this cloth of 2,000 or 3,000 years old, the devotion of her whole existence to this occult relation, and 20 years seclusion from the world, his medium, as sensitive Madame Y, had become what I had seen. The language I had heard her speak was the sacred language of the temples in which she had been instructed, not so much by inspiration but very much as we now study languages, by dictation, written exercises, etc., being even chided and punished when she was dull or slow. He said that Jack Eliot had heard her in a similar scene, and recognized sounds and words of the very oldest sacred language as preserved in the temples of India, anterior, if I remember right, to the epoch of the Sanskrit. Respecting the snakes he had employed in the hasty operation of restoring her to life, or rather perhaps arresting the last consummation of the process of death, he said there was a strange mystery in their relation to the phenomena of life and death. I understood that they were indispensable. Silence and inaction on our part were also insisted upon throughout, and any attempt at questioning him at the time was peremptorily, almost angrily, suppressed. We might come and talk afterward, or wait for the appearance of his book, but he alone seemed entitled to exercise the faculty of speech throughout all these performances, which he certainly did with great volubility, the while, with all the eloquence and precision of diction of a Frenchman, combining scientific culture with vividness of imagination. I intended to return on some subsequent evening, but learned from Mr. Gledstans that he had given them up for the present, disgusted with his ill success in getting his professional colleagues and men of science to come and witness what it was his object to show them. This is about as much as I can recall of this strange, weird evening, excepting some uninteresting details. I have given you the name and address of Dr. X confidentially, because he would seem to have gone more or less far on the same path as you pursue in the studies of your Theosophical Society. Beyond that I feel bound to keep it private, not having his authority to use it in any way which might lead to publicity. Very respectfully, your friend and obedient servant, J. L. O'Sullivan. In this interesting case simple spiritualism has transcended its routine and encroached upon the limits of magic. The features of mediumship are there, in the double life led by the sensitive Madame Y, in which she passes an existence totally distinct from the normal one, and by reason of the subordination of her individuality to a foreign will, becomes the permutation of a priestess of Egypt, and in the personation of the spirit of Beethoven, and in the unconscious and cataleptic state into which she falls. On the other hand, the will-power exercised by Dr. X upon his sensitive, the tracing of the mystic circle, the evocations, the materialization of the desired flower, the seclusion and education of Madame Y, the employment of the wand and its form, the creation and use of the serpents, the evident control of the astral forces, all these pertain to magic. Such experiments are of interest and value to science, but liable to abuse in the hands of a less conscientious practitioner than the eminent gentleman designated as Dr. X. A true Oriental Kabbalist would not recommend their duplication. Spheres unknown below our feet, spheres still more unknown and still more unexplored above us, between the two a handful of moles, blind to God's great light, and deaf to the whispers of the invisible world, boasting that they lead mankind where? Onward, they claim, but we have a right to doubt it. The greatest of our physiologists, when placed side by side with a Hindu fakir, who knows neither how to read nor write, will very soon find himself feeling as foolish as a schoolboy who has neglected to learn his lesson. It is not by vivisecting living animals that a physiologist will assure himself of the existence of man's soul, nor on the blade of the knife can he extract it from a human body. What sane man, inquires Sergeant Cox, the president of the London Psychological Society, what sane man who knows nothing of magnetism or physiology, who had never witnessed an experiment nor learned its principles, would proclaim himself a fool by denying its facts and denouncing its theory? The truthful answer to this would be, 2/3 of our modern-day scientists. The impertinence, if truth can ever be impertinent, must be laid at the door of him who uttered it, a scientist of the number of those few who are brave and honest enough to utter wholesome truths, however disagreeable. And there is no mistaking the real meaning of the imputation, for immediately after the irreverent inquiry, the learned lecturer remarks as pointedly, the chemist takes his electricity from the electrician, the physiologist looks to the geologist for his geology. Each would deem it an impertinence in the other if he were to pronounce judgment in the branch of knowledge not his own. Strange it is, but true as strange, that this rational rule is wholly set at naught in the treatment of psychology. Physical scientists deem themselves competent to pronounce a dogmatic judgment upon psychology and all that appertains to it, without having witnessed any of its phenomena, and in entire ignorance of its principles and practice. We sincerely hope that the two eminent biologists, Mr. Mendeleev, of St. Petersburg, and Mr. Ray Lancaster, of London fame, will bear themselves under the above as unflinchingly as their living victims do when palpitating under their dissecting knives. For a belief to have become universal, it must have been founded on an immense accumulation of facts, tending to strengthen it, from one generation to another. At the head of all such beliefs stands magic, or, if one would prefer, occult psychology. Who, of those who appreciate its tremendous powers even from its feeble, half-paralyzed effects in our civilized countries, would dare disbelieve in our days the assertions of Porphyry and Proclus, that even inanimate objects, such as statues of gods, could be made to move and exhibit a factitious life for a few moments? Who can deny the allegation? Is it those who testify daily over their own signatures that they have seen tables and chairs move and walk, and pencils write, without contact? Diogenes Laertius tells us of a certain philosopher, Stilpo, who was exiled from Athens by the Areopagus, for having dared to deny publicly that the Minerva of Phaedias was anything else than a block of marble. But our own age, after having mimicked the ancients in everything possible, even to their very names, such as senates, prefects, and consuls, etc., and after admitting that Napoleon the Great conquered 3/4 of Europe by applying the principles of war taught by the Caesars and the Alexanders, knows so much better than its preceptors about psychology, that it would vote every believer in animated tables into Bedlam. Be this as it may, the religion of the ancients is the religion of the future. A few centuries more, and there will linger no sectarian beliefs in either of the great religions of humanity. Brahmanism and Buddhism, Christianity and Mohammetanism will all disappear before the mighty rush of facts. I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, writes the prophet Joel. Verily I say unto you, greater works than these shall you do, promises Jesus. But this can only come to pass when the world returns to the grand religion of the past, the knowledge of those majestic systems which preceded, by far, Brahmanism, and even the primitive monotheism of the ancient Chaldeans. Meanwhile, we must remember the direct effects of the revealed mystery. The only means by which the wise priests of old could impress upon the grosser senses of the multitudes the idea of the omnipotency of the creative will or first cause, namely, the divine animation of inert matter, the soul infused into it by the potential will of man, the microcosmic image of the great architect, and the transportation of ponderous objects through space and material obstacles. Why should the pious Roman Catholic turn away in disgust at the heathen practices of the Hindu Tamil, for instance? We have witnessed the miracle of San Gennaro, in good old Naples, and we have seen the same in Narjar soil, in India. Where is the difference? The coagulated blood of the Catholic saint is made to boil and fume in its crystal bottle, to the gratification of the Lazzaroni, and from its jeweled shrine the martyr's idol beams radiant smiles and blessings at the Christian congregation. On the other hand, a ball of clay filled with water, is stuffed into the open breast of the god Suran, and while the padre shakes his bottle and produces his miracle of blood, the Hindu priest plunges an arrow into the god's breast, and produces his miracle, for the blood gushes forth in streams, and the water is changed into blood. Both Christians and Hindus fall in raptures at the sight of such a miracle. So far, we do not see the slightest difference. But can it be that the pagan learned the trick from San Gennaro? No, oh, Asclepius, says Hermes, that as the highest one is the father of the celestial gods, so is man the artisan of the gods who reside in the temples, and who delight in the society of mortals. Faithful to its origin and nature, humanity perseveres in this imitation of the divine powers, and, if the Father Creator has made in his image the eternal gods, mankind in its turn makes its gods in its own image. And, dost thou speak of statues of gods, O Trismegistus? Verily, I do, Asclepius, and however great thy defiance, perceivest thou not that these statues are endowed with reason, that they are animated with a soul, and that they can operate the greatest prodigies? How can we reject the evidence, when we find these gods possessing the gift of predicting the future, which they are compelled to tell, when forced to it by magic spells, as through the lips of the divines and their visions? It is the marvel of marvels that man could have invented and created gods. True, the faith of our ancestors has erred, and in their pride they fell into error as to the precise essence of these gods. But they have still found out that art themselves. Powerless to create soul and spirit, they evoke the souls of angels and demons in order to introduce them into the consecrated statues, and so make them preside at their mysteries, by communicating to idols their own faculty to do good as well as evil. It is not antiquity alone which is full of evidence that the statues and idols of the gods at times exhibited intelligence and locomotive powers. Full in the 19th century, we see the papers recording the capers played by the statue of the Madonna of Lourdes. This gracious lady, the French Notre Dame, runs away several times to the woods adjoining her usual residence, the parish church. The sexton is obliged to hunt after the runaway, and bring her home more than once. After this begins a series of miracles, healing, prophesying, letter dropping from on high, and what not. These miracles are implicitly accepted by millions and millions of Roman Catholics, numbers of these belonging to the most intelligent and educated classes. Why, then, should we disbelieve in testimony of precisely the same character, given as to contemporary phenomena of the same kind, by the most accredited and esteemed historians, by Titus Livy, for instance? Juno, would you please abandon the walls of Veii, and change this abode for that of Rome? Inquires of the goddess a Roman soldier, after the conquest of that city. Juno consents, and nodding her head in token of acquiescence, her statue answers, yes, I will. Furthermore, upon their carrying off the figure, it seems to instantly lose its immense weight, adds the historian, and the statue seems rather to follow them than otherwise. With naivete, and a faith bordering on the sublime, de Musso bravely rushes into the dangerous parallels, and gives a number of instances of Christian as well as heathen miracles of that kind. He prints a list of such walking statues of saints and Madonnas, who lose their weight, and move about as so many living men and women, and presents unimpeachable evidence of the same, from classical authors, who described their miracles. He has but one thought, one anxious and all-overpowering desire to prove to his readers that magic does exist and that Christianity beats it flat. Not that the miracles of the latter are either more numerous, or more extraordinary, or suggestive than those of the pagans. Not at all, and he is a fair historian as to facts and evidence. But, it is his arguments and reflections that are priceless. One kind of miracle is produced by God, the other by the devil. He drags down the deity and, placing him face to face with Satan, allows the arch-enemy to beat the Creator by long odds. Not a word of solid, evident proof to show the substantial difference between the two kinds of wonders. Would we inquire the reason why he traces in one the hand of God and in the other the horn and hoof of the devil? Listen to the answer. The Holy Roman Catholic and Apostolical Church declares the miracles wrought by her faithful sons produced by the will of God, and all others the work of the spirits of hell. Very well, but on what ground? We are shown an endless list of holy writers, of saints who fought during their whole lives with the fiends, and of fathers whose word and authority are accepted as word of God by the same Church. Your idols, your consecrated statues are the abode of demons, exclaims Saint Cyprian. Yes, it is these spirits who inspire your divines, who animate the bowels of your victims, who govern the flight of birds, and who, mixing incessantly falsehood with truth, render oracles, and operate prodigies, their object being to bring you invincibly to their worship. Asterisk. Fanaticism in religion, fanaticism in science, or fanaticism in any other question becomes a hobby, and cannot but blind our senses. It will ever be useless to argue with a fanatic. And here we cannot help admiring once more the profound knowledge of human nature which dictated to Mr. Sergeant Cox the following words, delivered in the same address as before alluded to: there is no more fatal fallacy than that the truth will prevail by its own force, that it has only to be seen to be embraced. In fact, the desire for the actual truth exists in very few minds, and the capacity to discern it in fewer still. When men say that they are seeking the truth, they mean that they are looking for evidence to support some prejudice or prepossession. Their beliefs are molded to their wishes. They see all, and more than all, that seems to tell for that which they desire. They are blind as bats to whatever tells against them. The scientists are no more exempt from this common failing than are others. We know that from the remotest ages there has existed a mysterious, awful science, under the name of theopoeia. This science taught the art of endowing the various symbols of gods with temporary life and intelligence. Statues and blocks of inert matter became animated under the potential will of the Hierophant. The fire stolen by Prometheus had fallen down in the struggle to earth, it embraced the lower regions of the sky, and settled in the waves of the universal ether as the potential akasa of the Hindu rites. We breathe and imbibe it into our organic system with every mouthful of fresh air. Our organism is full of it from the instant of our birth. But it becomes potential only under the influx of will and spirit. Left to itself, this life principle will blindly follow the laws of nature, and, according to conditions, will produce health and an exuberance of life, or cause death and dissolution. But, guided by the will of the adept, it becomes obedient, its currents restore the equilibrium in organic bodies, they fill the waste, and produce physical and psychological miracles, well known to mesmerizers. Infused in inorganic and inert matter, they create an appearance of life, hence motion. If to that life an individual intelligence, a personality, is wanting, then the operator must either send his synleka, his own astral spirit, to animate it, or use his power over the region of nature spirits to force one of them to infuse his entity into the marble, wood, or metal, or, again, be helped by human spirits. But the latter, except the vicious, earthbound class, will not infuse their essence into these inanimate objects. They leave the lower kinds to produce the similitude of life and animation, and only send their influence through the intervening spheres like a ray of divine light, when the so-called miracle is required for a good purpose. The condition, and this is a law in spiritual nature, is purity of motive, purity of the surrounding magnetic atmosphere, personal purity of the operator. Thus is it, that a pagan miracle may be by far holier than a Christian one. Who that has seen the performance of the fakirs of southern India, can doubt the existence of theopoeia in ancient times? An inveterate skeptic, though more than anxious to attribute every phenomenon to jugglery, still finds himself compelled to testify to facts, and facts that are to be witnessed daily if one chooses. I dare not, he says, speaking of Chibite Kondar, a fakir of Jaffna-Patnam, describe all the exercises which he performed. There are things one dares not say, even charged with having been under an inexplicable hallucination. And yet, 10, nay, 20 times, I saw and saw again the fakir obtain similar results over inert matter. It was but child's play for our charmer to make the flame of candles which had, by his directions, been placed in the remotest corners of the apartment, pale and become extinguished at will, to cause the furniture to move, even the sofas on which we sat, the doors to open and shut repeatedly, and all this without quitting the mat upon which he sat on the floor. Perhaps I will be told that I saw imperfectly. Possibly, but I will say that hundreds and thousands of persons have seen and do see what I have, and things more wonderful, has one of all these discovered the secret, or been able to duplicate these phenomena. And I can never repeat too often that all this does not occur on a stage, supplied with mechanical contrivances for the use of the operator. No, it is a beggar crouched, naked, on the floor, who thus sports with your intelligence, your senses, and all that which we have agreed among ourselves to style the immutable laws of nature, but which he appears to alter at will. Does he change its course? No, but he makes it act by using forces which are yet unknown to us, say the believers. However that may be, I have found myself 20 times at similar performances in company with the most distinguished men of British India, professors, physicians, officers. Not one of them but thus summarized his impressions upon quitting the drawing-room. This is something terrifying to human intelligence. Every time that I saw repeated by a fakir the experiment of reducing serpents to a cataleptic state, a condition in which these animals have all the rigidity of the dry branch of a tree, my thoughts have reverted to the biblical fable, which endows Moses and the priests of Pharaoh with the like power. Asterisk. Assuredly, the flesh of man, beast, and bird should be as easily endowed with magnetic life principle as the inert table of a modern medium. Either both wonders are possible and true, or both must fall to the ground, together with the miracles of apostolic days, and those of the more modern Popish Church. As for vital proofs furnished to us in favor of such possibilities, we might name books enough to fill a whole library. If Sixtus V cited a formidable array of spirits attached to various talismans, was not his threat of excommunication for all those who practiced the art, uttered merely because he would have the knowledge of the secret confined within the precincts of the Church? How would it do for his divine miracles to be studied and successfully reproduced by every man endowed with perseverance, a strong positive magnetic power, and an unflinching will? Recent events at Lourdes, of course, supposing them to have been truthfully reported, prove that the secret is not wholly lost, and if there is no strong magician mesmerizer concealed under frock and surplice, then the statue of Notre Dame is moved by the same forces which move every magnetized table at a spiritual séance, and the nature of these intelligences, whether they belong to the classes of human elementary, or elemental spirits, depends on a variety of conditions. With one who knows anything of mesmerism, and at the same time of the charitable spirit of the Roman Catholic Church, it ought not to be difficult to comprehend that the incessant curses of the priests and monks, and the bitter anathemas so freely pronounced by Pius IX, himself a strong mesmerizer, and believed to be a jetator, evil eye, have drawn together legions of elementaries and elementals under the leadership of the disembodied Torquemudus. These are the angels who play pranks with the statue of the Queen of Heaven. Anyone who accepts the miracle and thinks otherwise blasphemes. Although it would seem as if we had already furnished sufficient proofs that modern science has little or no reason to boast of originality, yet before closing this volume we will adduce a few more to place the matter beyond doubt. We have but to recapitulate, as briefly as possible, the several claims to new philosophies and discoveries, the announcement of which has made the world open its eyes so wide within these last 2 centuries. We have pointed to the achievements in arts, sciences, and philosophy of the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, Chaldeans, and Assyrians. We will now quote from an author who has passed long years in India studying their philosophy. In the famous and recent work of Christ Naetle Christ, we find the following tabulation. Philosophy - The ancient Hindus have created from the foundation the 2 systems of spiritualism and materialism, of metaphysical philosophy and of positive philosophy. The first taught in the Vedantic school, whose founder was Vyasa, the second taught in the Sankhya school, whose founder was Kapila. Astronomical science - they fixed the calendar, invented the zodiac, calculated the precession of the equinoxes, discovered the general laws of the movements, observed and predicted the eclipses. Mathematics - they invented the decimal system, algebra, the differential, integral, and infinitesimal calculi. They also discovered geometry and trigonometry, and in these two sciences they constructed and proved theorems which were only discovered in Europe as late as the 17th and 18th centuries. It was the Brahmans in fact who first deduced the superficial measure of a triangle from the calculation of its three sides, and calculated the relations of the circumference to the diameter. Furthermore, we must restore to them the square of the hypotenuse and the table so improperly called Pythagorean, which we find engraved on the goparama of the majority of great pagodas. Physics - they established the principle which is still our own today, that the universe is a harmonious whole, subject to laws which may be determined by observation and experiment. They discovered hydrostatics, and the famous proposition that every body plunged in water loses of its own weight a weight equal to the volume which it displaces, is only alone made by the Brahmans to the famous Greek architect, Archimedes. The physicists of the pagodas calculated the velocity of light, fixed in a positive manner the laws which it follows in its reflection. And finally, it is beyond doubt, from the calculations of Surya Siddhanta, that they knew and calculated the force of steam. Chemistry - they knew the composition of water, and formulated for gases the famous law, which we know only from yesterday, that the volumes of gas are in inverse ratio to the pressures that they support. They knew how to prepare sulfuric, nitric, and muriatic acids, the oxides of copper, iron, lead, tin, and zinc, the sulfurets of iron, copper, mercury, antimony, and arsenic, the sulfates of zinc and iron, the carbonates of iron, lead, and soda, nitrate of silver, and powder. Medicine - their knowledge was truly astonishing. In Charaka and Suruta, the two princes of Hindu medicine, is laid down the system which Hippocrates appropriated later. Suruta notably enunciates the principles of preventive medicine or hygiene, which he places much above curative medicine too often, according to him, empirical. Are we more advanced today? It is not without interest to remark that the Arab physicians, who enjoyed a merited celebrity in the Middle Ages, Averroes among others, constantly spoke of the Hindu physicians, and regarded them as the initiators of the Greeks and themselves. Pharmacology - they knew all the simples, their properties, their use, and upon this point have not yet ceased to give lessons to Europe. Quite recently we have received from them the treatment of asthma, with the datura. Surgery - in this they are not less remarkable. They made the operation for the stone, succeeded admirably in the operation for cataract, and the extraction of the foetus, of which all the unusual or dangerous cases are described by Charaka with an extraordinary scientific accuracy. Grammar - they formed the most marvelous language in the world, the Sanskrit, which gave birth to the greater part of the idioms of the Orient, and of Indo-European countries. Poetry - they have treated all the styles, and shown themselves supreme masters in all. Sakuntala, Avrita, the Hindu Phaedra, Saranga, and 1,000 other dramas have their superiors neither in Sophocles nor Euripides, in Corneille nor Shakespeare. Their descriptive poetry has never been equaled. One must read, in the Meghaduta, the plaint of an exile, who implores a passing cloud to carry his remembrances to his cottage, his relatives and friends, whom he will never see more, to form an idea of the splendor to which the style has been carried in India. Their fables have been copied by all modern and ancient peoples, who have not even given themselves the trouble to color differently the subject of these little dramas. Music - they invented the gamut with its differences of tones and half-tones much before Gui d'Arezzo. Here is the Hindu scale. Sariga Mapada Nisa. Architecture - they seem to have exhausted all that the genius of man is capable of conceiving. Domes, inexpressibly bold, tapering cupolas, minarets, with marble lace, Gothic towers, Greek hemicycles, polychrome style, all kinds and all epochs are there, betokening the origin and date of the different colonies, which, in emigrating, carried with them their souvenirs of their native art. Such were the results attained by this ancient and imposing Brahmanical civilization. What have we to offer for comparison? Besides such majestic achievements of the past, what can we place that will seem so grandiose and sublime as to warrant our boast of superiority over an ignorant ancestry? Beside the discoverers of geometry and algebra, the constructors of human speech, the parents of philosophy, the primal expounders of religion, the adepts in psychological and physical science, how even the greatest of our biologists and theologians seem dwarfed. Name to us any modern discovery, and we venture to say, that Indian history need not long be searched before the prototype will be found of record. Here we are with the transit of science half accomplished, and all our ideas in process of readjustment to the theories of force correlation, natural selection, atomic polarity, and evolution. And here, to mock our conceit, our apprehensions, and our despair, we may read what Manu said, perhaps 10,000 years before the birth of Christ. The first germ of life was developed by water and heat, Manu, Book I, Sloka 8. Water ascends toward the sky in vapors, from the sun it descends in rain, from the rain are born the plants, and from the plants, animals, Book 3, Sloka 76. Each being acquires the qualities of the one which immediately precedes it, in such a manner that the farther a being gets away from the primal atom of its series, the more he is possessed of qualities and perfections, Book I, Sloka 20. Man will traverse the universe, gradually ascending, and passing through the rocks, the plants, the worms, insects, fish, serpents, tortoises, wild animals, cattle, and higher animals. Such is the inferior degree, Ibid. These are the transformations declared, from the plant up to Brahma, which have to take place in his world, Ibid. The Greek, says Jacoliot, is but the Sanskrit. Phaedius and Praxiteles have studied in Asia the chefs d'oeuvre of Daonthea, Ramana, and Aryavasta. Plato disappears before Gemini and Vedavyasa, whom he literally copies. Aristotle is thrown into the shade by the Purvamimamsa and the Uttaramimamsa, in which one finds all the systems of philosophy which we are now occupied in re-editing, from the spiritualism of Socrates and his school, the skepticism of Pyrrho, Montaigne, and Kant, down to the positivism of Litera. Let those who doubt the exactness of the latter assertion read this phrase, extracted textually from the Uttaramimamsa, or Vedanta, of Vyasa, who lived at an epoch which the Brahmanical chronology fixes at 10,400 years before our era. We can only study phenomena, verify them, and hold them to be relatively true, but nothing in the universe, neither by perception nor by induction, nor by the senses, nor by reasoning, being able to demonstrate the existence of a supreme cause, which could, at a fixed point of time, have given birth to the universe, science has to discuss neither the possibility nor impossibility of this supreme cause. Thus, gradually but surely, will the whole of antiquity be vindicated. Truth will be carefully sifted from exaggeration, much that is now considered fiction may yet be proved fact, and the facts and laws of modern science found to belong to the limbo of exploded myths. When, centuries before our era, the Hindu Brahmayupto affirmed that the starry sphere was immovable, and that the daily rising and setting of stars confirms the motion of the earth upon its axis, and when Aristarchus of Samos, born 267 years BC, and the Pythagorean philosopher Nicete, the Syracusan, maintained the same, what was the credit given to their theories until the days of Copernicus and Galileo? And the system of these two princes of science, a system which has revolutionized the whole world, how long will it be allowed to remain as a complete and undisturbed whole? Have we not, at the present moment, in Germany, a learned savant, a Professor Schoepfer, who, in his public lectures at Berlin, tries to demonstrate, 1. That the earth is immovable, 2. The sun is but a little bigger than it seems, and 3. That Tycho Brahe was perfectly right and Galileo perfectly wrong? And what was Tycho Brahe's theory? Why, that the earth stands immovable in the center of the universe, and that around it, as around its center, the whole of the celestial vault gravitates every 24 hours, and finally, that the sun and moon, apart from this motion, proceed on curved lines peculiar to themselves, while Mercury, with the rest of the planets, describes an epicycloid. We certainly have no intention to lose time nor devote space to either combating or supporting this new theory, which suspiciously resembles the old ones of Aristotle and even the Venerable Bede. We will leave the learned army of modern academicians to wash their family linen among themselves, to use an expression of the great Napoleon. But we will, nevertheless, avail ourselves of such a good opportunity as this defection affords to demand once more of science her diploma or patents of infallibility. Alas! Are these, then, the results of her boasted progress? It was hardly more than yesterday when, upon the strength of facts within our own observation, and corroborated by the testimony of a multitude of witnesses, we timidly ventured the assertion that tables, mediums, and Hindu fakirs were occasionally levitated. And when we added that, if such a phenomenon should happen but once in a century, without a visible mechanical cause, then that rising is a manifestation of a natural law of which our scientists are yet ignorant, we were called iconoclastic, and charged, in our turn, by the newspapers, with ignorance of the law of gravitation. Iconoclastic or not, we never thought of charging science with denying the rotation of the earth on its axis, or its revolution around the sun. Those two lamps, at least, in the beacon of the academy, we thought would be kept trimmed and burning to the end of time. But, lo! Here comes a Berlin professor and crushes our last hopes that science should prove herself exact in some one particular. The cycle is truly at its lowest point, and a new era is begun. The earth stands still, and Joshua is vindicated. In days of old in 1876 the world believed in centrifugal force, and the Newtonian theory, which explained the flattening of the poles by the rotatory motion of the earth around its axis, was orthodox. Upon this hypothesis, the greater portion of the globular mass was believed to gravitate toward the equator, and in its turn the centrifugal force, acting on the mass with its mightiest power, forced this mass to concentrate itself on the equator. Thus is it that the credulous scientists believed the earth to rotate around its axis, for, were it otherwise, there would exist no centrifugal force, and without this force there could be no gravitation toward the equatorial latitudes. It has been one of the accepted proofs of the rotation of the earth, and it is this deduction, with several others, that the Berlin professor declares that, in common with many other scientists, he rejects. Is this not ridiculous, gentlemen, he concludes, that we, confiding in what we were taught at school, have accepted the rotation of the earth around its axis as a fact fully demonstrated, while there is nothing at all to prove it, and it cannot be demonstrated? Is it not cause of astonishment that the scientists of the whole educated world, commencing with Copernicus and Kepler, should have begun by accepting such a movement of our planet, and then 3.5 centuries later be searching for such proofs? But, alas! Though we search, we find none, as was to be expected. All is vain. And thus it is that at one stroke the world loses its rotation, and the universe is bereaved of its guardians and protectors, the centrifugal and centripetal forces. Nay, ether itself, blown out of space, is but a fallacy, a myth born of a bad habit of using empty words. The sun is a pretender to dimensions to which it was never entitled, the stars are twinkling dots, and were so expressly disposed at considerable distances from one another by the Creator of the universe, probably with the intention that they should simultaneously illumine the vast spaces on the face of our globe. Says Dr. Schoepfer. And is it so that even 3.5 centuries have not sufficed the men of exact science to construct one theory that not a single university professor would dare challenge? If astronomy, the one science built on the adamantine foundation of mathematics, the one of all others deemed as infallible and unassailable as truth itself, can be thus irreverently indicted for false pretenses, what have we gained by cheapening Plato to the profit of the Bobbinettes? How, then, do they venture to flout at the humblest observer who, being both honest and intelligent, may say he has seen a mediumistic, or magical phenomenon? And how dare they prescribe the limits of philosophical inquiry, to pass beyond which is not lawful? And these quarreling hypothesists still arraign as ignorant and superstitious those giant intellects of the past, who handled natural forces like world-building titans, and raised mortality to an eminence where it allied itself with the gods. Strange fate of a century boasting to have elevated exact science to its apex of fame, and now invited to go back and begin its ABC of learning again. Recapitulating the evidence contained in this work, if we begin with the archaic and unknown ages of the Hermetic Poemander, and come down to 1876, we find that one universal belief in magic has run through all these centuries. We have presented the ideas of Trismegistus in his dialogue with Asclepius, and without mentioning the 1001 proofs of the prevalence of this belief in the first centuries of Christianity, to achieve our purpose we have but to quote from an ancient and a modern author. The first will be the great philosopher Porphyry, who several thousand years after the days of Hermes, remarks in relation to the prevailing skepticism of his century, the following: "We need not be amazed in seeing the vulgar masses, iota pi omicron lambda lambda omicron iota, perceive in statues merely stone and wood. Thus it is generally with those who, ignorant in letters, find naught in style covered with inscriptions but stone, and in written books naught but the tissue of the papyrus." And 1,500 years later, we see Mr. Sergeant Cox, in stating the case of the shameful prosecution of a medium by just such a blind materialist, thus expressing his ideas, whether the medium is guilty or guiltless. Certain it is that the trial has had the unlooked-for effect of directing the attention of the whole public to the fact that the phenomena are asserted to exist, and by a great number of competent investigators are declared to be true, and of the reality of which every person may, if he pleases, satisfy himself by actual inspection, thus sweeping away, thus and forever, the dark and debasing doctrines of the materialists. Still, in harmony with Porphyry and other theurgists, who affirmed the different natures of the manifesting spirits and the personal spirit or will of man, Mr. Sergeant Cox adds, without committing himself any further to a personal decision, true, there are differences of opinions, and perhaps ever will be, as to the sources of the power that is exhibited in these phenomena, but whether they are the product of the psychic force of the circle, or, if spirits of the dead be the agents, as others say, or elemental spirits, whatever it may be, as asserted by a third party, this fact at least is established that man is not wholly material, that the mechanism of man is moved and directed by some non-material, that is, some non-molecular structure, which possesses not merely intelligence, but can exercise also a force upon matter, that something to which, for lack of a better title, we have given the name of soul. These glad tidings have by this trial been borne to thousands and tens of thousands, whose happiness here, and hopes of a hereafter, have been blighted by the materialists, who have preached so persistently that soul was but a superstition, man but an automaton, mind but a secretion, present existence purely animal, and the future a blank. Truth alone, says Poemander, is eternal and immutable. Truth is the first of blessings, but truth is not and cannot be on earth. It is possible that God sometimes gifts a few men together with the faculty of comprehending divine things with that of rightly understanding truth, but nothing is true on earth, for everything has matter on it, clothed with a corporeal form subject to change, to alteration, to corruption, and to new combinations. Man is not the truth, for only that which has drawn its essence from itself, and remains itself, and unchangeable, is true. How can that which changes so as not to finally be recognized, be ever true? Truth, then, is that only which is immaterial and not enclosed within a corporeal envelope, that which is colorless and formless, exempt from change and alteration, that which is eternal. All of that which perishes is a lie. Earth is but dissolution and generation, every generation proceeds from a dissolution, the things of earth are but appearances and imitations of truth, they are what the picture is to reality. The things of earth are not the truth. Death, for some persons, is an evil which strikes them with profound terror. This is ignorance. Death is the destruction of the body, the being in it dies not. The material body loses its form, which is disintegrated in course of time, the senses which animated it return to their source and resume their functions, but they gradually lose their passions and their desires, and the spirit ascends to heaven to become a harmony. In the first zone, it leaves behind itself the faculty of increasing and decreasing, in the second, the power of doing evil and the frauds of idleness, in the third, deceptions and concupiscence, in the fourth, insatiable ambition, in the fifth, arrogance, audacity, and temerity, in the sixth, all yearning after dishonest acquisitions, and in the seventh, untruthfulness. The spirit thus purified by the effect on him of the celestial harmonies, returns once more to its primitive state, strong of a merit and power self-acquired, and which belongs to it properly, and only then he begins to dwell with those that sing eternally their praises of the Father. Hitherto, he is placed among the powers, and as such has attained to the supreme blessing of knowledge. He is become a god. No, the things of earth are not the truth. After having devoted their whole lives to the study of the records of the old Egyptian wisdom, both Champollion Figeac and Champollion, Jr., publicly declared, notwithstanding many biased judgments hazarded by certain hasty and unwise critics, that the books of Hermes truly contain a mass of Egyptian traditions which are constantly corroborated by the most authentic records and monuments of Egypt of the hoariest antiquity. Asterisk. Closing up his voluminous summary of the psychological doctrines of the Egyptians, the sublime teachings of the sacred Hermetic books, and the attainments of the initiated priests in metaphysical and practical philosophy, Champollion Figeac inquires as he well may, in view of the then attainable evidence whether there ever was in the world another association or caste of men which could equal them in credit, power, learning, and capability, in the same degree of good or evil. No, never. And this caste was subsequently cursed and stigmatized only by those who, under I know not what kind of modern influences, have considered it as the enemy of men and science. Asterisk. At the time when Champollion wrote these words, Sanskrit was, we may say, almost an unknown tongue for science. But little in the way of a parallel could have been drawn between the respective merits of the Brahmans and the Egyptian philosophers. Since then, however, it has been discovered that the very same ideas, expressed in almost identical language, may be read in the Buddhistic and Brahmanical literature. This very philosophy of the unreality of mundane things and the illusion of the senses whose whole substance has been plagiarized in our own times by the German metaphysicians forms the groundwork of Kapala's and Vyasa's philosophies, and may be found in Gautama Buddha's enunciation of the Four Truths, the cardinal dogmas of his doctrine. Pimender's expression he is become a god is epitomized in the one word, nirvana, which our learned Orientalists most incorrectly consider as the synonym of annihilation. This opinion of the two eminent Egyptologists is of the greatest value to us if it were only as an answer to our opponents. The Champollions were the first in Europe to take the student of archaeology by the hand, and, leading him on into the silent crypts of the past, prove that civilization did not begin with our generations, for though the origins of ancient Egypt are unknown, she is found to have been at the most distant periods within the reach of historical research, with her great laws, her established customs, her cities, her kings and gods, and behind, far behind, these same epochs we find ruins belonging to other still more distant and higher periods of civilization. At Thebes, portions of ruined buildings allow us to recognize remnants of still anterior structures, the materials of which had served for the erection of the very edifices which have now existed for 36 centuries. Everything told us by Herodotus and the Egyptian priests is found to be exact, and has been corroborated by modern scientists, adds Champollion. Whence the civilization of the Egyptians came, will be shown in Volume 2, and in this respect it will be made to appear that our deductions, though based upon the traditions of the secret doctrine, run parallel with those of a number of most respected authorities. There is a passage in a well-known Hindu work which may well be recalled in this connection. Under the reign of Visvamitra, first king of the dynasty of Somavanga, in consequence of a battle which lasted 5 days, Manuvina, heir of the ancient kings, being abandoned by the Brahmans, emigrated with all his companions, passing through Arya, and the countries of Beria, till he came to the shores of Masra, History of India, by Kalaukabata. Unquestionably this Manuvina and Menes, the first Egyptian king, are identical. Arya is Iran, Persia, Beria is Arabia, and Masra was the name of Cairo, which to this day is called Masra, Mazra, and Misro. Phoenician history names Mazer as one of the ancestors of Hermes. And now we will bid farewell to thaumatrophobia and its advocates, and consider thaumatomania under its multifarious aspects. In Volume 2, we intend to review the miracles of paganism and weigh the evidence in their favor in the same scales with Christian theology. There is a conflict not merely impending but already begun between science and theology, on the one hand, and spirit and its hoary science, magic, on the other. Something of the possibilities of the latter have already been displayed, but more is to come. The petty, mean world, for whose approving nod scientists and magistrates, priests and Christians compete, have begun their latter-day crusade by sentencing in the same year two innocent men, one in France, the other in London, in defiance of law and justice. Like the apostle of circumcision, they are ever ready to thrice deny an unpopular connection for fear of ostracism by their own fellows. The psychomantics and the psychophobists must soon meet in fierce conflict. The anxiety to have their phenomena investigated and supported by scientific authorities has given place with the former to a frigid indifference. As a natural result of so much prejudice and unfairness as have been exhibited, their respect for scientists is waning fast, and the reciprocal epithets bandied between the two parties are becoming far from complimentary to either. Which of them is right and which wrong, time will soon show and future generations understand. It is at least safe to prophesy that the ultima thule of God's mysteries, and the key to them are to be sought elsewhere than in the whirl of Avogadro's molecules. People who either judge superficially, or, by reason of their natural impatience would gaze at the blazing sun before their eyes are well fitted to bear lamplight, are apt to complain of the exasperating obscurity of language which characterizes the works of the ancient Hermetists and their successors. They declare their philosophical treatises on magic incomprehensible. Over the first class we can afford to waste no time, the second, we would beg to moderate their anxiety, remembering those sayings of Aspignat: truth lies hid in obscurity, and philosophers never write more deceitfully than when plainly, nor ever more truly than when obscurely. Furthermore, there is a third class, whom it would compliment too much to say that they judge the subject at all. They simply denounce ex cathedra. The ancients they treat as dreamy fools, and though but physicists and thaumatophobic positivists, they commonly claim a monopoly of spiritual wisdom. We will select Irenaeus Philolitha to answer this latter class. In the world our writings shall prove a curious edged knife, to some they shall carve out dainties, but to others they shall only serve to cut their fingers, yet we are not to be blamed, for we do seriously admonish all who shall attempt this work that they undertaketh the highest piece of philosophy in nature, and though we write in English, yet our matter will be as hard as Greek to some, who will think, nevertheless, that they understand as well, when they misconstrue our meaning most perversely, for is it imaginable that they who are fools in nature should be wise in books, which are testimonies unto nature? The few elevated minds who interrogate nature instead of prescribing laws for her guidance, who do not limit her possibilities by the imperfections of their own powers, and who only disbelieve because they do not know, we would remind of that apothegm of Narada, the ancient Hindu philosopher. Never utter these words, I do not know this therefore it is false. One must study to know to understand, understand to judge. End of Volume I. Part 2 - Religion. Chapter I. Yea, the time cometh, that whomsoever killeth you, will think that he doth God service. Gospel. According to John, 16:2. Let him be anathema. Who shall say that human sciences ought to be pursued in such a spirit of freedom that one may be allowed to hold as true their assertions even when opposed to revealed doctrines? Ecumenical Council of 1870. Glossy-the Church. Where is it? King Henry VI, Act I, SC 1. In the United States of America, 60,428, men are paid salaries to teach the science of God and his relations to his creatures. These men contract to impart to us the knowledge which treats of the existence, character, and attributes of our Creator, his laws and government, the doctrines we are to believe and the duties we are to practice. 5,141, of them, with the prospect of 1,273 theological students to help them in time, teach this science according to a formula prescribed by the Bishop of Rome, to 5 million people. 55,287, local and traveling ministers, representing 15 different denominations, each contradicting the other upon more or less vital theological questions, instruct, in their respective doctrines, 33,500,000, other persons. Many of these teach according to the canons of the cisatlantic branch of an establishment which acknowledges a daughter of the late Duke of Kent as its spiritual head. There are many 100,000 Jews, some thousands of Orientals of all kinds, and a very few who belong to the Greek Church. A man at Salt Lake City, with 19 wives and more than 100 children and grandchildren, is the supreme spiritual ruler over 90,000 people, who believe that he is in frequent intercourse with the gods, for the Mormons are polytheists as well as polygamists, and their chief god is represented as living in a planet they call Kolob. The god of the Unitarians is a bachelor, the deity of the Presbyterians, Methodists, Congregationalists, and the other Orthodox Protestant sects a spouseless father with one son, who is identical with himself. In the attempt to outvie each other in the erection of their 62,000 and odd churches, prayer houses, and meeting halls, in which to teach these conflicting theological doctrines, $354,485,581 have been spent. The value of the Protestant parsonage alone, in which are sheltered the disputants and their families, is roughly calculated to approximate $54,115,297. $16,179,387 are, moreover, contributed every year for current expenses of the Protestant denominations only. One Presbyterian church in New York cost around $1 million, a Catholic altar alone, 1/4 as much. We will not mention the multitude of smaller sects, communities, and extravagantly original little heresies in this country which spring up one year to die out the next, like so many spores of fungi after a rainy day. We will not even stop to consider the alleged millions of spiritualists, for the majority lack the courage to break away from their respective religious denominations. These are the backdoor Nicodemuses. And now, with Pilate, let us inquire, what is truth? Where is it to be searched for amid this multitude of warring sects? Each claims to be based upon divine revelation, and each to have the keys of the celestial gates. Is either in possession of this rare truth? Or, must we exclaim with the Buddhist philosopher, there is but one truth on earth, and it is unchangeable, and this is that there is no truth on it. Though we have no disposition whatever to trench upon the ground that has been so exhaustively gleaned by those learned scholars who have shown that every Christian dogma has its origin in a heathen rite, still the facts which they have exhumed, since the enfranchisement of science, will lose nothing by repetition. Besides, we propose to examine these facts from a different and perhaps rather novel point of view, that of the old philosophies as esoterically understood. These we have barely glanced at in our first volume. We will use them as the standard by which to compare Christian dogmas and miracles with the doctrines and phenomena of ancient magic, and the modern new dispensation, as spiritualism is called by its votaries. Since the materialists deny the phenomena without investigation, and since the theologians in admitting them offer us the poor choice of two palpable absurdities, the devil and miracles, we can lose little by applying to the theurgists, and they may actually help us to throw a great light upon a very dark subject. Professor A. Buttelrofe, of the Imperial University of St. Petersburg, remarks in a recent pamphlet, entitled Mediumistic Manifestations, as follows: "Let the facts of modern spiritualism belong, if you will, to the number of those which were more or less known by the ancients. Let them be identical with those which in the Dark Ages gave importance to the office of Egyptian priest or Roman augur. Let them even furnish the basis of the sorcery of our Siberian shaman. Let them be all these, and, if they are real facts, it is no business of ours. All the facts in nature belong to science, and every addition to the store of science enriches instead of impoverishing her. If humanity has once admitted a truth, and then in the blindness of self-conceit denied it, to return to its realization is a step forward and not backward. Since the day that modern science gave what may be considered the death blow to dogmatic theology, by assuming the ground that religion was full of mystery, and mystery is unscientific, the mental state of the educated class has presented a curious aspect. Society seems from that time to have been ever balancing itself upon one leg, on an unseen tightrope stretched from our visible universe into the invisible one, uncertain whether the end hooked on faith in the latter might not suddenly break, and hurl it into final annihilation. The great body of nominal Christians may be divided into three unequal portions: materialists, spiritualists, and Christians proper. The materialists and spiritualists make common cause against the hierarchical pretensions of the clergy, who, in retaliation, denounce both with equal acerbity. The materialists are as little in harmony as the Christian sects themselves, the Comtists, or, as they call themselves, the positivists, being despised and hated to the last degree by the schools of thinkers, one of which Maudsley honorably represents in England. Positivism, be it remembered, is that religion of the future about whose founder even Huxley has made himself wrathful in his famous lecture, The Physical Basis of Life, and Maudsley felt obliged, in behalf of modern science, to express himself thus: "It is no wonder that scientific men should be anxious to disclaim Comte as their lawgiver, and to protest against such a king being set up to reign over them." Not conscious of any personal obligation to his writings, conscious how much, in some respects, he has misrepresented the spirit and pretensions of science, they repudiate the allegiance which his enthusiastic disciples would force upon them, and which popular opinion is fast coming to think a natural one. They do well in thus making a timely assertion of independence, for if it be not done soon, it will soon be too late to be done well. When a materialistic doctrine is repudiated so strongly by two such materialists as Huxley and Maudsley, then we must think indeed that it is absurdity itself. Among Christians there is nothing but dissension. Their various churches represent every degree of religious belief, from the omnivorous credulity of blind faith to a condescending and high-toned deference to the deity which thinly masks an evident conviction of their own deific wisdom. All these sects believe more or less in the immortality of the soul. Some admit the intercourse between the two worlds as a fact, some entertain the opinion as a sentiment, some positively deny it, and only a few maintain an attitude of attention and expectancy. Impatient of restraint, longing for the return of the Dark Ages, the Romish Church frowns at the diabolical manifestations, and indicates what she would do to their champions had she but the power of old. Were it not for the self-evident fact that she herself is placed by science on trial, and that she is handcuffed, she would be ready at a moment's notice to repeat in the 19th century the revolting scenes of former days. As to the Protestant clergy, so furious is their common hatred toward spiritualism, that, as a secular paper very truly remarks, they seem willing to undermine the public faith in all the spiritual phenomena of the past, as recorded in the Bible, if they can only see the pestilent modern heresy stabbed to the heart. Summoning back the long-forgotten memories of the Mosaic laws, the Romish Church claims the monopoly of miracles, and of the right to sit in judgment over them, as being the sole heir thereto by direct inheritance. The Old Testament, exiled by Colenso, his predecessors and contemporaries, is recalled from its banishment. The prophets, whom His Holiness the Pope condescends at last to place, if not on the same level with himself, at least at a less respectful distance, are dusted and cleaned. The memory of all the diabolical abracadabra is evoked anew. The blasphemous horrors perpetrated by paganism, its phallic worship, thaumaturgical wonders wrought by Satan, human sacrifices, incantations, witchcraft, magic, and sorcery are recalled, and demonism is confronted with spiritualism for mutual recognition and identification. Our modern demonologists conveniently overlook a few insignificant details, among which is the undeniable presence of heathen phallism in the Christian symbols. A strong spiritual element of this worship may be easily demonstrated in the dogma of the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin Mother of God, and a physical element equally proved in the fetish worship of the holy limbs of Sts. Cosmo and Damiano, at Isernia, near Naples, a successful traffic in which ex voto in wax was carried on by the clergy, annually, until barely a half-century ago. Asterisk. We find it rather unwise on the part of Catholic writers to pour out their vials of wrath in such sentences as these: in a multitude of pagodas, the phallic stone, ever and always assuming, like the Grecian batelos, the brutally indecent form of the lingam. The Mahadeva. Before casting slurs on a symbol whose profound metaphysical meaning is too much for the modern champions of that religion of sensualism par excellence, Roman Catholicism, to grasp, they are in duty bound to destroy their oldest churches, and change the form of the cupolas of their own temples. The Mahodi of Elephanta, the round tower of Bangalpur, the minarets of Islam either rounded or pointed are the originals of the campanile column of San Marco, at Venice, of the Rochester Cathedral, and of the modern Duomo of Milan. All of these steeples, turrets, domes, and Christian temples, are the reproductions of the primitive idea of the lithos, the upright phallus. The western tower of St. Paul's Cathedral, London, says the author of the Rosicrucians, is one of the double lithoi placed always in front of every temple, Christian as well as heathen. Moreover, in all Christian churches, particularly in Protestant churches, where they figure most conspicuously, the two tables of stone of the Mosaic dispensation are placed over the altar, side by side, as a united stone, the tops of which are rounded. The right stone is masculine, the left feminine. Therefore neither Catholics nor Protestants have a right to talk of the indecent forms of heathen monuments so long as they ornament their own churches with the symbols of the lingam and yoni, and even write the laws of their God upon them. Another detail not redounding very particularly to the honor of the Christian clergy might be recalled in the word Inquisition. The torrents of human blood shed by this Christian institution, and the number of its human sacrifices, are unparalleled in the annals of paganism. Another still more prominent feature in which the clergy surpassed their masters, the heathen, is sorcery. Certainly in no pagan temple was black magic, in its real and true sense, more practiced than in the Vatican. While strongly supporting exorcism as an important source of revenue, they neglected magic as little as the ancient heathen. It is easy to prove that the sortilegium, or sorcery, was widely practiced among the clergy and monks so late as the last century, and is practiced occasionally even now. Anathematizing every manifestation of occult nature outside the precincts of the Church, the clergy, notwithstanding proofs to the contrary, call it the work of Satan, the snares of the fallen angels, who rush in and out from the bottomless pit, mentioned by John in his Kabbalistic revelation, from whence arises a smoke as the smoke of a great furnace. Intoxicated by its fumes, around this pit are daily gathering millions of spiritualists, to worship at the abyss of Baal. Asterisk. More than ever arrogant, stubborn, and despotic, now that she has been nearly upset by modern research, not daring to interfere with the powerful champions of science, the Latin Church revenges herself upon the unpopular phenomena. A despot without a victim, is a word void of sense, a power which neglects to assert itself through outward, well-calculated effects, risks being doubted in the end. The Church has no intention to fall into the oblivion of the ancient myths, or to suffer her authority to be too closely questioned. Hence she pursues, as well as the times permit, her traditional policy. Lamenting the enforced extinction of her ally, the Holy Inquisition, she makes a virtue of necessity. The only victims now within reach are the Spiritists of France. Recent events have shown that the meek spouse of Christ never disdains to retaliate on helpless victims. Having successfully performed her part of Deus ex machina from behind the French bench, which has not scrupled to disgrace itself for her, the Church of Rome sets to work and shows in the year 1876 what she can do. From the whirling tables and dancing pencils of profane spiritualism, the Christian world is warned to turn to the divine miracles of Lourdes. Meanwhile, the ecclesiastical authorities utilize their time in arranging for other more easy triumphs, calculated to scare the superstitious out of their senses. So, acting under orders, the clergy hurl dramatic, if not very impressive anathemas from every Catholic diocese, threaten right and left, excommunicate and curse. Perceiving, finally, that her thunderbolts directed even against crowned heads fall about as harmlessly as the Jupiterian lightnings of Offenbach's Kolchas, Rome turns about in powerless fury against the victimized protégés of the Emperor of Russia, the unfortunate Bulgarians and Servians. Undisturbed by evidence and sarcasm, unbaffled by proof, the Lamb of the Vatican impartially divides his wrath between the liberals of Italy, the impious whose breath has the stench of the sepulchre, the schismatic Russian Sarmates, and the heretics and spiritualists, who worship at the bottomless pit where the great dragon lies in wait. Mr. Gladstone went to the trouble of making a catalogue of what he terms the flowers of speech, disseminated through these papal discourses. Let us cull a few of the chosen terms used by this vicegerent of him who said that, "Whosoever shall say thou fool, shall be in danger of hell fire." They are selected from authentic discourses. Those who oppose the Pope are wolves, Pharisees, thieves, liars, hypocrites, dropsical children of Satan, sons of perdition, of sin and corruption, satellites of Satan in human flesh, monsters of hell, demons incarnate, stinking corpses, men issued from the pits of hell, traitors and Judases led by the spirit of hell, children of the deepest pits of hell, etc., etc., the whole piously collected and published by Don Pascal de Francisis, whom Gladstone has, with perfect propriety, termed an accomplished professor of flunkeyism in things spiritual. Since His Holiness the Pope has such a rich vocabulary of invectives at his command, why wonder that the Bishop of Toulouse did not scruple to utter the most undignified falsehoods about the Protestants and spiritualists of America, people doubly odious to a Catholic. In his address to his diocese, "Nothing," he remarks, "is more common in an era of unbelief than to see a false revelation substitute itself for the true one, and minds neglect the teachings of the Holy Church, to devote themselves to the study of divination and the occult sciences." With a fine episcopal contempt for statistics, and strangely confounding in his memory the audiences of the revivalists, Moody and Sankey, and the patrons of darkened seance rooms, he utters the unwarranted and fallacious assertion that it has been proven that spiritualism, in the United States, has caused 1/6 of all the cases of suicide and insanity. He says that it is not possible that the spirits teach either an exact science, because they are lying demons, or a useful science, because the character of the word of Satan, like Satan himself, is sterile. He warns his dear collaborators, that the writings in favor of spiritualism are under the ban, and he advises them to let it be known that to frequent spiritual circles with the intention of accepting the doctrine, is to apostatize from the Holy Church, and assume the risk of excommunication. Finally, says he, publish the fact that the teaching of no spirit should prevail against that of the pulpit of Peter, which is the teaching of the Spirit of God himself. Aware of the many false teachings attributed by the Roman Church to the Creator, we prefer disbelieving the latter assertion. The famous Catholic theologian, Tillemont, assures us in his work that all the illustrious pagans are condemned to the eternal torments of hell, because they lived before the time of Jesus, and, therefore, could not be benefited by the redemption. He also assures us that the Virgin Mary personally testified to this truth over her own signature in a letter to a saint. Therefore, this is also a revelation, the Spirit of God himself teaching such charitable doctrines. We have also read with great advantage the topographical descriptions of hell and purgatory in the celebrated treatise under that name by a Jesuit, the Cardinal Bellarmine. A critic found that the author, who gives the description from a divine vision with which he was favored, appears to possess all the knowledge of a land measurer about the secret tracks and formidable divisions of the bottomless pit. Justin Martyr, having actually committed to paper the heretical thought that after all Socrates might not be altogether fixed in hell, his Benedictine editor criticizes this too benevolent father very severely. Whoever doubts the Christian charity of the Church of Rome in this direction is invited to peruse the censure of the Sorbonne, on Marmontel's Belisarius. The Odium Theologicum blazes in it on the dark sky of orthodox theology like an aurora borealis, the precursor of God's wrath, according to the teaching of certain medieval divines. We have attempted in the first part of this work to show, by historical examples, how completely men of science have deserved the stinging sarcasm of the late Professor de Morgan, who remarked of them that they wear the priest's cast-off garb, dyed to escape detection. The Christian clergy are, in like manner, attired in the cast-off garb of the heathen priesthood, acting diametrically in opposition to their God's moral precepts, but nevertheless, sitting in judgment over the whole world. When dying on the cross, the martyred man of sorrows forgave his enemies. His last words were a prayer in their behalf. He taught his disciples to curse not, but to bless, even their foes. But the heirs of Saint Peter, the self-constituted representatives on earth of that same meek Jesus, unhesitatingly curse whoever resists their despotic will. Besides, was not the Son long since crowded by them into the background? They make their obeisance only to the Dowager Mother, for according to their teaching again through the direct Spirit of God, she alone acts as a mediatrix. The Ecumenical Council of 1870 embodied the teaching into a dogma, to disbelieve which is to be doomed forever to the bottomless pit. The work of Don Pascal de Francisis is positive on that point, for he tells us that, as the Queen of Heaven owes to the present Pope the finest gem in her coronet, since he has conferred on her the unexpected honor of becoming suddenly immaculate, there is nothing she cannot obtain from her Son for her Church. Some years ago, certain travelers saw in Bari, Italy, a statue of the Madonna, arrayed in a flounced pink skirt over a swelling crinoline. Pious pilgrims who may be anxious to examine the regulation wardrobe of their God's Mother may do so by going to southern Italy, Spain, and Catholic North and South America. The Madonna of Bari must still be there between two vineyards and a locanda, gin shop. When last seen, a half-successful attempt had been made to clothe the infant Jesus. They had covered his legs with a pair of dirty, scolopedged pantaloons. An English traveller having presented the mediatrix with a green silk parasol, the grateful population of the contadini, accompanied by the village priest, went in procession to the spot. They managed to stick the sunshade, opened, between the infant's back and the arm of the Virgin which embraced him. The scene and ceremony were both solemn and highly refreshing to our religious feelings. For there stood the image of the goddess in its niche, surrounded with a row of ever-burning lamps, the flames of which, flickering in the breeze, infect God's pure air with an offensive smell of olive oil. The Mother and Son truly represent the two most conspicuous idols of monotheistic Christianity. For a companion to the idol of the poor contadini of Bari, go to the rich city of Rio Janeiro. In the church of the Duomo del Candelaria, in a long hall running along one side of the church, there might be seen, a few years ago, another Madonna. Along the walls of the hall there is a line of saints, each standing on a contribution box, which thus forms a fit pedestal. In the center of this line, under a gorgeously rich canopy of blue silk, is exhibited the Virgin Mary leaning on the arm of Christ. Our Lady is arrayed in a very decollete blue satin dress with short sleeves, showing, to great advantage, a snow-white, exquisitely molded neck, shoulders, and arms. The skirt, equally of blue satin with an overskirt of rich lace and gauze puffs, is as short as that of a ballet dancer, hardly reaching the knee. It exhibits a pair of finely shaped legs covered with flesh-colored silk tights, and blue satin French boots with very high red heels. The blonde hair of this Mother of God is arranged in the latest fashion, with a voluminous chignon and curls. As she leans on her son's arm, Her face is lovingly turned toward her only begotten, whose dress and attitude are equally worthy of admiration. Christ wears an evening dress coat, with swallowtail, black trousers, and low-cut white vest, varnished boots, and white kid gloves, over one of which sparkles a rich diamond ring, worth many thousands, we must suppose a precious Brazilian jewel. Above this body of a modern Portuguese dandy, is a head with the hair parted in the middle, a sad and solemn face, and eyes whose patient look seems to reflect all the bitterness of this last insult flung at the majesty of the crucified. Asterisk. The Egyptian Isis was also represented as a virgin mother by her devotees, and as holding her infant son, Horus, in her arms. In some statues and basso-relievos, when she appears alone she is either completely nude or veiled from head to foot. But in the mysteries, in common with nearly every other goddess, she is entirely veiled from head to foot, as a symbol of a mother's chastity. It would not do us any harm were we to borrow from the ancients some of the poetic sentiment in their religions, and the innate veneration they entertained for their symbols. It is but fair to say at once that the last of the true Christians died with the last of the direct apostles. Max Muller forcibly asks, how can a missionary in such circumstances meet the surprise and questions of his pupils, unless he may point to that seed, and tell them what Christianity was meant to be? Unless he may show that, like all other religions, Christianity too, has had its history, that the Christianity of the 19th century is not the Christianity of the Middle Ages, and that the Christianity of the Middle Ages was not that of the early councils, that the Christianity of the early councils was not that of the apostles, and that what has been said by Christ, that alone was well said. Thus we may infer that the only characteristic difference between modern Christianity and the old heathen faiths is the belief of the former in a personal devil and in hell. The Aryan nations had no devil, says Max Muller. Pluto, though of a somber character, was a very respectable personage, and Loki, the Scandinavian, though a mischievous person, was not a fiend. The German goddess, Hel, too, like Proserpine, had once seen better days. Thus, when the Germans were indoctrinated with the idea of a real devil, the Semitic Seth, Satan, or Diabolus, they treated him in the most good-humored way. The same may be said of hell. Hades was quite a different place from our region of eternal damnation, and might be termed rather an intermediate state of purification. Neither does the Scandinavian hell or Hela imply either a state or a place of punishment, for when Frigga, the grief-stricken mother of Baldur, the white god, who died and found himself in the dark abodes of the shadows, Hades, sent Hermod, a son of Thor, in quest of her beloved child, the messenger found him in the inexorable region Alas, but still comfortably seated on a rock, and reading a book. The Norse kingdom of the dead is moreover situated in the higher latitudes of the polar regions. It is a cold and cheerless abode, and neither the gelid halls of Hela, nor the occupation of Baldur present the least similitude to the blazing hell of eternal fire and the miserable damned sinners with which the Church so generously peoples it. No more is it the Egyptian Amanthes, the region of judgment and purification, nor the Andhra, the abyss of darkness of the Hindus, for even the fallen angels hurled into it by Shiva, are allowed by Parabrahma to consider it as an intermediate state, in which an opportunity is afforded them to prepare for higher degrees of purification and redemption from their wretched condition. The Gehenna of the New Testament was a locality outside the walls of Jerusalem, and in mentioning it, Jesus used but an ordinary metaphor. Whence then came the dreary dogma of hell, that Archimedean lever of Christian theology, with which they have succeeded to hold in subjection the numberless millions of Christians for 19 centuries? Assuredly not from the Jewish scriptures, and we appeal for corroboration to any well-informed Hebrew scholar. The only designation of something approaching hell in the Bible is Gehenna or Hinnom, a valley near Jerusalem, where was situated Tophet, a place where a fire was perpetually kept for sanitary purposes. The prophet Jeremiah informs us that the Israelites used to sacrifice their children to Moloch Hercules on that spot, and later we find Christians quietly replacing this divinity by their God of mercy, whose wrath will not be appeased, unless the Church sacrifices to him her unbaptized children and sinning sons on the altar of eternal damnation. Whence then did the divine learn so well the conditions of hell, as to actually divide its torments into two kinds, the pona damni and poni sensus, the former being the privation of the beatific vision, the latter the eternal pains in a lake of fire and brimstone? If they answer us that it is in the Apocalypse, XX 10, we are prepared to demonstrate whence the theologist John himself derived the idea, and the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are and shall be tormented forever and ever, he says. Laying aside the esoteric interpretation that the devil or tempting demon meant our own earthly body, which after death will surely dissolve in the fiery or ethereal elements, the word eternal by which our theologians interpret the words forever and ever does not exist in the Hebrew language, either as a word or meaning. There is no Hebrew word which properly expresses eternity. Ulam, according to L.E. Clerk, only imports a time whose beginning or end is not known. While showing that this word does not mean infinite duration, and that in the Old Testament the word forever only signifies a long time, Archbishop Tillotson has completely perverted its sense with respect to the idea of hell torments. According to his doctrine, when Sodom and Gomorrah are said to be suffering eternal fire, we must understand it only in the sense of that fire not being extinguished till both cities were entirely consumed. But, as to hellfire, the words must be understood in the strictest sense of infinite duration. Such is the decree of the learned divine. For the duration of the punishment of the wicked must be proportionate to the eternal happiness of the righteous. So he says, these, speaking of the wicked, shall go away epsilon iota kappa omicron lambda alpha sigma iota nu omicron nu into eternal punishment, but the righteous epsilon iota zeta omicron epsilon nu alpha iota omicron nu into life eternal. The Reverend T. Herndon, commenting on the speculations of his predecessors, fills a whole volume with unanswerable arguments, tending to show that the locality of hell is in the sun. We suspect that the reverend speculator had read the Apocalypse in bed, and had the nightmare in consequence. There are 2 verses in the Revelation of John reading thus, "And the 4th angel poured out his vial upon the sun, and power was given him to scorch men with fire. And men were scorched with great heat, and blasphemed the name of God." This is simply Pythagorean and Kabbalistic allegory. The idea is new neither with the above-mentioned author nor with John. Pythagoras placed the sphere of purification in the sun, which sun, with its sphere, he moreover locates in the middle of the universe, the allegory having a double meaning. 1. Symbolically, the central, spiritual sun, the supreme deity. Arrived at this region, every soul becomes purified of its sins, and unites itself forever with its spirit, having previously suffered throughout all the lower spheres. 2. By placing the sphere of visible fire in the middle of the universe, he simply taught the heliocentric system which appertained to the mysteries, and was imparted only in the higher degree of initiation. John gives to his word a purely Kabbalistic significance, which no fathers, except those who had belonged to the Neoplatonic school, were able to comprehend. Origen understood it well, having been a pupil of Ammonius Saccas, therefore we see him bravely denying the perpetuity of hell torments. He maintains that not only men, but even devils, by which term he meant disembodied human sinners, after a certain duration of punishment shall be pardoned and finally restored to heaven. In consequence of this and other such heresies, Origen was, as a matter of course, exiled. Many have been the learned and truly inspired speculations as to the locality of hell. The most popular were those which placed it in the center of the earth. At a certain time, however, skeptical doubts which disturbed the placidity of faith in this highly refreshing doctrine arose in consequence of the meddling scientists of those days. As a Mr. Swindon in our own century observes, the theory was inadmissible because of 2 objections: first, that a fund of fuel or sulfur sufficient to maintain so furious and constant a fire could not be there supposed, and, 2d, that it must want the nitrous particles in the air to sustain and keep it alive. And how, says he, can a fire be eternal, when, by degrees, the whole substance of the earth must be consumed thereby. The skeptical gentleman had evidently forgotten that centuries ago St. Augustine solved the difficulty. Have we not the word of this learned divine that hell, nevertheless, is in the center of the earth, for God supplies the central fire with air by a miracle? The argument is unanswerable, and so we will not seek to upset it. The Christians were the first to make the existence of Satan a dogma of the Church. And once that she had established it, she had to struggle for over 1,700 years for the repression of a mysterious force which it was her policy to make appear of diabolical origin. Unfortunately, in manifesting itself, this force invariably tends to upset such a belief by the ridiculous discrepancy it presents between the alleged cause and the effects. If the clergy have not overestimated the real power of the arch-enemy of God, it must be confessed that he takes mighty precautions against being recognized as the prince of darkness who aims at our souls. If modern spirits are devils at all, as preached by the clergy, then they can only be those poor or stupid devils whom Max Muller describes as appearing so often in the German and Norwegian tales. Notwithstanding this, the clergy fear above all to be forced to relinquish this hold on humanity. They are not willing to let us judge of the tree by its fruits, for that might sometimes force them into dangerous dilemmas. They refuse, likewise, to admit, with unprejudiced people, that the phenomena of spiritualism has unquestionably spiritualized and reclaimed from evil courses many an indomitable atheist and skeptic. But, as they confess themselves, what is the use in a pope, if there is no devil? And so Rome sends her ablest advocates and preachers to the rescue of those perishing in the bottomless pit. Rome employs her cleverest writers for this purpose, albeit they all indignantly deny the accusation, and in the preface to every book put forth by the prolific de Musso, the French Tertullian of our century, we find undeniable proofs of the fact. Among other certificates of ecclesiastical approval, every volume is ornamented with the text of a certain original letter addressed to the very pious author by the world-known Father Ventura de Rolica, of Rome. Few are those who have not heard this famous name. It is the name of one of the chief pillars of the Latin Church, the ex-general of the Order of the Theatines, consultor of the Sacred Congregation of Rites, examiner of bishops, and of the Roman clergy, etc., etc., etc. This strikingly characteristic document will remain to astonish future generations by its spirit of unsophisticated demonolatry and unblushing sincerity. We translate a fragment verbatim, and by thus helping its circulation hope to merit the blessings of Mother Church, *. Monsieur and excellent friend. The greatest victory of Satan was gained on that day when he succeeded in making himself denied. To demonstrate the existence of Satan, is to re-establish one of the fundamental dogmas of the Church, which serve as a basis for Christianity, and, without which, Satan would be but a name. Magic, mesmerism, magnetism, somnambulism, spiritualism, spiritism, hypnotism are only other names for Satanism. To bring out such a truth and show it in its proper light, is to unmask the enemy, it is to unveil the immense danger of certain practices, reputed innocent, it is to deserve well in the eyes of humanity and of religion. Father Ventura de Rolica. Amen. This is an unexpected honor indeed, for our American controls in general, and the innocent Indian guides in particular. To be thus introduced in Rome as princes of the Empire of Eboli, is more than they could ever hope for in other lands. Without in the least suspecting that she was working for the future welfare of her enemies the spiritualists and spiritists, the Church, some 20 years since, in tolerating de Musso and de Mervelly as the biographers of the devil, and giving her approbation thereto, tacitly confessed the literary copartnership. The Chevalier Gougenot de Musso, and his friend and collaborator, the Marquis Eudes de Mervelly, to judge by their long titles, must be aristocrats per sang, and they are, moreover, writers of no small erudition and talent. Were they to show themselves a little more parsimonious of double points of exclamation following every vituperation, and invective against Satan and his worshippers, their style would be faultless. As it is, the crusade against the enemy of mankind was fierce, and lasted for over 20 years. What with the Catholics piling up their psychological phenomena to prove the existence of a personal devil, and the Count de Gasperin, an ancient minister of Louis Philippe, collecting volumes of other facts to prove the contrary, the Spiritists of France have contracted an everlasting debt of gratitude toward the disputants. The existence of an unseen spiritual universe peopled with invisible beings has now been demonstrated beyond question. Ransacking the oldest libraries, they have distilled from the historical records the quintessence of evidence. All epochs, from the Homeric ages down to the present day, have supplied their choicest materials to these indefatigable authors. In trying to prove the authenticity of the miracles wrought by Satan in the days preceding the Christian era, as well as throughout the Middle Ages, they have simply laid a firm foundation for a study of the phenomena in our modern times. Though an ardent, uncompromising enthusiast, de Musset unwittingly transforms himself into the tempting demon, or as he is fond of calling the devil, the serpent of Genesis. In his desire to demonstrate in every manifestation the presence of the evil one, he only succeeds in demonstrating that spiritualism and magic are no new things in the world, but very ancient twin brothers, whose origin must be sought for in the earliest infancy of ancient India, Chaldea, Babylonia, Egypt, Persia, and Greece. He proves the existence of spirits, whether these be angels or devils, with such a clearness of argument and logic, and such an amount of evidence, historical, irrefutable, and strictly authenticated, that little is left for spiritualist authors who may come after him. How unfortunate that the scientists, who believe neither in devil nor spirit, are more than likely to ridicule M. de Musset's books without reading them, for they really contain so many facts of profound scientific interest. But what can we expect in our own age of unbelief, when we find Plato, over 22 centuries ago, complaining of the same? Me, too, says he, in his Euthyphron, when I say anything in the public assembly concerning divine things, and predict to them what is going to happen, they ridicule as mad, and although nothing that I have predicted has proved untrue, yet they envy all such men as we are. However, we ought not to heed, but pursue our own way. The literary resources of the Vatican and other Catholic repositories of learning must have been freely placed at the disposal of these modern authors. When one has such treasures at hand, original manuscripts, papyri, and books pillaged from the richest heathen libraries, old treatises on magic and alchemy, and records of all the trials for witchcraft, and sentences for the same to rack, stake, and torture, it is mighty easy to write volumes of accusations against the devil. We affirm on good grounds that there are hundreds of the most valuable works on the occult sciences, which are sentenced to eternal concealment from the public, but are attentively read and studied by the privileged who have access to the Vatican Library. The laws of nature are the same for heathen sorcerer as for Catholic saint, and a miracle may be produced as well by one as by the other, without the slightest intervention of God or devil. Hardly had the manifestations begun to attract attention in Europe, then the clergy commenced their outcry that their traditional enemy had reappeared under another name, and divine miracles also began to be heard of in isolated instances. First they were confined to humble individuals, some of whom claimed to have them produced through the intervention of the Virgin Mary, saints and angels. Others, according to the clergy, began to suffer from obsession and possession, for the devil must have his share of fame as well as the deity. Finding that, notwithstanding the warning, the independent, or so-called spiritual phenomena went on increasing and multiplying, and that these manifestations threatened to upset the carefully constructed dogmas of the Church, the world was suddenly startled by extraordinary intelligence. In 1864, a whole community became possessed of the devil. Morton, and the awful stories of its demoniacs, voleurs, and the narratives of its well-authenticated exhibitions of sorcery, and those of the Presbytere de Sideville curdled the blood in Catholic veins. Strange to say, the question has been asked over and over again, why the divine miracles and most of the obsessions are so strictly confined to Roman Catholic dioceses and countries. Why is it that since the Reformation there has been scarcely one single divine miracle in a Protestant land? Of course, the answer we must expect from Catholics is, that the latter are peopled by heretics, and abandoned by God. Then why are there no more church miracles in Russia, a country whose religion differs from the Roman Catholic faith but in external forms of rites, its fundamental dogmas being identically the same, except as to the emanation of the Holy Ghost? Russia has her accepted saints and thaumaturgical relics, and miracle-working images. This Saint Mitrophany of Voronezh is an authenticated miracle worker, but his miracles are limited to healing, and though hundreds upon hundreds have been healed through faith, and though the old cathedral is full of magnetic effluvia, and whole generations will go on believing in his power, and some persons will always be healed, still no such miracles are heard of in Russia as the Madonna walking, and Madonna letter writing, and statue talking of Catholic countries. Why is this so? Simply because the emperors have strictly forbidden that sort of thing. The Tsar, Peter the Great, stopped every spurious divine miracle with one frown of his mighty brow. He declared he would have no false miracles played by the holy icons, images of saints, and they disappeared forever. Asterisk. There are cases on record of isolated and independent phenomena exhibited by certain images in the last century. The latest was the bleeding of the cheek of an image of the Virgin, when a soldier of Napoleon cut her face in two. This miracle, alleged to have happened in 1812, in the days of the invasion by the Grand Army, was the final farewell. But since then, although the three successive emperors have been pious men, their will has been respected, and the images and saints have remained quiet, and hardly been spoken of except as connected with religious worship. In Poland, a land of furious ultramontanism, there were, at different times, desperate attempts at miracle-doing. They died at birth, however, for the Argus-eyed police were there, a Catholic miracle in Poland, made public by the priests, generally meaning political revolution, bloodshed, and war. Is it then, not permissible to at least suspect that if, in one country divine miracles may be arrested by civil and military law, and in another they never occur, we must search for the explanation of the two facts in some natural cause, instead of attributing them to either God or devil? In our opinion, if it is worth anything, the whole secret may be accounted for as follows. In Russia, the clergy know better than to bewilder their parishes, whose piety is sincere and faith strong without miracles. They know that nothing is better calculated than the latter to sow seeds of distrust, doubt, and finally of skepticism, which leads directly to atheism. Moreover, the climate is less propitious, and the magnetism of the average population too positive, too healthy, to call forth independent phenomena, and fraud would not answer. On the other hand, neither in Protestant Germany, nor England, nor yet in America, since the days of the Reformation, has the clergy had access to any of the Vatican's secret libraries. Hence they are all but poor hands at the magic of Albertus Magnus. As for America being overflowed with sensitives and mediums, the reason for it is partially attributable to climatic influence and especially to the physiological condition of the population. Since the days of the Salem witchcraft, 200 years ago, when the comparatively few settlers had pure and unadulterated blood in their veins, nothing much had been heard of spirits or mediums until 1840. The phenomena then first appeared among the ascetic and exalted Shakers, whose religious aspirations, peculiar mode of life, moral purity, and physical chastity all led to the production of independent phenomena of a psychological as well as physical nature. Hundreds of thousands, and even millions of men from various climates and of different constitutions and habits, have, since 1692, invaded North America, and by intermarrying have substantially changed the physical type of the inhabitants. Of what country in the world do the women's constitutions bear comparison with the delicate, nervous, and sensitive constitutions of the feminine portion of the population of the United States? We were struck on our arrival in the country with the semi-transparent delicacy of skin of the natives of both sexes. Compare a hard-working Irish factory girl or boy, with one from a genuine American family. Look at their hands. One works as hard as the other, they are of equal age, and both seemingly healthy, and still, while the hands of the one, after an hour's soaping, will show a skin little softer than that of a young alligator, those of the other, notwithstanding constant use, will allow you to observe the circulation of the blood under the thin and delicate epidermis. No wonder, then, that while America is the conservatory of sensitives, the majority of its clergy, unable to produce divine or any other miracles, stoutly deny the possibility of any phenomena except those produced by tricks and juggling. And no wonder also that the Catholic priesthood, who are practically aware of the existence of magic and spiritual phenomena, and believe in them while dreading their consequences, try to attribute the whole to the agency of the devil. Let us adduce one more argument, if only for the sake of circumstantial evidence. In what countries have divine miracles flourished most, been most frequent and most stupendous? Catholic Spain, and Pontifical Italy, beyond question. And which more than these two, has had access to ancient literature? Spain was famous for her libraries, the Moors were celebrated for their profound learning in alchemy and other sciences. The Vatican is the storehouse of an immense number of ancient manuscripts. During the long interval of nearly 1,500 years they have been accumulating, from trial after trial, books and manuscripts confiscated from their sentenced victims, to their own profit. The Catholics may plead that the books were generally committed to the flames, that the treatises of famous sorcerers and enchanters perished with their accursed authors. But the Vatican, if it could speak, could tell a different story. It knows too well of the existence of certain closets and rooms, access to which is had but by the very few. It knows that the entrances to these secret hiding places are so cleverly concealed from sight in the carved framework and under the profuse ornamentation of the library walls, that there have even been popes who lived and died within the precincts of the palace without ever suspecting their existence. But these popes were neither Sylvester II, Benedict IX, John the 20th, nor the Vth and VIth Gregory, nor yet the famous Borgia of toxicological memory. Neither were those who remained ignorant of the hidden lore friends of the Sons of Loyola. Where, in the records of European magic, can we find cleverer enchanters than in the mysterious solitudes of the cloister? Albert Magnus, the famous bishop and conjurer of Ratisbon, was never surpassed in his art. Roger Bacon was a monk, and Thomas Aquinas one of the most learned pupils of Albertus. Trithemius, abbot of the Spanheim Benedictines, was the teacher, friend, and confidant of Cornelius Agrippa, and while the confederations of the Theosophists were scattered broadcast about Germany, where they first originated, assisting one another, and struggling for years for the acquirement of esoteric knowledge, any person who knew how to become the favored pupil of certain monks, might very soon be proficient in all the important branches of occult learning. This is all in history and cannot be easily denied. Magic, in all its aspects, was widely and nearly openly practiced by the clergy till the Reformation. And even he who was once called the father of the Reformation, the famous John Reuchlin, author of the Mirific Word and friend of Pico de Mirandola, the teacher and instructor of Erasmus, Luther, and Melanchthon, was a Kabbalist and occultist. The ancient sortilegium, or divination by means of sorts or lots, an art and practice now decried by the clergy as an abomination, designated by Stat 10 Jac. as felony, and by Stat 12 Carolus II accepted out of the general pardons, on the ground of being sorcery, was widely practiced by the clergy and monks. Nay, it was sanctioned by Saint Augustine himself, who does not disapprove of this method of learning futurity, provided it be not used for worldly purposes. More than that, he confesses having practiced it himself. But the clergy called it sorts sanctorum, when it was they who practiced it, while the sorts praenestini, succeeded by the sorts Homerici and sorts Virgiliani, were abominable heathenism, the worship of the devil, when used by anyone else. Gregory de Tours informs us that when the clergy resorted to the sorts, their custom was to lay the Bible on the altar, and to pray the Lord that he would discover his will, and disclose to them futurity in one of the verses of the book. Gilbert de Nogent writes that in his days, about the 12th century, the custom was, at the consecration of bishops, to consult the sorts sanctorum, to thereby learn the success and fate of the episcopate. On the other hand, we are told that the sorts sanctorum were condemned by the Council of Agda, in 506. In this case again we are left to inquire, in which instance has the infallibility of the Church failed? Was it when she prohibited that which was practiced by her greatest saint and patron, Augustine, or in the 12th century, when it was openly and with the sanction of the same Church practiced by the clergy for the benefit of the bishops' elections? Or, must we still believe that in both of these contradictory cases the Vatican was inspired by the direct Spirit of God? If any doubt that Gregory of Tours approved of a practice that prevails to this day, more or less, even among strict Protestants, let them read this: Lendastus, Earl of Tours, who was for ruining me with Queen Fredegond, coming to Tours, big with evil designs against me, I withdrew to my oratory under a deep concern, where I took the psalms. My heart revived within me when I cast my eyes on this of the 77th Psalm. He caused them to go on with confidence, whilst the sea swallowed up their enemies. Accordingly, the Count spoke not a word to my prejudice, and leaving Tours that very day, the boat in which he was, sunk in a storm, but his skill in swimming saved him. The sainted bishop simply confesses here to having practiced a bit of sorcery. Every mesmerizer knows the power of will during an intense desire bent on any particular subject. Whether in consequence of coincidence or otherwise, the opened verse suggested to his mind revenge by drowning. Passing the remainder of the day in deep concern, and possessed by this all-absorbing thought, the saint it may be unconsciously exercises his will on the subject, and thus while imagining in the accident the hand of God, he simply becomes a sorcerer exercising his magnetic will which reacts on the person feared, and the Count barely escapes with his life. Were the accident decreed by God, the culprit would have been drowned, for a simple bath could not have altered his malevolent resolution against Saint Gregory had he been very intent on it. Furthermore, we find anathemas fulminated against this lottery of fate, at the Council of Vars, which forbids all ecclesiastics, under pain of excommunication, to perform that kind of divination, or to pry into futurity, by looking into any book, or writing, whatsoever. The same prohibition is pronounced at the councils of Agda in 506, of Orleans, in 511, of Auxerre in 595, and finally at the Council of Enham in 1110, the latter condemning sorcerers, witches, diviners, such as occasioned death by magical operations, and who practiced fortune-telling by the holy book lots, and the complaint of the joint clergy against de Garland, their bishop at Orleans, and addressed to Pope Alexander III, concludes in this manner: let your apostolical hands put on strength to strip naked the iniquity of this man, that the curse prognosticated on the day of his consecration may overtake him. For the Gospels being opened on the altar according to custom, the first words were, and the young man, leaving his linen cloth, fled from them naked. Asterisk. Why then roast the lay magicians and consulters of books, and canonize the ecclesiastics? Simply because the medieval as well as the modern phenomena, manifested through laymen, whether produced through occult knowledge or happening independently, upset the claims of both the Catholic and Protestant churches to divine miracles. In the face of reiterated and unimpeachable evidence, it became impossible for the former to maintain successfully the assertion that seemingly miraculous manifestations by the good angels and God's direct intervention could be produced exclusively by her chosen ministers and holy saints. Neither could the Protestant well maintain on the same ground that miracles had ended with the apostolic ages. For, whether of the same nature or not, the modern phenomena claimed close kinship with the biblical ones. The magnetists and healers of our century came into direct and open competition with the apostles. The Zouave Jacob, of France, had outrivaled the prophet Elijah in recalling to life persons who were seemingly dead, and Alexis, the somnambulist, mentioned by Mr. Wallace in his work, was, by his lucidity, putting to shame apostles, prophets, and the sibyls of old. Since the burning of the last witch, the great revolution of France, so elaborately prepared by the League of the Secret Societies and their clever emissaries, had blown over Europe and awakened terror in the bosom of the clergy. It had, like a destroying hurricane, swept away in its course those best allies of the Church, the Roman Catholic aristocracy. A sure foundation was now laid for the right of individual opinion. The world was freed from ecclesiastical tyranny by opening an unobstructed path to Napoleon the Great, who had given the death blow to the Inquisition. This great slaughterhouse of the Christian Church wherein she butchered, in the name of the Lamb, all the sheep arbitrarily declared scurvy was in ruins, and she found herself left to her own responsibility and resources. So long as the phenomena had appeared only sporadically, she had always felt herself powerful enough to repress the consequences. Superstition and belief in the devil were as strong as ever, and science had not yet dared to publicly measure her forces with those of supernatural religion. Meanwhile the enemy had slowly but surely gained ground. All at once it broke out with an unexpected violence. Miracles began to appear in full daylight, and passed from their mystic seclusion into the domain of natural law, where the profane hand of science was ready to strip off their sacerdotal mask. Still, for a time, the Church held her position, and with the powerful help of superstitious fear checked the progress of the intruding force. But, when in succession appeared mesmerists and somnambulists, reproducing the physical and mental phenomenon of ecstasy, hitherto believed to be the special gift of saints, when the passion for the turning tables had reached in France and elsewhere its climax of fury, when the psychography alleged spiritual from a simple curiosity had developed itself and settled into an unabated interest, and finally ebbed into religious mysticism, when the echoes aroused by the first raps of Rochester, crossing the oceans, spread until they were repercussed from nearly every corner of the world, then, and only then, the Latin Church was fully awakened to a sense of danger. Wonder after wonder was reported to have occurred in the spiritual circles and the lecture rooms of the mesmerists. The sick were healed, the blind made to see, the lame to walk, the deaf to hear. J.R. Newton in America, and Dupotet in France, were healing the multitude without the slightest claim to divine intervention. The great discovery of Mesmer, which reveals to the earnest inquirer the mechanism of nature, mastered, as if by magical power, organic and inorganic bodies. But this was not the worst. A more direful calamity for the Church occurred in the evocation from the upper and nether worlds of a multitude of spirits, whose private bearing and conversation gave the direct light to the most cherished and profitable dogmas of the Church. These spirits claimed to be the identical entities, in a disembodied state, of fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, friends and acquaintances of the persons viewing the weird phenomena. The devil seemed to have no objective existence, and this struck at the very foundation upon which the chair of St. Peter rested. Not a spirit except the mocking mannequins of Planchette would confess to the most distant relationship with the satanic majesty, or accredit him with the governorship of a single inch of territory. The clergy felt their prestige growing weaker every day, as they saw the people impatiently shaking off, in the broad daylight of truth, the dark veils with which they had been blindfolded for so many centuries. Then finally, fortune, which previously had been on their side in the long-waged conflict between theology and science, deserted to their adversary. The help of the latter to the study of the occult side of nature was truly precious and timely, and science has unwittingly widened the once narrow path of the phenomena into a broad highway. Had not this conflict culminated at the nick of time, we might have seen reproduced on a miniature scale the disgraceful scenes of the episodes of Salem witchcraft and the nuns of Loudun. As it was, the clergy were muzzled. But if science has unintentionally helped the progress of the occult phenomena, the latter have reciprocally aided science herself. Until the days when newly reincarnated philosophy boldly claimed its place in the world, there had been but few scholars who had undertaken the difficult task of studying comparative theology. This science occupies a domain heretofore penetrated by few explorers. The necessity which it involved of being well acquainted with the dead languages, necessarily limited the number of students. Besides, there was less popular need for it so long as people could not replace the Christian orthodoxy by something more tangible. It is one of the most undeniable facts of psychology, that the average man can as little exist out of a religious element of some kind, as a fish out of the water. The voice of truth, a voice stronger than the voice of the mightiest thunder, speaks to the inner man in the 19th century of the Christian era, as it spoke in the corresponding century BC. It is a useless and unprofitable task to offer to humanity the choice between a future life and annihilation. The only chance that remains for those friends of human progress who seek to establish for the good of mankind a faith, henceforth stripped entirely of superstition and dogmatic fetters, is to address them in the words of Joshua, "Choose ye this day whom you will serve, whether the gods which your fathers served that were on the other side of the flood, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land ye dwell." Asterisk. The science of religion, wrote Max Muller in 1860, is only just beginning. During the last 50 years the authentic documents of the most important religions in the world have been recovered in a most unexpected and almost miraculous manner. We have now before us the canonical books of Buddhism. The Zendavesta of Zoroaster is no longer a sealed book, and the hymns of the Rig Veda have revealed a state of religions anterior to the first beginnings of that mythology which in Homer and Hesiod stands before us as a mouldering ruin. In their insatiable desire to extend the dominion of blind faith, the early architects of Christian theology had been forced to conceal, as much as it was possible, the true sources of the same. To this end they are said to have burned or otherwise destroyed all the original manuscripts on the Kabbalah, magic, and occult sciences upon which they could lay their hands. They ignorantly supposed that the most dangerous writings of this class had perished with the last Gnostic, but some day they may discover their mistake. Other authentic and as important documents will perhaps reappear in a most unexpected and almost miraculous manner. There are strange traditions current in various parts of the East on Mount Athos and in the desert of Nitria, for instance among certain monks, and with learned rabbis in Palestine, who pass their lives in commenting upon the Talmud. They say that not all the rolls and manuscripts, reported in history to have been burned by Caesar, by the Christian mob, in 389, and by the Arab general Amru, perished as it is commonly believed, and the story they tell is the following: at the time of the contest for the throne, in 51 BC, between Cleopatra and her brother Dionysius Ptolemy, the Bruchian, which contained over 700,000 rolls, all bound in wood and fireproof parchment, was undergoing repairs, and a great portion of the original manuscripts, considered among the most precious, and which were not duplicated, were stored away in the house of one of the librarians. As the fire which consumed the rest was but the result of accident, no precautions had been taken at the time. But they add, that several hours passed between the burning of the fleet, set on fire by Caesar's order, and the moment when the first buildings situated near the harbor caught fire in their turn, and that all the librarians, aided by several hundred slaves attached to the museum, succeeded in saving the most precious of the rolls. So perfect and solid was the fabric of the parchment, that while in some rolls the inner pages and the wood binding were reduced to ashes, of others the parchment binding remained unscorched. These particulars were all written out in Greek, Latin, and the Chaldeo-Syriac dialect, by a learned youth named Theodas, one of the scribes employed in the museum. One of these manuscripts is alleged to be preserved till now in a Greek convent, and the person who narrated the tradition to us had seen it himself. He said that many more will see it and learn where to look for important documents, when a certain prophecy will be fulfilled, adding, that most of these works could be found in Tartary and India. Asterisk. The monk showed us a copy of the original, which, of course, we could read but poorly, as we claim but little erudition in the matter of dead languages. But we were so particularly struck by the vivid and picturesque translation of the Holy Father, that we perfectly remember some curious paragraphs, which run, as far as we can recall them, as follows: when the Queen of the Sun, Cleopatra, was brought back to the half-ruined city, after the fire had devoured the glory of the world, and when she saw the mountains of books or rolls covering the half-consumed steps of the estrada, and when she perceived that the inside was gone and the indestructible covers alone remained, she wept in rage and fury, and cursed the meanness of her fathers who had grudged the cost of the real pergamos for the inside as well as the outside of the precious rolls. Further, our author, Theodas, indulges in a joke at the expense of the queen for believing that nearly all the library was burned, when, in fact, hundreds and thousands of the choicest books were safely stored in his own house and those of other scribes, librarians, students, and philosophers. No more do sundry very learned Copts scattered all over the East in Asia Minor, Egypt, and Palestine believe in the total destruction of the subsequent libraries. For instance, they say that out of the library of Attalus III of Pergamus, presented by Antony to Cleopatra, not a volume was destroyed. At that time, according to their assertions, from the moment that the Christians began to gain power in Alexandria about the end of the 4th century, Anatolius, bishop of Laodicea, began to insult the national gods. The pagan philosophers and learned theurgists adopted effective measures to preserve the repositories of their sacred learning. Theophilus, a bishop, who left behind him the reputation of a most rascally and mercenary villain, was accused by one named Antoninus, a famous theurgist and eminent scholar of occult science of Alexandria, with bribing the slaves of the Serapion to steal books which he sold to foreigners at great prices. History tells us how Theophilus had the best of the philosophers, in AD 389, and how his successor and nephew, the no less infamous Cyril, butchered Hypatia. Suidas gives us some details about Antoninus, whom he calls Antonius, and his eloquent friend Olympus, the defender of the Serapion. But history is far from being complete in the miserable remnants of books, which, crossing so many ages, have reached our own learned century. It fails to give the facts relating to the first 5 centuries of Christianity which are preserved in the numerous traditions current in the East. Unauthenticated as these may appear, there is unquestionably in the heap of chaff much good grain. That these traditions are not oftener communicated to Europeans is not strange, when we consider how apt our travelers are to render themselves antagonistic to the natives by their skeptical bearing and, occasionally, dogmatic intolerance. When exceptional men like some archaeologists, who knew how to win the confidence and even friendship of certain Arabs, are favored with precious documents, it is declared simply a coincidence. And yet there are widespread traditions of the existence of certain subterranean, and immense galleries, in the neighborhood of Ishmonia, the petrified city, in which are stored numberless manuscripts and rolls. For no amount of money would the Arabs go near it. At night, they say, from the crevices of the desolate ruins, sunk deep in the unwatered sands of the desert, stream the rays from lights carried to and fro in the galleries by no human hands. The Afrites study the literature of the antediluvian ages, according to their belief, and the jinn learns from the magic rolls the lesson of the following day. The Encyclopaedia Britannica, in its article on Alexandria, says, when the temple of Serapis was demolished, the valuable library was pillaged or destroyed, and 20 years afterwards the empty shelves excited the regret, etc. But it does not state the subsequent fate of the pillaged books. In rivalry of the fierce Mary worshippers of the 4th century, the modern clerical persecutors of liberalism and heresy would willingly shut up all the heretics and their books in some modern Serapion and burn them alive. The cause of this hatred is natural. Modern research has more than ever unveiled the secret. Is not the worship of saints and angels now, said Bishop Newton, years ago, in all respects the same that the worship of demons was in former times? The name only is different, the thing is identically the same. The very same temples, the very same images, which were once consecrated to Jupiter and the other demons, are now consecrated to the Virgin Mary and other saints. The whole of paganism is converted and applied to popery. Why not be impartial and add that a good portion of it was adopted by Protestant religions also? The very apostolic designation Peter is from the mysteries. The Hierophant or Supreme Pontiff bore the Chaldean title Peter, or interpreter. The names Ta, Pethar, the residence of Balaam, Patara, and Patras, the names of oracle cities, Paters or Pataras, and, perhaps, Buddha, * all come from the same root. Jesus says, upon this Petra I will build my church, and the gates, or rulers of Hades, shall not prevail against it, meaning by Petra the rock temple, and by metaphor, the Christian mysteries, the adversaries to which were the old mystery gods of the underworld, who were worshipped in the rites of Isis, Adonis, Ates, Sabazius, Dionysus, and the Eleusinia. No apostle Peter was ever at Rome, but the Pope, seizing the scepter of the Pontifex Maximus, the keys of Janus and Cube, and adorning his Christian head with the cap of the Magna Mater, copied from that of the tiara of Brahmatma, the supreme pontiff of the initiates of old India, became the successor of the pagan high priest, the real Peter Roma, or Petroma. The Roman Catholic Church has two far mightier enemies than the heretics and the infidels, and these are comparative mythology and philology. When such eminent divines as the Rev. James Freeman Clarke go so much out of their way to prove to their readers that critical theology from the time of Origen and Jerome, and the controversial theology during 15 centuries, has not consisted in accepting on authority the opinions of other people, but has shown, on the contrary, much acute and comprehensive reasoning, we can but regret that so much scholarship should have been wasted in attempting to prove that which a fair survey of the history of theology upsets at every step. In these controversies and critical treatment of the doctrines of the Church one can certainly find any amount of acute reasoning, but far more of a still acuter sophistry. Recently the mass of cumulative evidence has been reinforced to an extent which leaves little, if any, room for further controversy. A conclusive opinion is furnished by too many scholars to doubt the fact that India was the alma mater, not only of the civilization, arts, and sciences, but also of all the great religions of antiquity, Judaism, and hence Christianity, included. Herder places the cradle of humanity in India, and shows Moses as a clever and relatively modern compiler of the ancient Brahmanical traditions. The river which encircles the country, India, is the sacred Ganges, which all Asia considers as the paradisaical river. There, also, is the biblical Gyan, which is none else but the Indus. The Arabs call it so unto this day, and the names of the countries watered by it are yet existing among the Hindus. Jacoliot claims to have translated every ancient palm leaf manuscript which he had the fortune of being allowed by the Brahmans of the pagodas to see. In one of his translations, we found passages which reveal to us the undoubted origin of the keys of St. Peter, and account for the subsequent adoption of the symbol by their holinesses, the popes of Rome. He shows us, on the testimony of the Agraukata Parikshae, which he freely translates as the Book of Spirits, Pitris, that centuries before our era the initiates of the temple chose a superior council, presided over by the Brahmatma or supreme chief of all these initiates. That this pontificate, which could be exercised only by a Brahmin who had reached the age of 80 years, that the Brahmatma was sole guardian of the mystic formula, resume of every science, contained in the three mysterious letters, which signify creation, conservation, and transformation. He alone could expound its meaning in the presence of the initiates of the third and supreme degree. Whomsoever among these initiates revealed to a profane a single one of the truths, even the smallest of the secrets entrusted to his care, was put to death. He who received the confidence had to share his fate. Finally, to crown this able system, says Jacoliot, there existed a word still more superior to the mysterious monosyllable aum, and which rendered him who came into the possession of its key nearly the equal of Brahma himself. The Brahmatma alone possessed this key, and transmitted it in a sealed casket to his successor. This unknown word, of which no human power could, even today, when the Brahmanical authority has been crushed under the Mongolian and European invasions, today, when each pagoda has its Brahmatma force the disclosure, was engraved in a golden triangle and preserved in a sanctuary of the temple of Askartha, whose Brahmatma alone held the keys. He also bore upon his tiara two crossed keys supported by two kneeling Brahmans, symbol of the precious deposit of which he had the keeping. This word and this triangle were engraved upon the tablet of the ring that this religious chief wore as one of the signs of his dignity. It was also framed in a golden sun on the altar, where every morning the Supreme Pontiff offered the sacrifice of the Sarvamita, or sacrifice to all the forces of nature. Is this clear enough? And will the Catholics still maintain that it was the Brahmans of 4,000 years ago who copied the ritual, symbols, and dress of the Roman pontiffs? we would not feel in the least surprised. Without going very far back into antiquity for comparisons, if we only stop at the 4th and 5th centuries of our era, and contrast the so-called heathenism of the third Neoplatonic eclectic school with the growing Christianity, the result may not be favorable to the latter. Even at that early period, when the new religion had hardly outlined its contradictory dogmas, when the champions of the bloodthirsty Cyril knew not themselves whether Mary was to become the Mother of God, or rank as a demon in company with Isis, when the memory of the meek and lowly Jesus still lingered lovingly in every Christian heart, and his words of mercy and charity vibrated still in the air, even then the Christians were outdoing the pagans in every kind of ferocity and religious intolerance. And if we look still farther back, and seek for examples of true Christism, in ages when Buddhism had hardly superseded Brahmanism in India, and the name of Jesus was only to be pronounced 3 centuries later, what do we find? Which of the holy pillars of the Church has ever elevated himself to the level of religious tolerance and noble simplicity of character of some heathen? Compare, for instance, the Hindu Asoka, who lived 300 BC, and the Carthaginian Saint Augustine, who flourished 3 centuries after Christ. According to Max Muller, this is what is found engraved on the rocks of Gurner, Dhali, and Kapurdigiri. Payadasi, the king beloved of the gods, desires that the ascetics of all creeds might reside in all places. All these ascetics profess alike the command which people should exercise over themselves, and the purity of the soul. But people have different opinions and different inclinations. And here is what Augustine wrote after his baptism: "Wondrous depth of thy words, whose surface, behold, is before us, inviting to little ones, yet are they a wondrous depth, O my God, a wondrous depth. It is awful to look therein, yes. An awfulness of honor, and a trembling of love. Thy enemies read pagans thereof I hate vehemently, O, that thou wouldst slay them with thy two-edged sword, that they might no longer be enemies to it, for so do I love to have them slain." Asterisk. Wonderful spirit of Christianity, and that from a Manichaean converted to the religion of one who even on his cross prayed for his enemies. Who the enemies of the Lord were, according to the Christians, is not difficult to surmise. The few inside the Augustinian fold were his new children and favorites, who had supplanted in his affections the sons of Israel, his chosen people. The rest of mankind were his natural foes. The teeming multitudes of heathendom were proper food for the flames of hell, the handful within the church communion, heirs of salvation. But if such a proscriptive policy was just, and its enforcement was sweet savor in the nostrils of the Lord, why not scorn also the pagan rites and philosophy? Why draw so deep from the wells of wisdom, dug and filled up to brim by the same heathen? Or did the fathers, in their desire to imitate the chosen people whose time-worn shoes they were trying to fit upon their feet, contemplate the reenaction of the spoliation scene of the Exodus? Did they propose, in fleeing from heathendom as the Jews did from Egypt, to carry off the valuables of its religious allegories, as the chosen ones did the gold and silver ornaments? It certainly does seem as if the events of the first centuries of Christianity were but the reflection of the images thrown upon the mirror of the future at the time of the Exodus. During the stormy days of Irenaeus, the Platonic philosophy, with its mystical submersion into deity, was not so obnoxious after all to the new doctrine as to prevent the Christians from helping themselves to its abstruse metaphysics in every way and manner. Allying themselves with the ascetical therapeutic forefathers and models of the Christian monks and hermits, it was in Alexandria, let it be remembered, that they laid the first foundations of the purely Platonic Trinitarian doctrine. It became the Plato-Philonian doctrine later, and such as we find it now. Plato considered the divine nature under a threefold modification of the first cause, the reason, or logos, and the soul or spirit of the universe. The three archeal or original principles, says Gibbon, were represented in the Platonic system as three gods, united with each other by a mysterious and ineffable generation. Blending this transcendental idea with the more hypostatic figure of the Logos of Philo, whose doctrine was that of the oldest Kabbalah, and who viewed the King Messiah, as the Metatron, or the angel of the Lord, the legatus descended in flesh, but not the Ancient of Days himself, the Christians clothed with this mythical representation of the mediator for the fallen race of Adam, Jesus, the Son of Mary. Under this unexpected garb his personality was all but lost. In the modern Jesus of the Christian Church, we find the ideal of the imaginative Irenaeus, not the adept of the Essenes, the obscure reformer from Galilee. We see him under the disfigured Plato-Philonian mask, not as the disciples heard him on the mount. So far then the heathen philosophy had helped them in the building of the principal dogma. But when the theurgists of the third Neoplatonic school, deprived of their ancient mysteries, strove to blend the doctrines of Plato with those of Aristotle, and by combining the two philosophies added to their theosophy the primeval doctrines of the Oriental Kabbalah, then the Christians from rivals became persecutors. Once that the metaphysical allegories of Plato were being prepared to be discussed in public in the form of Grecian dialectics, all the elaborate system of the Christian Trinity would be unraveled and the divine prestige completely upset. The eclectic school, reversing the order, had adopted the inductive method, and this method became its death knell. Of all things on earth, logic and reasonable explanations were the most hateful to the new religion of mystery, for they threatened to unveil the whole groundwork of the Trinitarian conception, to apprise the multitude of the doctrine of emanations, and thus destroy the unity of the whole. It could not be permitted, and it was not. History records the Christ-like means that were resorted to. The universal doctrine of emanations, adopted from time immemorial by the greatest schools which taught the Kabbalistic, Alexandrian, and Oriental philosophers, gives the key to that panic among the Christian fathers. That spirit of Jesuitism and clerical craft, which prompted Parkhurst, many centuries later, to suppress in his Hebrew lexicon the true meaning of the first word of Genesis, originated in those days of war against the expiring Neoplatonic and eclectic school. The fathers had decided to pervert the meaning of the word daimon, and they dreaded above all to have the esoteric and true meaning of the word raised unveiled to the multitudes, for if once the true sense of this sentence, as well as that of the Hebrew word ast, translated in the Septuagint angels, while it means emanations, were understood rightly, the mystery of the Christian Trinity would have crumbled, carrying in its downfall the new religion into the same heap of ruins with the ancient mysteries. This is the true reason why dialecticians, as well as Aristotle himself, the prying philosopher, were ever obnoxious to Christian theology. Even Luther, while on his work of reform, feeling the ground insecure under his feet, notwithstanding that the dogmas had been reduced by him to their simplest expression, gave full vent to his fear and hatred for Aristotle. The amount of abuse he heaped upon the memory of the great logician can only be equaled, never surpassed, by the Pope's anathemas and invectives against the liberals of the Italian government. Compiled together, they might easily fill a copy of a new encyclopedia with models for monkeyish diatribes. Of course the Christian clergy can never get reconciled with a doctrine based on the application of strict logic to discursive reasoning. The number of those who have abandoned theology on this account has never been made known. They have asked questions and been forbidden to ask them, hence, separation, disgust, and often a despairing plunge into the abyss of atheism. The Orphean views of ether as chief medium between God and created matter were likewise denounced. The Orphic ether recalled too vividly the archos, the soul of the world, and the latter was in its metaphysical sense as closely related to the emanations, being the first manifestation sephira, or divine light. And when could the latter be more feared than at that critical moment? Origen, Clemens Alexandrinus, Chalcidius, Methodius, and Maimonides, on the authority of the Targum of Jerusalem, the orthodox and greatest authority of the Jews, held that the first two words in the book of Genesis, Bereshit, mean wisdom, or the principle. And that the idea of these words meaning in the beginning was never shared but by the profane, who were not allowed to penetrate any deeper into the esoteric sense of the sentence. Bosobre, and after him Godfrey Higgins, have demonstrated the fact. All things, says the Kabbalah, are derived from one great principle, and this principle is the unknown and invisible God. From him a substantial power immediately proceeds, which is the image of God, and the source of all subsequent emanations. This second principle sends forth, by the energy, or will and force, of emanation, other natures, which are more or less perfect, according to their different degrees of distance, in the scale of emanation, from the first source of existence, and which constitute different worlds, or orders of being, all united to the eternal power from which they proceed. Matter is nothing more than the most remote effect of the emanative energy of the deity. The material world receives its form from the immediate agency of powers far beneath the first source of being. Bosabrief makes Saint Augustine the Manichean say thus, and if by raise it we understand the active principle of the creation, instead of its beginning, in such a case we will clearly perceive that Moses never meant to say that heaven and earth were the first works of God. He only said that God created heaven and earth through the principle, who is his Son. It is not the time he points to, but to the immediate author of the creation. Angels, according to Augustine, were created before the firmament, and according to the esoteric interpretation, the heaven and earth were created after that, evolving from the second principle or the logos, the creative deity. The word principle, says Bosabrief, does not mean that the heaven and earth were created before anything else, for, to begin with, the angels were created before that, but that God did everything through his wisdom, which is his verbum, and which the Christian Bible named the beginning, thus adopting the exoteric meaning of the word abandoned to the multitudes. The Kabbalah, the Oriental as well as the Jewish, shows that a number of emanations, the Jewish Sephiroth, issued from the first principle, the chief of which was wisdom. This wisdom is the logos of Philo, and Michael, the chief of the Gnostic Aeons. It is the Ormuzd of the Persians, Minerva, goddess of wisdom, of the Greeks, who emanated from the head of Jupiter, and the second person of the Christian Trinity. The early fathers of the Church had not much to exert their imagination, they found a ready-made doctrine that had existed in every theogony for thousands of years before the Christian era. Their Trinity is but the trio of Sephiroth, the first three Kabbalistic lights of which Moses Nachmanides says, that they have never been seen by anyone, there is not any defect in them, nor any disunion. The first eternal number is the Father, or the Chaldean primeval, invisible and incomprehensible chaos, out of which proceeded the intelligible one. The Egyptian Ta, or the principle of light, not the light itself, and the principle of life, though himself no life. The wisdom by which the Father created the heavens is the Son, or the Kabbalistic androgynous Adam Kadmon. The Son is at once the male Ra, or light of wisdom, prudence, or intelligence, Sephira, the female part of himself, while from this dual being proceeds the third emanation, the Bina, or reason, the second intelligence, the Holy Ghost of the Christians. Therefore, strictly speaking, there is a tetractys or quaternary, consisting of the unintelligible first monad, and its triple emanation, which properly constitute our Trinity. How then avoid perceiving at once, that had not the Christians purposely disfigured in their interpretation and translation the Mosaic Genesis to fit their own views, their religion, with its present dogmas, would have been impossible. The word raise it, once taught in its new sense of the principle and not the beginning, and the anathematized doctrine of emanations accepted, the position of the second Trinitarian personage becomes untenable. For, if the angels are the first divine emanations from the divine substance, and were in existence before the second principle, then the anthropomorphized Son is at best an emanation like themselves, and cannot be God hypostatically any more than our visible works are ourselves. That these metaphysical subtleties never entered into the head of the honest-minded, sincere Paul, is evident, as it is furthermore evident, that like all learned Jews he was well acquainted with the doctrine of emanations and never thought of corrupting it. How can anyone imagine that Paul identified the Son with the Father, when he tells us that God made Jesus a little lower than the angels, Hebrews 2:9, and a little higher than Moses? For this man was counted worthy of more glory than Moses, Hebrews 3:3. Of whatever, or how many forgeries, interlined later in the Acts, the fathers are guilty we know not, but that Paul never considered Christ more than a man full of the Spirit of God is but too evident. In the arche was the Logos, and the logos was adnate to the theos. Wisdom, the first emanation of En Sof, the protogonas, the hypostasis, the Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalist, the Brahma of the Hindu, the logos of Plato, and the beginning of St. John as the Raisit, of the book of Genesis. If rightly interpreted, it overturns, as we have remarked, the whole elaborate system of Christian theology, for it proves that behind the creative deity, there was a higher God, a planner, an architect, and that the former was but his executive agent, a simple power. They persecuted the Gnostics, murdered the philosophers, and burned the Kabbalists and the Masons, and when the day of the great reckoning arrives, and the light shines in darkness, what will they have to offer in the place of the departed, expired religion? What will they answer, these pretended monotheists, these worshippers and pseudo-servants of the one living God, to their Creator? How will they account for this long persecution of them who were the true followers of the Grand Megalister, the supreme great master of the Rosicrucians, the first of Masons? For he is the builder and architect of the temple of the universe, he is the verbum sapienti. Asterisk. Everyone knows, wrote the great Manichean of the 3rd century, Faust, that the Evangeliums were written neither by Jesus Christ, nor his apostles, but long after their time by some unknown persons, who, judging well that they would hardly be believed when telling of things they had not seen themselves, headed their narratives with the names of the apostles or of disciples contemporaneous with the latter. Commenting upon the subject, A. Frank, the learned Hebrew scholar of the Institute and translator of the Kabbalah, expresses the same idea. Are we not authorized, he asks, to view the Kabbalah as a precious remnant of religious philosophy of the Orient, which, transported into Alexandria, got mixed to the doctrine of Plato, and under the usurped name of Dionysius the Areopagite, Bishop of Athens, converted and consecrated by St. Paul, was thus enabled to penetrate into the mysticism of the medieval ages. Asterisk. Says Jacqueliot, what is then this religious philosophy of the Orient, which has penetrated into the mystic symbolism of Christianity? We answer, this philosophy, the traces of which we find among the Magians, the Chaldeans, the Egyptians, the Hebrew Kabbalists and the Christians, is none other than that of the Hindu Brahmans, the sectarians of the Pitris, or the spirits of the invisible worlds which surround us. But if the Gnostics were destroyed, the Gnosis, based on the secret science of sciences, still lives. It is the earth which helps the woman, and which is destined to open her mouth to swallow up medieval Christianity, the usurper and assassin of the great master's doctrine. The ancient Kabbalah, the Gnosis, or traditional secret knowledge, was never without its representatives in any age or country. The trinities of initiates, whether passed into history or concealed under the impenetrable veil of mystery, are preserved and impressed throughout the ages. They are known as Moses, Aholiab, and Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, as Plato, Philo, and Pythagoras, etc. At the Transfiguration we see them as Jesus, Moses, and Elias, the three Trismegisti, and three Kabbalists, Peter, James, and John, whose revelation is the key to all wisdom. We found them in the twilight of Jewish history as Zoroaster, Abraham, and Terah, and later as Enoch, Ezekiel, and Daniel. Who, of those who ever studied the ancient philosophies, who understand intuition ally the grandeur of their conceptions, the boundless sublimity of their views of the unknown deity, can hesitate for a moment to give the preference to their doctrines over the incomprehensible dogmatic and contradictory theology of the hundreds of Christian sects? Who that ever read Plato and fathomed his Tau Omicron Nu, whom no person has seen except the Son, can doubt that Jesus was a disciple of the same secret doctrine which had instructed the great philosopher? For, as we have shown before now, Plato never claimed to be the inventor of all that he wrote, but gave credit for it to Pythagoras, who, in his turn, pointed to the remote East as the source whence he derived his information and his philosophy. Colebrooke shows that Plato confesses it in his epistles, and says that he has taken his teachings from ancient and sacred doctrines. Moreover, it is undeniable that the theologies of all the great nations dovetail together and show that each is a part of one stupendous whole. Like the rest of the initiates, we see Plato taking great pains to conceal the true meaning of his allegories. Every time the subject touches the greater secrets of the Oriental Kabbalah, secret of the true cosmogony of the universe and of the ideal, pre-existing world, Plato shrouds his philosophy in the profoundest darkness. His Timaeus is so confused that no one but an initiate can understand the secret meaning. And Mosheim thinks that Philo has filled his works with passages directly contradicting each other for the sole purpose of concealing the true doctrine. For once we see a critic on the right track. And this very Trinitarian idea, as well as the so bitterly denounced doctrine of emanations, whence their remotest origin? The answer is easy, and every proof is now at hand. In the sublime and profoundest of all philosophies, that of the universal wisdom religion, the first traces of which, historical research now finds in the old pre-Vedic religion of India. As the much abused Jack Elliott well remarks, it is not in the religious works of antiquity, such as the Vedas, the Zend-Avesta, the Bible, that we have to search for the exact expression of the ennobling and sublime beliefs of those epochs. The holy primitive syllable, composed of the three letters A, U, M, in which is contained the Vedic Trimurti, Trinity, must be kept secret, like another triple Veda, says Manu, in Book 11, Sloka 265. Swayambhava is the unrevealed deity, it is the being existent through and of itself, he is the central and immortal germ of all that exists in the universe. Three trinities emanate and are confounded in him, forming a supreme unity. These trinities, or the triple Trimurti, are, the Nara, Nari, and Varadai the initial triad, the Agni, Vaya, and Surya the manifested triad, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, the creative triad. Each of these triads becomes less metaphysical and more adapted to the vulgar intelligence as it descends. Thus the last becomes but the symbol in its concrete expression, the necessarian of a purely metaphysical conception. Together with Swayambhava, they are the 10 Sephiroth of the Hebrew Kabbalists, the 10 Hindu Prajaptis, the Ensoph of the former, answering to the great unknown, expressed by the mystic Aum of the latter. Says Frank, the translator of the Kabbalah. The 10 Sephiroth are divided into 3 classes, each of them presenting to us the divinity under a different aspect, the whole still remaining an indivisible trinity. The first 3 Sephiroth are purely intellectual in metaphysics, they express the absolute identity of existence and thought, and form what the modern Kabbalists call the intelligible world, which is the first manifestation of God. The 3 that follow, make us conceive God in one of their aspects, as the identity of goodness and wisdom, in the other they show to us, in the supreme good, the origin of beauty and magnificence, in the creation. Therefore, they are named the virtues, or the sensible world. Finally, we learn, by the last 3 Sephiroth, that the universal providence, that the supreme artist is also absolute force, the all-powerful cause, and that, at the same time, this cause is the generative element of all that is. It is these last Sephiroth that constitute the natural world, or nature in its essence and in its active principle. Natura naturans. Asterisk. This Kabbalistic conception is thus proved identical with that of the Hindu philosophy. Whoever reads Plato and his dialogue Timaeus, will find these ideas as faithfully re-echoed by the Greek philosopher. Moreover, the injunction of secrecy was as strict with the Kabbalists, as with the initiates of the Advaita and the Hindu yogis. Close thy mouth, lest thou shouldst speak of this, the mystery, and thy heart, lest thou shouldst think aloud, and if thy heart has escaped thee, bring it back to its place, for such is the object of our alliance. Sefer Jezirah, Book of Creation. This is a secret which gives death. Close thy mouth lest thou shouldst reveal to the vulgar, compress thy brain lest something should escape from it and fall outside. Agraukata Parikshai. Truly the fate of many a future generation hung on a gossamer thread, in the days of the 3rd and 4th centuries. Had not the emperor sent in 389 to Alexandria a rescript which was forced from him by the Christians for the destruction of every idol, our own century would never have had a Christian mythological pantheon of its own. Never did the Neoplatonic school reach such a height of philosophy as when nearest its end. Uniting the mystic theosophy of old Egypt with the refined philosophy of the Greeks, nearer to the ancient mysteries of Thebes and Memphis than they had been for centuries, versed in the science of soothsaying and divination, as in the art of the therapeutists, friendly with the acutest men of the Jewish nation, who were deeply imbued with the Zoroastrian ideas, the Neoplatonists tended to amalgamate the old wisdom of the Oriental Kabbalah with the more refined conceptions of the Occidental Theosophists. Notwithstanding the treason of the Christians, who saw fit, for political reasons, after the days of Constantine, to repudiate their tutors, the influence of the new Platonic philosophy is conspicuous in the subsequent adoption of dogmas, the origin of which can be traced but too easily to that remarkable school. Though mutilated and disfigured, they still preserve a strong family likeness, which nothing can obliterate. But, if the knowledge of the occult powers of nature opens the spiritual side of man, enlarges his intellectual faculties, and leads him unerringly to a profounder veneration for the Creator, on the other hand ignorance, dogmatic narrow-mindedness, and a childish fear of looking to the bottom of things, invariably leads to fetish worship and superstition. When Cyril, the bishop of Alexandria, had openly embraced the cause of Isis, the Egyptian goddess, and had anthropomorphized her into Mary, the Mother of God, and the Trinitarian controversy had taken place, from that moment the Egyptian doctrine of the emanation of the creative God out of Imif began to be tortured in 1,000 ways, until the councils had agreed upon the adoption of it as it now stands, the disfigured ternary of the Kabbalistic Solomon and Philo. But as its origin was yet too evident, the Word was no longer called the heavenly man, the primal Adam Kadmon, but became the Logos Christ, and was made as old as the Ancient of the Ancient, his Father. The concealed wisdom became identical with its emanation, the divine thought, and made to be regarded co-equal and co-eternal with its first manifestation. If we now stop to consider another of the fundamental dogmas of Christianity, the doctrine of atonement, we may trace it as easily back to heathendom. This cornerstone of a church which had believed herself built on a firm rock for long centuries, is now excavated by science and proved to come from the Gnostics. Professor Draper shows it as hardly known in the days of Tertullian, and as having originated among the Gnostic heretics. We will not permit ourselves to contradict such a learned authority, farther than to state that it originated among them no more than their anointed Christos and Sophia. The former they modelled on the original of the King Messiah, the male principle of wisdom, and the latter on the third Sephiroth, from the Chaldean Kabbalah, and even from the Hindu Brahma and Sarasvati, and the pagan Dionysus and Demeter. And here we are on firm ground, if it were only because it is now proved that the New Testament never appeared in its complete form, such as we find it now, till 300 years after the period of apostles, and the Sahar and other Kabbalistic books are found to belong to the 1st century before our era, if not to be far older still. The Gnostics entertained many of the Essenine ideas, and the Essenes had their greater and minor mysteries at least 2 centuries before our era. They were the Isarim or initiates, the descendants of the Egyptian Hierophants, in whose country they had been settled for several centuries before they were converted to Buddhistic monasticism by the missionaries of King Asoka, and amalgamated later with the earliest Christians, and they existed, probably, before the old Egyptian temples were desecrated and ruined in the incessant invasions of Persians, Greeks, and other conquering hordes. The Hierophants had their atonement enacted in the mystery of initiation ages before the Gnostics, or even the Essenes, had appeared. It was known among Hierophants as the baptism of blood, and was considered not as an atonement for the fall of man in Eden, but simply as an expiation for the past, present, and future sins of ignorant but nevertheless polluted mankind. The Hierophant had the option of either offering his pure and sinless life as a sacrifice for his race to the gods whom he hoped to rejoin, or an animal victim. The former depended entirely on their own will. At the last moment of the solemn new birth, the initiator passed the word to the initiated, and immediately after that the latter had a weapon placed in his right hand, and was ordered to strike. This is the true origin of the Christian dogma of atonement. Verily the Christs of the pre-Christian ages were many. But they died unknown to the world, and disappeared as silently and as mysteriously from the sight of man as Moses from the top of Pisgah, the mountain of Nebo, oracular wisdom, after he had laid his hands upon Joshua, who thus became full of the spirit of wisdom, i.e., initiated. Nor does the mystery of the Eucharist pertain to Christians alone. Godfrey Higgins proves that it was instituted many hundreds of years before the Paschal Supper, and says that the sacrifice of bread and wine was common to many ancient nations. Cicero mentions it in his works, and wonders at the strangeness of the rite. There had been an esoteric meaning attached to it from the first establishment of the mysteries, and the Eucharistia is one of the oldest rites of antiquity. With the Hierophants it had nearly the same significance as with the Christians. Ceres was bread, and Bacchus was wine, the former meaning regeneration of life from the seed, and the latter the grape, the emblem of wisdom and knowledge, the accumulation of the spirit of things, and the fermentation and subsequent strength of that esoteric knowledge being justly symbolized by wine. The mystery related to the drama of Eden, it is said to have been first taught by Janus, who was also the first to introduce in the temples the sacrifices of bread and wine in commemoration of the fall into generation as the symbol of the seed. I am the vine, and my Father is the husbandman, says Jesus, alluding to the secret knowledge that could be imparted by him. I will drink no more of the fruit of the vine until that day that I drink it new in the kingdom of God. The festival of the Eleusinian mysteries began in the month of Bodromion, which corresponds with the month of September, the time of grape gathering, and lasted from the 15th to the 22nd of the month, 7 days. The Hebrew festival of the Feast of Tabernacles began on the 15th and ended on the 22nd of the month of Ethanim, which Dunlap shows as derived from Adonam, Adonia, Adanim, Ethanim, and this feast is named in Exodus, XXIII 16, the Feast of Ingatharings. All the men of Israel assembled unto King Solomon at the feast in the month Ethanim, which is the 7th. Plutarch thinks the Feast of the Booths to be the Bacchic rites, not the Eleusinian. Thus Bacchus was directly called upon, he says. The Sabbatsian worship was Sabbatic, the names Evius or Hevius and Lueos are identical with Hivite and Levite. The French name Louis is the Hebrew Levi, Iacchus again is Iao or Jehovah, and Baal or Adon, like Bacchus, was a phallic god. Who shall ascend into the hill, the high place, of the Lord? Asks the holy King David, who shall stand in the place of his Kadeshu? Psalms XXIV 3. Kadesh may mean in one sense to devote, hallow, sanctify, and even to initiate or to set apart, but it also means the ministers of lascivious rites, the Venus worship, and the true interpretation of the word Kadesh is bluntly rendered in Deuteronomy XXIII. 17, Hosea 4. 14, and Genesis 38, from verses 15 to 22. The holy Kadeshuth of the Bible were identical as to the duties of their office with the Nach girls of the later Hindu pagodas. The Hebrew Kadeshim or Gali lived by the house of the Lord, where the women wove hangings for the grove, or bust of Venus Astarte, says verse the 7th in the 23rd chapter of 2 Kings. The dance performed by David round the ark was the circle dance said to have been prescribed by the Amazons for the mysteries. Such was the dance of the daughters of Shiloh, Judges XXI 21, 23 et passim, and the leaping of the prophets of Baal, I Kings 18:26. It was simply a characteristic of the Sabaean worship, for it denoted the motion of the planets round the sun. That the dance was a Bacchic frenzy is apparent. Sistra were used on the occasion, and the taunt of Michael and the king's reply are very expressive. The king of Israel uncovered himself before his maidservants as one of the vain, or debauched, fellows shamelessly uncovereth himself. And he retorts, I will play, act wantonly, before, and I will be yet more vile than this, and I will be base in my own sight. When we remember that David had sojourned among the Tyrians and Philistines, where their rites were common, and that indeed he had conquered that land away from the house of Saul, by the aid of mercenaries from their country, the countenancing, and even, perhaps, the introduction of such a pagan-like worship by the weak psalmist seems very natural. David knew nothing of Moses, it seems, and if he introduced the Jehovah worship it was not in its monotheistic character, but simply as that of one of the many gods of the neighboring nations, a tutelary deity to whom he had given the preference, and chosen among all other gods. Following the Christian dogma seriatim, if we concentrate our attention upon one which provoked the fiercest battles until its recognition, that of the Trinity, what do we find? We meet it, as we have shown, northeast of the Indus, and tracing it to Asia Minor and Europe, recognize it among every people who had anything like an established religion. It was taught in the oldest Chaldean, Egyptian, and Mithridatic schools. The Chaldean sun god, Mitra, was called triple, and the Trinitarian idea of the Chaldeans was a doctrine of the Akkadians, who, themselves, belonged to a race which was the first to conceive a metaphysical trinity. The Chaldeans are a tribe of the Akkadians, according to Rawlinson, who lived in Babylonia from the earliest times. They were Turanians, according to others, and instructed the Babylonians into the first notions of religion. But these same Akkadians, who were they? Those scientists who would ascribe to them a Turanian origin, make of them the inventors of the cuneiform characters, others call them Sumerians, others again, respectively, make their language, of which, for very good reasons, no traces whatever remain Kasdine, Chaldee, Proto-Chaldean, Castoscythic, and so on. The only tradition worthy of credence is that these Akkadians instructed the Babylonians in the mysteries, and taught them the sacerdotal or mystery language. These Akkadians were then simply a tribe of the Hindu Brahmins, now called Aryans, their vernacular language, the Sanskrit asterisk of the Vedas, and the sacred or mystery language, that which, even in our own age, is used by the Hindu fakirs and initiated Brahmans in their magical evocations. It has been, from time immemorial, and still is employed by the initiates of all countries, and the Tibetan lamas claim that it is in this tongue that appear the mysterious characters on the leaves and bark of the sacred kumbum. Jack Eliot, who took such pains to penetrate the mysteries of the Brahmanical initiation in translating and commenting upon the Agraukata Pariksha, confesses the following. It is pretended also, without our being able to verify the assertion, that the magical evocations were pronounced in a particular language, and that it was forbidden, under pain of death, to translate them into vulgar dialects. The rare expressions that we have been able to catch, like El Ram, H Ham, Sh Haram, Shorim, are in fact most curious, and do not seem to belong to any known idiom. Those who have seen a fakir or a lama reciting his mantras and conjurations, know that he never pronounces the words audibly when preparing for a phenomenon. His lips move, and none will ever hear the terrible formula pronounced, except in the interior of the temples, and then in a cautious whisper. This, then, was the language now respectively baptized by every scientist, and, according to his imaginative and philological propensities, Castio-Semitic, Scythic, Proto-Chaldean, and the like. Scarcely two of even the most learned Sanskrit philologists are agreed as to the true interpretation of Vedic words. Let one put forth an essay, a lecture, a treatise, a translation, a dictionary, and straightway all the others fall to quarreling with each other and with him as to his sins of omission and commission. Professor Whitney, greatest of American Orientalists, says that Professor Muller's notes on the Rig Veda Sanhita are far from showing that sound and thoughtful judgment, that moderation and economy which are among the most precious qualities of an exegete. Professor Muller angrily retorts upon his critics that not only is the joy embittered which is the inherent reward of all bona fide work, but selfishness, molly goodnighty, even untruthfulness, gain the upper hand, and the healthy growth of science is stunted. He differs in many cases from the explanations of Vedic words given by Professor Roth in his Sanskrit dictionary, and Professor Whitney shampoos both their heads by saying that there are, unquestionably, words and phrases as to which both alike will hereafter be set right. In Volume I of his Chips, Professor Muller stigmatizes all the Vedas except the Rig, the Atharvaveda included, as theological twaddle, while Professor Whitney regards the latter as the most comprehensive and valuable of the four collections, next after the Rig. To return to the case of Jack Elliott, Professor Whitney brands him as a bungler and a humbug, and, as we remarked above, this is the very general verdict. But when the Bible dans l'Inde appeared, the Société Académique de Saint-Quentin requested M. Textor de Ravisi, a learned Indianist, 10 years governor of Karakul, India, to report upon its merits. He was an ardent Catholic, and bitterly opposed Jack Elliott's conclusions where they discredited the Mosaic and Catholic revelations, but he was forced to say, written with good faith, in an easy, vigorous, and passionate style, of an easy and varied argumentation, the work of M. Jack Elliott is of absorbing interest. A learned work on known facts and with familiar arguments. Enough. Let Jack Elliott have the benefit of the doubt when such very imposing authorities are doing their best to show up each other as incompetents and literary journeymen. We quite agree with Professor Whitney that the truism, that for European critics, it is far easier to pull to pieces than to build up, is nowhere truer than in matters affecting the archaeology and history of India. Asterisk. Babylonia happened to be situated on the way of the great stream of the earliest Hindu emigration, and the Babylonians were one of the first peoples benefited thereby. These Chaldee were the worshippers of the moon god, Deus Lunis, from which fact we may infer that the Akkadians, if such must be their name, belonged to the race of the kings of the moon, whom tradition shows as having reigned in Prithvi now Allahabad. With them the trinity of Deus Lunis was manifested in the 3 lunar phases, completing the quaternary with the 4th, and typifying the death of the moon god in its gradual waning and final disappearance. This death was allegized by them, and attributed to the triumph of the genius of evil over the light-giving deity, as the later nations allegized the death of their sun gods, Osiris and Apollo, at the hands of Typhon and the great dragon Python, when the sun entered the winter solstice. Babel, Iraq, and Akkad are names of the sun. The Zoroastrian oracles are full and explicit upon the subject of the divine triad. A triad of deity shines forth throughout the whole world, of which a monad is the head, admits the Reverend Dr. Maurice. For from this triad, in the bosoms, are all things governed, says a Chaldean oracle. The foes, and flocks, of Sankoniathon, are light, fire, and flame, 3 manifestations of the sun who is one. Bel Saturn, Jupiter Bel, and Bel or Baal-Kam are the Chaldean trinity. The Babylonian Bel was regarded in the triumph aspect of Beliton, Zeus Belus, the mediator, and Baal-Kam who is Apollo Kamius. This was the triune aspect of the highest god, who is, according to Beresis, either El, the Hebrew, Bel, Beliton, Mitra, or Zervana, and has the name Pi Alpha Tau Epsilon Rho, the Father. The Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, corresponding to power, wisdom, and justice, which answer in their turn to spirit, matter, time, and the past, present, and future, can be found in the temple of Garipuri. Thousands of dogmatic Brahmans worship these attributes of the Vedic deity, while the severe monks and nuns of Buddhistic Tibet recognize but the sacred trinity of the 3 cardinal virtues, poverty, chastity, and obedience, professed by the Christians, practiced by the Buddhists, and some Hindus alone. The Persian triplicate deity also consists of 3 persons, Ormuzd, Mitra, and Ahriman. That is that principle, says Porphyry, which the author of the Chaldee summary saith, they conceive there is one principle of all things, and declare that is one and good. The Chinese idol Sanbao, consists of 3 equal in all respects, and the Peruvians supposed their Tanga Tanga to be 1 in 3, and 3 in 1, says Faben. The Egyptians have their Imift, Eikton, Anta, and the triple god seated on the lotos can be seen in the St. Petersburg Museum, on a medal of the Northern Tartars. Among the church dogmas which have most seriously suffered of late at the hands of the Orientalists, the last in question stands conspicuous. The reputation of each of the 3 personages of the anthropomorphic Godhead as an original revelation to the Christians through divine will, has been badly compromised by inquiry into its predecessors and origin. Orientalists have published more about the similarity between Brahmanism, Buddhism, and Christianity than was strictly agreeable to the Vatican. Draper's assertion that paganism was modified by Christianity, Christianity by paganism, is being daily verified. Olympus was restored but the divinities passed under other names, he says, treating of the Constantine period. The more powerful provinces insisted on the adoption of their time-honored conceptions. Views of the Trinity in accordance with the Egyptian traditions were established. Not only was the adoration of Isis under a new name restored, but even her image, standing on the crescent moon, reappeared. The well-known effigy of that goddess with the infant Horus in her arms has descended to our days, in the beautiful artistic creations of the Madonna and Child. But a still earlier origin than the Egyptian and Chaldean can be assigned to the Virgin Mother of God, Queen of Heaven. Though Isis is also by right the Queen of Heaven, and is generally represented carrying in her hand the crux ansata composed of the mundane cross, and of the storos of the Gnostics, she is a great deal younger than the Celestial Virgin, Neith. In one of the tombs of the pharaohs Ramses, in the valley of Biban el-Moloch, in Thebes, Champollion, Jr., discovered a picture, according to his opinion the most ancient ever yet found. It represents the heavens symbolized by the figure of a woman bedecked with stars. The birth of the sun is figured by the form of a little child, issuing from the bosom of its divine mother. In the Book of Hermes, Poemander is enunciated in distinct and unequivocal sentences, the whole Trinitarian dogma accepted by the Christians. The light is me, says Poemander, the divine thought. I am the nous or intelligence, and I am thy God, and I am far older than the human principle which escapes from the shadow. I am the germ of thought, the resplendent word, the Son of God. Think that what thus sees and hears in thee, is the verbum of the Master, it is the thought, which is God the Father. The celestial ocean, the ether, which flows from east to west, is the breath of the Father, the life-giving principle, the Holy Ghost. For they are not at all separated and their union is life. Ancient as may be the origin of Hermes, lost in the unknown days of Egyptian colonization, there is yet a far older prophecy, directly relating to the Hindu Krishna, according to the Brahmans. It is, to say the least, strange that the Christians claim to base their religion upon a prophecy of the Bible, which exists nowhere in that book. In what chapter or verse does Jehovah, the Lord God, promise Adam and Eve to send them a Redeemer who will save humanity? I will put enmity between thee and the woman, says the Lord God to the serpent, and between thy seed and her seed, it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. In these words there is not the slightest allusion to a Redeemer, and the subtlest of intellects could not extract from them, as they stand in the 3rd chapter of Genesis, anything like that which the Christians have contrived to find. On the other hand, in the traditions and Manu, Brahma promises directly to the first couple to send them a Savior who will teach them the way to salvation. It is from the lips of a messenger of Brahma, who will be born in Kurukshetra, Matsya, and the land of Panchola, also called Kanyakubja, mountain of the Virgin, that all men on earth will learn their duty, says Manu, Book 2, Slokas 19 and 20. The Mexicans call the father of their Trinity Izona, the Son Bakab, and the Holy Ghost Ekva, and say they received it, the doctrine, from their ancestors. Among the Semitic nations we can trace the Trinity to the prehistorical days of the fabled Sesostris, who is identified by more than one critic with Nimrod, the mighty hunter. Manetho makes the oracle rebuke the king, when the latter asks, Tell me, O thou strong in fire, who before me could subjugate all things? And who shall after me? And the oracle saith thus, First God, then the Word, and then the Spirit. In the foregoing lies the foundation of the fierce hatred of the Christians toward the pagans and the theurgists. Too much had been borrowed, the ancient religions and the Neoplatonists had been laid by them under contribution sufficiently to perplex the world for several thousand years. Had not the ancient creeds been speedily obliterated, it would have been found impossible to preach the Christian religion as a new dispensation, or the direct revelation from God the Father, through God the Son, and under the influence of God the Holy Ghost. As a political exigence, the fathers had to gratify the wishes of their rich converts, instituted even the festivals of Pen. They went so far as to accept the ceremonies hitherto celebrated by the pagan world in honor of the god of the gardens, in all their primitive sincerity. It was time to sever the connection. Either the pagan worship and the Neoplatonic theurgy, with all ceremonial of magic, must be crushed out forever, or the Christians become Neoplatonists. The fierce polemics and single-handed battles between Irenaeus and the Gnostics are too well known to need repetition. They were carried on for over 2 centuries after the unscrupulous Bishop of Lyons had uttered his last religious paradox. Celsus, the Neoplatonist, and a disciple of the school of Ammonius Saccas, had thrown the Christians into perturbation, and even had arrested for a time the progress of proselytism by successfully proving that the original and purer forms of the most important dogmas of Christianity were to be found only in the teachings of Plato. Celsus accused them of accepting the worst superstitions of paganism, and of interpolating passages from the books of the Sibyls, without rightly understanding their meaning. The accusations were so plausible, and the facts so patent, that for a long time no Christian writer had ventured to answer the challenge. Origen, at the fervent request of his friend, Ambrosius, was the first to take the defense in hand, for, having belonged to the same Platonic school of Ammonius, he was considered the most competent man to refute the well-founded charges. But his eloquence failed, and the only remedy that could be found was to destroy the writings of Celsus themselves. This could be achieved only in the 5th century, when copies had been taken from this work, and many were those who had read and studied them. If no copy of it has descended to our present generation of scientists, it is not because there is none extant at present, but for the simple reason that the monks of a certain Oriental church on Mount Athos will neither show nor confess they have one in their possession. Perhaps they do not even know themselves the value of the contents of their manuscripts, on account of their great ignorance. The dispersion of the eclectic school had become the fondest hope of the Christians. It had been looked for and contemplated with intense anxiety. It was finally achieved. The members were scattered by the hand of the monsters Theophilus, Bishop of Alexandria, and his nephew Cyril, the murderer of the young, the learned, and the innocent Hypatia. With the death of the martyred daughter of Theon, the mathematician, there remained no possibility for the Neoplatonists to continue their school at Alexandria. During the lifetime of the youthful Hypatia, her friendship and influence with Orestes, the governor of the city, had assured the philosophers security and protection against their murderous enemies. With her death they had lost their strongest friend. How much she was revered by all who knew her for her erudition, noble virtues, and character, we can infer from the letters addressed to her by Synsus, Bishop of Ptolemy, fragments of which have reached us. "My heart yearns for the presence of your divine spirit," he wrote in 413 AD, "which more than anything else could alleviate the bitterness of my fortunes." At another time he says, "Oh, my mother, my sister, my teacher, my benefactor. My soul is very sad. The recollection of my children I have lost is killing me. When I have news of you and learn, as I hope, that you are more fortunate than myself, I am at least only half unhappy." What would have been the feelings of this most noble and worthy of Christian bishops, who had surrendered family and children and happiness for the faith into which he had been attracted, had a prophetic vision disclosed to him that the only friend that had been left to him, his mother, sister, benefactor, would soon become an unrecognizable mass of flesh and blood, pounded to jelly under the blows of the club of Peter the Reader, that her youthful, innocent body would be cut to pieces, the flesh scraped from the bones, by oyster shells, and the rest of her cast into the fire, by order of the same Bishop Cyril he knew so well, Cyril, the canonized saint. There has never been a religion in the annals of the world with such a bloody record as Christianity. All the rest, including the traditional fierce fights of the chosen people with their next of kin, the idolatrous tribes of Israel, pale before the murderous fanaticism of the alleged followers of Christ. Even the rapid spread of Mohammedanism before the conquering sword of the Islam prophet, is a direct consequence of the bloody riots and fights among Christians. It was the intestine war between the Nestorians and Cyrillians that engendered Islamism, and it is in the convent of Basra that the prolific seed was first sown by Ba'ira, the Nestorian monk. Freely watered by rivers of blood, the tree of Mecca has grown till we find it in the present century overshadowing nearly 200 millions of people. The recent Bulgarian atrocities are but the natural outgrowth of the triumph of Cyril and the Mariolators. The cruel, crafty politician, the plotting monk, glorified by ecclesiastical history with the aureole of a martyred saint. The despoiled philosophers, the Neoplatonists and the Gnostics, daily anathematized by the Church all over the world for long and dreary centuries. The curse of the unconcerned deity hourly invoked on the Magian rites and theurgic practice, and the Christian clergy themselves using sorcery for ages. Hypatia, the glorious maiden philosopher, torn to pieces by the Christian mob. And such as Catherine de' Medicis, Lucrezia Borgia, Joanna of Naples, and the Isabellas of Spain, presented to the world as the faithful daughters of the Church, some even decorated by the Pope with the Order of the Immaculate Rose, the highest emblem of womanly purity and virtue, a symbol sacred to the Virgin Mother of God. Such are the examples of human justice. How far less blasphemous appears a total rejection of Mary as an immaculate goddess, than an idolatrous worship of her, accompanied by such practices. In the next chapter we will present a few illustrations of sorcery, as practiced under the patronage of the Roman Church. Chapter 2. They undertake by scales of miles to tell the bounds, dimensions, and extent of hell, where bloated souls in smoky durance hung, like a Westphalia gammon or neat's tongue, to be redeemed with masses and a song. Oldham. Satires upon the Jesuits. York. But you are more inhuman, more inexorable. Oh, 10 times more than tigers of Hyrcania. King Henry VI, Part 3rd, Act I, Scene 4. War. And hark ye, sirs, because she is a maid. Spare for no faggots, let there be enough. Place barrels of pitch upon the fatal stake. King Henry VI, Part 1st, Act V, Scene 4. In that famous work of Bodin, on sorcery, a frightful story is told about Catherine of Medicis. The author was a learned publicist, who, during 20 years of his life, collected authentic documents from the archives of nearly every important city of France, to make up a complete work on sorcery, magic, and the power of various demons. To use an expression of Eliphas Levi, his book offers a most remarkable collection of bloody and hideous facts, acts of revolting superstition, arrests, and executions of stupid ferocity. Burn every body. The Inquisition seemed to say God will easily sort out his own. Poor fools, hysterical women, and idiots were roasted alive, without mercy, for the crime of magic. But, at the same time, how many great culprits escaped this unjust and sanguinary justice? This is what Bodin makes us fully appreciate. Catherine, the pious Christian who has so well deserved in the eyes of the Church of Christ for the atrocious and never to be forgotten massacre of Saint Bartholomew, the Queen Catherine, kept in her service an apostate Jacobin priest. Well versed in the black art, so fully patronized by the Medici family, he had won the gratitude and protection of his pious mistress, by his unparalleled skill in killing people at a distance, by torturing with various incantations their wax simulacra. The process has been described over and over again, and we scarcely need repeat it. Charles was lying sick of an incurable disease. The Queen Mother had everything to lose in case of his death, resorted to necromancy, consulted the oracle of the bleeding head. This infernal operation required the decapitation of a child who must be possessed of great beauty and purity. He had been prepared in secret for his first communion, by the chaplain of the palace, who was apprised of the plot, and at midnight of the appointed day, in the chamber of the sick man, and in presence only of Catherine and a few of her confederates, the Devil's Mass was celebrated. Let us give the rest of the story as we find it in one of Levi's works. At this Mass, celebrated before the image of the demon, having under his feet a reversed cross, the sorcerer consecrated 2 wafers, one black and one white. The white was given to the child, whom they brought clothed as for baptism, and who was murdered upon the very steps of the altar, immediately after his communion. His head, separated from the trunk by a single blow, was placed, all palpitating, upon the great black wafer which covered the bottom of the paten, then placed upon a table where some mysterious lamps were burning. The exorcism then began, and the demon was charged to pronounce an oracle, and reply by the mouth of this head to a secret question that the king dared not speak aloud, and that had been confided to no one. Then a feeble voice, a strange voice, which had nothing of human character about it, made itself audible in this poor little martyr's head. The sorcery availed nothing, the king died, and Catherine remained the faithful daughter of Rome. How strange, that de Mussot, who makes such free use of Bodin's materials to construct his formidable indictment against spiritualists and other sorcerers, should have overlooked this interesting episode. It is a well-attested fact that Pope Sylvester II was publicly accused by Cardinal Benno with being a sorcerer and an enchanter. The brazen oracular head made by His Holiness was of the same kind as the one fabricated by Albertus Magnus. The latter was smashed to pieces by Thomas Aquinas, not because it was the work of or inhabited by a demon, but because the spook who was fixed inside, by mesmeric power, talked incessantly, and his verbiage prevented the eloquent saint from working out his mathematical problems. These heads and other talking statues, trophies of the magical skill of monks and bishops, were facsimiles of the animated gods of the ancient temples. The accusation against the Pope was proved at the time. It was also demonstrated that he was constantly attended by demons or spirits. In the preceding chapter we have mentioned Benedict IX, John the 20th, and the Vth and Vith Gregory, who were all known as magicians. The latter pope, moreover, was the famous Hildebrand, who was said to have been so expert at shaking lightning out of his sleeve. An expression which makes the venerable spiritualistic writer, Mr. Howitt, think that it was the origin of the celebrated thunder of the Vatican. The magical achievements of the Bishop of Ratisbon and those of the angelic doctor, Thomas Aquinas, are too well known to need repetition, but we may explain farther how the illusions of the former were produced. If the Catholic bishop was so clever in making people believe on a bitter winter night that they were enjoying the delights of a splendid summer day, and caused the icicles hanging from the boughs of the trees in the garden to seem like so many tropical fruits, the Hindu magicians also practice such biological powers unto this very day, and claim the assistance of neither God nor devil. Such miracles are all produced by the same human power that is inherent in every man, if he only knew how to develop it. About the time of the Reformation, the study of alchemy and magic had become so prevalent among the clergy as to produce great scandal. Cardinal Wolsey was openly accused before the court and the Privy Council of confederacy with a man named Wood, a sorcerer, who said that my Lord Cardinali had such orange that whatsome vir he iskid of the King's grace that he had whitey, adding that Master Cromwell, when he was servant in my Lord Cardinal's house, read many books and specially the Book of Salomon, and studied metals and what virtues they had after the canon of Salomon. This case, with several others equally curious, is to be found among the Cromwell papers in the Record Office of the Rolls House. A priest named William Stapleton was arrested as a conjurer, during the reign of Henry VIII, and an account of his adventures is still preserved in the Rolls House records. The Sicilian priest whom Benvenuto Cellini calls a necromancer, became famous through his successful conjurations, and was never molested. The remarkable adventure of Cellini with him in the Colosseum, where the priest conjured up a whole host of devils, is well known to the reading public. The subsequent meeting of Cellini with his mistress, as predicted and brought about by the conjurer, at the precise time fixed by him, is to be considered, as a matter of course, a curious coincidence. In the latter part of the 16th century there was hardly a parish to be found in which the priests did not study magic and alchemy. The practice of exorcism to cast out devils in imitation of Christ, who by the way never used exorcism at all, led the clergy to devote themselves openly to sacred magic in contradistinction to black art, of which latter crime were accused all those who were neither priests nor monks. The occult knowledge gleaned by the Roman Church from the once fat fields of theurgy she sedulously guarded for her own use, and sent to the stake only those practitioners who poached on her lands of the scientia scientiarum, and those whose sins could not be concealed by the friar's frock. The proof of it lies in the records of history. In the course only of 15 years, between 1580 to 1595, and only in the single province of Lorraine, the President Remigius burned 900 witches, says Thomas Wright, in his Sorcery and Magic. It was during these days, prolific in ecclesiastical murder and unrivaled for cruelty and ferocity, that Jean Bodin wrote. While the Orthodox clergy called forth whole legions of demons through magical incantations, unmolested by the authorities, provided they held fast to the established dogmas and taught no heresy, on the other hand, acts of unparalleled atrocity were perpetrated on poor, unfortunate fools. Gabriel Malagrida, an old man of 80, was burnt by these evangelical jack-ketches in 1761. In the Amsterdam Library there is a copy of the report of his famous trial, translated from the Lisbon edition. He was accused of sorcery and illicit intercourse with the devil, who had disclosed to him futurity. The prophecy imparted by the arch-enemy to the poor visionary Jesuit is reported in the following terms: the culprit hath confessed that the demon, under the form of the Blessed Virgin, having commanded him to write the life of Antichrist, told him that he, Malagrida, was a second John, but more clear than John the Evangelist, that there were to be 3 Antichrists, and that the last should be born at Milan, of a monk and a nun, in the year 1920, that he would marry Proserpine, one of the infernal furies, etc. The prophecy is to be verified 43 years hence. Even were all the children born of monks and nuns really to become antichrists if allowed to grow up to maturity, the fact would seem far less deplorable than the discoveries made in so many convents when the foundations have been removed for some reason. If the assertion of Luther is to be disbelieved on account of his hatred for popery, then we may name discoveries of the same character made quite recently in Austrian and Russian Poland. Luther speaks of a fish pond at Rome, situated near a convent of nuns, which, having been cleared out by order of Pope Gregory, disclosed, at the bottom, over 6,000 infant skulls, and of a nunnery at Nienberg, in Austria, whose foundations, when searched, disclosed the same relics of celibacy and chastity. Ecclesia non navit sanguinum. Meekly repeated the scarlet-robed cardinals. And to avoid the spilling of blood which horrified them, they instituted the Holy Inquisition. If, as the occultists maintain, and science half confirms, our most trifling acts and thoughts are indelibly impressed upon the eternal mirror of the astral ether, there must be somewhere, in the boundless realm of the unseen universe, the imprint of a curious picture. It is that of a gorgeous standard waving in the heavenly breeze at the foot of the great white throne of the Almighty. On its crimson damask face a cross, symbol of the Son of God who died for mankind, with an olive branch on one side, and a sword, stained to the hilt with human gore, on the other. A legend selected from the Psalms emblazoned in golden letters, reading thus: Exsurge, Domini, et judica causam meum. For such appears the standard of the Inquisition, on a photograph in our possession, from an original procured at the Escurial of Madrid. Under this Christian standard, in the brief space of 14 years, Tomasz de Torquemada, the confessor of Queen Isabella, burned over 10,000 persons, and sentenced to the torture 80,000 more. Orobio, the well-known writer, who was detained so long in prison, and who hardly escaped the flames of the Inquisition, immortalized this institution in his works when once at liberty in Holland. He found no better argument against the Holy Church than to embrace the Judaic faith and submit even to circumcision. In the Cathedral of Saragossa, says a writer on the Inquisition, is the tomb of a famous inquisitor. 6 pillars surround the tomb, to each is chained a Moor, as preparatory to being burned. On this Saint Foy ingenuously observes, if ever the Jack-Ketch of any country should be rich enough to have a splendid tomb, This might serve as an excellent model. To make it complete, however, the builders of the tomb ought not to have omitted a bas-relief of the famous horse which was burnt for sorcery and witchcraft. Granger tells the story, describing it as having occurred in his time. The poor animal had been taught to tell the spots upon cards, and the hour of the day by the watch. Horse and owner were both indicted by the sacred office for dealing with the devil, and both were burned, with a great ceremony of auto da fe, at Lisbon, in 1601, as wizards. This immortal institution of Christianity did not remain without its Dante to sing its praise. Macedo, a Portuguese Jesuit, says the author of Demonologia, has discovered the origin of the Inquisition, in the terrestrial paradise, and presumes to allege that God was the first who began the functions of an inquisitor over Cain and the workmen of Babel. Nowhere, during the Middle Ages, were the arts of magic and sorcery more practiced by the clergy than in Spain and Portugal. The Moors were profoundly versed in the occult sciences, and at Toledo, Seville, and Salamanca, were, once upon a time, the great schools of magic. The Kabbalists of the latter town were skilled in all the abstruse sciences, they knew the virtues of precious stones and other minerals, and had extracted from alchemy its most profound secrets. The authentic documents pertaining to the great trial of the Marechal d'Ancre, during the regency of Marie de Medicis, disclose that the unfortunate woman perished through the fault of the priests with whom, like a true Italian, she surrounded herself. She was accused by the people of Paris of sorcery, because it had been asserted that she had used, after the ceremony of exorcism, newly killed white cocks. Believing herself constantly bewitched, and being in very delicate health, the Marechal had the ceremony of exorcism publicly applied to herself in the church of the Augustins. As to the birds, she used them as an application to the forehead on account of dreadful pains in the head, and had been advised to do so by Montalto, the Jew physician of the Queen, and the Italian priests. In the 16th century, the Cure de Bargeta, of the Diocese of Calahorra, Spain, became the world's wonder for his magical powers. His most extraordinary feat consisted, it was said, in transporting himself to any distant country, witnessing political and other events, and then returning home to predict them in his own country. He had a familiar demon, who served him faithfully for long years, says the chronicle, but the cure turned ungrateful and cheated him. Having been apprised by his demon of a conspiracy against the Pope's life, in consequence of an intrigue of the latter with a fair lady, the cure transported himself to Rome, in his double, of course, and thus saved his holiness life. After which he repented, confessed his sins to the gallant Pope, and got absolution. On his return he was delivered, as a matter of form, into the custody of the inquisitors of Legrano, but was acquitted and restored to his liberty very soon. Friar Pietro, a Dominican monk of the 14th century, the magician who presented the famous Dr. Eugenio Torralva, a physician attached to the house of the Admiral of Castile, with a demon named Zequil, won his fame through the subsequent trial of Torralva. The procedure and circumstances attendant upon the extraordinary trial are described in the original papers preserved in the archives of the Inquisition. The Cardinal of Volterra, and the Cardinal of Santa Cruz, both saw and communicated with Zequil, who proved, during the whole of Torralva's life, to be a pure, kind, elemental spirit, doing many beneficent actions, and remaining faithful to the physician to the last hour of his life. Even the Inquisition acquitted Torralva, on that account, and, although an immortality of fame was ensured to him by the satire of Cervantes, neither Torralva nor the monk Pietro are fictitious heroes, but historical personages, recorded in ecclesiastical documents of Rome and Cuenca, in which town the trial of the physician took place, January the 29th, 1530. The Book of Drive W. G. Solden, of Stuttgart, has become as famous in Germany, as Bodin's book on demonomania in France. It is the most complete German treatise on witchcraft of the 16th century. One interested to learn the secret machinery underlying these thousands of legal murders, perpetrated by a clergy who pretended to believe in the devil, and succeeded in making others believe in him, will find it divulged in the above-mentioned work. The true origin of the daily accusations and death sentences for sorcery are cleverly traced to personal and political enmities, and, above all, to the hatred of the Catholics toward the Protestants. The crafty work of the Jesuits is seen at every page of the bloody tragedies, and it is in Bamberg and Würzburg, where these worthy sons of Loyola were most powerful at that time, that the cases of witchcraft were most numerous. On the next page we give a curious list of some victims, many of whom were children between the ages of 7 and 8 years, and Protestants. Of the multitudes of persons who perished at the stake in Germany during the first half of the 17th century for sorcery, the crime of many was their attachment to the religion of Luther, says T. Wright. And the petty princes were not unwilling to seize upon any pretense to fill their coffers. The persons most persecuted being those whose property was a matter of consideration. At Bamberg, as well as at Würzburg, the bishop was a sovereign prince in his dominions. The prince-bishop, John George II, who ruled Bamberg, after several unsuccessful attempts to root out Lutheranism, distinguished his reign by a series of sanguinary witch trials, which disgrace the annals of that city. We may form some notion of the proceedings of his worthy agent, from the statement of the most authentic historians, that between 1625 and 1630, not less than 900 trials took place in the two courts of Bamberg and Zeil, and a pamphlet published at Bamberg by authority, in 1659, states the number of persons whom Bishop John George had caused to be burned for sorcery, to have been 600. Regretting that space should prevent our giving one of the most curious lists in the world of burned witches, we will nevertheless make a few extracts from the original record as printed in Haber's Bibliotheca Magica. One glance at this horrible catalogue of murders in Christ's name, is sufficient to discover that out of 162 persons burned, more than one half of them are designated as strangers, i.e., Protestants, in this hospitable town, and of the other half we find 34 children, the oldest of whom was 14, the youngest an infant child of Dr. Schutz. To make the catalogue shorter we will present of each of the 29 burnings, but the most remarkable. In the first burning, 4 persons. Old Anker's widow. The wife of Liebler. The wife of Gutbrod. The wife of Hocker. In the second burning, 4 persons. 2 strange women, names unknown. The old wife of Beutler. In the third burning, 5 persons. 2 Erslaber, a minstrel. 4 wives of citizens. In the fourth burning, 5 persons. A strange man. In the fifth burning, 9 persons. Lutz, an eminent shopkeeper. The wife of Bonnet, a senator. In the sixth burning, 6 persons. The fat tailor's wife. A strange man. A strange woman. In the seventh burning, 7 persons. A strange girl of 12 years old. A strange man, a strange woman. A strange bailiff, Schulteis. 3 strange women. In the eighth burning, 7 persons. Bonnet, a senator, the fattest citizen in Würzburg. A strange man. 2 strange women. In the ninth burning, 5 persons. A strange man. A mother and daughter. In the 10th burning, 3 persons. Steinaker, a very rich man. A strange man, a strange woman. In the 11th burning, 4 persons. 2 women and 2 men. In the 12th burning, 2 persons. 2 strange women. In the 13th burning, 4 persons. A little girl 9 or 10 years old. A younger girl, her little sister. In the 14th burning, 2 persons. The mother of the 2 little girls before mentioned. A girl 24 years old. In the 15th burning, 2 persons. A boy 12 years of age, in the first school. A woman. In the 16th burning, 6 persons. A boy of 10 years of age. In the 17th burning, 4 persons. A boy 11 years old. A mother and daughter. In the 18th burning, 6 persons. 2 boys, 12 years old. The daughter of Dr. Jung. A girl of 15 years of age. A strange woman. In the 19th burning, 6 persons. A boy of 10 years of age. Another boy, 12 years old. In the 20th burning, 6 persons. Goebbels' child, the most beautiful girl in Würzburg. 2 boys, each 12 years old. Stepper's little daughter. In the 21st burning, 6 persons. A boy 14 years old. The little son of Senator Stolzenberger. 2 alumni. In the 22nd burning, 6 persons. Sturman, a rich cooper. A strange boy. In the 23rd burning, 9 persons. David Croton's boy, 9 years old. The 2 sons of the prince's cook, one 14, the other 10 years old. In the 24th burning, 7 persons. 2 boys in the hospital. A rich cooper. In the 25th burning, 6 persons. A strange boy. In the 26th burning, 7 persons. Weidenbusch, a senator. The little daughter of Valkenberger. The little son of the town council bailiff. In the 27th burning, 7 persons. A strange boy. A strange woman. Another boy. In the 28th burning, 6 persons. The infant daughter of Dr. Schutz. A blind girl. In the 29th burning, 7 persons. The fat noble lady, Edelfrau. A doctor of divinity. Item. Strange men and women, i.e., Protestants, 28. Citizens, apparently all wealthy people, 100. Summary, boys, girls, and little children, 34. In 19 months, 162 persons. There were, says Wright, little girls of from 7 to 10 years of age among the witches, and 27 of them were convicted and burnt, at some of the other brand, or burnings. The numbers brought to trial in these terrible proceedings were so great, and they were treated with so little consideration, that it was usual not even to take the trouble of setting down their names, but they were cited as the accused number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on. The Jesuits took their confessions in private. What room is there in a theology which exacts such holocausts as these to appease the bloody appetites of its priests for the following gentle words? Suffer the little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. Even so it is not the will of your Father, that one of these little ones should perish. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck and that he were drowned in the depths of the sea. We sincerely hope that the above words have proved no vain threat to these child burners. Did this butchery in the name of their Moloch god prevent these treasure hunters from resorting to the black art themselves? Not in the least, for in no class were such consulters of familiar spirits more numerous than among the clergy during the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries. True, there were some Catholic priests among the victims, but though these were generally accused of having been led into practices too dreadful to be described, it was not so. In the 29 burnings above catalogued we find the names of 12 vicars, 4 canons, and 2 doctors of divinity burnt alive. But we have only to turn to such works as were published at the time to assure ourselves that each popish priest executed was accused of damnable heresy, i.e., a tendency to reformation, a crime more heinous far than sorcery. We refer those who would learn how the Catholic clergy united duty with pleasure in the matter of exorcisms, revenge, and treasure hunting, to Volume 2, Chapter I, of W. Howitt's History of the Supernatural. In the book called Pneumatologia Occulta et Vera, all the forms of adjuration and conjuration were laid down, says this veteran writer. He then proceeds to give a long description of the favorite modus operandi. The dogme et ritual de la haute magie of the late Eliphas Levi, treated with so much abuse and contempt by de Musso, tells nothing of the weird ceremonies and practices but what was practiced legally and with the tacit if not open consent of the Church, by the priests of the Middle Ages. The exorcist priest entered a circle at midnight. He was clad in a new surplice, and had a consecrated band hanging from the neck, covered with sacred characters. He wore on the head a tall pointed cap, on the front of which was written in Hebrew the holy word, Tetragrammaton, the ineffable name. It was written with a new pen dipped in the blood of a white dove. What the exorcists most yearned after, was to release miserable spirits which haunt spots where hidden treasures lie. The exorcist sprinkles the circle with the blood of a black lamb and a white pigeon. The priest had to adjure the evil spirits of Helena, Magoth, Asmodee, Beelzebub, Belial, and all the damned souls, in the mighty names of Jehovah, Adonai, Eloha, and Sabaoth, which latter was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who dwelt in the Urim and Thummim. When the damned souls flung in the face of the exorcist that he was a sinner, and could not get the treasure from them, the priest-sorcerer had to reply that all his sins were washed out in the blood of Christ, and he bid them depart as cursed ghosts and damned flies. When the exorcist dislodged them at last, the poor soul was comforted in the name of the Saviour, and consigned to the care of good angels, who were less powerful, we must think, than the exorcising Catholic worthies, and the rescued treasure, of course, was secured for the Church. Certain days, adds Howitt, are laid down in the calendar of the Church as most favorable for the practice of exorcism, and, if the devils are difficult to drive, a fume of sulphur, asafoetida, bear's gall, and rue is recommended, which, it was presumed, would outstench even devils. This is the Church, and this the priesthood, which, in the 19th century, pays 5,000 priests to teach the people of the United States the infidelity of science and the infallibility of the Bishop of Rome. We have already noticed the confession of an eminent prelate that the elimination of Satan from theology would be fatal to the perpetuity of the Church. But this is only partially true. The prince of sin would be gone, but sin itself would survive. If the devil were annihilated, the articles of faith and the Bible would remain. In short, there would still be a pretended divine revelation, and the necessity for self-assumed inspired interpreters. We must, therefore, consider the authenticity of the Bible itself. We must study its pages, and see if they, indeed, contain the commands of the deity, or but a compendium of ancient traditions and hoary myths. We must try to interpret them for ourselves if possible. As to its pretended interpreters, the only possible assimilation we can find for them in the Bible is to compare them with the man described by the wise King Solomon in his Proverbs, with the perpetrator of these 6 things. Yea 7. Which doth the Lord hate, and which are an abomination unto him, to wit, a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, and heart that deviseth wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. Proverbs 6:16, 17, 18, 19. Of which of these accusations are the long line of men who have left the imprint of their feet in the Vatican guiltless? When the demons, says Augustine, insinuate themselves in the creatures, they begin by conforming themselves to the will of every one. In order to attract men, they begin by seducing them, by simulating obedience. How could one know, had he not been taught by the demons themselves, what they like or what they hate, the name which attracts, or that which forces them into obedience, all this art, in short, of magic, the whole science of the magicians? To this impressive dissertation of the saint, we will add that no magician has ever denied that he had learned the art from spirits, whether, being a medium, they acted independently on him, or he had been initiated into the science of evocation by his fathers who knew it before himself. But who was it then that taught the exorcist? The priest who clothes himself with an authority not only over the magician, but even over all these spirits, whom he calls demons and devils as soon as he finds them obeying anyone but himself? He must have learned somewhere from someone that power which he pretends to possess. 4. How could one know had he not been taught by the demons themselves? The name which attracts, or that which forces them into obedience? Asks Augustine. Useless to remark that we know the answer beforehand. Revelation Divine gift. The Son of God, nay, God himself, through his direct Spirit, who descended on the apostles as the Pentecostal fire, and who is now alleged to overshadow every priest who sees fit to exorcise for either glory or a gift. Are we then to believe that the recent scandal of public exorcism, performed about the 14th of October, 1876, by the senior priest of the Church of the Holy Spirit, at Barcelona, Spain, was also done under the direct superintendence of the Holy Ghost? Asterisk. It will be urged that the bishop was not cognizant of this freak of the clergy, but even if he were, how could he have protested against a rite considered since the days of the apostles, one of the most holy prerogatives of the Church of Rome? So late as in 1852, only 25 years ago, these rites received a public and solemn sanction from the Vatican, and a new ritual of exorcism was published in Rome, Paris, and other Catholic capitals. De Musso, writing under the immediate patronage of Father Ventura, the general of the Theatines of Rome, even favors us with lengthy extracts from this famous ritual, and explains the reason why it was enforced again. It was in consequence of the revival of magic under the name of modern spiritualism. The bull of Pope Innocent VIII is exhumed, and translated for the benefit of de Musso's readers. We have heard, exclaims the sovereign pontiff, that a great number of persons of both sexes have feared not to enter into relations with the spirits of hell, and that, by their practice of sorcery, they strike with sterility the conjugal bed, destroy the germs of humanity in the bosom of the mother, and throw spells on them, and set a barrier to the multiplication of animals, etc., etc. Then follow curses and anathemas against the practice. This belief of the sovereign pontiffs of an enlightened Christian country is a direct inheritance by the most ignorant multitudes from the southern Hindu rabble, the heathen. The diabolical arts of certain Kongalans, witches, and Jajigar, sorcerers, are firmly believed in by these people. The following are among their most dreaded powers: to inspire love and hatred at will, to send a devil to take possession of a person and torture him, to expel him, to cause sudden death or an incurable disease, to either strike cattle with or protect them from epidemics, to compose philtres that will either strike with sterility or provoke unbounded passions in men and women, etc., etc. The sight alone of a man said to be such a sorcerer excites in a Hindu profound terror. And now we will quote in this connection the truthful remark of a writer who passed years in India in the study of the origin of such superstitions: vulgar magic in India, like a degenerated infiltration, goes hand in hand with the most ennobling beliefs of the sectarians of the Patris. It was the work of the lowest clergy, and designed to hold the populace in a perpetual state of fear. It is thus that in all ages and under every latitude, side by side with philosophical speculations of the highest character, one always finds the religion of the rabble. In India it was the work of the lowest clergy, in Rome, that of the highest pontiffs. But then, have they not as authority their greatest saint, Augustine, who declares that whoever believes not in the evil spirits, refuses to believe in Holy Writ? Therefore, in the second half of the 19th century, we find the Council for the Sacred Congregation of Rites, Exorcism of Demons included, Father Ventura de Rollica, writing thus, in a letter published by de Musso, in 1865. We are in full magic. And under false names, the spirit of lies and impudicity goes on perpetrating his horrible deprecations. The most grievous feature in this is that among the most serious persons they do not attach the importance to the strange phenomena which they deserve, these manifestations that we witness, and which become with every day more weird, striking, as well as most fatal. I cannot sufficiently admire and praise, from this standpoint, the zeal and courage displayed by you in your work. The facts which you have collected are calculated to throw light and conviction into the most skeptical minds, and after reading this remarkable work, written with so much learnedness and consciousness, blindness is no longer possible. If anything could surprise us, it would be the indifference with which these phenomena have been treated by false science, endeavoring as she has, to turn into ridicule so grave a subject, the childish simplicity exhibited by her in the desire to explain the facts by absurd and contradictory hypotheses. Signed the Father Ventura de Rollica, etc., etc. Thus encouraged by the greatest authorities of the Church of Rome, ancient and modern, the Chevalier argues the necessity and the efficacy of exorcism by the priests. He tries to demonstrate on faith, as usual, that the power of the spirits of hell is closely related to certain rites, words, and formal signs. In the diabolical Catholicism, he says, as well as in the divine Catholicism, potential grace is bound, lie, to certain signs. While the power of the Catholic priest proceeds from God, that of the pagan priest proceeds from the devil. The devil, he adds, is forced to submission before the holy minister of God. He dares not lie. Asterisk. We beg the reader to note well the underlined sentence, as we mean to test its truth impartially. We are prepared to adduce proofs, undeniable and undenied even by the Popish Church, forced, as she was, into the confession proofs of hundreds of cases in relation to the most solemn of her dogmas, wherein the spirits lied from beginning to end. How about certain holy relics authenticated by visions of the Blessed Virgin, and a host of saints? We have at hand a treatise by a pious Catholic, Gilbert de Nogent, on the relics of saints. With honest despair he acknowledges the great number of false relics, as well as false legends, and severely censures the inventors of these lying miracles. It was on the occasion of one of our Saviour's teeth, writes the author of Demonologia, that de Nogent took up his pen on this subject, by which the monks of Saint Méthode de Soissons pretended to work miracles, a pretension which he asserted to be as chimerical as that of several persons who believed they possessed the navel, and other parts less comely, of the body of Christ. A monk of Saint Antony, says Stevens, having been at Jerusalem, saw there several relics, among which was a bit of the finger of the Holy Ghost, as sound and entire as it had ever been, the snout of the seraph that appeared to Saint Francis, one of the nails of a cherub, one of the ribs of the verbum caro factum, the Word made flesh, some rays of the star that appeared to the three kings of the East, a phial of Saint Michael's sweat, that exuded when he was fighting against the devil, etc. All which things, observes the monkeyish treasurer of relics, I have brought with me home very devoutly. And if the foregoing is set aside as the invention of a Protestant enemy, may we not be allowed to refer the reader to the history of England and authentic documents which state the existence of a relic not less extraordinary than the best of the others. Henry III. Received from the Grand Master of the Templars a phial containing a small portion of the sacred blood of Christ which he had shed upon the cross. It was attested to be genuine by the seals of the Patriarch of Jerusalem, and others. The procession bearing the sacred phial from St. Paul's to Westminster Abbey is described by the historian. 2 monks received the phial, and deposited it in the abbey, which made all England shine with glory, dedicating it to God and St. Edward. The story of the Prince Radziwill is well known. It was the undeniable deception of the monks and nuns surrounding him and his own confessor which made the Polish nobleman become a Lutheran. He felt at first so indignant at the heresy of the Reformation spreading in Lithuania, that he traveled all the way to Rome to pay his homage of sympathy and veneration to the Pope. The latter presented him with a precious box of relics. On his return home, his confessor saw the Virgin, who descended from her glorious abode for the sole purpose of blessing these relics and authenticating them. The superior of the neighboring convent and the mother abbess of a nunnery both saw the same vision. With the reinforcement of several saints and martyrs, they prophesied and felt the Holy Ghost descending from the box of relics and overshadowing the prince. A demoniac provided for the purpose by the clergy was exorcised in full ceremony, and upon being touched by the box immediately recovered, and rendered thanks on the spot to the Pope and the Holy Ghost. After the ceremony was over, the guardian of the treasury in which the relics were kept, threw himself at the feet of the prince, and confessed that on their way back from Rome he had lost the box of relics. Dreading the wrath of his master, he had procured a similar box, which he had filled with the small bones of dogs and cats, but seeing how the prince was deceived, he preferred confessing his guilt to such blasphemous tricks. The prince said nothing, but continued for some time testing not the relics, but his confessor and the vision seers. Their mock raptures made him discover so thoroughly the gross impositions of the monks and nuns that he joined the Reformed Church. This is history. Bell shows that when the Roman Church is no longer able to deny that there have been false relics, she resorts to sophistry, and replies that if false relics have wrought miracles it is because of the good intentions of the believers, who thus obtained from God a reward of their good faith. The same Bell shows, by numerous instances, that whenever it was proved that several bodies of the same saint, or 3 heads of him, or 3 arms, as in the case of Augustine, were said to exist in different places, and that they could not well be all authentic, the cool and invariable answer of the Church was that they were all genuine, for God had multiplied and miraculously reproduced them for the greater glory of His holy Church. In other words, they would have the faithful believe that the body of a deceased saint may, through divine miracle, acquire the physiological peculiarities of a crawfish. We fancy that it would be hard to demonstrate to satisfaction that the visions of Catholic saints are, in any one particular instance, better or more trustworthy than the average visions and prophecies of our modern mediums. The visions of Andrew Jackson Davis, however our critics may sneer at them, are by long odds more philosophical and more compatible with modern science than the Augustinian speculations. Whenever the visions of Swedenborg, the greatest among the modern seers, run astray from philosophy and scientific truth, it is when they most run parallel with theology. Nor are these visions any more useless to either science or humanity than those of the great Orthodox saints. In the life of Saint Bernard it is narrated that as he was once in church, upon a Christmas Eve, he prayed that the very hour in which Christ was born might be revealed to him, and when the true and correct hour came, he saw the divine babe appear in his manger. What a pity that the divine babe did not embrace so favorable an opportunity to fix the correct day and year of his death, and thereby reconcile the controversies of his putative historians. The Tischendorfs, Lardnas, and Colensos, as well as many a Catholic divine, who have vainly squeezed the marrow out of historical records and their own brains, in the useless search, would at least have had something for which to thank the saint. As it is, we are hopelessly left to infer that most of the beatific and divine visions of the Golden Legend, and those to be found in the more complete biographies of the most important saints, as well as most of the visions of our own persecuted seers and seeresses, were produced by ignorant and undeveloped spirits passionately fond of personating great historical characters. We are quite ready to agree with the Chevalier de Musso, and other unrelenting persecutors of magic and spiritualism in the name of the Church, that modern spirits are often lying spirits, that they are ever on hand to humor the respective hobbies of the persons who communicate with them at circles, that they deceive them and, therefore, are not always good spirits. But, having conceded so much, we will now ask of any impartial person, is it possible to believe at the same time that the power given to the exorcist priest, that supreme and divine power of which he boasts, has been given to him by God for the purpose of deceiving people? That the prayer pronounced by him in the name of Christ, and which, forcing the demon into submission, makes him reveal himself, is calculated at the same time to make the devil confess not the truth, but that only which it is the interest of the Church to which the exorcist belongs, should pass for truth? And this is what invariably happens. Compare, for instance, the responses given by the demon to Luther, with those obtained from the devils by Saint Dominic. The one argues against the private Mass, and upbraids Luther with placing the Virgin Mary and saints before Christ, and thus dishonoring the Son of God, while the demons exorcised by Saint Dominic, upon seeing the Virgin whom the Holy Father had also evoked to help him, roar out, "Oh! Our enemy! Oh! Our damner! Why didst thou descend from heaven to torment us? Why art thou so powerful an intercessor for sinners? Oh! Thou most certain and secure way to heaven! Thou commandest us, and we are forced to confess that nobody is damned who only perseveres in thy holy worship," etc., etc. Luther's Saint Satan assures him that while believing in the transubstantiation of Christ's body and blood he had been worshipping merely bread and wine, and the devils of all the Catholic saints promise eternal damnation to whomsoever disbelieves or even so much as doubts the dogma. Before leaving the subject, let us give one or two more instances from the chronicles of the lives of the saints, selected from such narratives as are fully accepted by the Church. We might fill volumes with proofs of undeniable confederacy between the exorcisers and the demons. Their very nature betrays them. Instead of being independent, crafty entities bent on the destruction of men's souls and spirits, the majority of them are simply the elementals of the Kabbalists, creatures with no intellect of their own, but faithful mirrors of the will which evokes, controls, and guides them. We will not waste our time in drawing the reader's attention to doubtful or obscure thaumaturgists and exorcisers, but take as our standard one of the greatest saints of Catholicism, and select a bouquet from that same prolific conservatory of pious lies, the Golden Legend, of James de Voragine. Saint Dominic, the founder of the famous order of that name, is one of the mightiest saints on the calendar. His order was the first that received a solemn confirmation from the Pope, and he is well known in history as the associate and counselor of the infamous Simon de Montfort, the papal general, whom he helped to butcher the unfortunate Albigenses in and near Toulouse. The story goes that the saint and the Church after him, claim that he received from the Virgin, in propria persona, a rosary, whose virtues produced such stupendous miracles that they throw entirely into the shade those of the apostles, and even of Jesus himself. A man, says the biographer, an abandoned sinner, was bold enough to doubt the virtue of the Dominican rosary, and for this unparalleled blasphemy was punished on the spot by having 15,000 devils take possession of him. Seeing the great suffering of the tortured demoniac, Saint Dominic forgot the insult and called the devils to account. Following is the colloquy between the blessed exorcist and the demons. Question: How did you take possession of this man, and how many are you? Answer of the devils: we came into him for having spoken disrespectfully of the rosary. We are 15,000. Question: Why did so many as 15,000 enter him? Answer: Because there are 15 decades in the rosary which he derided, etc. Dominic: Is not all true I have said of the virtues of the rosary? Devils: Yes. Yes. They emit flames through the nostrils of the demoniac. Know all ye Christians that Dominic never said one word concerning the rosary that is not most true, and know ye further, that if you do not believe him, great calamities will befall you. Dominic: Who is the man in the world the devil hates the most? Devils: in chorus. Thou art the very man. Here follow verbose compliments. Dominic: Of which state of Christians are there the most damned? Devils: In hell we have merchants, pawnbrokers, fraudulent bankers, grocers, Jews, apothecaries, etc., etc. Dominic: Are there any priests or monks in hell? Devils: There are a great number of priests, but no monks, with the exception of such as have transgressed the rule of their order. Dominic: Have you any Dominicans? Devils: Alas! Alas! We have not one yet, but we expect a great number of them after their devotion is a little cooled. We do not pretend to give the questions and answers literally, for they occupy 23 pages, but the substance is here, as may be seen by anyone who cares to read the Golden Legend. The full description of the hideous bellowings of the demons, their enforced glorification of the saint, and so on, is too long for this chapter. Suffice it to say that as we read the numerous questions offered by Dominic and the answers of the demons, we become fully convinced that they corroborate in every detail the unwarranted assertions and support the interests of the Church. The narrative is suggestive. The legend graphically describes the battle of the exorcist with the legion from the bottomless pit. The sulphurous flames which burst forth from the nose, mouth, eyes, and ears of the demoniac, the sudden appearance of over 100 angels, clad in golden armor, and, finally, the descent of the Blessed Virgin herself, in person, bearing a golden rod, with which she administers a sound thrashing to the demoniac, to force the devils to confess that of herself which we scarcely need repeat. The whole catalogue of theological truths uttered by Dominic's devils were embodied in so many articles of faith by His Holiness, the present Pope, in 1870, at the last Ecumenical Council. From the foregoing it is easy to see that the only substantial difference between infidel mediums and orthodox saints lies in the relative usefulness of the demons, if demons we must call them. While the devil faithfully supports the Christian exorcist in his orthodox views, the modern spook generally leaves his medium in the lurch. For, by lying, he acts against his or her interests rather than otherwise, and thereby too often casts foul suspicion on the genuineness of the mediumship. Were modern spirits devils, they would evidently display a little more discrimination and cunning than they do. They would act as the demons of the saint which, compelled by the ecclesiastical magician and by the power of the name, which forces them into submission, lie in accordance with the direct interest of the exorcist and his church. The moral of the parallel we leave to the sagacity of the reader. Observe well, exclaims de Musso, that there are demons which sometimes will speak the truth. The exorcist, he adds, quoting the ritual, must command the demon to tell him whether he is detained in the body of the demoniac through some magic art, or by signs, or any objects which usually serve for this evil practice. In case the exorcised person has swallowed the latter, he must vomit them back, and if they are not in his body, the demon must indicate the proper place where they are to be found, and having found them they must be burned. Thus some demons reveal the existence of the bewitchment, tell who is its author, and indicate the means to destroy the malefice. But beware to ever resort, in such a case, to magicians, sorcerers, or mediums. You must call to help you but the minister of your church. The church believes in magic, as you well see, he adds, since she expresses it so formally. And those who disbelieve in magic, can they still hope to share the faith of their own church? And who can teach them better? To whom did Christ say, Go ye therefore, and teach all nations? And lo, I am with you always, even to the end of the world. Are we to believe that he said this but to those who wear these black or scarlet liveries of Rome? Must we then credit the story that this power was given by Christ to Simon Stylites, the saint who sanctified himself by perching on a pillar, Stylos, 60 feet high, for 36 years of his life, without ever descending from it, in order that, among other miracles stated in the Golden Legend, he might cure a dragon of a sore eye. Near Simon's pillar was the dwelling of a dragon, so very venomous that the stench was spread for miles round his cave. This Ophidian hermit met with an accident, he got a thorn in his eye, and, becoming blind, crept to the saint's pillar, and pressed his eye against it for 3 days, without touching anyone. Then the blessed saint, from his aerial seat, 3 feet in diameter, ordered earth and water to be placed on the dragon's eye, out of which suddenly emerged a thorn, or stake, a cubit in length. When the people saw the miracle they glorified the Creator. As to the grateful dragon, he arose and, having adored God for 2 hours, returned to his cave *a half-converted Ophidian, we must suppose. And what are we to think of that other narrative, to disbelieve in which is to risk one's salvation, as we were informed by a Pope's missionary, of the order of the Franciscans? When Saint Francis preached a sermon in the wilderness, the birds assembled from the 4 cardinal points of the world. They warbled and applauded every sentence, they sang a holy mass in chorus, finally they dispersed to carry the glad tidings all over the universe. A grasshopper, profiting by the absence of the Holy Virgin, who generally kept company with the saint, remained perched on the head of the Blessed One for a whole week. Attacked by a ferocious wolf, the saint, who had no other weapon but the sign of the cross which he made upon himself, instead of running away from his rabid assailant, began arguing with the beast. Having imparted to him the benefit to be derived from the holy religion, Saint Francis never ceased talking until the wolf became as meek as a lamb, and even shed tears of repentance over his past sins. Finally, he stretched his paws in the hands of the saint, followed him like a dog through all the towns in which he preached, and became half a Christian. Wonders of Zoology. a horse turned sorcerer, a wolf, and a dragon turned Christians. These two anecdotes, chosen at random from among hundreds, if rivaled are not surpassed by the wildest romances of the pagan thaumaturgists, magicians, and spiritualists. And yet, when Pythagoras is said to have subdued animals, even wild beasts, merely through a powerful mesmeric influence, he is pronounced by one half of the Catholics a barefaced impostor, and by the rest a sorcerer, who worked magic in confederacy with the devil. Neither the she-bear, nor the eagle, nor yet the bull that Pythagoras is said to have persuaded to give up eating beans, were alleged to have answered with human voices, while Saint Benedict's black raven, whom he called brother, argues with him, and croaks his answers like a born casuist. When the saint offers him one half of a poisoned loaf, the raven grows indignant and reproaches him in Latin as though he had just graduated at the Propaganda. If it be objected that the Golden Legend is now but half supported by the Church, and that it is known to have been compiled by the writer from a collection of the lives of the saints, for the most part unauthenticated, we can show that, at least in one instance, the biography is no legendary compilation, but the history of one man, by another one who was his contemporary. Horden and Gibbon demonstrated years ago, that the early fathers used to select narratives, wherewith to ornament the lives of their apocryphal saints, from Ovid, Homer, Livy, and even from the unwritten popular legends of pagan nations. But such is not the case in the above instances. Saint Bernard lived in the 12th century, and Saint Dominic was nearly contemporaneous with the author of the Golden Legend. Dvoragin died in 1298, and Dominic, whose exorcisms and life he describes so minutely, instituted his order in the first quarter of the 13th century. Moreover, Dvoragin was vicar general of the Dominicans himself, in the middle of the same century, and therefore described the miracles wrought by his hero and patron but a few years after they were alleged to have happened. He wrote them in the same convent, and while narrating these wonders he had probably 50 persons at hand who had been eyewitnesses to the saint's mode of living. What must we think, in such a case, of a biographer who seriously describes the following: one day, as the blessed saint was occupied in his study, the devil began pestering him, in the shape of a flea. He frisked and jumped about the pages of his book until the harassed saint, unwilling as he was to act unkindly, even toward a devil, felt compelled to punish him by fixing the troublesome devil on the very sentence on which he stopped, by clasping the book. At another time the same devil appeared under the shape of a monkey. He grinned so horribly that Dominic, in order to get rid of him, ordered the devil monkey to take the candle and hold it for him until he had done reading. The poor imp did so, and held it until it was consumed to the very end of the wick, and, notwithstanding his pitiful cries for mercy, the saint compelled him to hold it till his fingers were burned to the bones. Enough. The approbation with which this book was received by the Church, and the peculiar sanctity attributed to it, is sufficient to show the estimation in which veracity was held by its patrons. We may add, in conclusion, that the finest quintessence of Boccaccio's Decameron appears prudery itself by comparison with the filthy realism of the Golden Legend. We cannot regard with too much astonishment the pretensions of the Catholic Church in seeking to convert Hindus and Buddhists to Christianity. While the heathen keeps to the faith of his fathers, he has at least the one redeeming quality, that of not having apostatized for the mere pleasure of exchanging one set of idols for another. There may be for him some novelty in his embracing Protestantism, for in that he gains the advantage, at least, of limiting his religious views to their simplest expression. But when a Buddhist has been enticed into exchanging his Shudagun for the slipper of the Vatican, or the 8 hairs from the head of Gautama and Buddha's tooth, which work miracles, for the locks of a Christian saint, and a tooth of Jesus, which work far less clever miracles, he has no cause to boast of his choice. In his address to the Literary Society of Java, Sir T.S. Raffles is said to have narrated the following characteristic anecdote: on visiting the great temple on the hills of Nagasaki, the English commissioner was received with marked regard and respect by the venerable patriarch of the northern provinces, a man 80 years of age, who entertained him most sumptuously. On showing him round the courts of the temple, one of the English officers present heedlessly exclaimed, in surprise, Jesus Christus. The patriarch turning half round, with a placid smile, bowed significantly, with the expression, "We know you're Jesus Christus. Well, don't obtrude him upon us in our temples, and we remain friends." And so, with a hearty shake of the hands, these two opposites parted. Asterisk. There is scarcely a report sent by the missionaries from India, Tibet, and China, but laments the diabolical obscenity of the heathen rites, their lamentable impudicity, all of which are so strongly suggestive of devil worship, as de Musset tells us. We can scarcely be assured that the morality of the pagans would be in the least improved were they allowed a free inquiry into the life of, say, the psalmist king, the author of those sweet psalms which are so rapturously repeated by Christians. The difference between David performing a phallic dance before the holy ark emblem of the female principle and a Hindu Vaishnavite bearing the same emblem on his forehead, favors the former only in the eyes of those who have studied neither the ancient faith nor their own. When a religion which compelled David to cut off and deliver 200 foreskins of his enemies before he could become the king's son-in-law, Psalm 18, is accepted as a standard by Christians, they would do well not to cast into the teeth of heathen the impudicities of their faiths. Remembering the suggestive parable of Jesus, they ought to cast the beam out of their own eye before plucking at the mote in their neighbors. The sexual element is as marked in Christianity as in any one of the heathen religions. Certainly, nowhere in the Vedas can be found the coarseness and downright immodesty of language, that Hebraists now discover throughout the Mosaic Bible. It would profit little were we to dwell much upon subjects which have been disposed of in such a masterly way by an anonymous author whose work electrified England and Germany last year, while as regards the particular topic under notice, we cannot do better than recommend the scholarly writings of Dr. Inman. Albeit one-sided, and in many instances unjust to the ancient heathen, pagan, and Jewish religions, the facts treated in the ancient and pagan Christian symbolism, are unimpeachable. Neither can we agree with some English critics who charge him with an intent to destroy Christianity. If by Christianity is meant the external religious forms of worship, then he certainly seeks to destroy it, for in his eyes, as well as in those of every truly religious man, who has studied ancient exoteric faiths, and their symbology, Christianity is pure heathenism, and Catholicism, with its fetish worshipping, is far worse and more pernicious than Hinduism in its most idolatrous aspect. But while denouncing the exoteric forms and unmasking the symbols, it is not the religion of Christ that the author attacks, but the artificial system of theology. We will allow him to illustrate the position in his own language, and quote from his preface. When vampires were discovered by the acumen of any observer, he says, they were, we are told, ignominiously killed, by a stake being driven through the body, but experience showed them to have such tenacity of life that they rose, again and again, notwithstanding renewed impalement, and were not ultimately laid to rest till wholly burned. In like manner, the regenerated heathendom, which dominates over the followers of Jesus of Nazareth, has risen again and again, after being transfixed. Still cherished by the many, it is denounced by the few. Amongst other accusers, I raise my voice against the paganism which exists so extensively in ecclesiastical Christianity, and will do my utmost to expose the imposture. In a vampire story told in Thalaba, by Southey, the resuscitated being takes the form of a dearly beloved maiden, and the hero is obliged to kill her with his own hand. He does so, but, whilst he strikes the form of the loved one, he feels sure that he slays only a demon. In like manner, when I endeavor to destroy the current heathenism, which has assumed the garb of Christianity, I do not attack real religion. Few would accuse a workman of malignancy, who cleanses from filth the surface of a noble statue. There may be some who are too nice to touch a nasty subject, yet even they will rejoice when someone else removes the dirt. Such a scavenger is wanted. But is it merely pagans and heathen that the Catholics persecute, and about whom, like Augustine, they cry to the deity, "Oh, my God! So do I wish thy enemies to be slain?" Oh, no. Their aspirations are more Mosaic and Cain-like than that. It is against their next of kin in faith, against their schismatic brothers that they are now intriguing within the walls which sheltered the murderous Borgias. The larvae of the infanticidal, parricidal, and fratricidal popes have proved themselves fit counselors for the Cains of Castelfidardo and Mentana. It is now the turn of the Slavonian Christians, the Oriental schismatics, the Philistines of the Greek Church. His Holiness the Pope, after exhausting, in a metaphor of self-laudation, every point of assimilation between the great biblical prophets and himself, has finally and truly compared himself with the patriarch Jacob wrestling against his God. He now crowns the edifice of Catholic piety by openly sympathizing with the Turks. The vicegerent of God inaugurates his infallibility by encouraging, in a true Christian spirit, the acts of that Moslem David, the modern Bashi Bazouk, and it seems as if nothing would more please His Holiness than to be presented by the latter with several thousands of the Bulgarian or Servian foreskins. True to her policy to be all things to all men to promote her own interests, the Romish Church is, at this writing, 1876, benevolently viewing the Bulgarian and Servian atrocities, and, probably, maneuvering with Turkey against Russia. Better Islam, and the hitherto hated crescent over the sepulchre of the Christian God, than the Greek Church established at Constantinople and Jerusalem as the state religion. Like a decrepit and toothless ex-tyrant in exile, the Vatican is eager for any alliance that promises, if not a restoration of its own power, at least the weakening of its rival. The axe its inquisitors once swung, it now toys with in secret, feeling its edge, and waiting, and hoping against hope. In her time, the Popish Church has lain with strange bedfellows, but never before now sunk to the degradation of giving her moral support to those who for over 1,200 years spat in her face, called her adherents infidel dogs, repudiated her teachings, and denied godhood to her God. The press of even Catholic France is fairly aroused at this indignity, and openly accuses the ultramontane portion of the Catholic Church and the Vatican of siding, during the present Eastern struggle, with the Mahometan against the Christian. When the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the French legislature spoke some mild words in favor of the Greek Christians, he was only applauded by the liberal Catholics, and received coldly by the ultramontane party, says the French correspondent of a New York paper. So pronounced was this, that M. Limoin, the well-known editor of the great liberal Catholic journal, The Debats, was moved to say that the Roman Church felt more sympathy for the Moslem than the schismatic, just as they preferred an infidel to the Protestant. There is at bottom, says this writer, a great affinity between the syllabus and the Koran, and between the two heads of the faithful. The two systems are of the same nature, and are united on the common ground of a one and unchangeable theory. In Italy, in like manner, the King and liberal Catholics are in warm sympathy with the unfortunate Christians, while the Pope and ultramontane faction are believed to be inclining to the Mahometans. The civilized world may yet expect the apparition of the materialized Virgin Mary within the walls of the Vatican. The so often repeated miracle of the Immaculate Visitor in the medieval ages has recently been enacted at Lourdes, and why not once more, as a coup de grace to all heretics, schismatics, and infidels? The miraculous wax taper is yet seen at Arras, the chief city of Artois, and at every new calamity threatening her beloved church, the Blessed Lady appears personally, and lights it with her own fair hands, in view of a whole biologized congregation. This sort of miracle, says E. Worsley, wrought by the Roman Catholic Church, being most certain, and never doubted of by any. Neither has the private correspondence with which the most gracious lady honors her friends been doubted. There are two precious missives from her in the archives of the Church. The first purports to be a letter in answer to one addressed to her by Ignatius. She confirms all things learned by her correspondent from her friend, meaning the Apostle John. She bids him hold fast to his vows, and adds as an inducement, I and John will come together and pay you a visit. Asterisk. Nothing was known of this unblushing fraud till the letters were published at Paris, in 1495. By a curious accident it appeared at a time when threatening inquiries began to be made as to the genuineness of the fourth synoptic. Who could doubt, after such a confirmation from headquarters? but the climax of effrontery was capped in 1534, when another letter was received from the mediatrix, which sounds more like the report of a lobby agent to a brother politician. It was written in excellent Latin, and was found in the Cathedral of Messina, together with the image to which it alludes. Its contents run as follows. Mary Virgin, Mother of the Redeemer of the world, to the bishop, clergy, and the other faithful of Messina, sendeth health and benediction from herself and Son. Whereas ye have been mindful of establishing the worship of me, now this is to let you know that by so doing ye have found great favor in my sight. I have a long time reflected with pain upon your city, which is exposed to much danger from its contiguity to the fire of Etna, and I have often had words about it with my son, for he was vexed with you because of your guilty neglect of my worship, so that he would not care a pin about my intercession. Now, however, that you have come to your senses, and have happily begun to worship me, he has conferred upon me the right to become your everlasting protectress, but, at the same time, I warn you to mind what you are about, and give me no cause of repenting of my kindness to you. The prayers and festivals instituted in my honor please me tremendously, vehementer, and if you faithfully persevere in these things, and provided you oppose to the utmost of your power, the heretics which nowadays are spreading through the world, by which both my worship and that of the other saints, male and female, are so endangered, you shall enjoy my perpetual protection. In sign of this compact, I send you down from heaven the image of myself, cast by celestial hands, and if ye hold it in the honor to which it is entitled, it will be an evidence to me of your obedience and your faith. Farewell. Dated in heaven, whilst sitting near the throne of my Son, in the month of December, of the 1534th year from his incarnation. Mary Virgin. The reader should understand that this document is no anti-Catholic forgery. The author from whom it is taken, says that the authenticity of the missive is attested by the bishop himself, his vicar general secretary, and 6 canons of the Cathedral Church of Messina, all of whom have signed that attestation with their names, and confirmed it upon oath. Both the epistle and image were found upon the high altar, where they had been placed by angels from heaven. A church must have reached the last stages of degradation, when such sacrilegious trickery as this could be resorted to by its clergy, and accepted with or without question by the people. No. Far from the man who feels the workings of an immortal spirit within him, be such a religion. There never was nor ever will be a truly philosophical mind, whether of pagan, heathen, Jew, or Christian, but has followed the same path of thought. Gautama Buddha is mirrored in the precepts of Christ, Paul and Philo-Judaeus are faithful echoes of Plato, and Ammonius Saccas and Plotinus won their immortal fame by combining the teachings of all these grand masters of true philosophy. Prove all things, hold fast that which is good, ought to be the motto of all brothers on earth. Not so is it with the interpreters of the Bible. The seed of the Reformation was sown on the day that the 2nd chapter of the Catholic Epistle of James, jostled the 11th chapter of the Epistle to the Hebrews in the same New Testament. One who believes in Paul cannot believe in James, Peter, and John. The Paulists, to remain Christians with their apostle, must withstand Peter to the face, and if Peter was to be blamed and was wrong, then he was not infallible. How then can his successor boast of his infallibility? Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every house divided against itself must fall. A plurality of masters has proved as fatal in religions as in politics. What Paul preached, was preached by every other mystic philosopher. Stand fast therefore in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free, and be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage. Exclaims the honest apostle philosopher, and adds, as if prophetically inspired, but if ye bite and devour one another, take heed that ye be not consumed one of another. That the Neoplatonists were not always despised or accused of demonolatry is evidenced in the adoption by the Roman Church of their very rites and theurgy. The identical evocations and incantations of the pagan and Jewish Kabbalist, are now repeated by the Christian exorcist, and the theurgy of iambliches was adopted word for word. Distinct as were the Platonists and Pauline Christians of the earlier centuries, writes Professor A. Wilder, many of the more distinguished teachers of the new faith were deeply tinctured with the philosophical leaven. Saint Suze, the Bishop of Cyrene, was the disciple of Hypatia. Saint Anthony reiterated the theurgy of Iamblichus. The Logos, or Word of the Gospel according to John, was a Gnostic personification. Clement of Alexandria, Origen, and others of the Fathers drank deeply from the fountains of philosophy. The ascetic idea which carried away the Church was like that which was practiced by Plotinus. All through the Middle Ages there rose up men who accepted the interior doctrines which were promulgated by the renowned teacher of the Academy. To substantiate our accusation that the Latin Church first despoiled the Kabbalists and Theurgists of their magical rites and ceremonies, before hurling anathemas upon their devoted heads, we will now translate for the reader fragments from the forms of exorcism employed by Kabbalists and Christians. The identity in phraseology may, perhaps, disclose one of the reasons why the Romish Church has always desired to keep the faithful in ignorance of the meaning of her Latin prayers and ritual. Only those directly interested in the deception have had the opportunity to compare the rituals of the Church and the magicians. The best Latin scholars were, until a comparatively recent date, either churchmen or dependent upon the Church. Common people could not read Latin, and even if they could, the reading of the books on magic was prohibited, under the penalty of anathema and excommunication. The cunning device of the confessional made it almost impossible to consult, even surreptitiously, what the priests call a grimoire, a devil's scrawl, or ritual of magic. To make assurance doubly sure, the Church began destroying or concealing everything of the kind she could lay her hands upon. The following are translated from the Kabbalistic ritual, and that generally known as the Roman ritual. The latter was promulgated in 1851 and 1852, under the sanction of Cardinal Engelbert, Archbishop of Malines, and of the Archbishop of Paris. Speaking of it, the demonologist de Musso says, it is the ritual of Paul V, revised by the most learned of modern popes, by the contemporary of Voltaire, Benedict XIV. Kabbalistic. Jewish and pagan. Exorcism of salt. The priest-magician blesses the salt, and says, "Creature of salt, in thee may remain the wisdom of God, and may it preserve from all corruption our minds and." Roman Catholic. Exorcism of salt. The priest blesses the salt and says, "Creature of salt, I exorcise thee in the name of the living God. Become the health of the soul and of the body." Everywhere. Bodies. Through Hokmael, God of wisdom, and the power of Ruach Hokmael, Spirit of the Holy Ghost, may the spirits of matter, bad spirits, before it recede. Amen. Exorcism of water. And ashes. Creature of the water, I exorcise thee. By the three names which are Netzah, Hod, and Jerod, Kabbalistic Trinity, in the beginning and in the end, by Alpha and Omega, which are in the Spirit Azoth, Holy Ghost, or the Universal Soul, I exorcise and adjure thee. Wandering eagle, may the Lord command thee by the wings of the bull and his flaming sword. The cherub placed at the east gate of Eden. Exorcism of an elemental spirit. Serpent, in the name of the Tetragrammaton, the Lord, he commands thee, by the angel and the lion. Angel of darkness, obey, and run away with this holy, exorcised, water. Eagle in chains, obey this sign, and retreat before the breath. Moving serpent, crawl at my feet, or be tortured by this sacred fire, and evaporate before this holy incense. Let water return to water, the elemental spirit of water, let the fire burn, and the air circulate, let the earth return to earth by the virtue of the pentagram, which is the morning star, and in the name of the tetragrammaton which is traced in the center of the cross of light. Amen. Where thou art thrown may the unclean spirit be put to flight. Amen. Exorcism of water. Creature of the water, in the name of the Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Be exorcised. I adjure thee in the name of the Lamb. The magician says bull or ox per elastori, of the lamb that trod upon the basilisk and the aspic, and who crushes under his foot the lion and the dragon. Exorcism of the devil. O Lord, let him who carries along with him the terror, flee, struck in his turn by terror and defeated. O thou, who art the ancient serpent, tremble before the hand of him who, having triumphed of the tortures of hell, de victis gemitibus inferni, recalled the souls to light. The more whilst thou decay, the more terrible will be thy torture. By him who reigns over the living and the dead, and who will judge the century by fire, seculum per ignum, etc. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. Asterisk. It is unnecessary to try the patience of the reader any longer, although we might multiply examples. It must not be forgotten that we have quoted from the latest revision of the ritual, that of 1851-2. If we were to go back to the former one, we would find a far more striking identity, not merely of phraseology but of ceremonial form. For the purpose of comparison, we have not even availed ourselves of the ritual of ceremonial magic of the Christian Kabbalists of the Middle Ages, wherein the language modelled upon a belief in the divinity of Christ is, with the exception of a stray expression here and there, identical with the Catholic ritual. Asterisk. The latter, however, makes one improvement, for the originality of which the Church should be allowed all credit. Certainly nothing so fantastical could be found in a ritual of magic. Give place, apostrophizing the demon, it says, give place to Jesus Christ. Thou filthy, stinking, and ferocious beast. Dost thou rebel? Listen and tremble, Satan, enemy of the faith, enemy of the human race, introducer of death. Root of all evil, promoter of vice, soul of envy, origin of avarice, cause of discord, prince of homicide, whom God curses, author of incest and sacrilege, inventor of all obscenity, professor of the most detestable actions, and grand master of heretics. Doctor Hereticarum. What? Dost thou still stand? Dost dare to resist, and thou knowest that Christ, our Lord, is coming? Give place to Jesus Christ, give place to the Holy Ghost, which, by his blessed Apostle Peter, has flung thee down before the public, in the person of Simon the magician, te manifests stravit in Simone Mago. After such a shower of abuse, no devil having the slightest feeling of self-respect could remain in such company, unless, indeed, he should chance to be an Italian liberal, or King Victor Emmanuel himself, both of whom, thanks to Pius IX, have become anathema-proof. It really seems too bad to strip Rome of all her symbols at once, but justice must be done to the despoiled hierophants. Long before the sign of the cross was adopted as a Christian symbol, it was employed as a secret sign of recognition among neophytes and adepts. Says Levi, the sign of the cross adopted by the Christians does not belong exclusively to them. It is Kabbalistic, and represents the oppositions and quaternary equilibrium of the elements. We see by the occult verse of the Pater, to which we have called attention in another work, that there were originally two ways of making it, or, at least, two very different formulas to express its meaning, one reserved for priests and initiates, the other given to neophytes and the profane. Thus, for example, the initiate, carrying his hand to his forehead, said, "To thee," then he added, "belong," and continued, while carrying his hand to the breast, "the kingdom," then, to the left shoulder, "justice," to the right shoulder, "and mercy." Then he joined the two hands, adding, throughout the generating cycles, "Tibi sunt malchut, et gabera et chassade per eones," a sign of the cross, absolutely and magnificently Kabbalistic, which the profanations of Gnosticism made the militant and official church completely lose. How fantastical, therefore, is the assertion of Father Ventura, that, while Augustine was a Manichean, a philosopher, ignorant of and refusing to humble himself before the sublimity of the grand Christian revelation, he knew nothing, understood naught of God, man, or universe. He remained poor, small, obscure, sterile, and wrote nothing, did nothing really grand or useful. But, Hardly had he become a Christian, when his reasoning powers and intellect, enlightened at the luminary of faith, elevated him to the most sublime heights of philosophy and theology. And his other proposition that Augustine's genius, as a consequence, developed itself in all its grandeur and prodigious fecundity. His intellect radiated with that immense splendor which, reflecting itself in his immortal writings, has never ceased for one moment during 14 centuries to illuminate the Church and the world. Asterisk. Whatever Augustine was as a Manichean, we leave Father Ventura to discover, but that his accession to Christianity established an everlasting enmity between theology and science is beyond doubt. While forced to confess that the Gentiles had possibly something divine and true in their doctrines, he, nevertheless, declared that for their superstition, idolatry, and pride, they had to be detested, and, unless they improved, to be punished by divine judgment. This furnishes the clue to the subsequent policy of the Christian Church, even to our day. If the Gentiles did not choose to come into the Church, all that was divine in their philosophy should go for naught, and the divine wrath of God should be visited upon their heads. What effect this produced is succinctly stated by Draper: no one did more than this Father to bring science and religion into antagonism. It was mainly he who diverted the Bible from its true office, a guide to purity of life, and placed it in the perilous position of being the arbiter of human knowledge, an audacious tyranny over the mind of man. The example once set, there was no want of followers. The works of the Greek philosophers were stigmatized as profane, the transcendently glorious achievements of the Museum of Alexandria were hidden from sight by a cloud of ignorance, mysticism, and unintelligible jargon, out of which there too often flashed the destroying lightnings of ecclesiastical vengeance. Augustine and Cyprian admit that Hermes and Hosthenes believed in one true God, the first two maintaining, as well as the two pagans, that he is invisible and incomprehensible, except spiritually. Moreover, we invite any man of intelligence, provided he be not a religious fanatic, after reading fragments chosen at random from the works of Hermes and Augustine on the deity, to decide which of the two gives a more philosophical definition of the unseen Father. We have at least one writer of fame who is of our opinion. Draper calls the Augustinian productions a rhapsodical conversation with God, an incoherent dream. Asterisk. Father Ventura depicts the saint as attitudinizing before an astonished world upon the most sublime heights of philosophy. But here steps in again the same unprejudiced critic, who passes the following remarks on this colossus of patristic philosophy. Was it for this preposterous scheme, he asks, this product of ignorance and audacity, that the works of the Greek philosophers were to be given up? It was none too soon that the great critics who appeared at the Reformation, by comparing the works of these writers with one another, brought them to their proper level, and taught us to look upon them all with contempt. For such men as Plotinus, Porphyry, Iamblichus, Apollonius, and even Simon Magus, to be accused of having formed a pact with the devil, whether the latter personage exist or not, is so absurd as to need but little refutation. If Simon Magus, the most problematical of all in an historical sense, ever existed otherwise than in the overheated fancy of Peter and the other apostles, he was evidently no worse than any of his adversaries. A difference in religious views, however great, is insufficient per se to send one person to heaven and the other to hell. Such uncharitable and peremptory doctrines might have been taught in the Middle Ages, but it is too late now for even the Church to put forward this traditional scarecrow. Research begins to suggest that which, if ever verified, will bring eternal disgrace on the Church of the Apostle Peter, whose very imposition of herself upon that disciple must be regarded as the most unverified and unverifiable of the assumptions of the Catholic clergy. The erudite author of Supernatural Religion assiduously endeavors to prove that by Simon Magus we must understand the Apostle Paul, whose epistles were secretly as well as openly calumniated by Peter, and charged with containing disnoetic learning. The apostle of the Gentiles was brave, outspoken, sincere, and very learned; the apostle of circumcision, cowardly, cautious, insincere, and very ignorant. That Paul had been, partially, at least, if not completely, initiated into the theurgic mysteries, admits of little doubt. His language, the phraseology so peculiar to the Greek philosophers, certain expressions used but by the initiates, are so many sure earmarks to that supposition. Our suspicion has been strengthened by an able article in one of the New York periodicals, entitled Paul and Plato, in which the author puts forward one remarkable and, for us, very precious observation. In his epistles to the Corinthians he shows Paul abounding with expressions suggested by the initiations of Sabazius and Eleusis, and the lectures of the Greek philosophers. He, Paul, designates himself an idiot, a person unskillful in the word, but not in the gnosis or philosophical learning. We speak wisdom among the perfect or initiated, he writes, not the wisdom of this world, nor of the archons of this world, but divine wisdom in a mystery, secret which none of the archons of this world knew. What else can the apostle mean by these unequivocal words, but that he himself, as belonging to the mysty, initiated, spoke of things shown and explained only in the mysteries. The divine wisdom in a mystery which none of the archons of this world knew, has evidently some direct reference to the basileus of the Eleusinian initiation who did know. The basileus belonged to the staff of the great Hierophant, and was an archon of Athens, and as such was one of the chief mysti, belonging to the interior mysteries, to which a very select and small number obtained an entrance. The magistrates supervising the Eleusinians were called archons. Another proof that Paul belonged to the circle of the initiates lies in the following fact. The apostle had his head shorn at Cenchreae, where Lucius, Apulsius, was initiated, because he had a vow. The Nazars, or set apart as we see in the Jewish scriptures, had to cut their hair which they wore long, and which no razor touched at any other time, and sacrifice it on the altar of initiation. And the Nazars were a class of Chaldean theurgists. We will show further that Jesus belonged to this class. Paul declares that, according to the grace of God which is given unto me, as a wise master builder, I have laid the foundation. This expression, master builder, used only once in the whole Bible, and by Paul, may be considered as a whole revelation. In the mysteries, the third part of the sacred rites was called epopteia, or revelation, reception into the secrets. In substance it means that stage of divine clairvoyance when everything pertaining to this earth disappears, and earthly sight is paralyzed, and the soul is united free and pure with its spirit, or God. But the real significance of the word is overseeing, from omicron pi tau omicron mu alpha iota I see myself. In Sanskrit the word evapto has the same meaning, as well as to obtain. Asterisk the word epopteia is a compound one, from epsilon pi iota upon, and omicron pi tau omicron mu alpha iota to look, or an overseer, an inspector also used for a master builder. The title of master mason, in Freemasonry, is derived from this, in the sense used in the mysteries. Therefore, when Paul entitles himself a master builder, he is using a word preeminently Kabbalistic, theurgic, and Masonic, and one which no other apostle uses. He thus declares himself an adept, having the right to initiate others. If we search in this direction, with those sure guides, the Grecian mysteries and the Kabbalah, before us, it will be easy to find the secret reason why Paul was so persecuted and hated by Peter, John, and James. The author of the Revelation was a Jewish Kabbalist per sang, with all the hatred inherited by him from his forefathers toward the mysteries. His jealousy during the life of Jesus extended even to Peter, and it is but after the death of their common master that we see the two apostles, the former of whom wore the mitre and the pantaloon of the Jewish rabbis, preach so zealously the rite of circumcision. In the eyes of Peter, Paul, who had humiliated him, and whom he felt so much his superior in Greek learning and philosophy, must have naturally appeared as a magician, a man polluted with the gnosis, with the wisdom of the Greek mysteries, hence, perhaps, Simon the magician. As to Peter, biblical criticism has shown before now that he had probably no more to do with the foundation of the Latin Church at Rome, than to furnish the pretext so readily seized upon by the cunning Irenaeus to benefit this church with the new name of the Apostle Petra or Kipha, a name which allowed so readily, by an easy play upon words, to connect it with Petroma, the double set of stone tablets used by the Hierophant at the initiations, during the final mystery. In this, perhaps, lies concealed the whole secret of the claims of the Vatican. As Professor Wilder happily suggests, in the Oriental countries the designation, Peter, in Phoenician and Chaldee, an interpreter, appears to have been the title of this personage, the Hierophant. There is in these facts some reminder of the peculiar circumstances of the Mosaic Law, and also of the claim of the Pope to be the successor of Peter, the Hierophant, or interpreter of the Christian religion. Asterisk. As such, we must concede to him, to some extent, the right to be such an interpreter. The Latin Church has faithfully preserved in symbols, rites, ceremonies, architecture, and even in the very dress of her clergy, the tradition of the pagan worship of the public or exoteric ceremonies, we should add, otherwise her dogmas would embody more sense and contain less blasphemy against the majesty of the supreme and invisible God. An inscription found on the coffin of Queen Mentuhept, of the 11th dynasty, 2250 BC, now proved to have been transcribed from the 17th chapter of the Book of the Dead, dating not later than 4500 BC, is more than suggestive. This monumental text contains a group of hieroglyphics, which, when interpreted, read thus. Baron Bunsen shows the sacred formulary mixed up with a whole series of glosses and various interpretations on a monument 40 centuries old. This is identical with saying that the record, the true interpretation, was at that time no longer intelligible. We beg our readers to understand, he adds, that a sacred text, a hymn, containing the words of a departed spirit, existed in such a state about 4,000 years ago, as to be all but unintelligible to royal scribes. That it was unintelligible to the uninitiated among the latter is as well proved by the confused and contradictory glossaries, as that it was a mystery word, known to the hierophants of the sanctuaries, and, moreover, a word chosen by Jesus, to designate the office assigned by him to one of his apostles. This word, PTR, was partially interpreted, owing to another word similarly written in another group of hieroglyphics, on a stele, the sign used for it being an opened eye. Asterisk Bunsen mentions as another explanation of PTR to show. It appears to me, he remarks, that our PTR is literally the old Aramaic and Hebrew pater, which occurs in the history of Joseph as the specific word for interpreting, whence also pitrum is the term for interpretation of a text, a dream. In a manuscript of the 1st century, a combination of the Demotic and Greek texts, and most probably one of the few which miraculously escaped the Christian vandalism of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, when all such precious manuscripts were burned as magical, we find occurring in several places a phrase, which, perhaps, may throw some light upon this question. One of the principal heroes of the manuscript, who is constantly referred to as the Judean illuminator or initiate, tau epsilon lambda epsilon iota omicron tau epsilon sigma, is made to communicate but with his pater, the latter being written in Chaldee characters. Once the latter word is coupled with the name Shimeon. Several times, the illuminator, who rarely breaks his contemplative solitude, is shown inhabiting a caparo upsilon pi tau epsilon, cave, and teaching the multitudes of eager scholars standing outside, not orally, but through this pater. The latter receives the words of wisdom by applying his ear to a circular hole in a partition which conceals the teacher from the listeners, and then conveys them, with explanations and glossaries, to the crowd. This, with a slight change, was the method used by Pythagoras, who, as we know, never allowed his neophytes to see him during the years of probation, but instructed them from behind a curtain in his cave. But, whether the illuminator of the Graeco-Demotic manuscript is identical with Jesus or not, the fact remains, that we find him selecting a mystery appellation for one who is made to appear later by the Catholic Church as the janitor of the kingdom of heaven and the interpreter of Christ's will. The word pater or Peter locates both master and disciple in the circle of initiation, and connects them with the secret doctrine. The great Hierophant of the ancient mysteries never allowed the candidates to see or hear him personally. He was the Deus ex machina, the presiding but invisible deity, uttering his will and instructions through a second party, and 2,000 years later, we discover that the Dalai Lamas of Tibet had been following for centuries the same traditional program during the most important religious mysteries of Lamaism. If Jesus knew the secret meaning of the title bestowed by him on Simon, then he must have been initiated, otherwise he could not have learned it, and if he was an initiate of either the Pythagorean Essenes, the Chaldean Magi, or the Egyptian priests, then the doctrine taught by him was but a portion of the secret doctrine taught by the pagan hierophants to the few select adepts admitted within the sacred Aditya. But we will discuss this question further on. For the present we will endeavor to briefly indicate the extraordinary similarity, or rather identity, we should say, of rites and ceremonial dress of the Christian clergy with that of the old Babylonians, Assyrians, Phoenicians, Egyptians, and other pagans of the hoary antiquity. If we would find the model of the papal tiara, we must search the annals of the ancient Assyrian tablets. We invite the reader to give his attention to Dr. Inman's illustrated work, Ancient Pagan and Modern Christian Symbolism. On page 64, he will readily recognize the headgear of the successor of Saint Peter in the coiffure worn by gods or angels in ancient Assyria, where it appears crowned by an emblem of the male Trinity, the Christian cross. We may mention, in passing, adds Dr. Inman, that, as the Romanists adopted the mitre and the tiara from the cursed brood of Ham, so they adopted the Episcopalian crook from the augurs of Etruria, and the artistic form with which they clothe their angels from the painters and urn makers of Magna Graecia and Central Italy. Would we push our inquiries farther, and seek to ascertain as much in relation to the nimbus and the tonsure of the Catholic priest and monk? We shall find undeniable proofs that they are solar emblems. Knight, in his Old England pictorially illustrated, gives a drawing by St. Augustine, representing an ancient Christian bishop, in a dress probably identical with that worn by the great saint himself. The pallium, or the ancient stole of the bishop, is the feminine sign when worn by a priest in worship. On St. Augustine's picture it is bedecked with Buddhistic crosses, and in its whole appearance it is a representation of the Egyptian, Tau, assuming slightly the figure of the letter. Its lower end is the mark of the masculine triad, says Inman. The right hand, of the figure, has the forefinger extended, like the Assyrian priests while doing homage to the grove. When a male dons the pallium in worship, he becomes the representative of the Trinity in the Unity, the Arba, or Mystic Four. Immaculate is Our Lady Isis, is the legend around an engraving of Serapis and Isis, described by King, in the Gnostics and Their Remains, kappa upsilon rho iota alpha epsilon kappa alpha gamma nu epsilon. The very terms applied afterwards to that personage, the Virgin Mary, who succeeded to her form, titles, symbols, rites, and ceremonies. Thus, her devotees carried into the new priesthood the former badges of their profession, the obligation to celibacy, the tonsure, and the surplice, omitting, unfortunately, the frequent ablutions prescribed by the ancient creed. The Black Virgins, so highly reverenced in certain French cathedrals, proved, when at last critically examined, basalt figures of Isis. Before the shrine of Jupiter Ammon were suspended tinkling bells, from the sound of whose chiming the priests gathered the auguries, a golden bell and a pomegranate. Round about the hem of the robe, was the result with the Mosaic Jews. But in the Buddhistic system, during the religious services, the gods of the Devaloka are always invoked, and invited to descend upon the altars by the ringing of bells suspended in the pagodas. The bell of the sacred table of Shiva at Kahama is described in Kailasa, and every Buddhist vihara and lamasery has its bells. We thus see that the bells used by Christians come to them directly from the Buddhist Tibetans and Chinese. The beads and rosaries have the same origin, and have been used by Buddhist monks for over 2,300 years. The linghams in the Hindu temples are ornamented upon certain days with large berries, from a tree sacred to Mahadeva, which are strung into rosaries. The title of nun is an Egyptian word, and had with them the actual meaning. The Christians did not even take the trouble of translating the word Nana. The aureole of the saints was used by the antediluvian artists of Babylonia, whenever they desired to honor or deify a mortal's head. In a celebrated picture in More's Hindu pantheon, entitled, Krishna nursed by Devaki, from a highly finished picture, the Hindu virgin is represented as seated on a lounge and nursing Krishna. The hair brushed back, the long veil, and the golden aureole around the virgin's head, as well as around that of the Hindu savior, are striking. No Catholic, well versed as he might be in the mysterious symbolism of iconology, would hesitate for a moment to worship at that shrine the Virgin Mary, the mother of his God. In Indur Subha, the south entrance of the caves of Ellora, may be seen to this day the figure of Indra's wife, Indrane, sitting with her infant son God, pointing the finger to heaven with the same gesture as the Italian Madonna and Child. In pagan and Christian symbolism, the author gives a figure from a medieval woodcut the like of which we have seen by dozens in old psalters, in which the Virgin Mary, with her infant, is represented as the Queen of Heaven, on the crescent moon, emblem of virginity. Being before the sun, she almost eclipses its light. Than this, nothing could more completely identify the Christian mother and child with Isis and Horus, Ishtar, Venus, Juno, and a host of other pagan goddesses, who have been called Queen of Heaven, Queen of the Universe, Mother of God, Spouse of God, the Celestial Virgin, the Heavenly Peacemaker, etc. Asterisk. Such pictures are not purely astronomical. They represent the male god and the female goddess, as the sun and moon in conjunction, the union of the triad with the unit. The horns of the cow on the head of Isis have the same significance. And so above, below, outside, and inside, the Christian Church, in the priestly garments, and the religious rites, we recognize the stamp of exoteric heathenism. On no subject within the wide range of human knowledge, has the world been more blinded or deceived with such persistent misrepresentation as on that of antiquity. Its hoary past and its religious faiths have been misrepresented and trampled under the feet of its successors. Its hierophants and prophets, Misti and Epopte, of the once sacred Adita of the temple, shown as demoniacs and devil worshippers. Donned in the despoiled garments of the victim, the Christian priest now anathematizes the latter with rites and ceremonies which he has learned from the theurgists themselves. The Mosaic Bible is used as a weapon against the people who furnished it. The heathen philosopher is cursed under the very roof which has witnessed his initiation, and the monkey of God, i.e., the devil of Tertullian, the originator and founder of magical theurgy, the science of illusions and lies, whose father and author is the demon, is exorcised with holy water by the hand which holds the identical lituus with which the ancient augur, after a solemn prayer, used to determine the regions of heaven, and evoke, in the name of the highest, the minor god, now termed the devil, who unveiled to his eyes futurity, and enabled him to prophesy. On the part of the Christians and the clergy it is nothing but shameful ignorance, prejudice, and that contemptible pride so boldly denounced by one of their own reverend ministers, T. Gross, which rails against all investigation as a useless or a criminal labor, when it must be feared that they will result in the overthrow of pre-established systems of faith. On the part of the scholars it is the same apprehension of the possible necessity of having to modify some of their erroneously established theories of science. Nothing but such pitiable prejudice, says Gross, can have thus misrepresented the theology of heathenism, and distorted, nay, caricatured its forms of religious worship. It is time that posterity should raise its voice in vindication of violated truth, and that the present age should learn a little of that common sense of which it boasts with as much self-complacency as if the prerogative of reason was the birthright only of modern times. All this gives a sure clue to the real cause of the hatred felt by the early and medieval Christian toward his pagan brother and dangerous rival. We hate but what we fear. The Christian thaumaturgist, once having broken all association with the mysteries of the temples and with these schools so renowned for magic, described by Saint Hilarion, could certainly expect but little to rival the pagan wonder-workers. No apostle, with the exception perhaps of healing by mesmeric power, has ever equaled Apollonius of Tyana, and the scandal created among the apostles by the miracle-doing Simon Magus, is too notorious to be repeated here again. How is it, asks Justin Martyr, in evident dismay, how is it that the talismans of Apollonius, the tau epsilon lambda epsilon sigma mu alpha tau alpha, have power in certain members of creation, for they prevent, as we see, the fury of the waves, and the violence of the winds, and the attacks of wild beasts, and whilst our Lord's miracles are preserved by tradition alone, those of Apollonius are most numerous, and actually manifested in present facts, so as to lead astray all beholders. This perplexed martyr solves the problem by attributing very correctly the efficacy and potency of the charms used by Apollonius to his profound knowledge of the sympathies and antipathies, or repugnances, of nature. Unable to deny the evident superiority of their enemies' powers, the fathers had recourse to the old but ever successful method, that of slander. They honored the theurgists with the same insinuating calumny that had been resorted to by the Pharisees against Jesus. "Thou hast a daemon," the elders of the Jewish synagogue had said to him. "Thou hast the devil," repeated the cunning fathers, with equal truth, addressing the pagan thaumaturgist, and the widely bruited charge, erected later into an article of faith, won the day. But the modern heirs of these ecclesiastical falsifiers, who charge magic, spiritualism, and even magnetism with being produced by a demon, forget or perhaps never read the classics. None of our bigots has ever looked with more scorn on the abuses of magic than did the true initiate of old. No modern or even medieval law could be more severe than that of the Hierophant. True, he had more discrimination, charity, and justice, than the Christian clergy, for while banishing the unconscious sorcerer, the person troubled with a demon, from within the sacred precincts of the adyta, the priests, instead of mercilessly burning him, took care of the unfortunate possessed one. Having hospitals expressly for that purpose in the neighborhood of temples, the ancient medium, if obsessed, was taken care of and restored to health. But with one who had, by conscious witchcraft, acquired powers dangerous to his fellow creatures, the priests of old were as severe as justice herself. Any person accidentally guilty of homicide, or of any crime, or convicted of witchcraft, was excluded from the Eleusinian mysteries. And so were they from all others. This law, mentioned by all writers on the ancient initiation, speaks for itself. The claim of Augustine, that all the explanations given by the Neoplatonists were invented by themselves, is absurd. For nearly every ceremony in their true and successive order is given by Plato himself, in a more or less covered way. The mysteries are as old as the world, and one well versed in the esoteric mythologies of various nations can trace them back to the days of the ante-Vedic period in India. A condition of the strictest virtue and purity is required from the Vadu, or candidate in India, before he can become an initiate, whether he aims to be a simple fakir, a purohita, public priest, or a sannyasi, a saint of the second degree of initiation, the most holy as the most revered of them all. After having conquered, in the terrible trials preliminary to admittance to the inner temple in the subterranean crypts of his pagoda, the sannyasi passes the rest of his life in the temple, practicing the 84 rules and 10 virtues prescribed to the yogis. No one who has not practiced, during his whole life, the 10 virtues which the divine Manu makes incumbent as a duty, can be initiated into the mysteries of the council, say the Hindu books of initiation. These virtues are, resignation, the act of rendering good for evil, temperance, probity, purity, chastity, repression of the physical senses, the knowledge of the holy scriptures, that of the superior soul, spirit, worship of truth, abstinence from anger. These virtues must alone direct the life of a true yogi. No unworthy adept ought to defile the ranks of the holy initiates by his presence for 24 hours. The adept becomes guilty after having once broken any one of these vows. Surely the exercise of such virtues is inconsistent with the idea one has of devil worship and lasciviousness of purpose. And now we will try to give a clear insight into one of the chief objects of this work. What we desire to prove is, that underlying every ancient popular religion was the same ancient wisdom doctrine, one and identical, professed and practiced by the initiates of every country, who alone were aware of its existence and importance. To ascertain its origin, and the precise age in which it was matured, is now beyond human possibility. A single glance, however, is enough to assure one that it could not have attained the marvelous perfection in which we find it pictured to us in the relics of the various esoteric systems, except after a succession of ages. A philosophy so profound, a moral code so ennobling, and practical results so conclusive and so uniformly demonstrable is not the growth of a generation, or even a single epoch. Fact must have been piled upon fact, deduction upon deduction, science have begotten science, and myriads of the brightest human intellects have reflected upon the laws of nature, before this ancient doctrine had taken concrete shape. The proofs of this identity of fundamental doctrine in the old religions are found in the prevalence of a system of initiation, in the secret sacerdotal castes who had the guardianship of mystical words of power, and a public display of a phenomenal control over natural forces, indicating association with preter-human beings. Every approach to the mysteries of all these nations was guarded with the same jealous care, and in all, the penalty of death was inflicted upon initiates of any degree who divulged the secrets entrusted to them. We have seen that such was the case in the Eleusinian and Bacchic mysteries, among the Chaldean Magi, and the Egyptian Hierophants, while with the Hindus, from whom they were all derived, the same rule has prevailed from time immemorial. We are left in no doubt upon this point, for the Agrasheta Parikshai says explicitly, every initiate, to whatever degree he may belong, who reveals the great sacred formula, must be put to death. Naturally enough, this same extreme penalty was prescribed in all the multifarious sects and brotherhoods which at different periods have sprung from the ancient stock. We find it with the early Essenes, Gnostics, theurgic Neoplatonists, and medieval philosophers, and in our day, even the Masons perpetuate the memory of the old obligations in the penalties of throat-cutting, dismemberment, and disemboweling, with which the candidate is threatened. As the Masonic master's word is communicated only at low breath, so the self-same precaution is prescribed in the Chaldean Book of Numbers and the Jewish Merkabah. When initiated, the neophyte was led by an ancient to a secluded spot, and there the latter whispered in his ear the great secret. The Mason swears, under the most frightful penalties, that he will not communicate the secrets of any degree to a brother of an inferior degree, and the Agrasheta Parikshai says, any initiate of the third degree who reveals before the prescribed time, to the initiates of the second degree, the superior truths, must be put to death. Again, the Masonic apprentice consents to have his tongue torn out by the roots if he divulge anything to a profane, and in the Hindu books of initiation, the same Agrasheta Parikshai, we find that any initiate of the first degree, the lowest, who betrays the secrets of his initiation, to members of other castes, for whom the science should be a closed book, must have his tongue cut out, and suffer other mutilations. As we proceed, we will point out the evidences of this identity of vows, formulas, rites, and doctrines, between the ancient faiths. We will also show that not only their memory is still preserved in India, but also that the secret association is still alive and as active as ever. That, after reading what we have to say, it may be inferred that the chief pontiff and hierophants, the Brahmatma, is still accessible to those who know, though perhaps recognized by another name, and that the ramifications of his influence extend throughout the world. But we will now return again to the early Christian period. As though he were not aware that there was any esoteric significance to the exoteric symbols, and that the mysteries themselves were composed of two parts, the lesser at Agree, and the higher ones at Eleusinia, Clemens Alexandrinus, with the rancorous bigotry that one might expect from a renegade Neoplatonist, but is astonished to find in this generally honest and learned father, stigmatized the mysteries as indecent and diabolical. Whatever were the rites enacted among the neophytes before they passed to a higher form of instruction, however misunderstood were the trials of catharsis or purification, during which they were submitted to every kind of probation, and however much the immaterial or physical aspect might have led to calumny, it is but wicked prejudice which can compel a person to say that under this external meaning there was not a far deeper and spiritual significance. It is positively absurd to judge the ancients from our own standpoint of propriety and virtue. And most assuredly it is not for the Church, which now stands accused by all the modern symbologists of having adopted precisely these same emblems in their coarsest aspect, and feels herself powerless to refute the accusations, to throw the stone at those who were her models. When men like Pythagoras, Plato, and Iamblichus, renowned for their severe morality, took part in the mysteries, and spoke of them with veneration, it ill behooves our modern critics to judge them so rashly upon their merely external aspects. Iamblichus explains the worst, and his explanation, for an unprejudiced mind, ought to be perfectly plausible. Exhibitions of this kind, he says, in the mysteries were designed to free us from licentious passions, by gratifying the sight, and at the same time vanquishing all evil thought, through the awful sanctity with which these rites were accompanied. The wisest and best men in the pagan world, adds Dr. Warburton, are unanimous in this, that the mysteries were instituted pure, and proposed the noblest ends by the worthiest means. In these celebrated rites, although persons of both sexes and all classes were allowed to take a part, and a participation in them was even obligatory, very few indeed attained the higher and final initiation. The gradation of the mysteries is given us by Proclus in the 4th book of his Theology of Plato. The perfective rite tau epsilon lambda epsilon tau epsilon, precedes in order the initiation muesis and the initiation, epopteia, or the final apocalypse, revelation. Theon of Smyrna, in Mathematica, also divides the mystic rites into 5 parts, the first of which is the previous purification, for neither are the mysteries communicated to all who are willing to receive them. There are certain persons who are prevented by the voice of the crier, kappa epsilon rho upsilon xi. Since it is necessary that such as are not expelled from the mysteries should first be refined by certain purifications which the reception of the sacred rites succeeds. The third part is denominated epopteia or reception. And the fourth, which is the end and design of the revelation, is the binding of the head and fixing of the crowns. Whether after this he, the initiated person, becomes an hierophant or sustains some other part of the sacerdotal office. But the fifth, which is produced from all these, is friendship and interior communion with God. And this was the last and most awful of all the mysteries. There are writers who have often wondered at the meaning of this claim to a friendship and interior communion with God. Christian authors have denied the pretensions of the pagans to such communion, affirming that only Christian saints were and are capable of enjoying it. Materialistic skeptics have altogether scoffed at the idea of both. After long ages of religious materialism and spiritual stagnation, it has most certainly become difficult, if not altogether impossible, to substantiate the claims of either party. The old Greeks, who had once crowded around the Agora of Athens, with its altar to the unknown God, are no more, and their descendants firmly believe that they have found the unknown in the Jewish Jehovah. The divine ecstasies of the early Christians have made room for visions of a more modern character, in perfect keeping with progress and civilization. The Son of Man appearing to the rapt vision of the ancient Christian as coming from the seventh heaven, in a cloud of glory, and surrounded with angels and winged seraphim, has made room for a more prosaic and at the same time more business-like Jesus. The latter is now shown as making morning calls upon Mary and Martha in Bethany, as seating himself on the ottoman with the younger sister, a lover of ethics, while Martha goes off to the kitchen to cook. Anon the heated fancy of a blasphemous Brooklyn preacher and harlequin, the Reverend Dr. Talmage, makes us see her rushing back with besweated brow, a pitcher in one hand and the tongs in the other, into the presence of Christ, and blowing him up for not caring that her sister hath left her to serve alone. From the birth of the solemn and majestic conception of the unrevealed deity of the ancient adepts to such caricatured descriptions of him who died on the cross for his philanthropic devotion to humanity, long centuries have intervened, and their heavy tread seems to have almost entirely obliterated all sense of a spiritual religion from the hearts of his professed followers. No wonder then, that the sentence of Proclus is no longer understood by the Christians, and is rejected as a vaglary by the materialists, who, in their negation, are less blasphemous and atheistical than many of the reverends and members of the churches. But, although the Greek epoptai are no more, we have now, in our own age, a people far more ancient than the oldest Hellenes, who practice the so-called preterhuman gifts to the same extent as did their ancestors far earlier than the days of Troy. It is to this people that we draw the attention of the psychologist and philosopher. One need not go very deep into the literature of the Orientalists to become convinced that in most cases they do not even suspect that in the arcane philosophy of India there are depths which they have not sounded, and cannot sound, for they pass on without perceiving them. There is a pervading tone of conscious superiority, a ring of contempt in the treatment of Hindu metaphysics, as though the European mind is alone enlightened enough to polish the rough diamond of the old Sanskrit writers, and separate right from wrong for the benefit of their descendants. We see them disputing over the external forms of expression without a conception of the great vital truths these hide from the profane view. As a rule, the Brahmans, says Jacoliot, rarely go beyond the class of Grihastha priests of the vulgar castes and Purahita exorcisers, divines, prophets, and evocators of spirits. And yet, we shall see. Once that we have touched upon the question and study of manifestations and phenomena, that these initiates of the first degree, the lowest, attribute to themselves, and in appearance possess faculties developed to a degree which has never been equaled in Europe. As to the initiates of the second and especially of the third category, they pretend to be enabled to ignore time, space, and to command life and death. Asterisk. Such initiates as these Jacoliot did not meet, for, as he says himself, they only appear on the most solemn occasions, and when the faith of the multitudes has to be strengthened by phenomena of a superior order. They are never seen, either in the neighborhood of, or even inside the temples, except at the grand quinquennial festival of the fire. On that occasion, they appear about the middle of the night, on a platform erected in the center of the sacred lake, like so many phantoms, and by their conjurations they illumine the space. A fiery column of light ascends from around them, rushing from earth to heaven. Unfamiliar sounds vibrate through the air, and 500,000 or 600,000 Hindus, gathered from every part of India to contemplate these demigods, throw themselves with their faces buried in the dust, invoking the souls of their ancestors. Let any impartial person read the Spiritisme dans le monde, and he cannot believe that this implacable rationalist, as Jacoliot takes pride in terming himself, said one word more than is warranted by what he had seen. His statements support and are corroborated by those of other skeptics. As a rule, the missionaries, even after passing half a lifetime in the country of devil worship, as they call India, either disingenuously deny altogether what they cannot help knowing to be true, or ridiculously attribute phenomena to this power of the devil, that outrival the miracles of the apostolic ages. And what do we see this French author, notwithstanding his incorrigible rationalism, forced to admit, after having narrated the greatest wonders? Watch the fakirs as he would, he is compelled to bear the strongest testimony to their perfect honesty in the matter of their miraculous phenomena. Never, he says, have we succeeded in detecting a single one in the act of deceit. One fact should be noted by all who, without having been in India, still fancy they are clever enough to expose the fraud of pretended magicians. This skilled and cool observer, this redoubtable materialist, after his long sojourn in India, affirms, we unhesitatingly avow that we have not met, either in India or in Ceylon, a single European, even among the oldest residents, who has been able to indicate the means employed by these devotees for the production of these phenomena. And how should they? Does not this zealous Orientalist confess to us that even he, who had every available means at hand to learn many of their rites and doctrines at first hand, failed in his attempts to make the Brahmans explain to him their secrets? All that our most diligent inquiries of the Purohitas could elicit from them respecting the acts of their superiors, the invisible initiates of the temples, amounts to very little. And again, speaking of one of the books, he confesses that, while purporting to reveal all that is desirable to know, it falls back into mysterious formulas, in combinations of magical and occult letters, the secret of which it has been impossible for us to penetrate, etc. The fakirs, although they can never reach beyond the first degree of initiation, are, notwithstanding, the only agents between the living world and the silent brothers, or those initiates who never cross the thresholds of their sacred dwellings. The Phukara yogis belong to the temples, and who knows but these cenobites of the sanctuary have far more to do with the psychological phenomena which attend the fakirs, and have been so graphically described by Jackaliot, than the Pitris themselves. Who can tell but that the fluidic spectre of the ancient Brahman seen by Jackaliot was the Sinleka, the spiritual double, of one of these mysterious sannyasi? Although the story has been translated and commented upon by Professor Purdy, of Geneva, still we will venture to give it in Jackaliot's own words. A moment after the disappearance of the hands, the fakir, continuing his evocations, mantras, more earnestly than ever, a cloud like the first, but more opalescent and more opaque, began to hover near the small brazier, which, by request of the Hindu, I had constantly fed with live coals. Little by little it assumed a form entire human, and I distinguished the spectre, for I cannot call it otherwise, of an old Brahmin sacrificator, kneeling near the little brazier. He bore on his forehead the sign sacred to Vishnu, and around his body the triple cord, sign of the initiates of the priestly caste. He joined his hands above his head, as during the sacrifices, and his lips moved as if they were reciting prayers. At a given moment, he took a pinch of perfumed powder, and threw it upon the coals. It must have been a strong compound, for a thick smoke arose on the instant, and filled the two chambers. When it was dissipated, I perceived the spectre, which, 2 steps from me, was extending to me its fleshless hand. I took it in mine, making a salutation, and I was astonished to find it, although bony and hard, warm and living. "Art thou, indeed," said I at this moment, in a loud voice, "an ancient inhabitant of the earth?" I had not finished the question, when the word yes, appeared and then disappeared in letters of fire, on the breast of the old Brahmin, with an effect much like that which the word would produce if written in the dark with a stick of phosphorus. "Will you leave me nothing in token of your visit?" I continued. The spirit broke the triple cord, composed of 3 strands of cotton, which begirt his loins, gave it to me, and vanished at my feet. Asterisk. O Brahma! What is this mystery which takes place every night? When lying on the matting, with eyes closed, the body is lost sight of, and the soul escapes to enter into conversation with the Pitris. Watch over it, O Brahma, when, forsaking the resting body, it goes away to hover over the waters, to wander in the immensity of heaven, and penetrate into the dark and mysterious nooks of the valleys and grand forests of the Himavat. Agrasheta Parikshai. The fakirs, when belonging to some particular temple, never act but under orders. Not one of them, unless he has reached a degree of extraordinary sanctity, is freed from the influence and guidance of his guru, his teacher, who first initiated and instructed him in the mysteries of the occult sciences. Like the subject of the European mesmerizer, the average fakir can never rid himself entirely of the psychological influence exercised on him by his guru. Having passed 2 or 3 hours in the silence and solitude of the inner temple in prayer and meditation, the fakir, when he emerges thence, is mesmerically strengthened and prepared. He produces wonders far more varied and powerful than before he entered. The master has laid his hands upon him, and the fakir feels strong. It may be shown, on the authority of many Brahmanical and Buddhist sacred books, that there has ever existed a great difference between adepts of the higher order, and purely psychological subjects like many of these fakirs, who are mediums in a certain qualified sense. True, the fakir is ever talking of Pitris, and this is natural, for they are his protecting deities. But are the Pitris disembodied human beings of our race? This is the question, and we will discuss it in a moment. We say that the fakir may be regarded in a degree as a medium, for he is what is not generally known under the direct mesmeric influence of a living adept, his sannyasi or guru. When the latter dies, the power of the former, unless he has received the last transfer of spiritual forces, wanes and often even disappears. Why, if it were otherwise, should the fakirs have been excluded from the right of advancing to the 2nd and 3rd degree? The lives of many of them exemplify a degree of self-sacrifice and sanctity unknown and utterly incomprehensible to Europeans, who shudder at the bare thought of such self-inflicted tortures. But however shielded from control by vulgar and earthbound spirits, however wide the chasm between a debasing influence and their self-controlled souls, and however well protected by the seven-knotted magical bamboo rod which he receives from the Guru, still the fakir lives in the outer world of sin and matter, and it is possible that his soul may be tainted, perchance, by the magnetic emanations from profane objects and persons, and thereby open an access to strange spirits and gods. To admit one so situated, one not under any and all circumstances sure of the mastery over himself, to a knowledge of the awful mysteries and priceless secrets of initiation, would be impracticable. It would not only imperil the security of that which must, at all hazards, be guarded from profanation, but it would be consenting to admit behind the veil a fellow being, whose mediumistic irresponsibility might at any moment cause him to lose his life through an involuntary indiscretion. The same law which prevailed in the Eleusinian mysteries before our era, holds good now in India. Not only must the adept have mastery over himself, but he must be able to control the inferior grades of spiritual beings, nature spirits, and earthbound souls, in short the very ones by whom, if by any, the fakir is liable to be affected. For the objector to affirm that the Brahmin adepts and the fakirs admit that of themselves they are powerless, and can only act with the help of disembodied human spirits, is to state that these Hindus are unacquainted with the laws of their sacred books and even the meaning of the word Pitris. The laws of Manu, the Atharvaveda, and other books, prove what we now say. All that exists, says the Atharvaveda, is in the power of the gods. The gods are under the power of magical conjurations. The magical conjurations are under the control of the Brahmans. Hence the gods are in the power of the Brahmans. This is logical, albeit seemingly paradoxical, and it is the fact. And this fact will explain to those who have not hitherto had the clue, among whom Jack Eliot must be numbered, as will appear on reading his works, why the fakir should be confined to the first, or lowest degree of that course of initiation whose highest adepts, or hierophants, are the Sannyas, or members of the ancient Supreme Council of 70. Moreover, in Book I, of the Hindu Genesis, or Book of Creation of Manu, the Pitris are called the lunar ancestors of the human race. They belong to a race of beings different from ourselves, and cannot properly be called human spirits in the sense in which the spiritualists use this term. This is what is said of them. Then they, the gods, created the Jakshas, the Rakshasas, the Pisachas, the Gandharvas and the Apsaras, and the Asuras, the Nagas, the Sarpas, and the Suparnas, and the Pitris lunar ancestors of the human race. See Institutes of Manu, Book I, Sloka 37, where the Pitris are termed progenitors of mankind. The Pitris are a distinct race of spirits belonging to the mythological hierarchy or rather to the Kabbalistical nomenclature, and must be included with the good genii, the daemons of the Greeks, or the inferior gods of the invisible world, and when a fakir attributes his phenomena to the Pitris, he means only what the ancient philosophers and theurgists meant when they maintained that all the miracles were obtained through the intervention of the gods, or the good and bad daemons, who control the powers of nature, the elementals, who are subordinate to the power of him who knows. A ghost or human phantom would be termed by a fakir Palit, or Chutna, as that of a female human spirit Pikhalpi, not Pitris. True, Pitara means, plural, fathers, ancestors, and Pitra is a kinsman, but these words are used in quite a different sense from that of the Pitris invoked in the mantras. To maintain before a devout Brahmin or a fakir that any one can converse with the spirits of the dead, would be to shock him with what would appear to him blasphemy. Does not the concluding verse of the Bhagavat state that this supreme felicity is alone reserved to the holy Sannyas, the Gurus, and Yogis? Long before they finally rid themselves of their mortal envelopes, the souls who have practiced only good, such as those of the Sannyas and the Vanaprasthas, acquire the faculty of conversing with the souls which preceded them to the Swarga. In this case the Pitris instead of genii are the spirits, or rather souls, of the departed ones. But they will freely communicate only with those whose atmosphere is as pure as their own, and to whose prayerful kalasa, invocation, they can respond without the risk of defiling their own celestial purity. When the soul of the invocator has reached the satyam, or perfect identity of essence with the universal soul, when matter is utterly conquered, then the adept can freely enter into daily and hourly communion with those who, though unburdened with their corporeal forms, are still themselves progressing through the endless series of transformations included in the gradual approach to the Paramatma, or the grand universal soul. Bearing in mind that the Christian fathers have always claimed for themselves and their saints the name of friends of God, and knowing that they borrowed this expression, with many others, from the technology of the pagan temples, it is but natural to expect them to show an evil temper whenever alluding to these rites. Ignorant, as a rule, and having had biographers as ignorant as themselves, we could not well expect them to find in the accounts of their beatific visions a descriptive beauty such as we find in the pagan classics. Whether the visions and objective phenomena claimed by both the fathers of the desert and the hierophants of the sanctuary are to be discredited, or accepted as facts, the splendid imagery employed by Proclus and Apuleius in narrating the small portion of the final initiation that they dared reveal, throws completely into the shade the plagiaristic tales of the Christian ascetics, faithful copies though they were intended to be. The story of the temptation of Saint Anthony in the desert by the female demon, is a parody upon the preliminary trials of the neophyte during the Micra, or minor mysteries of Agree, those rites at the thought of which Clemens railed so bitterly, and which represented the bereaved Demeter in search of her child, and her good-natured hostess Babo. Asterisk. Without entering again into a demonstration that in Christian, and especially Irish Roman Catholic, churches the same apparently indecent customs as the above prevailed until the end of the last century, we will recur to the untiring labors of that honest and brave defender of the ancient faith, Thomas Taylor, and his works. However much dogmatic Greek scholarship may have found to say against his mistranslations, his memory must be dear to every true Platonist, who seeks rather to learn the inner thought of the great philosopher than enjoy the mere external mechanism of his writings. Better classical translators may have rendered us, in more correct phraseology, Plato's words, but Taylor shows us Plato's meaning, and this is more than can be said of Zeller, Jowett, and their predecessors. Yet, as writes Professor A. Wilder, Taylor's works have met with favor at the hands of men capable of profound and recondite thinking, and it must be conceded that he was endowed with a superior qualification, that of an intuitive perception of the interior meaning of the subjects which he considered. Others may have known more Greek, but he knew more Plato. Asterisk. Taylor devoted his whole useful life to the search after such old manuscripts as would enable him to have his own speculations concerning several obscure rites in the mysteries corroborated by writers who had been initiated themselves. It is with full confidence in the assertions of various classical writers that we say that ridiculous, perhaps licentious in some cases, as may appear ancient worship to the modern critic, it ought not to have so appeared to the Christians. During the medieval ages, and even later, they accepted pretty nearly the same without understanding the secret import of its rites, and quite satisfied with the obscure and rather fantastic interpretations of their clergy, who accepted the exterior form and distorted the inner meaning. We are ready to concede, in full justice, that centuries have passed since the great majority of the Christian clergy, who are not allowed to pry into God's mysteries nor seek to explain that which the Church has once accepted and established, have had the remotest idea of their symbolism, whether in its exoteric or esoteric meaning. Not so with the head of the Church and its highest dignitaries. And if we fully agree with Inman that it is difficult to believe that the ecclesiastics who sanctioned the publication of such prints could have been as ignorant as modern ritualists, we are not at all prepared to believe with the same author that the latter, if they knew the real meaning of the symbols commonly used by the Roman Church, would not have adopted them. To eliminate what is plainly derived from the sex and nature worship of the ancient heathens, would be equivalent to pulling down the whole Roman Catholic image worship, the Madonna element, and reforming the faith to Protestantism. The enforcement of the late dogma of the Immaculation was prompted by this very secret reason. The science of symbology was making too rapid progress. Blind faith in the Pope's infallibility and in the immaculate nature of the Virgin and of her ancestral female lineage to a certain remove could alone save the Church from the indiscreet revelations of science. It was a clever stroke of policy on the part of the vicegerent of God. What matters it if, by conferring upon her such an honor, as Don Pascal de Franciscis naively expresses it, he has made a goddess of the Virgin Mary, an Olympian deity, who, having been by her very nature placed in the impossibility of sinning, can claim no virtue, no personal merit for her purity, precisely for which, as we were taught to believe in our younger days, she was chosen among all other women. If His Holiness has deprived her of this, perhaps, on the other hand, he thinks that he has endowed her with at least one physical attribute not shared by the other virgin goddesses. But even this new dogma, which, in company with the new claim to infallibility, has quasi-revolutionized the Christian world, is not original with the Church of Rome. It is but a return to a hardly remembered heresy of the early Christian ages, that of the Collyridians, so called from their sacrificing cakes to the Virgin, whom they claim to be virgin-born. The new sentence, O Virgin Mary, conceived without sin, is simply a tardy acceptance of that which was at first deemed a blasphemous heresy by the Orthodox Fathers. To think for one moment that any of the popes, cardinals, or other high dignitaries were not aware from the first to the last of the external meanings of their symbols, is to do injustice to their great learning and their spirit of Machiavellism. It is to forget that the emissaries of Rome will never be stopped by any difficulty which can be skirted by the employment of Jesuitical artifice. The policy of complacent conformity was never carried to greater lengths than by the missionaries in Ceylon, who, according to the Abbé Dubois, certainly a learned and competent authority, conducted the images of the Virgin and Saviour on triumphal cars, imitated from the orgies of Juggernaut, and introduced the dancers from the Brahminical rites into the ceremonial of the Church. Let us at least thank these black-frocked politicians for their consistency in employing the car of Juggernaut, upon which the wicked heathen convey the lingam of Shiva. To have used this car to carry in its turn the Romish representative of the female principle in nature, is to show discrimination and a thorough knowledge of the oldest mythological conceptions. They have blended the two deities, and thus represented, in a Christian procession, the heathen Brahma, or Nara, the father, Nari, the mother, and Viraj, the son. Says Manu, the sovereign master who exists through himself, divides his body into two halves, male and female, and from the union of these two principles is born Viraj, the son. There was not a Christian father who could have been ignorant of these symbols in their physical meaning, for it is in this latter aspect that they were abandoned to the ignorant rabble. Moreover, they all had as good reasons to suspect the occult symbolism contained in these images, although as none of them, Paul excepted, perhaps had been initiated, they could know nothing whatever about the nature of the final rites. Any person revealing these mysteries was put to death, regardless of sex, nationality, or creed. A Christian father would no more be proof against an accident than a pagan mista or the mu upsilon sigma tau epsilon. If during the aperita or preliminary arcanes, there were some practices which might have shocked the pudicity of a Christian convert, though we doubt the sincerity of such statements, their mystical symbolism was all sufficient to relieve the performance of any charge of licentiousness. Even the episode of the matron Babo, whose rather eccentric method of consolation was immortalized in the minor mysteries, is explained by impartial mystagogues quite naturally. Ceres Demeter and her earthly wanderings in search of her daughter are the euhemerized descriptions of one of the most metaphysico-psychological subjects ever treated of by human mind. It is a mask for the transcendent narrative of the initiated seers, the celestial vision of the freed soul of the initiate of the last hour, describing the process by which the soul that has not yet been incarnated descends for the first time into matter. Blessed is he who hath seen those common concerns of the underworld. He knows both the end of life and its divine origin from Jupiter, says Pindar. Taylor shows, on the authority of more than one initiate, that the dramatic performances of the lesser mysteries were designed by their founders, to signify occultly the condition of the unpurified soul invested with an earthly body, and enveloped in a material and physical nature. That the soul, indeed, till purified by philosophy, suffers death through its union with the body. The body is the sepulchre, the prison of the soul, and many Christian fathers held with Plato that the soul is punished through its union with the body. Such is the fundamental doctrine of the Buddhists and of many Brahmanists too. When Plotinus remarks that when the soul has descended into generation, from its half-divine condition, she partakes of evil, and is carried a great way into a state the opposite of her first purity and integrity, to be entirely merged in which is nothing more than to fall into dark mire, he only repeats the teachings of Gautama Buddha. If we have to believe the ancient initiates at all, we must accept their interpretation of the symbols. And if, moreover, we find them perfectly coinciding with the teachings of the greatest philosophers and that which we know symbolizes the same meaning in the modern mysteries in the East, we must believe them to be right. If Demeter was considered the intellectual soul, or rather the astral soul, half emanation from the spirit and half tainted with matter through a succession of spiritual evolutions, we may readily understand what is meant by the matron Babo, the enchantress, who before she succeeds in reconciling the soul Demeter to its new position, finds herself obliged to assume the sexual forms of an infant. Babo is matter, the physical body, and the intellectual, as yet pure astral soul can be ensnared into its new terrestrial prison but by the display of innocent babyhood. Until then, doomed to her fate, Demeter, or Magna Mater, the soul, wonders and hesitates and suffers, but once having partaken of the magic potion prepared by Babo, she forgets her sorrows. For a certain time she parts with that consciousness of higher intellect that she was possessed of before entering the body of a child. Thenceforth she must seek to rejoin it again, and when the age of reason arrives for the child, the struggle forgotten for a few years of infancy begins again. The astral soul is placed between matter, body, and the highest intellect, its immortal spirit or nous. Which of those two will conquer? The result of the battle of life lies between the triad. It is a question of a few years of physical enjoyment on earth, and if it has begotten abuse of the dissolution of the earthly body being followed by death of the astral body, which thus is prevented from being united with the highest spirit of the triad, which alone confers on us individual immortality, or, on the other hand, of becoming immortal mysti, initiated before death of the body into the divine truths of the afterlife. Demigods below, and gods above. Such was the chief object of the mysteries represented as diabolical by theology, and ridiculed by modern symbologists. To disbelieve that there exist in man certain arcane powers, which, by psychological study he can develop in himself to the highest degree, become an hierophant and then impart to others under the same conditions of earthly discipline, is to cast an imputation of falsehood and lunacy upon a number of the best, purest, and most learned men of antiquity and of the Middle Ages. What the hierophant was allowed to see at the last hour is hardly hinted at by them. And yet Pythagoras, Plato, Plotinus, Iamblichus, Proclus, and many others knew and affirmed their reality. Whether in the inner temple, or through the study of theurgy carried on privately, or by the sole exertion of a whole life of spiritual labor, they all obtain the practical proof of such divine possibilities for man fighting his battle with life on earth to win a life in the eternity. What the last epopteia was is alluded to by Plato in Phaedrus, 64. Being initiated in those mysteries, which it is lawful to call the most blessed of all mysteries, we were freed from the molestations of evils which otherwise await us in a future period of time. Likewise, in consequence of this divine initiation, we became spectators of entire, simple, immovable, and blessed visions, resident in a pure light. This sentence shows that they saw visions, gods, spirits. As Taylor correctly observes, from all such passages in the works of the initiates it may be inferred, that the most sublime part of the epopteia consisted in beholding the gods themselves invested with a resplendent light, or highest planetary spirits. The statement of Proclus upon this subject is unequivocal. In all the initiations and mysteries, the gods exhibit many forms of themselves, and appear in a variety of shapes, and sometimes, indeed, a formless light of themselves is held forth to the view. Sometimes this light is according to a human form, and sometimes it proceeds into a different shape. Asterisk. Whatever is on earth is the resemblance and shadow of something that is in the sphere, while that resplendent thing, the prototype of the soul spirit, remaineth in unchangeable condition, it is well also with its shadow. But when the resplendent one removeth far from its shadow, life removeth from the latter to a distance. And yet, that very light is the shadow of something still more resplendent than itself. Thus speaks De Satire, the Persian book of Shit, thereby showing its identity of esoteric doctrines with those of the Greek philosophers. The second statement of Plato confirms our belief that the mysteries of the ancients were identical with the initiations, as practiced now among the Buddhists and the Hindu adepts. The highest visions, the most truthful, are produced, not through natural ecstatics or mediums, as it is sometimes erroneously asserted, but through a regular discipline of gradual initiations and development of psychical powers. The mysti were brought into close union with those whom Proclus calls mystical natures, resplendent gods, because, as Plato says, we were ourselves pure and immaculate, being liberated from the surrounding vestment, which we denominate body, and to which we are now bound like an oyster to its shell. Asterisk. So the doctrine of planetary and terrestrial pitris was revealed entirely in ancient India, as well as now, only at the last moment of initiation, and to the adepts of superior degrees. Many are the fakirs, who, though pure, and honest, and self-devoted, have yet never seen the astral form of a purely human pitar, an ancestor or father, otherwise than at the solemn moment of their first and last initiation. It is in the presence of his instructor, the Guru, and just before the Vadu fakir is dispatched into the world of the living, with his seven-knotted bamboo wand for all protection, that he is suddenly placed face to face with the unknown presence. He sees it, and falls prostrate at the feet of the evanescent form, but is not entrusted with the great secret of its evocation, for it is the supreme mystery of the holy syllable. The Aum contains the evocation of the Vedic triad, the Trimurti Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, say the Orientalists. It contains the evocation of something more real and objective than this triune abstraction, we say, respectfully contradicting the eminent scientists. It is the Trinity of man himself, on his way to become immortal through the solemn union of his inner triune self, the exterior, gross body, the husk not even being taken in consideration in this human Trinity. It is, when this Trinity, in anticipation of the final triumphant reunion beyond the gates of corporeal death, became for a few seconds a unity, that the candidate is allowed, at the moment of the initiation, to behold his future self. Thus we read in the Persian De Satire, of the resplendent one, in the Greek philosopher Initiates, of the Agoides the self-shining blessed vision resident in the pure light, in Porphyry, that Plotinus was united to his God 6 times during his lifetime, and so on. In ancient India, the mystery of the triad, known but to the initiates, could not, under the penalty of death, be revealed to the vulgar, says Vrihaspati. Neither could it in the ancient Grecian and Samothracian mysteries. Nor can it be now. It is in the hands of the adepts, and must remain a mystery to the world so long as the materialistic savant regards it as an undemonstrated fallacy, an insane hallucination, and the dogmatic theologian, a snare of the evil one. Subjective communication with the human, godlike spirits of those who have preceded us to the silent land of bliss, is in India divided into 3 categories. Under the spiritual training of a guru or sannyasi, the Vadu, disciple or neophyte, begins to feel them. Were he not under the immediate guidance of an adept, he would be controlled by the invisibles, and utterly at their mercy, for among these subjective influences he is unable to discern the good from the bad. Happy the sensitive who is sure of the purity of his spiritual atmosphere. To this subjective consciousness, which is the first degree, is, after a time, added that of clairaudience. This is the second degree or stage of development. The sensitive, when not naturally made so by psychological training, now audibly hears, but is still unable to discern, and is incapable of verifying his impressions, and one who is unprotected the tricky powers of the air but too often delude with semblances of voices and speech. But the Guru's influence is there, it is the most powerful shield against the intrusion of the Bhutna into the atmosphere of the Vatu, consecrated to the pure, human, and celestial pitris. The third degree is that when the fakir or any other candidate both feels, hears, and sees, and when he can and will produce the reflections of the pitris on the mirror of astral light. All depends upon his psychological and mesmeric powers, which are always proportionate to the intensity of his will. But the fakir will never control the akasa, the spiritual life principle, the omnipotent agent of every phenomenon, in the same degree as an adept of the third and highest initiation. And the phenomena produced by the will of the latter do not generally run the marketplaces for the satisfaction of open-mouthed investigators. The unity of God, the immortality of the spirit, belief in salvation only through our works, merit and demerit, such are the principal articles of faith of the wisdom religion, and the groundwork of Vedaism, Buddhism, Parsism, and such we find to have been even that of the ancient Asurism, when we, after abandoning the popular sun god to the materialism of the rabble, confine our attention to the books of Hermes, the thrice great. The thought concealed as yet the world in silence and darkness. Then the Lord who exists through himself, and who is not to be divulged to the external senses of man, dissipated darkness, and manifested the perceptible world. He that can be perceived only by the spirit, that escapes the organs of sense, who is without visible parts, eternal, the soul of all beings, that none can comprehend, displayed his own splendor. Manu, Book I, Slokas, 6-7. Such is the ideal of the Supreme in the mind of every Hindu philosopher. Of all the duties, the principal one is to acquire the knowledge of the Supreme Soul, the Spirit. It is the first of all sciences, for it alone confers on man immortality. Manu, Book 12, Sloka 85. And our scientists talk of the nirvana of Buddha and the moksha of Brahma as of a complete annihilation. It is thus that the following verse is interpreted by some materialists. The man who recognizes the Supreme Soul, in his own soul, as well as in that of all creatures, and who is equally just to all, whether man or animals, obtains the happiest of all fates, that to be finally absorbed in the bosom of Brahma. Manu, Book 12, Sloka 125. The doctrine of the moksha and the nirvana, as understood by the school of Max Muller, can never bear confronting with numerous texts that can be found, if required, as a final refutation. There are sculptures in many pagodas which contradict, point blank, the imputation. Ask a Brahmin to explain moksha, address yourself to an educated Buddhist and pray him to define for you the meaning of nirvana. Both will answer you that in every one of these religions nirvana represents the dogma of the spirit's immortality. That, to reach the nirvana means absorption into the great universal soul, the latter representing a state, not an individual being or an anthropomorphic god, as some understand the great existence. That a spirit reaching such a state becomes a part of the integral whole, but never loses its individuality for all that. Henceforth, the spirit lives spiritually, without any fear of further modifications of form, for form pertains to matter, and the state of nirvana implies a complete purification or a final riddance from even the most sublimated particle of matter. This word, absorbed, when it is proved that the Hindus and Buddhists believe in the immortality of the spirit, must necessarily mean intimate union, not annihilation. Let Christians call them idolaters, if they still dare do so, in the face of science and the latest translations of the sacred Sanskrit books. They have no right to present the speculative philosophy of ancient sages as an inconsistency and the philosophers themselves as illogical fools. With far better reason we can accuse the ancient Jews of utter nihilism. There is not a word contained in the books of Moses or the prophets either which, taken literally, implies the spirit's immortality. Yet every devout Jew hopes as well to be gathered into the bosom of Abraham. The Hierophants and some Brahmans are accused of having administered to their epopti strong drinks or anesthetics to produce visions which shall be taken by the latter as realities. They did and do use sacred beverages which, like the soma drink, possess the faculty of freeing the astral form from the bonds of matter, but in those visions there is as little to be attributed to hallucination as in the glimpses which the scientist, by the help of his optical instrument, gets into the microscopic world. A man cannot perceive, touch, and converse with pure spirit through any of his bodily senses. Only spirit alone can talk to and see spirit, and even our astral soul, the doppelganger, is too gross, too much tainted yet with earthly matter to trust entirely to its perceptions and insinuations. How dangerous may often become untrained mediumship, and how thoroughly it was understood and provided against by the ancient sages, is perfectly exemplified in the case of Socrates. The old Grecian philosopher was a medium, hence, he had never been initiated into the mysteries, for such was the rigorous law. But he had his familiar spirit, as they call it, his daimonion, and this invisible counselor became the cause of his death. It is generally believed that if he was not initiated into the mysteries it was because he himself neglected to become so. But the secret records teach us that it was because he could not be admitted to participate in the sacred rites, and precisely, as we state, on account of his mediumship. There was a law against the admission not only of such as were convicted of deliberate witchcraft but even of those who were known to have a familiar spirit. The law was just and logical, because a genuine medium is more or less irresponsible, and the eccentricities of Socrates are thus accounted for in some degree. A medium must be passive, and if a firm believer in his spirit guide he will allow himself to be ruled by the latter, not by the rules of the sanctuary. A medium of olden times, like the modern medium, was subject to be entranced at the will and pleasure of the power which controlled him, therefore, he could not well have been entrusted with the awful secrets of the final initiation, never to be revealed under the penalty of death. The old sage, in unguarded moments of spiritual inspiration, revealed that which he had never learned, and was therefore put to death as an atheist. How then, with such an instance as that of Socrates, in relation to the visions and spiritual wonders at the epoptai of the inner temple, can any one assert that these seers, theurgists, and thaumaturgists were all spirit mediums? Neither Pythagoras, Plato, nor any of the later more important Neoplatonists, neither Iamblichus, Longinus, Proclus, nor Apollonius of Tyana, were ever mediums, for in such case they would not have been admitted to the mysteries at all. As Taylor proves, this assertion of divine visions in the mysteries is clearly confirmed by Plotinus. And in short, that magical evocation formed a part of the sacerdotal office in them, and that this was universally believed by all antiquity long before the era of the later Platonists, shows that apart from natural mediumship, there has existed, from the beginning of time, a mysterious science, discussed by many, but known only to a few. The use of it is a longing toward our only true and real home, the afterlife, and a desire to cling more closely to our parent spirit. Abuse of it is sorcery, witchcraft, black magic. Between the two is placed natural mediumship, a soul clothed with imperfect matter, a ready agent for either the one or the other, and utterly dependent on its surroundings of life, constitutional heredity, physical as well as mental, and on the nature of the spirits it attracts around itself. A blessing or a curse, as fate will have it, unless the medium is purified of earthly dross. The reason why in every age so little has been generally known of the mysteries of initiation, is twofold. The first has already been explained by more than one author, and lies in the terrible penalty following the least indiscretion. The second, is the superhuman difficulties and even dangers which the daring candidate of old had to encounter, and either conquer, or die in the attempt, when, what is still worse, he did not lose his reason. There was no real danger to him whose mind had become thoroughly spiritualized, and so prepared for every terrific sight. He who fully recognized the power of his immortal spirit, and never doubted for one moment its omnipotent protection, had naught to fear. But woe to the candidate in whom the slightest physical fear, sickly child of matter, made him lose sight and faith in his own invulnerability. He who was not wholly confident of his moral fitness to accept the burden of these tremendous secrets was doomed.